Chapter 1 Let That Woman Go. Let's break up. After sending a message to his girlfriend Lin Sheener, Jiangnan immediately blacklisted all of her contact information. Then he picked up the bottle and poured it into his mouth. He didn't let go of the bottle until he had finished a 1-pound bottle of 62 proof liquor and slumped down in the dining chair. There was a burning sensation in the throat and a bitter taste in the mouth, which was extremely painful. But at this moment, the pain in Jiangnan's heart far exceeded the feeling brought by the strong liquor. I was wrong after all. Lin Sheener, you scumbag, from now on, we will have nothing to do with each other until we die. Jiangnan muttered to himself, and scenes from his past with Lin Sheener began to emerge in his mind. To date, the two have known each other for 4 years and have been dating for 3 years. Today is Jiangnan's 23rd birthday. Originally, he planned to take advantage of such a day to propose to Lin Sheener. So he secretly booked a private room in the best restaurant in Tiannan City and prepared an engagement ring. However, when he contacted Lin Sheener, the other party said that there was a problem with a contract recently signed by the company, and she had to go with the partner to discuss the modification of the contract in the evening. At first, Jiangnan didn't think much about it. After all, they were both still young and had to focus on their careers. As for proposing, there is no need to rush it. We can look for other opportunities later. However, when he saw a photo sent by a friend, he was completely stunned. In the photo, Lin Sheener is holding a man's arm tightly, smiling like a flower. Jiangnan was no stranger to that man. He knew that the other person was Chen Ping'an, Lin Sheener's ex-boyfriend, and they were childhood sweethearts who grew up together. 5 years ago, Chen Ping'an and Lin Sheener broke up and Chen Ping'an resolutely went to South Korea to be a trainee. He did not return to China to develop his career until the beginning of this year. She became popular because of her feminine and handsome face and her role in a gay drama with 2 male protagonists, The Untamed. At present, he is also quite famous in the country. Staring at the intimate photo sent by his friend on his phone, Jiangnan's heart ached. After all, she is the woman I have loved sincerely for 3 years. During this period, he gave up his favorite music and stayed by Lin Sheener's side, turning the tide of the precarious Lin Group and saving the collapsing building. The two of them worked together all night long to do data analysis and write copy. For so many sleepless nights, he was her instant noodle bucket and she was his coffee cup. When encountering troubles, encourage each other. The two will share their happy moments with each other. Because of this experience, Jiangnan confidently believes that the relationship between him and Lin Sheener has reached a point where their love is stronger than gold. But it was this photo that made him completely understand what it meant to deceive himself. It seems that the one who descended from heaven is no match for the childhood sweetheart after all. Jiangnan was somewhat unwilling, but he knew in his heart that it was time to make a break between him and Lin Sheener. He will not have any attachment to a scumbag who is having an affair with her current and ex-boyfriends behind their backs. As for the 3 years of youth I have spent, just consider it as feeding the dogs. What he wants now is to completely cut off contact with the scumbag woman. As for the future, the road is wide and we can each go our own way. After making the decision, Jiangnan shook his swollen head, pushed open the door of the box and walked out. As I left the restaurant, my cell phone rang. After taking a look, Jiangnan found that it was an unfamiliar number, so he hung up directly. But soon, the number called again. Are you still a child, Jiangnan? What are you making such a fuss about? I told you there's an emergency at the company. It's just a stupid birthday. Can I make it up to you tomorrow? As soon as the call was connected, Lin Sheener's voice came from the other end of the line. There was a hint of anger in his voice, and Jiangnan felt numb after hearing it. The feeling of heartache that had just arisen in my heart has now completely disappeared. Perhaps because he drank too much, his mind was a little confused and he couldn't form any words to respond for a while, so he simply sat down by the flower bed outside the restaurant. Speak up, Jiangnan, what do you mean? We've been together for 3 years, and you're fighting with me just for a lousy birthday, right? It seems I really misjudged you. Can you still have some shame, Lin Sheener? I've already voluntarily withdrawn, what else do you want? Jiangnan is usually very talkative, but today he drank some wine and it took him a long time to say this. I'm making a fuss? I'm shameless? You have to give me an explanation today? You want to explain, right? Tell me where you are now? Lin Sheener on the other end of the phone paused for a few seconds before responding. Didn't I tell you I'm having dinner with President Wei and President Chen right now? Eating? Didn't you walk into the Four Seasons Hotel arm in arm with Chen Ping'an? After Jiangnan finished speaking, he hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to explain. and added the unfamiliar number to his blacklist. Things have developed to this point, and he no longer cares. After devoting himself to this relationship for 3 years, he now just wants to cut his losses. After hanging up the phone, Jongnan was about to leave when a faint female voice came from behind him. "Let me go, help, help." Following the sound, I saw 2 burly men supporting a woman as she walked towards a car on the side of the road. Behind the 3 of them was a fat middle-aged man. The woman was wearing a cheongsam with a shawl draped over her shoulders. Her long hair covered her face, making it difficult to see her appearance. She also looked a little sober, as if she had drunk too much. Although the woman's face cannot be seen, the cheongsam she wears perfectly outlines her curvy figure. "Let go of that woman." Jongnan, who saw the scene, probably knew what had happened and rushed forward without thinking too much. Chapter 2, Chow the Thief. The 2 men supporting the cheongsam woman were both over 190 centimeters tall and strong with well-developed muscles. Jongnan is only 183 centimeters tall and has a slim figure. However, when facing 2 strong men, he did not feel the slightest fear. When he was a child, he grew up in the countryside and there was a strange old man living next door. One day, he saw the village tyrant leading a few people to cause trouble for the old man. As a result, in less than a minute, all the village tyrants were knocked to the ground. From then on, Jongnan went to see the strange old man every day, imitating the routines of martial arts movies, sending him food and wine, hoping to ask him to be his disciple. After persisting for more than a month, the old man finally decided to teach him martial arts. Because of this, Jongnan's skills are very impressive. A few years ago, when he was still in college, he had some conflicts with a rich second-generation man who was pursuing Lin Chiner. So the rich second generation found 5 or 6 thugs, but they didn't even hurt a hair on his head. This is the confidence that gives Jongnan the courage to stand up for justice. The 2 burly men looked at each other, and one of the bald men stood up and walked towards Jongnan. His face was full of sarcasm. The bald man didn't take the man who was smaller and shorter than him seriously at all. He thought that as long as he threw a punch, he could make the little Karami in front of him change his mind. Let the other person know how stupid it is to stand up for injustice, and let him experience what it feels like to be beaten to a pulp. With such confidence, the bald man quickly closed the distance between him and Jongnan to less than 1 meter. Then he swung his fist as big as a sandbag and hit him. Seeing this, Jongnan's face showed no sign of panic. He exerted force with his left foot, swung his body to the left, and easily avoided the punch with a speed far beyond that of an ordinary person. While the bald man was still not able to react, he grabbed the arm that was swinging the fist, pulled it behind his back, and performed a very graceful over-the-shoulder throw. Ah! The bald man who was thrown to the ground screamed and felt numb all over. The overflowing confidence he had before making the move was shattered to pieces by this fall. Whether in terms of height or body shape, bald people have an absolute advantage. Unfortunately, even with such an advantage, it only lasted for 2 seconds. Lying on the ground, he glanced at Jongnan and began to think of a countermeasure quickly in his mind. Based on the previous exchange, he knew very well that he had met a master today, and he was definitely no match for the other party. Since you can't win, there's no need to get up again. After all, the only result of standing up now is to continue to be beaten. He is just a bodyguard and thug, earning only a little over 10,000 yuan a month. There is no need for him to work so hard. Thinking of this, the bald man let out a scream of pain, closed his eyes and pretended to faint. The moment I closed my eyes, I was praying in my heart, don't come over, please don't come over, I have fainted, please go find another one. Jongnan had no way of knowing what the bald man was thinking, but when he saw him lying on the ground motionless, he was a little puzzled at first. The fall I just had wasn't too severe, so how could I have fainted all of a sudden? But after staring at the bald man carefully for a few seconds, he discovered that the other person's body was actually trembling slightly. It was obvious that the bald man was pretending to be dizzy. Jongnan laughed inwardly, but did not expose it. There was no grudge between the 2 of them, and his purpose was just to save the cheongsam woman. Now that the other party is pretending to be unconscious, it means that he will not attack next time, which saves a lot of trouble. After dealing with one, Jongnan immediately shifted his attention to another burly man. The man had a short flat head and a scar on his left cheek, and he looked quite ferocious. When the scarred man saw the bald man being knocked down, a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. Because the strength between the 2 of them is equal. Since the bald guy was knocked down in 2 seconds, if he attacks again, he will definitely not last more than 3 seconds. Thinking this in his heart, the scarred man swallowed his saliva unconsciously, and didn't know what to do for a moment. Just then, the fat middle-aged man spoke. "What are you standing there for? Go get him." Well. The scarred man came to his senses, looked at the middle-aged man, and then looked at Jiangnan. He gritted his teeth, put the Cheongsam woman he was supporting to the ground, and rushed forward with big strides. Although he knew that he was no match for Jiangnan, the man with the scar had to take action. As he rushed forward, he prayed secretly in his heart, hoping that Jiangnan would be gentler. Soon, the distance between the two was less than 1 meter. However, the man with the scar was different from the bald man just now. He did not take action, but waited for Jiangnan to make the first move. These two guys are quite smart. Since you want to go down the stairs, I'll give you away. Realizing the scarred man's intention, Jiangnan raised his leg and kicked him in the lower abdomen. When he kicked down, the force he used wasn't too great. Although the scarred man who was kicked didn't feel any pain at all, he still let out a scream. He covered his stomach and pretended to be in great pain, then took a few steps back and lay on the ground, motionless. "Good boy, it would be a shame if you don't use your acting skills to act." Looking at the bald man and the scar lying on the ground, Jiangnan couldn't help laughing. The middle-aged man who was about to help the Cheongsam woman turned around and ran away when he saw that the two bodyguards had fallen down. Jiangnan just glanced at the other person's back and did not chase after him. After all, his purpose was just to save people. Only when he walked in front of the woman in Cheongsam could he see her face clearly. The woman looked to be about 30 years old, with a blush on her face and her beautiful, meticulously crafted features like a treasure. Her pair of deep eyes were slightly open, revealing an inexplicable sense of indifference, making her entire temperament appear extremely cold. She is about 170 centimeters tall, wearing a tight-fitting cheongsam with a perfect body proportion, which perfectly reflects the beauty of women. Looking at the woman closely, Jiangnan was a little dazed for a moment. Beautiful, so beautiful. Because he drank too much and had just fought with the bald man and the scarred man, Jiangnan was drunk in an instant and his mind started to become fuzzy. He picked up the woman by the waist and stumbled forward. The woman in his arms opened her eyes slightly and looked at the man holding her for a few seconds, then closed her eyes and leaned on his chest. Soon Jiangnan arrived at the door of a small hotel. At this moment, he felt a little tired, and his slightly sore arms could hardly hold the beauty in his arms. So he walked into the hotel, checked into a room in a daze, and carried the woman in. Although he was drunk, Jiangnan still had a bit of rationality at this time. He put the woman on the bed and prepared to leave. After all, the other party is obviously a family man at his age. If he stays, no one can say what will happen next. He doesn't want to be a thief. But as soon as he stood up, the woman grabbed his hands and pulled him onto her body. "It's so hot and uncomfortable." The woman's tone was dazed as she hugged Jiangnan tightly, as if she wanted to rub him into her body. Jiangnan, who was in a daze, suddenly felt like he was lying on a soft cloud. In an instant he was bewildered. Just like that, the last bit of rationality in my heart completely dissipated. Chapter 3: I don't want this kind of love. When Jiangnan woke up, he was lying on the messy big bed in the hotel. I turned over lazily and immediately smelled a faint fragrance. He sat up suddenly and regained consciousness. I found myself naked, with some pain in my waist, and also found a stain of bright red on the bed sheet. Last night, that elder sister and I. Holding his waist with both hands, Jiangnan's mind flashed back to what happened last night. Although everything happened when I was drunk, it is still very clear when I think back on it now. He remembered that he was reluctant the first time, but after he tasted the pleasure, he couldn't stop. Later. It was not until the 5th time that I was completely exhausted and fell asleep from fatigue. Now that I'm sober, I regret it when I think about the madness of last night. Taking advantage of someone's misfortune to do such a shameful thing is contrary to the moral concepts that Jiangnan has been taught since childhood. You can't blame me for this. After all, I drank too much last night, and I was about to leave at first. It was that big sister. Originally, Jiangnan wanted to use PUA on himself, but after thinking about it, he still couldn't get over himself. I had to put what happened last night aside for the time being and not think too much about it. He went into the bathroom to take a shower, got dressed and was about to leave the hotel when his cell phone rang. I glanced at the screen and found that it was Lin Cheener's secretary calling. He wanted to hang up, but he got along well with the other party, so he answered the call anyway. "Vice President Zhang, why didn't you and President Lin come to work today? Everyone has arrived for the meeting scheduled yesterday. From today on, I am no longer Vice President Zhang, and I will no longer be working at the Lin Group." Whether or not your CEO Lin goes to work has nothing to do with me. Ah. Deputy Jiang, brother Nan, why did you suddenly quit? The secretary on the other end of the phone was a little surprised to hear this information. Nothing, I just figured it out. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up on Secretary Jiang first. After a brief chat, Jiang Nan hung up the phone. At the moment he hung up, he felt neither sad nor happy. Ever since he made up his mind last night to completely cut off contact with Lin Chiner, some people and things that used to care about him are now unimportant. After leaving the hotel, Jiang Nan returned to the community where he rented. This is a very dilapidated community with no elevator and the corridors are dirty and messy. Although Jiang Nan has been the vice president of Lin Group for 2 years, his original intention was to help Lin Chiner. Therefore, the salary he received was not that of a vice president. Now he can't even afford to rent a good house, let alone buy a house of his own. In the past, his thoughts were very simple. He thought that everything he had belonged to Lin Chiner, and he grew up in the countryside, so such conditions were already good enough for him. But after what happened last night, when he returned to the community, his heart was filled with regret. Fortunately, he is still young. Although he has wasted 3 years, it is not too late to turn back now. The house Jiang Nan rented is on the 5th floor. When he climbed up the stairs to the 5th floor, he saw Lin Chiner at his door. The other person was wearing a tight-fitting white business suit, the same as the one he wore in the photo last night. Her 4:6 figure and perfect curves make her look like a meticulously crafted work of art. On her delicate face, under her thick eyelashes are a pair of clear and bright eyes, under her straight nose bridge, a cherry mouth and a slightly pale face make her look charming. Although Lin Chiner looked a little haggard at this moment, she exuded a unique beauty. This kind of beauty is not much inferior to the beautiful woman in Cheongsam that Jiang Nan met last night. It's just that the beauty of the two is different. Seeing Lin Chiner like this, Jiang Nan knew that she should have come here last night and has been staying until now. If it were in the past, he would be very moved to see this scene. I have lived here for 3 years, during which time my girlfriend Lin Chiner has only come here once. And that time, he only stayed for less than an hour before leaving in a hurry. When Jiang Nan saw Lin Chiner, she also saw him. You're back, Anan. Lin Chiner looked at Jiang Nan, tears welling up in her eyes. Because she could not see any tenderness of the past in the other person's eyes, and the look that came into her eyes was full of strangeness. It was as if the 3 years they had been together had never existed. I had prepared a lot of things to say, but at this moment they were stuck in my throat. We're done with Lin Chiner, you can go now. After saying this coldly, Jiang Nan opened the door and prepared to go into the house. However, Lin Chiner suddenly rushed over and hugged him tightly. Listen to my explanation, Anan. It's not what you think. I felt the softness on my back and a pair of hands around my waist. Jiang Nan felt a surge of disgust. They have been together for 3 years, and Lin Chiner has always emphasized that she longs for platonic love. So during their relationship, apart from holding hands, they never even kissed once. However, just last night, Lin Chiner was holding Chen Pingan's arm, and they looked so close. Lin Chiner, since you have Chen Pingan in your heart, wouldn't it be great if I could make room for you two so that you two can be together without any burden? What else do you need to explain to me? Jiang Nan shook off his hands that were wrapped around his waist and walked straight into the house. It's not what you think, Anan. Chen Pingan and I have nothing. We are just ordinary friends. Lin Chiner chased into the house and closed the door. Ordinary friends? Ha ha. Smiling, Jiang Nan sat on the sofa in the living room and stared at Lin Chiner coldly. He originally wanted to chase the other person away, but now that things have come to this, he might as well have a good chat. After talking things out, the two of them completely cut off contact and stopped bothering each other. Lin Chiner, let's talk. Okay, I can tell you anything you want to talk about, Anan. Seeing Jiang Nan give in, Lin Chiner quickly ran over and took his arm. But before he could hold her tightly, he was thrown away. Don't touch me with the hands you used to hold Chen Pingan. Jiang Nan swung his arm and moved a few steps to the side of the sofa. Don't you want to explain? Then I want to ask, who am I in your heart? You are the one I love the most. Lin Chiner responded without any hesitation. Jiang Nan just laughed after hearing this and asked, who is Chen Pingan in your heart? He is really just an ordinary friend in my heart. Do you believe what you said? What's the meaning? For Chen Pingan's sake, you lied to me about something at the company, and even stood me up on my birthday last night to hook up with an ordinary friend. Is this what you call love? Jiangnan thought he could remain calm, but as he spoke, he turned into a roar. Finally, he added, "It's better not to have love like yours." Chapter for the bad girl who wants it all. When Lin Chiner heard "I don't want love like yours," she felt an inexplicable sense of grievance and tears welled up in her eyes. He wanted to open his mouth to refute, but there was nothing wrong with what Jiangnan said. Because it is true. When she thought of this, she felt as if her heart was suddenly pricked by a needle. Ever since the day she decided to be with Jiangnan 3 years ago, Lin Chiner thought she had completely forgotten the white moonlight in her heart. During the 3 years, Jiangnan accompanied her in expanding the Lin group and shared her joys and sorrows, with her in his heart and eyes. This made Lin Chiner think for a time that the two of them could continue to live happily together until the end of their lives. However, with Chen Ping'an's return to China, everything changed quietly. At first, Lin Chiner felt that it was impossible for her to love Chen Ping'an anymore. After all, it was he who proposed the breakup 5 years ago, and after going to South Korea to be a trainee, he never contacted her again. But one day, she accidentally came across the trailer of the movie Gay Order starring Chen Ping'an on her mobile phone. In the video, Chen Ping'an's handsome face and affectionate lines all moved her. This made her recall the scene of the two of them being together. Although she thought about the past, Lin Chiner still felt repulsed by Chen Ping'an at first. It wasn't until a dinner party that he saw Bai Yue Guang again, who had disappeared from his life for 5 years. Everything happened irreversibly again. They greeted each other, exchanged contact information, and began to meet secretly behind Jiangnan's back. Lin Chiner also knew that this was wrong, but she couldn't help wanting to see Chen Ping'an. Yesterday was Jiangnan's birthday. She wanted to spend her wholehearted time with her boyfriend and give him an unforgettable birthday. But Chen Ping'an called and said that he was so depressed that he wanted to commit suicide because the sales of his new album were crushed. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chiner made up a lie and went to accompany Chen Ping'an. It was not until Jiangnan sent her the breakup message and later made her location clear that she realized that the truth might be out. "Lin Chiner, do you have anything else to say?" Jiangnan's tone was extremely cold. Seeing that Lin Chiner hadn't spoken for a long time, he stood up and opened the door. "If you have nothing to say, just leave my house and don't come back. If we are lucky enough to meet again, I hope we can treat each other as strangers. No, don't break up, Anan. We agreed to grow old together. I really love you. Grow old together? Humph. That's enough. Your attitude of wanting it all is really disgusting. Give yourself some dignity." Seeing that Lin Chiner was still trying to pester him, Jiangnan pushed her out of the house without any hesitation. Lin Chiner couldn't accept the fact that her boyfriend, who had always been gentle and considerate, suddenly treated her as a stranger. A surge of nameless anger suddenly rose in her heart. She didn't want to get angry at first, but the grievances she had felt since last night, coupled with Jiangnan's cold and harsh words, directly triggered this anger. As the apple of the family's eye, Lin Chiner had never suffered such humiliation. During the 3 years of their relationship, Jiangnan had always been obedient to her and had never said a harsh word to her. But every word he said now was like a sharp knife stabbing into her heart. "Xing Jiangnan, let's break up." Lin Chiner roared out in anger as the words came to her mind, "Don't regret it." "I don't think I'll regret it." Jiangnan slammed the door shut. Outside the house, Lin Chiner looked at the closed door with an angry face, wanting to say something. After a long pause, he finally said nothing and turned and left. Inside the house, Jiangnan sat on the sofa, feeling an indescribable emotion in his heart. After all, she is the woman I have loved for 3 years. Even if I let her go now, it is impossible to break up completely in one day. Most people are like this. They say they want to let go and have made the decision in their hearts, but they still can't help it. However, he knew that the feeling in his heart was not due to nostalgia, but because the relationship ended too hastily and he couldn't recover for a while. After sitting quietly on the sofa for a few minutes, Jiangnan's inner touch quickly subsided. He began to think about his future life. He has been working in the Lin Group for the past 3 years. Although he has become the vice president, he now has almost no money. Therefore, the next most important thing is to find a job. With his current abilities, it is not difficult for him to find a high-paying job from 9 to 5 with 2 days off. But that is not the life Jiangnan wants. He studied music in college and his original dream was to become a singer-songwriter. Later, because he fell in love with Lin Chiner, he gave up that dream. Now that he is 23 years old and has no worries, it is time to fulfill his original dream. And a month ago, he had a small accident. After waking up, he had the memory of an extra person in his mind. That memory does not belong to this world. That world is called Earth. The music on Earth is rich and colorful, several times more prosperous than the blue planet where Jiangnan is now. Therefore, with this memory gained by accident, he is full of confidence in realizing his dream. After the breakup, Jiangnan found a job as a resident singer in a bar to earn a living. At the same time, he signed up for one of the most famous music talent shows in Longwa Star of Tomorrow. A month later, with her natural good voice and the good singing skills she had practiced in college, she advanced from the auditions to the top 32 in the country. Reaching this point means obtaining a ticket to participate in the live variety show Star of Tomorrow. The program will arrange 4 mentors to provide guidance and comments. The top 32 contestants who advance will go through a series of selections including challenge matches, promotion matches, designated matches, knockout matches, resurrection matches, and group championship matches, and the contestants will be gradually eliminated and finally compete for the championship. There are 8 episodes in total, one of which will be broadcast live every Saturday for 2 months. Moreover, the live broadcast recording studio is located in Tiannan City, so it has basically no impact on Jiangnan's life. The night before the Tomorrow Star program was broadcast, he was still singing in the bar. 10 o'clock in the evening is the beginning of nightlife. On the stage of the Wave Bar in Tiannan City, Jiangnan sat on a high stool, holding the microphone and singing passionately. The dim light reflected on his body. He was wearing a pair of washed-out jeans, an old, loose-fitting beige mid-length jacket and a small vest, which perfectly showed off his lean and strong figure. There was a faint smile on his face, his facial features were as sharp as if they were carved by a knife and an axe, and his hair was casually messy, making his handsomeness look so natural and impeccable. With his magnetic voice and heartfelt singing, he gained a lot of fans in the bar in just 1 month. And these fans are different from the fans of the other 3 male singers in the bar. The fans of the 3 male singers are all women, while Jiangnan's fans are half men and half women. After the song was finished, thunderous applause broke out from the audience. Immediately afterwards, calls for drinks followed one after another. Table 7 opened 2 bottles of Ace of Hearts. Table 9 opened 3 bottles of Ace of Hearts. Table 15 opens a bottle of the Ace of Hearts. Hearing the calls for drinks from the audience, Jiangnan put down the microphone, went to the bar to order a glass of wine, and toasted with those who had called the Ace of Hearts one by one. This is the rule of the Wave Bar. After the singer's performance, if someone orders the Ace of Hearts, the singer can get some commission from the drinks. For example, the 3 bottles of Ace of Hearts at table number 9 are sold at the bar for 9,000 yuan, and Jiangnan can get a 5% commission of 450 yuan. After toasting under the stage, Jiangnan had another glass and went to a private room on the 2nd floor. Because there was also a guest in the box who ordered the Ace of Hearts. However, when he knocked on the door of the box with the wine in his hand, he was stunned. Chapter 5. My wife is 17 years older than me. Inside the box sat a noble, elegant, and beautiful woman. She was wearing a cheongsam with black lace sleeves and a slit at the thigh, which perfectly showed off her fair, delicate, and slender legs. With her long black hair tied up on top of her head, beautiful facial features and a perfect oval face, she looked like the fairy described in poems and paintings. Jiangnan stood there silently gazing at the beautiful woman in the box, not knowing how to start speaking for a moment. Because the other person was the beautiful woman in cheongsam who had had sex with him in the hotel a month ago. Your name is Jiangnan? After looking at each other for a few seconds, the beautiful woman spoke first. Sit down, how about we chat? Okay. Jiangnan came to his senses and responded, then walked into the box. He wanted to say something, but when he thought about what had happened between them before, he felt awkward. After being stunned for a long while, he finally managed to utter, I'm sorry, big sister. It was all my fault that I drank too much that day, so that's why something like that happened. If I hurt you, I can take responsibility. Responsible? Do you think you can afford it? The beautiful woman's tone was very cold. After she finished speaking, she picked up a glass of juice on the table and took a sip. To think I can afford it? Seeing this, Jiangnan thought that the other party must be looking for trouble with him, so he took a deep breath. If big sister needs money, I can gather it. If you need me to bear legal responsibility, I will accept it. If you make a mistake, you must admit it. If you are beaten, you must stand at attention. This is the concept that Jiangnan was instilled with in his education since childhood. Although the incident a month ago happened after he drank too much. But he really did it, and he would gladly accept any consequences. Seeing Jiangnan's serious expression, the beautiful woman's expression relaxed and she showed a beautiful smile. I'm not coming to you for money, nor am I trying to hold you legally responsible. Jongnan breathed a sigh of relief after receiving the response. But the next second, my heart was in suspense again. I came to you because I want to marry you and make you my husband. Ah? Get married? Jongnan was not mentally prepared for such a request. Although the two had engaged in the most intimate behavior before, it happened when both of them were in an unconscious state. Overall, they are not familiar with each other at all, and there is not even any emotional basis. So when he heard the word marriage, he was stunned again. Why, do you think I'm too old? The beautiful woman glanced at Jongnan, who was staring at her blankly, with a faint smile still on her face. No, big sister, you look only about 30 years old, at most 7 or 8 years older than me. And I think love knows no age. It's just that we don't know each other well, so it would be too hasty to rush into marriage. You think I'm only in my early 30s? After hearing this, the beautiful woman's smile became even more pronounced. She put down the juice cup in her hand and said abruptly, I'm exactly 40 years old this year. Ah? Jongnan was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to respond. If the other person was really 40 years old, he would be 17 years older than him and 1 year younger than his deceased mother. People in the countryside usually get married early, and his mother was 18 years old when she gave birth to him. Didn't you say you would take responsibility? Why are you silent? The beautiful woman glanced at Jongnan again, and seeing that he looked flustered, she put away her smile and said calmly, Don't think too much. The marriage I told you about is not a real marriage. What do you mean, sister? Take a look at this contract. As she spoke, the beautiful woman took out a contract from her bag and placed it on the table. Seeing this, Jongnan took it in his hand and looked at it carefully. 3 minutes later, he read the contract carefully. There are many clauses in it, but the content is simple and easy to understand. There are 6 main points. First, the relationship between husband and wife after marriage is a contractual relationship. Secondly, the duration of a contract marriage is 1 year, and the marriage will be dissolved immediately after the expiration of the contract. Thirdly, after marriage, husband and wife shall not interfere in each other's affairs. Fourthly, the marriage relationship cannot be disclosed to anyone other than the man, the woman, and the woman's mother. Fifth, at any time during the marriage, as long as the woman needs it, the man must cooperate with the woman and play the role of husband in front of the woman's mother. Sixth, after marriage, the man needs to live in the woman's residence. After reading the contract, Jongnan thought for a while and finally replied, I can marry you. Yeah? Seeing that Jongnan agreed so readily, the beautiful woman said, If you agree, we will get married according to the contract. When the marriage ends in a year, I will give you a sum of money. When Jongnan heard that the other party wanted to give him some money, he initially planned to accept it. But when I think about it carefully, what happened between the two of them a month ago? As a man, I should take some responsibility. So he replied, No need for money. Just consider this 1-year contract as my compensation to you. At this point, Jongnan asked a question that had arisen when he was reading the contract just now. Sister, I don't quite understand. Did you enter into a marriage contract with me just to deceive your mother? Yes, but not entirely. The beautiful woman sighed, a trace of sadness appearing on her face. My mother has a terminal illness and the doctor said she only has 6 months to live. She has worried so much about me in her life, and her only wish is to see me get married. So I want to find her a son-in-law while there is still a chance, so that she can put her mind at ease. Besides this matter, there are other reasons why I want to marry you. After a pause, the beautiful woman saw that Jongnan was just looking at her silently and had no intention of interrupting, so she continued, I went to the hospital today and found out that I was 4 weeks pregnant. Ah? Jongnan's face was full of surprise. He could never have imagined that an accident that happened a month ago would lead to things developing to this point. The moment he heard the news, he felt extremely complicated. To say I'm happy, I wouldn't say. After all, he didn't know anything about the beautiful woman in front of him, which was really a headache. It's not that depressing, actually. After all, if the beautiful woman was really pregnant with his child, then he would be about to become a father. Anyway, it's an indescribable feeling. Big sister, are you telling the truth? I'm just telling you, you can choose not to believe it. The beautiful woman's words were without any emotion and she spoke very calmly. Then, big sister, will you want this child? This matter has nothing to do with you. I have no such plans at the moment. But even if the child is born in the future, she will not know who the father is. If that's the case, then why are you telling me this? As the person involved, you have the right to know. I'm telling you this because I hope you can behave better in front of my mother after we sign our marriage contract. Having said that, Jung Nan's doubts were resolved. The two chatted about the contents of the contract for a while, then signed and put their fingerprints on it. After the beautiful woman left, Jung Nan was left alone sitting in the box, thinking about the last words the other person said before she left. Meet at the West City Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chapter 6, Freeloader. The next morning, 8:30. Jung Nan came to the Civil Affairs Bureau with his ID. He sat on the steps outside, feeling somewhat mixed emotions. After thinking about it all night last night, he didn't object to the idea of contract marriage. However, he couldn't accept the fact that the beautiful woman was pregnant for a while. At the beginning, he also doubted that even if she was pregnant, the child might not be his. But when Jung Nan thought of the bright red on the bedsheet when he woke up in the hotel that day, all his doubts disappeared. How could a woman who has remained chaste for 40 years be a casual person? However, the other party clearly stated last night that even if the child was born, he would never recognize him. This is the reason why Jung Nan feels complicated. Hey, what's going on? Jung Nan sighed helplessly and took out a cigarette from his pocket and started smoking. After smoking 5 cigarettes one after another, it was 9 o'clock and the beautiful woman arrived at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau as promised. Today, the beautiful woman is wearing a slim-fitting light gray dress and a casual suit of the same color, which makes her look capable and feminine. With that noble, mature and cool face, she looks like a queen. Under Jung Nan's gaze, the other party walked up to him. It's bad for your health if you smoke too much of this stuff. The beautiful woman glanced at Jung Nan and said something caring in a light voice. Well, actually I don't usually smoke, it's just... Jung Nan felt a little comforted. Although the other party's words were cold, he was concerned about him. So he quickly put out the cigarette in his hand. Sister, are we going to get the certificate now? Let's go. In this way, the two of them walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau one after the other. An hour later, they walked out, each holding a marriage certificate, under the gazes of the staff in the Civil Affairs Bureau. When they came out, Jung Nan was still walking behind. Looking at the graceful figure in front of him, he felt a little emotional. During the process of getting the certificate just now, he found out that the beautiful woman was indeed 40 years old, and he also learned her name Ning Wanqiu. Sister Chiu, now that we've got the marriage certificate, do I have to start fulfilling the terms of the contract? Walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Jung Nan looked at the marriage certificate in his hand, still a little dazed. He never imagined that he would get married in such a confused way. And his wife is a woman who has no feelings for him and is 17 years older than him. What do you think? Ning Wanqiu turned her head and gave Jung Nan a cold look, then took out her phone. Add a green bubble, I'll send you the location of where I live. Oh well. Jung Nan didn't hesitate and quickly added the other party's green bubble. Ning Wanqiu's online name is Wanqiu, and her profile picture is a photo of her and an old lady. The old lady in the photo has kind eyes and looks somewhat similar to her. It's no surprise that she is her mother. After looking at it for a few times, Jung Nan put away his phone. By the way, Sister Chiu, I have something to do today. Can I move to your place tomorrow? Sure, I have everything over there, you just need to bring some simple luggage. Okay, Sister Chiu, see you tomorrow. Ning Wanqiu nodded and drove away. Jung Nan rushed back to the community where he rented, tidied up at home, made a bowl of noodles to fill his stomach, and then hurried to the live broadcast studio of Tomorrow's Star, carrying an acoustic guitar on his back. Although the live broadcast time is 8 o'clock in the evening, due to the large number of contestants participating in the live broadcast, they must arrive at the scene at 1 o'clock in the afternoon to put on makeup and rehearse. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Jung Nan rushed to the live broadcast studio. After talking with the staff, I was taken into a large dressing room. There were many other contestants putting on makeup inside at this time. Jung Nan didn't say hello because he was not familiar with them. He found a seat in the corner and sat down. Just then, a dashing young man with dyed yellow hair and flashy clothes walked in. The yellow-haired man glanced around the dressing room and finally saw Jung Nan sitting in the corner. Hey, isn't this a gigolo? You can sing too? Huang Ma walked straight behind Jung Nan, his tone full of sarcasm. Jung Nan saw the person behind him through the mirror and couldn't help but frown. He was not unfamiliar with the yellow-haired man, because he was Lin Qiner's younger brother Lin Jin. The dressing room was originally very quiet, but because of Lin Jian's words, everyone turned their attention to Jiangnan.
Grandson, this makes you seem very capable, right? You're the only one who can sing?
Facing everyone's gaze, Jiangnan directly retorted. If he had not broken up with Lin Qiner 2 days earlier, he would never have responded to Lin Jian like this.
But now it's different.
He absolutely cannot be polite to the brother of his ex-girlfriend who has never looked at him straight in the eye.
Who the hell are you calling grandson? Call me grandpa.
Hey, my great-grandson is so well-behaved. Jiangnan responded to Lin Jian's words grandpa, and the whole dressing room immediately burst into laughter. Lin Jian was so angry that his teeth were itching and he clenched his fists and wanted to attack. But he had seen Jiangnan fight before and knew that he was too weak and could never be the opponent's opponent. But he was very unwilling to be ridiculed like this. So he growled at the others in the dressing room, I'm telling you, this idiot doesn't understand music at all. He's my sister's gigolo. He definitely bought his spot in the top 32 by scamming her. Lin Jianwei said this and it was not nonsense.
Because in his perception, Jiangnan is just a gigolo. 3 years ago, Lin Qiner suddenly brought Jiangnan back to the Lin family and announced their relationship.
Later, Lin's mother secretly investigated and found out that her daughter's boyfriend was a poor boy who grew up in the countryside and had no background. Therefore, Jiangnan became a gigolo in the eyes of the Lin family. Moreover, during the 3 years of their relationship, Jiangnan had been following Lin Qiner in managing the Lin group, looking like a businessman.
That's why Lin Jian said this. Prejudice and arrogance will only make people ignorant. Whether I buy it or not is none of your business. Anyway, I'm already in the top 32. Are you going to bite me? Seeing Lin Jian's face full of anger, Jiangnan couldn't help but laugh.
You're such a gigolo. I'm going to tell my sister and ask her to dump you.
He couldn't beat the man, and he couldn't win the argument.
Lin Jian was so angry that his teeth were itching, and then he thought of his sister.
Are you anxious? Glancing at Lin Jian, Jiangnan smile deepened.
What a pity. Lin Qiner and I have already broken up, and it was me who proposed it.
What did you say? You broke up with my sister? Lin Jian's face was full of disbelief.
After all, in his eyes, Jiangnan was a gigolo.
How could he break up with his sister? There must be something fishy going on.
Thinking of this, he didn't bother Jiangnan anymore, ran out of the dressing room and dialed Lin Qiner's number.
Chapter 7, War Without Gunsmoke. Lin Group, President's Office.
Lin Qiner frowned as she signed a contract and slammed it heavily on the desk. Ever since Jiangnan proposed breaking up and left the Lin Group, she has been extremely busy with company matters for the past month.
If you are a little busy but can get things done, it's worth it. But the fact is, since Jiangnan left, many of the company's businesses have become a mess.
She wants to deal with them, but she has never been able to solve them perfectly. Just when Lin Qiner was feeling depressed, her cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was my younger brother Lin Jian calling, so I pressed the answer button.
Sister, did you break up with that gigolo?
On the other end of the phone, Lin Jian's voice asking for confirmation was heard. Lin Qiner was stunned for a moment before she replied, Why are you asking this?
Who told you that? Jiangnan just said it himself.
He said you broke up, and he was the one who dumped you.
What? Hearing the name Jiangnan, Lin Qiner tightened her grip on the phone.
The two of them haven't seen each other since they broke up a month ago. During this time, Lin Qiner also wanted to go find Jiangnan to reconcile, but she had a lot of things on hand, and she couldn't let go of her pride.
A month passed like this. Sister, are you still listening?
Lin Jian on the other end of the phone saw that his sister didn't speak for a long time and thought she had hung up.
Yes, where is he now?
Lin Qiner came to her senses and hurriedly asked about Jiangnan's news. That gigolo used your money to buy a spot in the top 32 of Rising Star and is now in the same recording studio with me.
He wants to debut as a singer?
The star of tomorrow is the most famous music star making variety show in Longhua.
Lin Qiner guessed Jiangnan's intention as soon as she heard it.
A complex emotion unconsciously surged in my heart. This emotion contains a sense of guilt, reluctance, and even a bit of anger. She felt guilty because she knew that he studied music at Jiangnan University and that he had a very good voice. She remembered that she first saw him in a bar 5 years ago. At that time, Jiangnan was singing on the stage. His deep eyes, straight nose, and facial features were as harmonious and symmetrical as classical sculptures. Carrying an acoustic guitar and wearing a very ordinary outfit, the song he sings is like a trickle of water that is refreshing to the heart. Just one glance and she was deeply attracted by it. Later, Lin Chiner often went to the bar to watch Jiangnan performances. Because she was a reserved person, she just watched quietly from the audience. Until one day, when he was leaving the bar after watching a show, he ran into a group of yellow-haired guys who had bad intentions towards him. She was extremely scared at the time and felt like the sky was falling. However, just when she was completely in despair, Jiangnan appeared. He saved her, left no contact information, and disappeared without even looking at her. Later, Lin Chiner began to inquire about Jiangnan's news and learned that they were all in the same university. So we started to create opportunities to get closer, and slowly we got to know each other and fell in love. In the year when the two were dating, Lin's father died in a car accident, and the Lin group fell into a trough. In order to protect the business that her father worked hard for, Lin Chiner took over the company. As her boyfriend, Jiangnan resolutely gave up his favorite music and stayed by her side to support her. Therefore, deep in Lin Chiner's heart, she has always felt indebted to Jiangnan. If it weren't for her, the other person would be a shining star now. As for Lin Chiner's reluctance, it was because if Jiangnan really became a star with the help of the variety show Star of Tomorrow, it would be absolutely impossible for him to return to the Lin group in the future. From now on, there will no longer be someone who helps me wholeheartedly. The last bit of anger came from the fact that she felt Jiangnan hadn't contacted her for a month, and now he was participating in a variety show, which obviously meant that he wanted to completely break up with her. She couldn't accept such a result.
No. You can't leave me, Anan. We love each other so much, how can you just abandon me like this? Lin Chiner felt very unwilling and fell silent for a while. Sister, what happened to you today? Seeing that his sister hadn't spoken for a long time, Lin Jian on the other end of the phone asked again, have you really broken up with that gigolo? What does it have to do with you whether we break up or not? Of course it matters. That gigolo was acting so arrogantly in front of me just now. I want him to pay the price. The price? What do you want to do to Anan?
I want to humiliate that gigolo, crush his dreams, and let him know how despicable he is. Lin Jian on the other end of the phone had a ferocious look on his face as he spoke. When Lin Chiner heard what her brother said, she asked in confusion, what on earth are you going to do, Xiaojian? Tonight's Star of Tomorrow competition is a 1v1 free choice match between 32 and 16. I'm going to single out that gigolo and end his dream of stardom. Lin Jian spoke with great confidence, which also came from the fact that he did have some strength. I have been learning piano and vocal music since I was young. 2 years ago, he was admitted to the most famous music school in the country with the 9th highest score in arts and literature in the country. From then on, he became extremely arrogant and thought he was a favored child of heaven. As for Jiangnan, in Lin Jian's eyes, he was just a businessman, and he didn't take such a person seriously at all. If he hadn't been confronted in the dressing room just now, he would definitely not have chosen Jiangnan in the free PK competition that evening. In his eyes, Jiangnan was not worthy and not qualified to be his opponent. After knowing what her brother was thinking, Lin Chiner initially wanted to persuade him. But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. He wanted to persuade him because he was worried that his brother would hurt Jiangnan's heart. After all, they would be reunited and they would be a family. I gave up persuading him because I felt that Jiangnan now seemed to be getting further and further away from me. After Lin Jian crushes his musical dream, Lin Chiner will then say some soft words and explain it to him. Everything is almost back on track. Thinking of this, he said, you can do whatever you want, Xiaojian. Jiangnan is your brother-in-law after all. Don't call him a gigolo. It's too unpleasant. He's a gigolo to begin with. In my life, Jiangnan is the only one who deserves this title. Okay, if there's nothing else, hang up. I have a meeting to attend. Well, bye sis. Lin Jian hung up the phone and returned to the dressing room with a smile on his face. Jiangnan, who was sitting in the corner, did not come over to mock Lin Jian when he saw him come in. Instead, he looked at him from a distance with a smirk on his face. Thinking that the other party must be up to no good, I raised my right hand and gave him the middle finger. When Lin Jian saw this, he raised his hands angrily and gave 2 middle fingers. A war without the smoke of gunpowder was quietly ignited in the dressing room. Chapter 8. I want to choose number 3. Time flies and it's 8 o'clock in the evening. In the live broadcast studio of Tomorrow's Star, various live broadcast cameras have been set up. Because it is a live variety show, there are no audiences on site. In the studio, there were only some staff members besides the top 32 contestants selected from the auditions. In the contestant seats, many contestants' faces were filled with tension at this time. On the other hand, Jiangnan looked calm. With his experience of live performances as a resident singer in a bar, he is no stranger to the stage. Just then, the director shouted "Start" with a loudspeaker. Then a host in a white suit walked onto the stage with a microphone. At the same time, in the vast world outside the live broadcast room, audiences across the country began to flock to the live broadcast room of Tomorrow's Star through mobile phones, iPads, computers, televisions and other electronic devices.
Hello everyone in front of the screen, I am Sha Baining, the host of Tomorrow's Star.
This is the unethical map created by Travel the World with Me. A station's short video interactive platform allows you to enjoy the world and appreciate the various aspects of human life. Good Nutrition, Good Life, Mengniu Milk Co. sponsored the live broadcast of the 7th season of Tomorrow's Star.
This autumn, it's still the familiar competition system and the same pleasant voice.
This season's Star of Tomorrow has once again invited 4 top-tier mentors to assist and protect the contestants.
Next, please welcome the instructor.
After Sha Baining finished his brief opening remarks, more than 2 million viewers flocked to the live broadcast room within 2 minutes of the broadcast. On the public screen, barrages of comments began to scroll at a rapid speed. Under the gaze of more than 2 million people, 4 mentors slowly rose from the stage lift platform one by one. The host Sha Baining also introduced them one by one. Our first mentor this season is Wu Tianhua, a singer-songwriter whose album sales have topped the annual sales chart in Longwa.
This season he will mainly guide the contestants in their creative work.
The second mentor is Li Xingjie, who is famous for his singing skills both at home and abroad, has countless classic songs, and is currently the singer ranked first in total album sales in China. This season, he will focus on guiding the contestants' singing skills.
The third mentor is Yang Mi.
She has excellent acting skills and has won the Best Actress award several times. She has been learning dance since she was a child. This season, she will mainly guide the contestants' dance and body performances.
The fourth mentor is Liu Yefei, a rising star in Longyu Entertainment.
She is a leader in the new generation in both singing and songwriting skills, and is adept at playing all kinds of musical instruments.
Her first album won the domestic annual sales champion. This season, she will focus on guiding the contestants' instrumental performances.
As Sha Baining introduced the team, fans of the 4 mentors began to cheer for their idols crazily on the barrage of comments.
Netizen Dicchiezi, King Wu has arrived, and everyone is kneeling to welcome him. Netizen Xiao Yuzhen used a small umbrella as a balloon. Every year there is a new singing king, and every century there is a Li Xingjie. Netizens commented, sister me, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice.
Netizen Xiaoan, I cried to death, Heba finally came down to earth and opened for business. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room of Tomorrow's Star jumped as fast as a shooting star. Lin Sheener sat in a private room in a bar, projecting the live broadcast onto the TV, her face full of anticipation.
She has a very close relationship with Lin Jian.
Tonight is the first time for her brother to perform on such a big stage. As a family member, she is very proud.
Next to Lin Sheener, Chen Ping'an looked at her with a glass of wine in his hand, a hint of greed in his eyes. Ping'an, do you think Xiao Jian can make it this far in the Rising Star competition?
Noticing Chen Ping'an's fiery gaze, Lin Sheener picked up a glass of wine and clinked it with his, taking the opportunity to move her body and create some distance between them. She hasn't contacted Chen Ping'an since breaking up with Jiangnan. I asked him to come over tonight mainly to make things clear and try not to meet again in the future. Before Chen Ping'an came, she had already thought of what to say. But when the other party appeared, Lin Sheener didn't know how to start. After all, we grew up together, so it wouldn't be nice to say something too harsh right from the start. So she wanted to talk about something else first and then bring the topic back to the main topic. Xiao Jian has a great voice and great artistic talent. I think he'll definitely make it to the semi-finals, and he might even win the championship.
Really? That's great.
In the box, the two of them watched the live broadcast and chatted, clinking glasses from time to time, and the atmosphere seemed extremely ambiguous. At the same time, in a guest room of a sanatorium in the west of the city, Ning Wanxiu was peeling an apple while chatting with her mother Gufeng.
Xiao Chou, when will you bring my son-in-law to me for me to see?
Gufeng has gray hair and a haggard face, but her facial features are very delicate, and you can tell at a glance that she was a beauty when she was young.
I'll arrange it as soon as possible.
Ning Wanxiu handed the peeled apple to her mother.
By the way, Mom, don't you usually like listening to young people sing?
There's a singing competition tonight called Rising Stars.
My company is sponsoring it. Would you like to watch it? Rising Star? I saw the promotional video when I was watching the news this afternoon. Xiaoqiu, can you find it for me to see?
Ning Wanqiu responded softly, took out her mobile phone, found the live broadcast of the Star of Tomorrow, and projected it on the TV. As soon as the screen turned on, the live camera just cut to the players' seats. With just one glance, Ning Wanqiu saw Jiangnan sitting among them. At this time, Jiangnan was looking directly at the live camera, so when Ning Wanqiu looked at the screen, the couple's eyes met through the screen. Why do these young people look so nervous? After staring at the nervous contestants in the contestant booth, Gufang finally fixed her gaze on Jiangnan. Oh, this guy is not bad, he's quite handsome. After Gufang finished speaking, she glanced at her daughter and saw that she was staring blankly at the screen, so she called out, Xiaoqiu.
Oh, what's wrong, Mom?
Ning Wanqiu came back to her senses and looked back at her mother.
Nothing, I said that boy is pretty good.
As she spoke, Gufang pointed at Jiangnan, that young man in the black suit.
How does my son-in-law compare to him?
Ning Wanqiu was a little flustered when she heard such a sudden question. But then he thought again, he would have to bring Jiangnan to meet his mother sooner or later anyway. So he sighed secretly and prepared to organize his words to tell Gufang that the man in the black suit on TV was her son-in-law. The voice of TV host Xia Baining interrupted her thoughts. The 32-16 1v1 free choice PK match has officially begun. After I say start, please pick up your buttons. The first player to press the button will be able to choose one of the other 31 players as their opponent.
Xia Baining glanced at the contestant seats and said, begin.
Soon, a big 17 appeared on the screen behind him. Looking back at the screen, Xia Baining Zheng said, contestant number 17, please come on stage and choose your opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiangnan stood up and walked onto the stage. A well-fitting black suit with a slim fit perfectly shows off his slender figure. Taking the microphone handed to him by the staff, Jiangnan said, I want to choose number 3. Lin Jian, who was sitting in the contestant seat, was in disbelief when he heard this.
Because he is number 3. How dare he? Chapter 9 Is that guy Jiangnan?
When Jiangnan chose his PK opponent, it was not just Lin Jian who found it incredible. Lin Qiner, who was watching the live broadcast in the bar box, was also confused. She knew that Jiangnan had some talent, after all, she had heard him sing in a bar before. But during the 3 years that they were together, Jiangnan rarely sang. Everyone who knew his younger brother Lin Jian could see the strength of him.
What does he want to do? Does he think he can beat Xiao Jian?
At this time, Lin Qiner was full of doubts.
Chen Pingan, who was sitting next to him, looked at the TV screen, then looked at Lin Qiner, and asked, is that guy your boyfriend Jiangnan?
Chen Pingan didn't know Jiangnan in real life, but he had heard of him from Lin Jian and had also seen photos of Jiangnan in some of Lin Qiner's previous posts on WeChat Moments.
Since he's your boyfriend, why did you choose Xiao Jian? What does he mean? As Chen Pingan spoke, a playful smile appeared on his face. Then, Xia Baining's voice was heard on TV. Contestant number 3, please come on stage.
Lin Jian stood up from the contestant seat and walked onto the stage. When he stood next to Jiangnan, the corners of his mouth were already curved in a sarcastic arc. At this moment, he had only one idea in his mind, which was to use the music that he was proud of to press Jiangnan to the ground. He wanted to let the other party know what it meant to be like an ant trying to shake a tree. When Jiangnan and Lin Jian stood on the stage at the same time, Xia Baining briefly introduced the PK process, and then the lights on the stage went out. Half a minute later, the lights came on again, and Jiangnan was the only one left on the stage. He took the microphone, bowed to the camera, and began to give a brief introduction before the performance.
Hello everyone, my name is Jiangnan, an ordinary person who likes to sing.
Next, I will sing an original song called The First Dream. The reason I chose this song is because in the past 3 years, I lost my dream. And today, I want to pick up the dream that I once lost. I hope you like this song. Having said that, Jiangnan raised his hand and made an OK gesture towards the left side of the stage. Then, the accompaniment of The First Dream sounded on the stage.
This is a very inspiring song, and Jiangnan made some small changes to the song. Start with the chorus and then the main song.
As the accompaniment started, Jiangnan held the microphone and began to sing. Hold the original dream tightly in your hands.
The place I most want to go. How can you turn back halfway?
The original dream will definitely be achieved. A real desire has been fulfilled. Only then can you be considered to have been to heaven. The lyrics of this song are simple and the melody is also simple.
When Jongnan sang, he didn't use too many techniques. At first glance, the whole song seemed so ordinary. But
when he finished singing, the live broadcast room was filled with comments like good. From the first chorus to the end of the song, the number of consecutive hits of Good in the Barrage has reached an astonishing 880,000. The number of combos in the live broadcast room can only be counted once for each account. At this time, the number of people watching the live broadcast online was only over 3 million. Such a huge number of combos has only appeared twice in the previous 6 seasons of the show.
The first time was the challenge match in the second season.
The performer at that time was a mature singer at the level of a little king, and his hit count was 920,000.
The second time was last season's challenge match. The performer was this season's mentor Liu Yefei, and the number of hits was 1.02 million. On the public screen of the live broadcast room, in addition to the continuous pleasant comments, there were also other praise comments flashing by like a flood of carp crossing the river. Lin Sheener stared at the screen in the bar box, feeling a bad premonition in her heart. Although she didn't know much about music, she felt that the song Jongnan had just sung was inexplicably beautiful. And it's not just Lin Sheener, the vast majority of the audience are like her. Otherwise, the number of good combos on the barrage would not have reached the terrifying 880,000. This made Lin Sheener start to worry that her younger brother would lose to Jongnan in the PK. In the guest room of the sanatorium, Gu Feng couldn't help but applaud after listening to Jongnan singing. Oh my! This young man named Jongnan is not only handsome, but also sings beautifully.
He's really great.
Ning Wanqiu couldn't help feeling happy when she heard her mother praising Jongnan generously.
Because if Gu Feng really likes Jongnan, she will be very happy when she knows that he is her husband. As a daughter, if I can make my mother happier in the remaining days of her life, I will naturally be happy too. In the live broadcast studio of Tomorrow's Star, after Jongnan finished his performance, Lin Jian took the stage and started his performance. The song he sang was a song by his mentor Wu Tianhua that became very popular in the country 10 years ago. The song has a good melody, the lyrics are profound, and Lin Jian's singing skills are outstanding. Compared with the first Dream sung by Jongnan. In terms of melody, the two songs are evenly matched. In terms of lyrics, Lin Jian's lyrics are better. In terms of singing skills, Jongnan did not use too many techniques and was not as good as the other party. But after listening to both songs, the overall listening experience of Jangnan's song is just right, not greasy, pretentious, or artificial. The combination of lyrics, music, and singing is emotionally delicate and extremely catchy, making people want to play it on loop once they hear it.
In contrast, Lin Jian's song feels very greasy after listening to the whole song.
He is showing off his skills in singing high notes from beginning to end. The pronunciation of the lyrics is extremely artificial, and there is no emotion at all, which makes people unable to resonate with him. Therefore, when Lin Jian finished singing, the pleasant comments in the live broadcast room gave the most intuitive answer. Lin Jian's songs are good, but the hits are only 50,000.
One is 880,000 and the other is 50,000. There is no need to compare the results.
At this time, Lin Jian was like a defeated rooster, feeling very depressed. Originally, he wanted to use his musical ability to suppress Jongnan. But reality slapped him hard in the face. His mind began to recall his introduction before the performance.
Hello everyone, my name is Lin Jian.
2 years ago, I was admitted to Longyin University with the 9th highest score in literature and art in the country. When he thought of this, he felt that what he had said before was so ironic and stupid.
The top students of Longyin University, the first music school in Long Country, lost to a peasant who regarded himself as an ordinary person, and was severely crushed by the other party. This is such a huge loss of face. How is he going to face his classmates, teachers, and everyone he knows in the future? Lin Jian was very unwilling, but the result was obvious. But that's not all.
Immediately afterwards, Xia Baining walked onto the stage and said something that dealt another critical blow to Lin Jian. The two contestants have finished their performances. A voting option will pop up in the live broadcast room. Please vote for your favorite contestant within 1 minute. As soon as the host finished speaking, a voting window appeared on the public screen in the live broadcast room.
On the left is number 3 Lin Jian, and on the right is number 17 Jongnan.
Chapter 10 The Little Queen's Hug. 1 minute later, the voting ended. Xia Baining took a handcard handed to him by the staff and began to announce the results. Dear viewers, according to the voting results, number 17 Jiangnan received a final number of votes of 1.869 million. The final number of votes for number 3 Lin Jian was 72,000. So I hereby announce that number 17 Jiangnan has successfully advanced to the top 16 of Tomorrow's Star.
It's a shame that number 3 Lin Jian was eliminated in the round of 32. Hearing this result, Jiangnan had a faint smile on his face, not surprised. After all, Star of Tomorrow is a live variety show, and the results of the competition are directly voted by audiences from all over the world and cannot be faked. Using a song that does not require too many skills to sing, has a light and simple melody, and is easier to sing for the first competition will be far better than those showy songs. On the other hand, Lin Jian felt like he was being whipped for the second time after Xia Baining announced the voting results. The pride in my heart was completely shattered at this moment, and the feeling of grievance surged up like a tide. Lin Jian, who had never encountered such a blow since childhood, was like a woman, with his eyes red and tears streaming down his face. The live camera perfectly captured the tears in the eyes of the defeated Lin Jian on the stage. In an instant, the barrage on the public screen began to stir. Netizen I want, fuck, is number 3 still a man? It's so disgusting. Netizens fighting maggots in the toilet, if you lose, you lose. What's the point of crying? It's a disgrace to our Lonin. Netizens are so poor that they only have dreams left. Get out of here, number 3, and stop embarrassing yourself here. You bastard Jiangnan, how could you do this to my brother? In the bar box, Lin Shiner looked at the scrolling barrage of comments and was so angry that she threw the wineglass in her hand to the ground. When she saw her brother being humiliated by netizens, she felt a surge of inexplicable anger in her heart. Especially when she noticed the faint smile on Jiangnan's face, she couldn't help but get even angrier. In Lin Shiner's eyes, Jiangnan's smile was full of sarcasm, and winning the PK against Lin Jian was a disguised humiliation to her. After all, they have been together for 3 years, and they cannot treat their family like this in any way. The more Lin Shiner thought about it, the angrier she became, and the more aggrieved she felt, and crystal tears flowed from her eyes. Seeing this, Chen Pingan, who was standing by, quickly hugged Lin Shiner. Don't be sad, Shiner.
You don't need to shed tears over such a thing.
Pingan, how could he do this to me? We've been together for 3 years, and he treats Xiaojin like this.
After being hugged, Lin Shiner did not struggle at all. She was very sad now and wanted to have an embrace to lean on.
Because he's a scumbag.
Only a scumbag would do such a despicable thing.
Chen Pingan comforted him softly. Shiner, do you need me to teach that scumbag a lesson?
Lin Shiner, who was feeling sad, did not respond, but looked at Chen Pingan. Well, my agent told me a few days ago that the rising star wanted to invite me to be a guest star. I was going to refuse, but for you, I can do it. Chen Pingan spoke every word seriously. When Lin Shiner heard this, she felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart, so she couldn't help but reach out and hug the other person back. Sensing the hand on his body, Chen Pingan's mouth curled up, and the greed in his eyes intensified. Although he is somewhat famous now, Star of Tomorrow is the most popular music variety show in China. In order to participate in the challenge competition and increase his fame, Chen Pingan actually worked hard to obtain the qualification, and it was not as he said that he planned to reject the invitation from the program team. In the box, the childhood sweetheart and the childhood sweetheart hugged each other like a pair of lovers. On the live broadcast stage, the eliminated Lin Jian walked off in tears. Only Jiangnan and Xia Baining were still standing there. Next, please ask the 4 mentors to comment on the performance of contestant number 17, Jiangnan.
Xia Baining looked at the instructor's seat and finally stopped his gaze on Wu Tianhua.
First, please allow teacher Wu to comment. Wu Tianhua is in his early 50s, has a good figure, and looks very energetic. He glanced at Jiangnan, picked up the microphone and started commenting. As a songwriter, I feel that the song The First Dream is very mature and has no flaws, so I don't have much to comment on. I hope you can keep up the good work and create better music for the dragon language music scene.
Okay, thank you, Teacher Wu.
Jiangnan bowed to Wu Tianhua, then shifted his gaze to Li Xingjie. The First Dream is a good song, and contestant number 17 has a great voice, but the song as a whole is only passable in my opinion. As a singer famous for his singing skills, Li Xingjie has his own opinions.
Perhaps it's because contestant number 17 isn't a professional singer, and his singing technique is too basic, which kind of ruins his good voice.
Li Xingjie had a very low opinion of him. In his opinion, Jiangnan just had a loud voice, and no matter how well he sang, he would not be impressed.
Thank you, Teacher Li. Jiangnan on the stage just smiled and said thank you. He didn't want to say much about Li Xingjie's evaluation.
After all, people have different values.
In Jiang Nan's eyes, songs are used to comfort, heal and encourage people.
As long as a song is sung and people feel it is pleasant or even infected by it, it is enough. You don't have to use greasy techniques and superb singing skills to prove how great you are.
Haha, I really like the song Jiangnan that you just sang.
At this moment, Yang Mi's laughter broke the awkwardness in the live broadcast room. I don't know much about your singing skills or songwriting, but I love the song The First Dream.
I will definitely play it on repeat when I get back. I look forward to your next stage in Jiangnan.
I hope you can do something different next time, like dancing or something like that.
Thank you, Teacher Yang.
Jiangnan felt very touched by Yang Mi's words, because the other party's evaluation was more like that of ordinary people.
The audience of live broadcast is also the general public. After the first three mentors finished their evaluation, only Liu Yefei was left. At this moment, Liu Yefei just stared at Jiangnan blankly, with no intention of speaking. Seeing this, the host quickly said, "Teacher Xiaofei, do you have anything to say to contestant number 17, Jiangnan?"
Liu Yefei came back to her senses and was stunned for a moment, then left the mentor seat and went straight onto the stage. Afterwards, in front of all the contestants, staff, mentors, directors and more than 3 million people in the live broadcast studio, he hugged Jiangnan. The sudden scene stunned the people at the scene and the millions of people in the live broadcast room. Not only that, Jiangnan, who was hugged, was also stunned on the spot.
He and Liu Yefei actually knew each other.
When they were in college, they were in the same department and grade, and they often played music together. However, after he established a romantic relationship with Lin Xiner, he gave up his musical dream.
It's been 3 years since we last met.
He thought that now that she had become a popular pop star, she might become distant from him. I never thought that he would hug me on such a big stage, in front of so many people.
Chapter 11 Wife. Jiangnan was a little panicked when he was suddenly hugged.
In the live broadcast room, Liu Yefei's fans were even more panicked.
Netizens only love Fei Bao, WDF? Why does Fei Bao want to hug him? A netizen said it snowed when her period came. Let go, Fei Bao, did you come to the world just for this wicked man?
Netizen quiet fish, damn, I heard the sound of my own heart breaking.
Netizen Hui Yen Yen Yi, is this a public confession of love?
Wake up, Fei Bao, men will only hinder your pace of becoming a god. As the barrage of comments scrolled on the public screen, Jiangnan came to his senses and found that Liu Yefei winked at him with her back to the camera. Then he whispered in his ear, "Don't panic, Jiang, I just want to give you some attention and get on the trending search list myself." Hearing this, Jiangnan was speechless.
However, as Liu Yefei said, a popular young queen who was emotionally blank suddenly hugging an amateur contestant on the show can indeed increase the popularity of both parties. This result is a win-win situation, and in Jiangnan's eyes, Liu Yefei is his friend.
Therefore, after knowing the other party's intention, he acquiesced to this sudden hug. After a while, when Liu Yefei let go of Jiangnan, the host next to him also came back to his senses from the shock.
Teacher Xiaofei, do you know contestant number 17?
Of course, Jiangnan and I were classmates in the same department at the same time, and we often played music together at school. Liu Yefei responded calmly, he is a very important friend in my life.
He taught me many of the instruments I can play now. So that's how it is. I'm sorry. Jiangnan and I haven't seen each other for 3 years.
I was a little excited at the time, so I interrupted the live broadcast rhythm. I want to apologize to all the viewers in the live broadcast room.
I'm sorry.
Liu Yefei bowed solemnly to the camera, then started to bring the live broadcast back to the main topic. My opinion of Jiangnan's song just now is that not only was his composition great, but his performance was also spot on.
Brother Xingjie said that Jiangnan's performance was only passing, and that he sang too bluntly and didn't understand the technique. I don't agree with this. Every song has its own way of singing.
Whether a song is good or not is not judged by its showmanship or high notes, but by whether it can touch the hearts of the audience.
I think the number of votes for the song Jiangnan has given the best answer. Another point is that the Jiangnan I know does not have a loud voice.
On the contrary, in my opinion, his singing skills are among the T1 players in the current Dragon Country music scene.
There are no more than 3 people who can sing better than him. This is my view of Gangnam. Thank you everyone.
After Liu Yefei finished speaking, she smiled at Jiangnan with her back to the camera and returned to the mentor seat.
When passing by Li Xingjie, he clearly saw a hint of resentment in the other's eyes.
At this time, Li Xingjie really felt hatred in his heart and wanted to refute Liu Yefei, but he could not find any reasonable words to refute her. In the end, he could only suppress his anger in his heart.
After Jiang Nan's performance, the recording of his show for today was completed.
So he went backstage to pack up and left the live studio. On the way home, he received a message. When he clicked it, he found that it was from Liu Yefei.
Did you break up with Lin Chiner? Jiang Nan was a little surprised when he saw the news.
Since confirming her relationship with Lin Chiner 3 years ago and announcing it on WeChat Moments, Liu Yefei has not contacted him. He has been very busy in the past few years and has no time to contact her, so the friendship they had in college has gradually been put aside by time. Now that Liu Yefei had taken the initiative to send him a message, coupled with their interaction on the stage just now, it reminded him of the past when he was in college.
The two met for the first time in the music classroom after Jiang Nan's first class at university. The content of that class was self-introduction and talent performance.
Liu Yefei was still a little green at that time, but her performance talent was amazing, and she played the piano brilliantly.
Jiang Nan's talent that day was singing.
With an acoustic guitar and a naturally good voice, he shined. After class that day, Liu Yefei took the initiative to contact Jiang Nan and invited him to form a band. Because of his love for music and his dream of forming a band, Jiang Nan did not refuse. Later, he, Liu Yefei, and another classmate formed a 3-person band. It also has a very strange name, called Nanhu Forest Farm. After playing in the band for a year, one of the members transferred to study business abroad, and Jiang Nan had to perform in bars every night to earn tuition and living expenses, so the band disbanded. But when he was in school, he would still play music with Liu Yefei. She taught him to play the piano and drums, and he taught him to play the arrow and flute. She wrote a song and he wrote lyrics for it, which were later posted online and caused quite a stir. Those were beautiful and carefree days. It's a pity that all good things must come to an end.
Jiang Nan became a businessman because of a love affair.
Liu Yefei was noticed by a record company because of the songs she posted online, and officially started her music dream.
Recalling the past, Jiang Nan felt a little sad. He looked at the message sent by Liu Yefei and replied yes. Soon, the other party sent another message. Do you have time? Let's have dinner together tomorrow?
Not tomorrow, I have some things to take care of. Since he was going to move to Ning Wanqiu's place tomorrow, Jiang Nan directly refused.
But after a while, he sent another message. How about the day after tomorrow? I'm not free the day after tomorrow because I have a commercial performance scheduled. How about we make an appointment when we're both free?
Okay. After a brief chat, the taxi stopped at the gate of the community where Jiang Nan lived. After he returned home, he took a shower and fell asleep. The next morning, Jiang Nan, who woke up naturally, had just finished brushing his teeth when he received a message from Ning Wanqiu.
Would you like to move in with me today? Well, I'll pack up and move in now.
Okay, I'll pick you up later.
Don't bother me, Sister Chiu. I can go there myself. Today is the weekend and I don't have to go to work.
So, you pack up and wait for me at home. After sending the message, Jiang Nan felt a little nervous, but he didn't have time to think too much. Ning Wanqiu said she would come to pick him up, so he started packing his luggage. An hour later, Jiang Nan arrived at the gate of the community carrying a large suitcase and an acoustic guitar.
I just happened to see Ning Wanqiu parked the car and walked out.
The two looked at each other, and Jiang Nan called out, Sister Chiu.
Put your luggage in. Ning Wanqiu responded without thinking much about it.
After Jiang Nan put his luggage away and sat in the passenger seat, he drove away. The two of them were silent the whole way, one concentrating on driving, and the other staring out the window in an awkward daze.
It wasn't until they stopped at a traffic light that Ning Wanqiu said, Are you free today? Yes, what's wrong? My mother wants to see you. Put the luggage away and we'll go see her. Auntie wants to see me, okay.
As he spoke, Jiang Nan shifted his gaze to Ning Wanqiu, who happened to be looking at him. For a moment, their eyes met, and then they looked away awkwardly. By the way, when you see my mom, you have to change the way you address me, and you can't call her auntie.
Ah? What should I call you then? Jiang Nan's heart tightened, and after a pause he said, Wife. Chapter 12 Meeting the Mother-in-Law. When Jiang Nan called out wife, the air in the car seemed to freeze in an instant. He could feel his heart beating rapidly, and his face and ears were a little hot. Perhaps it was because he suddenly called out the most intimate name to someone he was not familiar with, and his heart was a little confused. Ning Wanqiu, who was standing by, tightened her grip on the steering wheel and a blush appeared on her face when she heard the word wife. After 40 years of life, she thought she could see through many things.
However, she was a little panicked when a man who was 17 years younger than her called her wife. The two people in the car were at a loss for a moment because of the word wife. They didn't even notice the traffic light changed. It wasn't until the car behind them honked their horn that they both came to their senses. The vehicle continued to move, and after a long time, Ning Wanqiu's mood finally calmed down. She turned her head and glanced at Jiangnan, and found that her nominal husband was actually shy, and the blush on his face and ears had not yet subsided. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, she thought for a moment and spoke to break the silence. In fact, we are quite destined to be together. Ah. Hearing these words suddenly, Jiangnan remembered what happened between them that night a month ago. I wanted to speak up, but I didn't know what to say. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Ning Wanqiu continued, actually, with my personality, I would definitely have sent you to jail for what you did to me a month ago. But do you know why I didn't bother you afterwards? I'm sorry. I really was. Jiangnan wanted to explain, but then he thought, the thing has already happened, and it would be wrong to talk too much now, so he changed the subject and asked, Sister Chiu, why didn't you call the police? Before I tell you, can you answer a question for me? Okay, Sister Chiu, you ask. Do you believe in fate? Jiangnan did not rush to answer such a question. Instead, he thought about it carefully before saying seriously, I believe that although fate cannot be seen or touched, the relationship between people, from meeting, knowing each other, staying together, or parting, cannot be separated from these two words. I believe it too. Ning Wanqiu suddenly had a beautiful smile on her face. Actually, I've been looking for you for 4 years. Looking for me? Why are you looking for me? Did we know each other before? Did you rescue a drowning person in Shisha Wetland Park 4 years ago? Hearing this, a picture emerged in Jiangnan's mind. It was a sunny morning. He agreed to help Liu Yefei write lyrics, so he looked for inspiration in Shisha Wetland Park. Suddenly he heard a cry for help and ran towards the sound. As a result, he saw a woman and a child falling into the artificial lake in the wetland park. Without thinking much, he went into the water and rescued the two people. The child who fell into the water was fine and was still conscious when he came ashore, but the woman fainted due to lack of oxygen. By chance, a passerby called the emergency number and an ambulance rushed to take the woman to the hospital. Thinking of this, Jiangnan looked incredulous. Sister Chiu, could it be that the person I saved back then was you? Yes, don't you think we are destined to be together? Ning Wanqiu nodded. I remember it was a weekend, and I was relaxing in Shisha Wetland Park. As I was walking, I heard a cry for help. When I rushed over, I found that a playful child had fallen into the lake. Relying on my good swimming ability, I went into the lake to save people without thinking too much. But after I got in, the water was so cold that my legs started to cramp up after I hadn't swum far. Not only did he fail to save the child, he almost got himself into trouble. Later, you rescued me to shore. After explaining the whole story, Ning Wanqiu added, you saved my life back then, and I've never even said thank you. You're welcome, it's just a small favor. During the conversation, the awkwardness between the two of them disappeared. Jiangnan asked again, Sister Chiu, when I rescued you to the shore, you seemed to have fainted, right? How did you recognize me? Before I passed out, I saw a scar on the left arm of the person who saved me, and there was a red mole underneath the scar. When I woke up in the hotel that day, I noticed the scar and mole on your left arm and recognized you. So that's how it is. Many things seem to be arranged by God in advance. After many twists and turns, two people of different ages, different classes, and who should not have any contact with each other became husband and wife. Although it is just a contractual relationship, who knows how things will develop in the future? The awkwardness was resolved and the two began to chat casually. Not long after, Ning Wanqiu parked the car at the gate of a high-end villa area in the west of the city. Afterwards, he took Jiangnan into the security room and recorded his fingerprints and facial recognition for entry and exit. The environment inside the villa area is completely different from the shabby community where he lived before. Ning Wanqiu lives in a 3-story, fully furnished villa, and the interior decoration of the house is extremely luxurious. Come with me. After entering the house, Ning Wanqiu led Jiangnan directly into a room on the first floor. You can live here. Okay, Sister Chiu. Jiangnan stood at the door and took a look around. He found that the room was very large, no less than 80 square meters. It had a separate bathroom, high-end sofas and wardrobes, and the lighting was also very good. Through the window, you can see the small garden outside the house. Do you think this room is okay?
Ning Wanqiu walked into the room and opened the window. If you need anything, just tell me and I'll buy it for you. This room is nice, thank you. Jiangnan hurriedly replied, pushing his suitcase into the house, and put his acoustic guitar in the corner. He looked at the empty room and asked, Sister Chiu, can I ask you a question? You say. I want to buy a piano. I wonder if it's possible.
Ever since Jiangnan picked up his dream of music again, he has always wanted to buy a piano, but unfortunately he didn't have much money at the beginning. After singing in a bar for a month and earning more than 20,000 yuan, he planned to buy a piano, but the living space made him hesitate. The rented house is too small and there is no place for the piano. Even if we force ourselves to vacate a piece of space, it will disturb the neighbors due to the sound insulation in that community.
But it is different now.
The room arranged by Ning Wanqiu is so big, and the villas are all independent and have their own courtyards. Even if she plays the piano, she does not have to worry about disturbing others.
Sure, I'll have one delivered right now. Ning Wanqiu's answer was very straightforward, and Jiangnan felt a little warm in his heart.
But after pondering the other person's words carefully, he quickly waved his hand and said, No.
I won't bother you, Sister Chiu.
I can buy it myself when the time comes.
It's just a piano. It's not a big deal.
Ning Wanqiu walked out of the room after she finished speaking. When she reached the door, she said, Hurry up and pack up.
My mother is still waiting for us. Oh well. Remember, when you see my mom later, you can't call me that. Okay, wife.
When Jiangnan thought about meeting his mother-in-law soon, his originally calm mood began to become nervous again. Chapter 13 Mother-in-law's Concerns.
After tidying up briefly, Jiangnan walked out of the room. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Ning Wanqiu walking down from the second floor.
She changed into a beige lace cheongsam, wore a pair of high heels of the same color, and carried a beige Chanel bag on her side. With her perfect figure and delicate face, she made people fall in love with her at first sight.
Jiangnan couldn't take his eyes off the beautiful woman walking down the stairs for a moment.
The person in front of me is clearly 40 years old, but no matter how I look at him, he looks like he is only 30. I couldn't help but secretly sigh that the other person was in such good shape.
Soon, Ning Wanqiu walked to Jiangnan and handed him a pair of car keys. This is for you.
Huh?
Jiangnan glanced at the car keys and didn't reach out to take them. Instead, he asked in confusion, Sister Chiu, what are you doing?
I have an unused sports car in my garage.
I think it suits your temperament very well.
Since you don't have a car, you can take it and drive it first. Ning Wanqiu spoke lightly. But after hearing this, Jiangnan quickly waved his hand and refused. Because he saw an icon on the car key, which was the icon of the world-famous car company Faraday. As far as he knows, the price of this brand of sports car starts at 8 figures at the very least.
No need, Sister Chiu. This car is too expensive. It's not suitable for me to drive. There's nothing wrong with it.
This car was given to me 2 years ago, and I can count the number of times I've driven it on one hand. It's just sitting there gathering dust in the garage, so it's perfect for you.
As she spoke, Ning Wanqiu grabbed Jiangnan's hand, stuffed the car keys into his hand, and walked out of the house.
As he walked, he said, Let's go, my mother is still waiting for us.
Oh, okay.
Jiangnan hurriedly chased after him, wanting to return the car keys. But Ning Wanqiu stopped him from thinking, Please drive me there.
Okay. Now that things have come to this, Jiangnan is no longer shy.
The two of them quickly entered the garage and got into a silver-gray sports car. Accompanied by the roar of a sports car, they left the villa together. 20 minutes later, Jiangnan drove into the nursing home where Gufan lived. Ning Wanqiu noticed some nervousness on his face, so she walked over and raised her hand, Hold my arm, husband.
Hearing the word husband, Jiangnan felt even more nervous.
Although he is only a son-in-law in name only. But next he had to play the role of a real son-in-law and couldn't let Ning Wanqiu's mother see any flaws. This was a huge pressure for Jiangnan, who had never experienced such a scene before.
What's wrong? Are you nervous?
Seeing that Jiangnan didn't speak for a long time, Ning Wanqiu took the initiative to hold his arm. Relax, don't think too much.
Okay.
Jiangnan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Let's go, honey, take me to see our mother.
Let's go.
Ning Wanqiu smiled slightly, and left the parking lot hand in hand with Jiangnan. In the eyes of others, they looked like a loving couple. As they passed a tree-lined path in the sanatorium, a voice called out from not far away, Xiao Qiu. Following the sound of the shouting, the two saw several old ladies in a hall. Among them was Gu Fong with gray hair. "My daughter and my son-in-law are here to see me. You two can chat first." After Gu Fong finished speaking, she pushed her wheelchair towards the tree-lined path with a happy look on her face.
"Mom, where is the nurse?"
Ning Wanqiu quickly let go of Jiang Nan's hand, trotted behind Gu Fong, and held the wheelchair handle.
A few of us old sisters chatted and sent the caregiver away. While speaking, Gu Fong's eyes were fixed on Jiang Nan.
When she saw Jiang Nan for the first time, she was a little surprised. After all, she had seen him on TV last night. The mother-in-law and son-in-law just looked at each other until Ning Wanqiu pushed Gu Fong in front of Jiang Nan, and neither of them spoke.
Jiang Nan was very nervous at this time.
Before meeting his nominal mother-in-law, he thought of many opening remarks.
But now that we've really met, I can't say it. Just when the atmosphere was about to become awkward, Gu Fong spoke first. "Your name is Jiang Nan, right?" "Yes, auntie, 2M Jiang Nan."
The breakthrough was made. Jiang Nan responded nervously, but then he thought about it and found that he seemed to have said the wrong thing.
So he quickly retorted, yes, Mom, I'm Jiang Nan." "Ha, why are you so nervous, kid? I'm not going to eat you." Noticing the tense expression on Jiang Nan's face and his hesitant tone, Gu Fong began to feel some fondness for her son-in-law.
In her opinion, if her son-in-law is nervous, it means that he cares about his mother-in-law very much. Although she was satisfied, Gu Fong still had some doubts about her son-in-law. "After all, my daughter has always been alone, but yesterday she suddenly came to me and said she was getting married." So she glanced at her daughter and son-in-law and said solemnly, "Show me your marriage certificates." Having thought of this in advance, Ning Wanqiu quickly took out her and Jiang Nan's marriage certificate from her bag. After carefully reading the little red notebook, Gu Fong's doubts disappeared. Then he grabbed Jiang Nan's hand and said, "I'm sorry for wronging you, kid."
Ah.
Jiang Nan, who was no longer so nervous, didn't understand the meaning of the words when he heard them, so he could only agree, "I'm not wronged, Mom."
"Good boy, Xiaoqiu is so much older than you. I am very grateful that you don't mind marrying her."
No, don't think like that.
As long as people love each other, age is not a problem at all. Jiang Nan's tone was serious and his expression was sincere.
"Can you push me for a walk?" Meeting Jiang Nan's gaze, Gu Fong made a request. Then he looked at his daughter again and said, "Xiaoqiu, please go to my guest room and sit for a while.
I want to talk to my son-in-law alone." "Good." Ning Wanqiu didn't think much about it. She pretended to be intimate and reached out her hand to stroke Jiang Nan's face. "Hubby, take good care of my mother." "Well, don't worry, wife." Jiang Nan nodded and pushed Gu Fong around the sanatorium.
Soon, the two of them walked along the tree-lined path and came to a small forest. Seeing that there was no one around, Gu Fong gestured to Jiang Nan to sit down on a public wooden chair in the woods.
He changed his previous kind tone and asked, "Are you and my daughter truly in love?" "Yes, Mom."
Jiang Nan's heart tightened, but he still responded calmly.
"So what do you like about Xiaoqiu?"
"I like her kindness and her caring nature, and we have a deep bond." Before coming to the sanatorium, Ning Wanqiu had already discussed with Jiang Nan how to answer Gu Fong's questions. So his response now was calm and unhurried.
"What kind of fate?"
"Us." Just like that, Jiang Nan roughly recounted the story of saving Ning Wanqiu 4 years ago and what happened a month ago.
After listening, Gu Fong fell silent.
After a long while, he said, "You two are indeed destined to be together, but the age difference between you is too big. Maybe Xiaoqiu is still pretty now, and you 1T despise her.
But what about 10 years from now? When she is old and you are in your prime, will you still love her as much as you do now?"
"Perhaps by then, you will have grown tired of each other and ignored each other."
Chapter 14: The Barking White Moonlight.
As Gu Fong said, no one can guarantee what will happen 10 years from now. However, Jiang Nan and Ning Wanqiu had already thought of a response to this problem before coming. He sighed and responded softly. "No one knows what will happen in 10 years. But I can guarantee that Wanqiu and I will never ignore each other. Because a month ago, after Wanqiu and I got together, she became pregnant with my child. So no matter what, as long as we have the bond of our children, what you call ignoring each other will never happen between us. And I think the relationship between husband and wife does not depend on appearance. When a couple has been together for a certain period of time, the beauty in their appearance will be diluted by time. If you want to maintain a truly long-lasting relationship between husband and wife, you need to rely on mutual understanding and tolerance, as well as the feelings that gradually accumulate after being together. Besides, people nowadays pay attention to health preservation and maintenance, and many women in their 50s look very young. I believe that even 10 years from now, Wanxiu's appearance will not be much different from now. Jiangnan said this, and when he looked at Gu Feng, he found that the other party was staring at him in surprise. So, holding her mother-in-law's hand, she added, "Mom, please believe me. I will definitely treat Wanxiu well." You said Wanxiu is pregnant?" Gu Feng, with a look of surprise on her face, held Jiangnan's hand and eagerly repeated, "Is Wanxiu really pregnant?" "Yes, Mom. I went to the hospital a few days ago and found out I'm 4 weeks pregnant." That's great, that's great." Gu Feng was ecstatic when she heard such good news. She hadn't been this happy in years. Ever since Ning's father passed away when Ning Wanxiu was 5 years old, she took over the Ning family's property. I was busy with work while taking care of my daughter, and this went on for nearly 20 years. It was not until Ning Wanxiu took over the family business that Gu Feng had some free time. However, after Ning Wanxiu took over the company, she devoted herself to work, which made Gu Feng, who really wanted to hold her grandson, anxious. So she started looking for a blind date for her daughter. But Ning Wanxiu was like a robot that only knew how to work. She had no interest in matters of the heart, and all the blind dates she came for were rejected. After hearing so many introductions, Gu Feng began to feel discouraged. Until recently, when she learned that she had a terminal illness, she had completely given up on her daughter's future. But now Jiangnan's words brought her dead heart back to life. "Xiaonan, my daughter is a poor person. If you really love her, I hope you can treat her well in the future. Just pretend that your mother never said anything just now." Gu Feng, who originally wanted to persuade Jiangnan to leave, had a big change of mood when she learned that her daughter was pregnant. "I will, Mom, don't worry." Having said this, the gap between the mother-in-law and son-in-law disappeared. Afterwards, Jiangnan pushed Gu Feng back to the guest room, and the three of them chatted for another afternoon. It was not until the sky outside began to darken that Jiangnan took Ning Wanxiu's hand and left. Instead of going straight home, they went to a restaurant for dinner. As soon as they got out of the car, they ran into Lin Qiner and Chen Ping'an, who were walking out of the restaurant. It just fits the saying Xiaoer's mother opened the door for Xiaoer. "Jiangnan, who is she?" The moment Lin Qiner saw Jiangnan, a surge of anger arose in her heart. Watching Jiangnan get out of a luxury car, accompanied by Ning Wanxiu, who was obviously older than him, this made her think of the word keeping a sponsor. After being with Jiangnan for 3 years, she knew very well that he had no money at all. So it is absolutely impossible to afford such a nice car within a month. Although she didn't recognize Ning Wanxiu, who was following beside her, she was wearing Xiang Nair's bag on her shoulder, a custom-made cheongsam on her body, and shoes from the global luxury brand Moonstar on her feet. An outfit like this would cost at least 7 figures. Jiangnan glanced at Lin Qiner, then looked at Chen Ping'an, who was holding her arm, and immediately looked away, not even bothering to say a word to his ex-girlfriend in front of him. "Okay, Jiangnan, you scumbag, now I know why you want to break up." Lin Qiner shook off Chen Ping'an's hand and angrily ran to Ning Wanxiu and taunted her, "You old woman are so shameless, you dare to seduce my boyfriend." Hearing the word old woman, Jiangnan, who originally didn't want to pay attention to Lin Qiner, became angry. "That's enough, Lin Qiner. We've already broken up. It's my freedom to be with whoever I want. Besides, what's wrong with me?" Jiangnan's tone was very aggressive. In his opinion, a qualified ex should be as if dead. "So you're allowed to be affectionate with Bai Yueguan? So I should remain a virgin just for you, my ex? Is there something seriously wrong with your brain?" The words were unpleasant to hear, and when Lin Qiner heard them, her anger grew even greater. I wanted to retort, but Jiangnan's words made no sense at all. After a moment of silence, he growled, "Are you trying to get revenge on me by hooking up with an old woman like this? Revenge you? Are you worthy? Lin Qiner, let me say this one last time. We have broken up. You are a stranger in my eyes now, and I hope I am a stranger in your eyes too." Jiangnan, who didn't want to get entangled anymore, left this sentence and prepared to leave. But Lin Qiner, who was already angry, was unwilling to give in. She turned her vicious gaze towards Ning Wanxiu and slapped her in the face with her hand. Originally, Ning Wanxiu didn't want to bother with Jiangnan's affairs. But after being humiliated time and time again, Lin Qiner actually wanted to take action now, which made her a little annoyed. So when Lin Qiner's hand appeared in front of him, Ning Wanxiu suddenly grabbed the other person's wrist and raised his other hand to slap her back. Pa! Accompanied by a clear slapping sound, a slightly red palm print appeared on Lin Qiner's face. Seeing this, Jiang Nan on the side quickly reached out and pushed Lin Qiner away, protecting Ning Wanqiu behind him, and angrily scolded, "If you keep pestering me, don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, he turned around and looked at Ning Wanqiu, and said softly in a different tone, "Are you okay, Sister Qiu?" "I'm fine." Ning Wanqiu smiled and shook her head, meeting Jiang Nan's concerned gaze. This scene fell into the eyes of Lin Qiner, who was pushed away, making her already uncomfortable mood even heavier. "I couldn't hold it back for a moment and started crying." "Don't be sad, Qiner." Chen Pingan, who had been watching the show on the side, suddenly walked over, put his arm around Lin Qiner's shoulders, and started to mock her. "Your name is Jiang Nan, right? How can there be someone like you in this world? You've been living off your girlfriend for 3 years and you're tired of it. Now you're bringing your mistress to bully your girlfriend. You're truly a jerk in the world." "Shut up. I gave up my dream and worked at the Lin Group for 3 years. I've never been late or left early, and I've worked countless nights of unpaid overtime. We've been together for 3 years, but my savings are only in the 4 figures. I don't have a car or a house. Have you ever seen a gigolo like this?" Jiang Nan looked at Chen Pingan with disdain and said, "Look at you, a third-rate celebrity with no talent at all. You act like a scumbag, yet you're flirting with Lin Qiner even though you know she has a boyfriend. How dare you, someone like you who knows nothing but third-rate, bark in front of me? You. Chen Pingan was speechless for a moment. "What are you talking about? Stop barking. I don't have any bones here." Jiang Nan was too lazy to say anything more and went into the restaurant with Ning Wanqiu. Chapter 15. My wife gives me a car and a piano. When we returned to the villa after dinner, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. As soon as Jiang Nan opened the door, he saw a piano inside. He hurried over to take a look and was stunned, because he saw a Steinway M170 logo on the guitar. Although he didn't know the exact price, Jiang Nan knew that there was no cheap piano of this brand. So he quickly took out his mobile phone and checked online, and finally found out that the piano in the room was a Steinway M170, priced at 1.08 million. How could Sister Qiu buy me such a good piano? After finding out the price, Jiang Nan hurried out of the room. I happened to see Ning Wanqiu sitting on the sofa in the living room reading documents. "Sister Qiu, can I return the piano in my room?" "Why, you don't like it?" Ning Wanqiu put down the documents in her hand and looked at Jiang Nan. No, I like it very much, but that piano is too expensive. It would be a waste for me to play it." "Wasteful? I don't think so." Ning Wanqiu smiled and said, "Aren't pianos made for people to play? If you don't like that piano, just leave it alone and buy another one yourself." Well. At this point, Jiang Nan could only accept it happily. "Sister Qiu, thank you for giving me such a good piano." He was flattered when he thought that the other party was giving him both a car and a piano today. Jiang Nan has never seen his father since he was a child and was raised by his mother. Since his mother passed away 6 years ago, he has never felt the feeling of being cared for by others. But at this moment, this long-lost feeling arises spontaneously. "If you want to thank me, how about playing a piano piece for me?" Seeing Jiang Nan's face full of gratitude, Ning Wanqiu made a request. "Please." And so, the two of them entered the room. Jiang Nan sat in front of the piano, glanced at Ning Wanqiu, who was sitting not far away, and began to play with his fingertips. He played a piece called Canon Variations. The brisk and gentle rhythm, coupled with the perfect timbre of a high-end piano, only took a short while for Ning Wanqiu to be deeply immersed in the music. During the more than 5-minute performance, the music rhythm was sometimes high, sometimes low, sometimes exciting, and sometimes calm. After listening to this, Ning Wanqiu raised her hands and applauded unconsciously. She also had a musical dream when she was young, so she has some knowledge of music. Although she had never heard this piano piece before, she knew it was a piece of high attainments as soon as she heard it. "It sounds great. Could you tell me the name of the song?" After listening to the smooth performance, Ning Wanqiu's gaze towards Jiang Nan changed slightly. She didn't expect that the little man in front of her could play the piano so well. His extremely skillful technique was comparable to that of a great pianist. This piece of music is a composition of mine, called Canon Variations. So it's a self-made idea. No wonder I haven't heard of it before. After hearing the word self-created, Ning Wanqiu's view of Jiang Nan changed a little. She felt that her contract husband was a treasure. "If Sister Qiu likes the song, I'll record it for you tomorrow. I like it. I like it very much. It's a deal."
In the room, Ning Wanqiu and Jiangnan chatted for a while and then left. Jiangnan took a shower and lay down on the bed.
He has been busy since this morning and has no time to look at his phone. I just went to bed and wasn't sleepy, so I took out my phone and started looking at it. He first opened the green bubble and saw a pinned announcement in the Rising Stars group.
Next Saturday's program is a designated competition with the designated theme of ordinary people. The songs sung by the contestants must reflect the theme. At that time, the top 16 contestants will draw lots to determine the order of their performances on stage. After the 16 contestants have finished their performances, the audience in the live broadcast room will vote. In the end, the 4 players ranked 13th to 16th were eliminated. If the 12th and 13th place contestants have the same number of votes, a 1v1 PK match will be held. I hope all the players will be aware of this. After reading the announcement, Jiangnan didn't take it too seriously.
With his rich entertainment memories from Earth, the competition was no pressure for him.
After exiting the green bubble, he opened the Weibo account. As soon as I opened it, I saw the #1 hot search entry hashtag.
Although the title did not mention Jiangnan, he knew that the content must be a clarification of the incident in which Liu Yefei hugged him on the spot during the live broadcast of Tomorrow's Star last night. He was not interested in such news, so he continued to read, and finally his eyes stopped on the 18th entry on the hot search list.
Hashtag who is Gangnam.
Seeing such an entry, Jiangnan's heart trembled, and he remembered what Liu Yefei said last night, "I want to give you some warmth." Without thinking too much, he clicked on it. The content describes some things that happened in school after he went to college. Very detailed and without distorting the facts. The paparazzi nowadays are really powerful. Jiangnan sighed inwardly and found that there were more than 82,000 comments under his news.
Out of curiosity, I clicked into the comments section.
However, the first comment he saw made him laugh and cry.
Netizen Hulu in Grassland wears it on his head. How much does this thing weigh? Don't you know it yourself?
Stop clinging to our Feibao for popularity, get out of here. It's obvious that this kind of comment is from a fan of Liu Yefei, with a lot of likes and comments.
However, Jiangnan didn't care too much about such comments. After all, he is just an amateur now, with no fame, no fans, and only one song. It is normal for him to be looked down upon by others. I scrolled down and looked through the comments.
The content was more or less the same.
It was basically Liu Yefei's crazy fans slandering and despising me.
Just as he was about to exit the comment section, he found a somewhat friendly comment.
Netizen Mr. Wang who lives next door to you, the first dream, sounds great, keep it up.
It seems that there are still passers-by who appreciate me. Jiangnan smiled knowingly, exited the Weibo and opened the Penguin Music app. Currently, the 2 most well-known music apps in Longwa are Penguin Music and NetCloud Music. All the performance songs of the contestants in the Tomorrow's Star program will be synchronized on Penguin Music as soon as possible. Therefore, Jiangnan wanted to see what kind of comments his performance last night was receiving online. The first time he opened the app, he saw the first dream on the new song list, and it was ranked second. The person ranked first is a new song released by a veteran domestic superstar with tens of millions of fans.
Jiangnan was quite satisfied with the result.
He smiled, clicked directly into his own song, and looked through the comments section.
Netizen A, it's a nice and inspiring song.
Netizen B, the music scene today is addicted to plagiarism and covers. Sleazy songs like imitating pig squeals and chicken crowing are everywhere. It has been a long time since we have seen such high-quality original songs.
Netizen C, after listening to this song, I remembered my previous dream of becoming a romantic action film actor in the land of Sakura.
Netizen D, 20 years ago, my dream was to travel around the world. However, now I am middle-aged, burdened by car loans and mortgages, with parents and a wife and children to support. I think this dream will never come true until the day I am buried.
Chapter 16, Feeling Good.
There were a lot of comments, and Jiangnan read them carefully one by one. He didn't know how long he had been looking at it, but he felt sleepy and fell asleep as his hand holding the phone loosened. Although he was in a new environment, Jiangnan slept very soundly. When I woke up the next day, it was 5:30 in the morning and it was not yet fully light outside. On a whim, he started practicing boxing in the yard outside the villa. When he was a child in the countryside, he started learning boxing and martial arts from a strange old man. He would get up early every day to practice boxing. However, since I started working at the Lin Group, the morning exercises I had done for more than 10 years have been abandoned. After practicing boxing for half an hour, it was 6 o'clock. Just at this moment, Ning Wanqiu walked out of the villa.
Good morning. You're up so early to exercise. Seeing Jiangnan in the yard, Ning Wanqiu greeted him. Sister Zhaoqiu, do you want to go for a run?
At this time, Ning Wanqiu was wearing a sports suit and her long hair was tied into a bun on top of her head.
She looked very cool and energetic. Yeah, do you want to join us, Xiaojiang?
Good. After spending a day together yesterday, the two began to become familiar with each other.
They left the villa area and started running along a nearby riverbank. The air in the early morning is very good and there are many people running on the path along the embankment.
Half an hour later, the two sweaty people bought some breakfast outside and brought it back to the villa.
It was almost 8 o'clock when Ning Wanqiu went to work and Jiangnan went back to his room to practice the piano.
Perhaps because I hadn't played the piano properly for a long time, I sat down at the piano and practiced until after 3 in the afternoon.
It wasn't until his stomach growled that Jiangnan realized he was hungry.
I originally wanted to just find something to eat, but when I looked at the time, I found that it was almost time for dinner.
So he clicked on the green bubble and sent a message to Ning Wanqiu. Sister Qiu, will you come back for dinner after work tonight? Not long after the message was sent, Ning Wanqiu replied.
I get off work at 6 o'clock. If you want something to eat, I'll make it for you when I get home. Jiangnan felt warm in his heart when he saw the news that the other party was going to cook for him. No one has cooked for him since his mother passed away.
In an instant, he developed an inexplicable feeling for his nominal wife.
But on second thought, Ning Wanqiu must have treated me like this because of what happened 4 years ago. Therefore, the emotion that had just risen in my heart subsided in an instant. No need, Sister Qiu, I'm going to buy some groceries now.
I'll buy whatever you want and cook it for you. After thinking for a moment, Jiangnan quickly sent a message back. Can you cook? A little bit.
Okay, I don't have any dietary restrictions except spicy food, seafood, and cilantro.
You can cook it yourself.
Okay, Sister Qiu, see you later. After chatting for a while, Jiangnan packed up and went to buy groceries. At 6:30 in the evening, Ning Wanqiu returned home with a large stack of documents. As soon as she entered the house, she saw Jiangnan, wearing a light gray apron, carrying dishes into the dining room. Looking at the busy little man, the slightly heavy expression on her face due to work disappeared, and she unconsciously revealed a faint smile. At this moment, she felt a sense of family warmth.
Come back, Sister Qiu. The meal is ready. Wash your hands and come eat.
Seeing Ning Wanqiu coming back, Jiangnan hurriedly greeted her. Then the two sat across from each other in the dining room and had dinner.
Well, your dish is delicious. Did you learn it specially?
Ning Wanqiu picked up a piece of food with chopsticks, tasted it, and immediately began to praise it. She wasn't just being polite, the food from Jiangnan really suited her taste.
Really?
Sister Qiu, if you think it tastes good, eat more.
Jiangnan smiled happily and explained, I haven't learned it specifically.
There used to be a farmhouse near our village where my mother worked as a cook. Every time after school, I would go to see her and I learned to cook by osmosis.
I see. Is your mother still working at that farmhouse?
No, she's passed away.
Ah.
Ning Wanqiu paused, realizing she had said something wrong, and quickly apologized. I'm sorry,
It's okay.
Birth, aging, sickness and death are all normal things.
Besides, you don't know anything about it.
At this point, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. In order to break this atmosphere, Jiangnan reached into his pocket, took out a USB flash drive and handed it to Ning Wanqiu. Sister Qiu, this is the source of the canon variations from last night.
Have you finished recording? Thank you, Xiaojiang.
After changing the topic, the two began to chat casually again.
At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiangnan left the villa and drove Ning Wanqiu's sports car to the wave bar to perform.
The days passed by in a dull and ordinary way.
Every morning, the two of them go for a morning run together.
In the morning, Jiangnan practiced the piano and composed music at home. In the afternoon, I would go to the vegetable market to buy vegetables and prepare dinner, and wait for Ning Wanqiu to come back. In the evening he went to the bar and sang for 2 hours. Time flies and 3 days have passed.
On the 4th day, Jiangnan prepared dinner and waited until 7 o'clock in the evening, but Ning Wanqiu still didn't come back.
Since I had confirmed that the other party would come back for dinner in the afternoon, I took out my phone and sent him a message. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Ning Wanqiu finally replied.
Sorry, Xiaojiang, I'm having a little problem and I won't be back home tonight.
What happened, Sister Qiu?
Where are you now? Seeing the news, Jongnan felt a little worried.
After spending these few days together, he has already developed a slight liking for Ning Wanqiu. The two of them have many common topics and hobbies, and even their tastes in food are very similar. They all don't like cilantro, are allergic to seafood, and don't like sweets.
This is probably the case for most people.
When they meet someone with similar interests, they will gradually develop a liking for them unknowingly.
It's nothing serious, just an old illness coming back. I'm in the hospital now. Which hospital are you in? I'll come see you. No, I'm really fine, and you have a performance tonight. I'll ask the bar owner for leave later. I won't go tonight. Which hospital are you in, Sister Chiu?
In the ward, Ning Wanqiu saw the message sent by Jiangnan, and her originally depressed mood instantly relaxed a little. After just a few days of getting along, she also developed a slight affection for Jiangnan. Every morning, he would accompany her for a run, and when she got home from get-off work in the evening, he would have dinner ready for her, play the piano for her and compose music for her. Even in recent days, Ning Wanqiu would use canon variations as a sleep song every night before going to bed. Originally she didn't want Jiangnan to come, but in the end she sent him the location of the hospital.
Chapter 17 Roll, the Back Wave. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiangnan rushed to the hospital. As soon as I pushed open the door of the ward, I saw Ning Wanqiu lying on the hospital bed with a pale face.
Just one glance and he felt his heart tighten.
My heart seemed to be pinched by an invisible force.
When we were jogging together in the morning, the other person's face was obviously rosy and he was full of energy. But now he is like a different person, looking so haggard and tired.
What's wrong with you, Sister Chiu?
Jiangnan rushed to the bedside impatiently, his face full of worry.
It's nothing, just my old stomach problem. Looking at the expression on Jiangnan's face, Ning Wanqiu smiled on her pale face.
After only a few days together, she couldn't imagine that the other party would care about her so much.
While feeling touched, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled, so he asked, Xiao Jiang, are you worried about me? Certainly. Why? Hearing Jiangnan's response without hesitation, Ning Wanqiu became even more confused.
Jiangnan, who hadn't thought much about it before coming to the hospital, only realized that his behavior was a bit rash after hearing Ning Wanqiu's two consecutive questions. After all, their current relationship is just a contractual couple, and they haven't been together for long.
The response just now was indeed ill-considered and will inevitably cause trouble to the other party.
He hesitated for a while before replying, Sister Chiu, you are pregnant, and I am also inseparable from the child.
As a man, how can I not be worried? Jiangnan's explanation was very reasonable. After hearing it, Ning Wanqiu just nodded silently and didn't say anything more.
Not long after, there was a knock on the door outside the ward.
Boss Ning, I've sent you the documents.
Then, Ning Wanqiu's secretary Hu Yu walked into the ward carrying a large stack of documents. After a few polite words, Hu Yu casually placed the documents on the bedside table and left.
Jiangnan, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but feel a little distressed for Ning Wanqiu.
Sister Chiu, you're already in this state.
Can't you wait until you're better before dealing with these documents? Business is like a battlefield, some things cannot be delayed.
As Ning Wanqiu spoke, she picked up a document and started reading it. Jiangnan wanted to persuade him again, but then he thought that many business matters really could not be delayed. When he was working at the Lin Group, he often stayed up all night with Lin Qiner, precisely because of this.
Xiao Jiang, do you usually watch short videos?
After reading a copy, Ning Wanqiu frowned and put it aside, and asked casually.
Yeah, I'll read it when I'm bored. So which platform do you usually use?
Currently, the only good websites in Longwa are A&P. I have downloaded the apps for both platforms.
Have you seen the recent promotional video for Pornhub? Jiangnan nodded, remembering a video that had recently gone viral on the internet.
The title of the video is Holang. The copy is well written, and the content mainly focuses on the new generation of young people. Using the self-narration tone of an old announcer, combined with various life and growth clips of the new generation, the theme is finally focused and sublimated to the rise of a great power.
Once it was launched, it received great popularity on the internet.
Jiangnan had watched this promotional video several times, so he remembered the content very clearly.
Ho Lang. Those who keep saying that each generation is worse than the previous one should come here and look at you with the same envy as I do.
Human civilization has accumulated thousands of years of knowledge, insights, wisdom and art, which are like gifts prepared specifically for you. The culture is flourishing, the cities are bustling, and the technology is booming. The achievements of modern civilization are revealed one by one, and you can enjoy them to your heart's content here.
Learn a language or a skill out of interest. Enjoy any movies, music, or novels you want. Travel to where you want to go.
Scream at the Eiffel Tower, run wildly along the Seine, barbecue on Mount Fuji, and dance on top of the pyramid.
You have transformed the traditional into the modern. Make the impossible possible. Turn the niche into the mainstream.
Turn what you love into a career that shares joy with thousands of people.
I salute your confidence. Only the weak use the skill of sarcasm.
People with strong hearts are never stingy with praise.
Until today, I finally found out.
While our generation is teaching you how to live, you are also inspiring us how to live a better life.
Because of you, the world will like Dragon Country more.
After all, the most beautiful scenery of a country is its young people. Because of you, the youth portrayed in novels, music, and movies is no longer confused. But be kind, selfless, brave, and fearless.
You don't have to live the way we imagine you to live. Because our generation's imagination is not enough to imagine your future.
If you still need our blessings.
So, roll on, waves. We are on the same roiling ocean.
The copywriting for Pornhub's promotional video, Ho Lang, is really good.
Recalling the contents of the later wave, Jiangnan guessed that Ning Wanqiu's work content must be related to it.
Yes, a good copywriting can instantly turn a disadvantaged group around. Ning Wanqiu sighed lightly, and seeing Jiangnan looking at her with confusion, she began to explain. In fact, in the short and medium-length video segment, our station's daily active user base has always been overwhelming that of P-Station. However, since P-Station launched Ho Lang half a month ago, it quickly caused an uproar on the internet. At this point, the daily active users of Station A dropped sharply. In just 5 days, the daily active users of Station P, which had been crushed, caught up with Station A. Now, half a month after the release of Ho Lang, the daily active users of Station A have been completely surpassed by Station P. If we don't have good copywriting to deal with it, our Station's user base will continue to be eroded until the popularity of Ho Lang subsides. Because of this, Ning Wanqiu has been worried about this matter recently. I was so busy at the company every day that I forgot to eat lunch, which caused my old stomach disease to relapse. This afternoon, I couldn't bear it anymore and had to go to the hospital.
Chapter 18, Love Your Own Woman. After resolving the doubts in his heart, Jiangnan was a little surprised for a moment.
Because the market value of Station A is as high as more than 600 billion, it ranks 10th among all the companies in Longhua. He had never talked about work with Ning Wanqiu before, so he didn't know that she worked for a giant company like Station A. And judging from her appearance, she must hold corresponding shares in Station A and hold a considerable position, otherwise she would not be so concerned about this matter.
But on second thought, I wasn't so surprised anymore.
Just looking at the villa where Ning Wanqiu lives and the other party's generosity in giving her a car and a piano, only someone who is an executive or shareholder in a giant company can have such financial resources.
So Sister Chiu, you work at Station A. Ning Wanqiu just nodded and picked up another document to read.
She did not tell Jiangnan that she was the boss of Station A and held a personal stake of up to 65%. Not only that, she is also the boss behind Mingfang Electronics, which ranks 5th in market value in Longhua.
A few minutes later, Ning Wanqiu threw the second copy aside and frowned even more tightly.
Seeing this, Jiangnan, who was standing by, looked at the thick pile of documents on the bedside table and frowned. He was very anxious, but he didn't say anything. He quietly retreated from the ward, walked into the bathroom alone and lit a cigarette. He smoked 5 cigarettes in a row, and when the 6th one was half burned, he suddenly put it out and returned to the ward. After thinking about it carefully, I realized that Pornhub's promotional videos aren't as perfect as I imagined.
Pushing open the door, Jiangnan said this directly.
Ning Wanqiu, who was reading the copy, raised her head and met his gaze. I thought you had gone home.
Sister Chiu, do you believe me?
Neither of them responded, but continued talking to themselves.
After Jiangnan finished speaking, he quickly walked to the bedside, snatched the document that Ning Wanqiu was holding, and put it back on the bedside table. What do you mean?
Ning Wanqiu, whose documents were stolen, was not angry, but there was a hint of doubt in her eyes.
I just thought about it. Pornhub's promotional copy actually has a lot of flaws. I think I can write a copy that can compete with Ho Lang. You want to help me write the copy? Why? Because you're nice to me, I want to help you. Jiangnan's tone was very serious, and he repeated the question, so, Sister Chiu, do you believe me? Ning Wanqiu originally wanted to say no. But after meeting Jiang Nan's gaze, he couldn't help but nodded.
Because she saw sincerity in the other person's eyes, a hint of worry, and a little light that could guide her out of the haze.
So I unconsciously replied, "I believe you." Jiang Nan secretly breathed a sigh of relief after receiving the response. He did not think too much about why Ning Wanqiu believed him.
I didn't think deeply about why I made such a decision or said such words. Perhaps, as I said just now, it was because Ning Wanqiu was good to him, but that was definitely not all.
Then Sister Xing Qiu, if you believe me, don't read this pile of copywriting. Get some rest now. Tomorrow morning, I will give you a copywriting that will crush Ho Lang.
At this moment, Jiang Nan was like a shining star in Ning Wanqiu's eyes. She didn't want to believe it blindly, and she didn't even think about why the other party had the confidence to say such a thing. I just explained it to myself in my heart. Maybe it was because the company's affairs in the past half-month made me too depressed, and there was no one around me to talk to or rely on. The sudden dominance and strength displayed by this little man not only did not disgust Ning Wanqiu, but instead made her feel a sense of reliance.
That's why things have come to this.
However, the two of them did not know that their behavior towards each other now was not simply a repayment and so-called spiritual dependence.
Rather, it is a kind of emotion that gradually develops between people after getting along with each other.
After leaving the hospital, Jiang Nan hurried back to the villa.
He took out a piece of paper and a pen and sat in the room.
He used his mobile phone to find Ho Lang's copywriting and began to think about how to write the copywriting he promised Ning Wanqiu.
Having worked in the Lin Group for 3 years, he has extensive experience in copywriting.
He is also very good at finding flaws in his opponent's copywriting and defeating them through sniping. When Jiang Nan first joined the Lin Group, it was still a small group with a market value of less than 10 billion. Over the past 3 years, he has used one carefully written copy after another to defeat similar companies one by one. It has thus grown into a large group with a market value of more than 20 billion. Moreover, among similar enterprises in Longhua, it currently ranks among the top 5 in the industry. It can be said that it is precisely because of Jiang Nan's dedication over the past 3 years that the Lin Group has become as powerful as it is now. However, the Lin family and its relatives not only did not know how to be grateful, but also never looked at him in the eye. In the eyes of those people, Jiang Nan was a useless gigolo, and Lin Qiner never helped to explain and clarify things for him to her family and relatives. In the past, Jiang Nan was full of love for Lin Qiner and didn't care about such things. In his opinion, as long as two people love each other, other people's opinions are not that important. After all, they are married, and their lives are just between the two of them, and have little to do with outsiders. Moreover, he knew that Lin Qiner was a bit of a feminist and always presented herself as a cool, independent, and strong woman in front of others. Jiang Nan also likes this kind of personality, and is also willing to maintain the other party's strong woman image.
Pampering your own woman is the romance of a responsible man.
But when he saw the photo of Lin Qiner and Chen Ping'an holding hands on his birthday, that love disappeared in an instant. After giving all my love and energy, all I got in return was deception and betrayal. Therefore, Jiang Nan decisively stopped his efforts. Having been hurt emotionally, he thought that he might not have the desire to fall in love with someone again for a long time in the future. But after only a few days of spending time with Ning Wanqiu, such thoughts began to grow in my heart again.
But he himself doesn't know it. I simply think that the purpose of doing this is to repay the other person for being kind to me. Jiang Nan arrived home at 10 o'clock. He spent nearly 3 hours analyzing the copy of Ho Lang word by word. After that, I spent another 3 hours carefully thinking of ways to deal with the flaws I found in the copy. By 4 o'clock in the morning, a clear outline of the copy appeared in his mind. Call. Jiang Nan, who hadn't slept all night, took a deep breath and didn't rush to write the copy. Instead, he went to take a shower. Chapter 19 Copywriting for My Wife. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the sky in the east was turning pale. Jiang Nan stood by the window holding a cup of coffee, looking like he was enjoying the comfort of the morning. However, the fatigue on his face and the big dark circles under his eyes were telling him that this was not the case. At this moment, Jiang Nan was thinking about how to describe the copy he had thought of all night in words that were both beautiful and down to earth. When he took the last sip of coffee in the cup, his frown relaxed and a look of relief appeared on his face. He immediately picked up a pen and paper and wrote down the text in his mind on paper. See. Please don't approach ordinary people with indifference. Those who say without hesitation that this place is not good enough or trendy enough. You should come here and see it for yourself. Here. Someone is dancing in the mountains. Someone was singing loudly in the vegetable garden. Someone has reached the highest mountain. Someone dived to the deepest bottom of the sea. In the wilderness, wildflowers bloom fearlessly and silently.
If it has the right to be seen, it can also gain love from faraway places.
Its existence is perfection.
Many people don't know that in the winter in the far north, boiling water can turn into fog and frost when poured out.
Many people don't know how delicious the beef and mutton are on the grasslands of the Far East.
Many people don't know how beautiful the girls are in the Hami melon fields in the far west.
Many people don't know that there are countless treasures hidden under the sea in the southernmost part of the world. Because many people spend their entire lives in only one place.
Don't approach ordinary people with indifference, because each of them is pursuing his own happiness.
Diversity is the source of happiness. Maybe one day, life will become a mess.
Please don't reject it indifferently, because it is not static. As long as you work hard, as long as you love, as long as you believe,
life will ultimately be worth living. If you have to give life some attitude. Come on, Ailey Gay. You are more beautiful than you think.
After writing the last word of the C copy, Jiangnan had already imagined a video scene in his mind that could beat Holang to death. Face the opponent through the middle gate, observe his weakness, and stab him with your sword. Business wars are often such blatant games.
Fight to the end and the winner is the king. After carefully checking the written copy, Jiangnan went into the kitchen.
I washed some rice and cooked millet porridge. At 6:30 in the morning, he rushed to the Hong Kong sanatorium and hospital where Ning Wanqiu was, carrying an insulated box. When he arrived at the hospital and pushed open the door of the ward, he saw Ning Wanqiu leaning against the head of the bed, staring out the window with a dull look in her eyes.
Good morning, Sister Chiu. Jiangnan greeted him with a smile and handed the cooked millet porridge directly to the other party.
I made some millet porridge for you to nourish your stomach.
Thank you, Xiao Jiang.
Ning Wanqiu responded after coming back to her senses. She looked much better than last night, with a hint of redness on her face. She took the insulated box, looked at Jiangnan carefully for a few times, and suddenly frowned and asked, "Didn't you sleep last night?
Why didn't you rest at home?"
I often worked overtime and stayed up late in the past few years, so I'm used to it.
As he spoke, Jiangnan took out the copy he had just written that morning and said, "This is a copy I wrote.
Sister Chiu, please take a look at it after you finish breakfast and see if it appeals to you."
Good.
Ning Wanqiu took the copy but did not rush to read it. Instead, she opened the thermos box and drank the millet porridge. Jiangnan, who was standing by, took out a boiled egg from the bag in the thermos box and started peeling it for the other person.
After breakfast, Ning Wanqiu picked up the document written by Jiangnan and read it very carefully.
The first paragraph she saw made her feel that the description method was almost the same as that of Holang. It's just that Jiangnan's copywriting uses ordinary people as the starting point for description.
The copywriting of Holang focuses on the new generation of young people.
Continuing down, when she saw some people dancing in the mountains and some people singing in the vegetable fields, two pictures immediately emerged in her mind. The first picture is deep in the mountains, where a group of poor primary school students, thanks to the benefits brought by technological interconnection, are dancing the most fashionable dances of the moment, just like the children in the city, and experiencing a happy childhood that only comes once in a lifetime.
The second picture is in a farmland.
A young man with a fighting spirit on his face is singing loudly in the live broadcast room to help the villagers sell their unsold agricultural products. Then, the sentence describing the blooming wildflowers in the mountains and the sentence describing the world from all over the world struck Ning Wanqiu's heart. She felt that was the aspiration and state of mind that ordinary people should have. Although the life of the new generation described in the next wave is perfect, it is only the life of a very small group of people. The vast majority of ordinary people only earn a few thousand yuan a month. They cannot do what they want to do and go wherever they want to go like the Holang. They struggle to make a living, work hard to pay car loans and mortgages, and are willing to become the background of the city for the sake of their families. The copy was not long, but when Ning Wanqiu read half of it, tears already flashed in her eyes. She comes from a wealthy family and cannot understand the lives and mentalities of ordinary people.
But Jiangnan's copy made her feel directly what an ordinary person is. The further I look back, the deeper the feelings in my heart.
It was not until the last paragraph about life that her mood, which had been depressed for half a month, suddenly became clear. Because she knew that the copy in her hand named C could completely eliminate the impact of Holang on Station A. This article, Seeing, is so well written. How did you come up with the idea of writing this copy from the perspective of an ordinary person? After reading it, Ning Wanqiu looked at the tired-looking little man beside her, and her opinion of him changed a lot invisibly. She never imagined that this little man not only had such high musical attainments, but could also write a piece of copy overnight that would leave a lasting impression in the business world of lingua. It's a coincidence, I'm participating in the Rising Star competition, and the theme of the next issue is ordinary people.
Chapter 20. I'm sorry, I'm not worthy.
Jiang Nan felt relieved when the copy he had worked so hard on all night was recognized. Afterwards, the two discussed the follow-up matters in the ward.
As the copywriter, Jiang Nan gave 3 suggestions.
The first suggestion is to let the general public recognize the nature of the Ho Lang first, because those so-called Ho Lang will not account for more than 1/1000th of the current dragon country. The second suggestion, use the most relevant images for the general public in the scene to cut out a group video for seeing. The third suggestion is to find a senior artist or host to do the dubbing. Use their years of work experience to present the content of the copy so that the public can resonate with it. As long as these 3 points are achieved, you can cooperate with a wave of marketing promotion.
Kanjian can do what Jiang Nan said before and snipe Ho Lang from the middle gate.
After listening to the suggestions, Ning Wanqiu agreed with the first 2, but for the last one, she proposed to let Jiang Nan do the dubbing.
There are also 3 explanations given.
The first point, the copy is written from the perspective of ordinary people, so the dubbing should be done by ordinary people.
Although Jiang Nan has 1 foot in the entertainment industry, he is not famous, so he is also an ordinary person.
The second point, after the launch of See, it can greatly enhance Jiang Nan's fame and give him a pair of wings on the road to entering the entertainment industry. The third point, the copy cannot be written in vain, so letting him do the dubbing is a way of repaying a favor, and neither party owes anyone anything.
Jiang Nan thought about it and agreed to do the dubbing. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Ning Wanqiu completed the discharge procedures and returned to the company. Jiang Nan drove back to the villa.
Having not slept all night, he fell asleep directly on the bed after returning. I slept until the afternoon, and when I woke up I saw the message from Ning Wanqiu. After chatting for a while, we went to the vegetable market to buy vegetables and went home to cook dinner. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Nan, who had prepared dinner, sat in the dining room, surfing the internet with his mobile phone. On the dining table nearby, the dishes were much richer than in the previous few days, and there were 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Because Ning Wanqiu sent him a message in the afternoon, saying that she would pick up Gu Feng and let her stay overnight today.
Sister Chio's execution is really strong.
In just one day, Ho Lang flipped over. Looking at the overwhelming number of comments online mocking the Ho Lang group, Jiang Nan also ranked first on Weibo's trending searches. In the comments section of the entry titled #AmIWorthyOfBing Ho Lang, he followed the crowd in typing out a few words.
I'm sorry, I don't deserve it.
As soon as the word was knocked, the door opened.
Ning Wanqiu pushed Gu Feng into the house. Mom!
Seeing Gu Feng, Jiang Nan hurried over and took the wheelchair push handle from Ning Wanqiu. You must be hungry.
The meal is ready.
Okay, Xiaoqiu said your cooking is delicious, so I'll try your cooking today. As he said that, Jiang Nan pushed Gu Feng into the dining room. Ning Wanqiu threw the bag on her shoulder onto the sofa in the living room and followed him in. The 3 of them sat around the table and ate dinner happily. Mom, try the steamed pork with rice flour that my husband made.
It's delicious.
Mom, this dompa pork elbow is my best dish, please try it.
Delicious, delicious.
You two should eat quickly, stop focusing on picking up food for me. At the dinner table, Gu Feng couldn't stop smiling as she watched her daughter and son-in-law eagerly pick up food for her. For decades, except for the fact that she learned her daughter was pregnant a few days ago in the nursing home, she has never been as happy as she is now. I was happy before because I knew I had a grandson, and now I am happy because I have completely accepted Jiang Nan. Seeing the loving couple, and now having tasted Jiang Nan's cooking, she had a great change in her opinion of her son-in-law. As the saying goes, if you want to catch a man, you must first catch his stomach. Although this statement is not objective, it does make sense. After happily finishing dinner, Ning Wanqiu watched TV with Gu Feng in the living room, while Jiang Nan washed dishes alone in the kitchen. After he finished washing, he came to the living room and watched TV with the mother and daughter. Perhaps to reassure Gu Feng, Ning Wanqiu took the initiative to walk behind Jiang Nan and massage his shoulders. At the same time, she asked softly, "How is it?
Is this strength comfortable, husband?"
Well. Jiang Nan, who had never enjoyed this kind of service, was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted.
No need, honey.
You've worked hard all day, how can I have the nerve to ask you to massage my shoulders? As he spoke, Jiang Nan quickly stood up and pushed Ning Wanqiu to sit on the sofa.
He walked around behind her and started massaging her shoulders. Is this strength comfortable, honey? The love shown by the couple made Gu Fong even happier. Before, she would worry that her son-in-law was approaching her daughter with a purpose. But now she no longer cares about these things. The couple is now loving and living in harmony, and their daughter is pregnant. When things get to that point in the future, let them solve it themselves. Life is short, and it is not a bad thing to grasp limited happiness in a limited time. The three of them were watching TV and chatting in the living room. When it was almost 10 o'clock, Gu Fong began to urge the couple to go to bed. Jiang Nan and Ning Wanqiu looked at each other awkwardly, then went upstairs together. Sister Chiu, what should we do now? My mom is here tonight, so I'll have to ask you to sleep on the sofa in my room. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's originally calm heart began to beat violently. Although Ning Wanqiu had mentioned this matter in the afternoon, he was very clear that nothing would happen tonight, and he also understood that all this was just an act in front of Gu Fong. But when I thought about living in Ning Wanqiu's room, I still felt a little nervous. Soon, the two of them walked to the door one after the other. Ning Wanqiu pushed the door open and walked in. But after entering the room, she did not hear Jiang Nan's footsteps following in. So I looked back and found that the other person was standing at the door in a daze, with a red face. Seeing this, Ning Wanqiu, who was originally a little embarrassed, took a deep breath and relieved the tension in her heart. Before this, she had also thought about living in the same room with Jiang Nan after her mother came back. But from childhood to adulthood, except for being drugged and spending a night with the drunk Jiang Nan more than a month ago, she has never been in the same room with other men. Even if you have prepared yourself mentally in advance, you will still be nervous when you get to this point. However, from Jiang Nan's expression, she knew that this little man was even more nervous than she was. But at this point, someone has to take the first step. If this continues, Gu Fong will definitely find out. Thinking of this, Ning Wanqiu walked to the door, grabbed Jiang Nan's hand and pulled him into the room. At the same time, he pretended to be relaxed and comforted her. Don't be nervous, Xiao Jiang. Just sleep on the sofa in my room for one night. I won't eat you. I'm not nervous, Sister Chiu. Jiang Nan, who was pulled into the room, tried to pretend to be calm, but his response was full of nervousness. Chapter 21. Is she in love with me? In the room, Jiang Nan and Ning Wanqiu were both a little embarrassed. One of them sat in front of the dressing table, silently removing her makeup, while the other sat on the sofa, quietly swiping the screen of her mobile phone. After a long silence, Ning Wanqiu, who had finished removing her makeup, stood up and said, I'm going to take a shower first. Well. Jiang Nan responded dully and shifted his gaze to Ning Wanqiu. Perhaps because she only wore light makeup, Ning Wanqiu didn't look much different from before she removed her makeup, and she still looked as beautiful as ever. Even though she is already 40 years old, because she takes good care of herself, there are no signs of aging on her face that a woman of this age should have. She seemed to have been specially favored by the god of time, and the years had left only the charm of a mature woman on her. After Ning Wanqiu entered the bathroom, the sound of running water could soon be heard. At this point, Jiang Nan's nervous mood finally eased a little, and his eyes wandered around the room. The layout of Ning Wanqiu's room was very similar to the one he lived in, and the size was almost the same. The room was filled with a pleasant, faint fragrance that entered Jiang Nan's nose, making him feel a little dazed. After receiving Ning Wanqiu's message in the afternoon, he had already entered this room with some of his luggage. So he took out a quilt from the cabinet and placed it on the sofa with ease. After more than 10 minutes, the sound of water running in the bathroom stopped. Soon, Ning Wanqiu came out wearing a black lace pajamas. The moment Jiang Nan saw the other person, his eyes widened. Ning Wanqiu was wearing pajamas with a low neckline, mid-length sleeves, and knee-length. The black fabric made her already fair skin look like the finest white jade. Her washed hair was wrapped in a white shower cap, making her small face and delicate features look even more charming. She is 170 centimeters tall and has a perfect figure. The curvy body under the thin pajamas is really exciting. Although Jiang Nan considers himself a gentleman, he is also a man. Seeing such a captivating body, his composure was broken in an instant. At this moment he felt like a pervert. Inner thought, it's very rude to stare at a woman like this, stop looking at her, bro. Eyes, who are you, brother? Get lost. Why can't I see this? If I miss this opportunity today, I don't know when I will be able to see such a scenery again. Jiang Nan's heart and eyes were arguing fiercely, but his body was frozen in place like a telephone pole. Ning Wanqiu walked out of the bathroom and lazily took off the shower cap and wiped her hair. She didn't notice the fiery gaze, but just glanced at Jiangnan and said, "Go take a shower, Xiaoxiang." "Oh ho, okay." Ning Wanqiu's words brought Jiangnan, who was in a daze, back to reality. He responded hurriedly and walked into the bathroom with a change of clothes. After taking a shower, there was only a small desk lamp on in the room. Ning Wanqiu had already blow-dried her hair and was lying on the bed. Jiangnan didn't say anything, but lay down on the sofa silently and prepared to go to sleep. But he had just laid down for less than 3 minutes when there was a knock on the door. "Xiaoqiu, Xiaonan, are you asleep?" "Not yet, Mom." Hearing Gu Fang's voice, the couple stood up at the same time. The two looked at each other, and Ning Wanqiu hurried to the sofa, picked up the pillows and quilt on it, and stuffed them into the closet. Jiangnan tidied up his pajamas, put the quilt and pillow in place, and opened the door. "What's wrong, Mom?" "It's okay, I just have something for you too." After looking at her son-in-law and then at her daughter, Gu Fang pushed her wheelchair into the room. Then he took out a small wooden box and handed it to Jiangnan. When the lid of the box was opened, a pair of light red jade pendants were found inside. One piece of jade is carved with a dragon pattern, and the other piece of jade is carved with a phoenix pattern. This pair of jade pendants is a family heirloom of our Ning family, passed down from generation to generation, and has been passed down for 13 generations. I'm afraid my body won't last much longer, and my memory has been declining significantly recently. While you still remember this, I'm sending the jade pendant to you. Gu Fang briefly explained and then said, "You two should put them on and let me see them." Hearing this, Jiangnan and Ning Wanqiu did not say anything, but picked up the jade pendants and put them around their necks. At this time, they both knew very well that Gu Fang's purpose of knocking on the door was not to give the jade pendant, but to check the room. "It looks good. Then you two can rest early. Mom won't disturb you." Seeing the couple wearing the jade pendants, Gu Fang smiled with satisfaction. Seeing this, Jiangnan hurriedly grabbed the wheelchair handle and planned to send his mother-in-law back to the room, but was directly rejected. "No need to send me off, Xiaonan. You and Xiaoqiu can lie down and rest. I'll leave after you two fall asleep." At this time, Gu Fang did not hide her intention to check the ward at all. After hearing this, the couple looked at each other again. Jiangnan saw Ning Wanqiu nodded slightly at him, so he gritted his teeth and lay down on the bed. Ning Wanqiu was lying beside him and put her hand over him. Under such close contact, both of their hearts began to beat violently. Because the distance was so close, both sides could hear each other's heartbeats clearly. The atmosphere froze at this moment. I don't know how long it took, maybe 10 seconds, or maybe a minute. It was not until Gu Fang left that the sound of a door closing brought the two people back to reality. Jiangnan looked at Ning Wanqiu's stunningly beautiful face from a close distance and found that her face was blushing. The sound of her pounding heartbeat directly made him feel a surge of evil fire in his heart. At this moment, he had an impulsive thought in his heart, wanting to hug tightly the nominal wife beside him. But reason forced him to suppress the impulse in his heart. At this moment, Ning Wanqiu also felt a little nervous. Looking at Jiangnan's handsome face so close to her, she felt the urge to kiss him. But she was very clear-headed and knew that once she kissed him, many unnecessary misunderstandings would occur. In the past few days of getting along with each other, she felt from Jiangnan many feelings that she had never experienced in her previous life. But that was not enough to excuse her impulsiveness. Therefore, the impulse in Ning Wanqiu's heart was eventually suppressed by reason. The two people came to their senses and looked at each other. Jiangnan suddenly got up and got out of bed. I'm sorry, Xiao, Sister Cho." He clearly didn't do anything, but he couldn't help but apologize. "No. It's okay, go to bed early." Ning Wanqiu responded and immediately buried her head in the quilt. Then the room fell silent. Jiangnan took out the quilt from the cabinet and lay back on the sofa, wanting to fall asleep quickly. But the more I try to fall asleep, the more awake my mind becomes. And there was only one picture in his mind, a picture of Ning Wanqiu looking at him with a blushing face. Is Sister Chiu in love with me? Chapter 22, Unattractive in front of him? Jiangnan had the thought that Ning Wanqiu might have fallen in love with him, but he immediately refuted it. After all, there is a difference between men and women. Lying so close to each other just now, any other person of the opposite sex would probably feel embarrassed. Yes, I must have felt embarrassed. I can't think about it anymore. Sister Cho is so good to me. I can't have such thoughts anymore. After secretly doing PUA in his heart, Jiangnan took out his mobile phone and began to divert his attention.
I don't know how long it was before my eyelids started to droop and I fell asleep in a daze. When Jiangnan woke up the next morning, it was 5:30 in the morning. He found that Ning Wanqiu had not woken up yet, so he tiptoed to change into sportswear and prepared to go out to practice horse stance. Before she reached the door, Ning Wanqiu on the bed suddenly turned over and threw off the quilt.
Seeing this, Jiangnan didn't want to pay attention to this matter.
But when I think about the fact that it is already autumn, the temperature in the morning and evening is a bit chilly. If you sleep with the quilt uncovered like this, people in poor health will easily catch a cold.
So he retreated back into the room, quietly walked to the bed, and prepared to cover Ning Wanqiu with a blanket.
But when he approached the bed and looked at the sleeping beauty lying on the bed, he was stunned again.
Although I had seen Ning Wanqiu wearing pajamas last night, her mood was completely different from now.
Ning Wanqiu was awake last night, and he was a little worried, so he didn't dare to look at her for too long. But now the other person was asleep, so he didn't have so many concerns in his gaze.
Damn it, what am I doing? However, after just one glance, a voice emerged in Jiangnan's heart. He withdrew his gaze, gently grabbed the corner of the quilt and covered her, allowing Ning Wanqiu's graceful figure to be hidden under the quilt again. Sister Qiu is so good to me, how could she have such dirty thoughts? Although Jiangnan felt a surge of desire in his heart, it was immediately wiped out by the rationality in his heart. Then he left the room quietly. The moment Jiangnan left the room and quietly closed the door, Ning Wanqiu, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes.
She pursed her lips, her brows unconsciously furrowed, her thoughts a little confused for a moment. In fact, when Jiangnan walked to the bed just now, Ning Wanqiu just woke up. Because of what happened last night, I was pretending to be asleep because I was afraid of embarrassment. And she wanted to see what Jiangnan was going to do to her. It was not until I covered myself with the warm quilt that I realized I was overthinking. It seems that I am not attractive to him. Thinking this in her heart, Ning Wanqiu's frown relaxed and her messy thoughts dissipated. After all, the relationship between her and Jiangnan was just a contractual marriage. Moreover, the age difference between the two is too big, it is impossible for them to be together. Although the moment they lay together last night made her feel a sense of belonging to Jiangnan that she had never felt before in her life. But thinking about it afterwards, Ning Wanqiu felt that perhaps it was because the other party helped her write copy all night long without asking for anything in return, which gave her a sense of gratitude. After waking up, Ning Wanqiu lay in bed for a while, then got up, changed into sportswear and went out. As usual, she pushed open the door, said good morning to Jiangnan who was doing horse stance in the yard, and then went out for a morning run together. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the two people who had finished running returned to the villa hand in hand, like an old couple. I happened to run into Gu Feng sitting in the living room. Seeing her daughter and son-in-law so loving, Gu Feng was happy, but she couldn't help but think of her husband who had passed away many years ago. Once upon a time, she would get up early every morning and run with Ning Wanqiu's father Ning Yueming. It's a pity that such a past will never happen again. Now her legs can no longer support her, and she can't even walk, let alone run. Although she was already in her twilight years, Gu Feng did not feel sad at this moment.
Eat breakfast, Mom. After Ning Wanqiu entered the house, she let go of Jiangnan's hand and went into the dining room with the breakfast she brought back. Jiangnan held the wheelchair handle and pushed his mother-in-law in. The three of them ate breakfast happily just like last night. Mom, I'll take you back to the nursing home after dinner. During the meal, Ning Wanqiu peeled a tea egg and handed it to her mother. Good. Gu Feng nodded and handed her daughter's peeled eggs to Jiangnan. Xiaonan, eat more. Thank you, Mom. Jiangnan took the tea egg and ate it in one bite. Seeing Gu Feng looking at him with a loving face, he instantly sensed a familiar feeling in her eyes. This feeling is very similar to the way my mother used to look at me. Such a gaze is an expression of affection, a feeling that has disappeared from life in Jiangnan for a long time. This feeling seemed a bit abrupt, after all, he and Gu Feng had only been together twice. But the affection revealed in the eyes cannot deceive anyone. Mom, how about I take you back to the nursing home later? I don't have anything important to do anyway. Jiangnan, feeling the affection of family, suddenly said this. He didn't think too much about it, he just simply wanted to spend more time with Gu Feng. Okay. Gu Feng happily agreed without even thinking about it. Ning Wanqiu, who was standing by, didn't want to trouble Jiangnan after hearing this. But when she noticed the smile on her mother's face, she swallowed the words that were about to come out. Finally, she just looked at Jiangnan with gratitude and said, "Thank you, husband." Honey, why are you thanking me? It's my job to send our mother back to the nursing home.
At this moment, Jiangnan not only felt the affection of family, but also felt the warmth of home. After breakfast, Ning Wanqiu went to work. Jiangnan and Gu Feng stayed in the room for a while before sending each other back to the sanatorium. Along the way, the two seemed to have endless things to talk about. After arriving at the sanatorium, Jiangnan was not in a hurry to leave, but pushed Gu Feng for a walk and chat. The son-in-law talked about his past, and the mother-in-law talked about her daughter's past.
It was not until noon that Jiangnan left the sanatorium after having lunch with Gu Feng.
When he got home, he received a message on his phone from the staff of the Star of Tomorrow program. The content was that he should arrive at the live studio for rehearsal before 3 p.m. tomorrow.
Jiangnan replied with an okay.
When he was about to go back to his room to practice the piano, Ning Wanqiu sent him another message.
Xiao Jiang, what kind of equipment, stage, and costumes do you need for the recording of your copywriting? Jiangnan had already thought about the recording matter in advance.
So I sent over the conditions I had in mind. Afterwards, he sat down at the piano and played the accompaniment for the piece he would be performing in the second round of Star of Tomorrow night.
Chapter 23 You Built a Grave in My Heart. The next morning after breakfast, Jiangnan went out with Ning Wanqiu in her car.
The two of them had been together for a week, and had even pretended to be intimate twice in front of Gu Feng, so they had long lost the awkwardness they had when they first met.
Xiao Jiang, are you ready for tonight's game? How about we move the recording to tomorrow? In the car, Ning Wanqiu looked at Jiangnan who was sitting in the passenger seat.
No, Sister Chiu, the recording must be done this morning, and my competition repertoire has already been prepared.
How do you say that? Because. Jiangnan quickly organized his words and began to explain.
It's like this, Sister Chiu, the song I'm going to perform tonight can be considered the promotional song for the video. So I must finish recording the audio in the morning, and then you ask someone to edit the video as soon as possible and post it online before my performance tonight.
Besides, ISNT Station A sponsor of Star of Tomorrow?
During the live broadcast tonight, your company should say hello to the production team. When I introduce the performance repertoire, I will tell the audience that my song is a promotional song for C. With the popularity brought by such a popular music variety show, your company will do some promotional marketing later. If the effect is good, it will not only help regain the daily active users previously taken away by Holang, but also give Pornhub a heavy blow.
At first, Jiangnan hadn't thought about linking Seeing with tonight's live performance.
But yesterday afternoon when he was practicing the piano, he suddenly had this idea.
Ning Wanqiu thought about it carefully and did not refute.
Because there is nothing wrong with this idea, and it can also save the company a lot of marketing costs. So, Jiangnan spent the whole morning recording the dubbing of Seeing. Some recording footage was also shot for the promotional video on a stage that Ning Wanqiu had someone set up in advance. Everything was ready, and after the two had lunch together, they went about their own business.
It was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon when Jiangnan rushed to the live recording studio of Tomorrow Star.
Just as he was about to enter the studio, Lin Qiner suddenly rushed out and blocked his way.
What else do you want to do, Lin Qiner? Are you done yet?
Jiangnan frowned, his face full of disgust. He didn't understand what it meant when the other party suddenly came around like a ghost even though they had clearly broken up and agreed not to have any contact with each other anymore.
Anan, can we not break up?
I've thought about it carefully these past few days and I've realized I can't live without you.
As soon as Lin Qiner saw Jiangnan, she couldn't help but shed tears.
Today she looked much more haggard than before, with sunken eye sockets, and she looked completely listless, as if she had a serious illness. Ever since she saw Ning Wanqiu outside the restaurant last time, she deeply realized how reluctant she was to leave Jiangnan. After I got back, I had no appetite and no desire to eat or drink. I tried to contact Jiangnan, but he had changed his phone number and moved out of the rented house. It was as if he had completely disappeared from her life. These days, Lin Qiner's mind is filled with nothing but Jiangnan. When I fall asleep, I dream of him, and when I wake up, I still think of him. This feeling made Lin Qiner clearly realize who the most important person in her mind was. Even when Chen Pingan broke up with her in order to go to South Korea to be a trainee, she didn't worry as much as she has in recent days. However, Lin Qiner forgot some very simple truths.
A broken mirror cannot be mended, and spilled water cannot be collected.
Misfortunes sent by heaven can be forgiven, but misfortunes brought upon oneself cannot be forgiven.
You actually learned to tell jokes. Jiangnan curled his lips into a disdainful smile and asked 3 questions in a row. When did I become so important to you? If you can't live without me, what were you doing with Chen Pingan the other day? When you say you can't leave me, do you mean you can't leave me as a person, or can you leave me to help you? Jiangnan's thoughts were very clear.
After he finished speaking, he saw Lin Chiner pause for a long time without saying anything. Then he said, "Actually, you don't love me at all. The only person you have loved is yourself. You are just a selfish woman. We have been together for 3 years. During this period, I have been looked down upon by your family and relatives countless times. When have you ever shown me any respect? You were flirting with Chen Ping'an behind my back, and you kept saying it wasn't what I thought. Even if you two didn't sleep together, doesn't emotional infidelity count as betrayal? You keep saying that you can't live without me. I think it must be something happening in your company that has made your life so chaotic recently that you think of me. If there were no troubles from the company, would you still think of me? Don't bother Lin Chiner anymore. I, Jiangnan, swear here today that I will never get back together with you for the rest of my life. So don't waste your time on me. If you have this time, why not spend some time with your white moonlight to improve your relationship, or take care of some company matters?" Jiangnan's words were like a sharp knife, cutting a piece of flesh from Lin Chiner's heart.
No, it's not like that, Anan.
Lin Chiner shook her head frantically, trying to explain, but the facts were indeed as Jiangnan said. The words I had prepared before coming here left me speechless after hearing what I heard now. A feeling of frustration arises spontaneously. Jiangnan took out his cell phone and checked the time, but didn't rush into the live studio. Because he knew that if he didn't make things clear today, the other party might come back to bother him later. So he took a deep breath and looked at Lin Chiner silently. However, Lin Chiner was already confused by what she had just said. After a long pause, she finally said, "Is it really impossible for us, Anan?" "Yes, you have already built a grave in my heart." "Well." Lin Chiner smiled bitterly and nodded, then asked, "What's your relationship with that old woman outside the restaurant last time?" She's my wife." Originally, Jiangnan did not intend to reveal Ning Wanqiu's identity. After all, the contract they signed before their marriage clearly stated that their marriage relationship could not be told to other people. But after what happened outside the restaurant last time, Ning Wanqiu learned about his relationship with Lin Chiner from Jiangnan. Then he said, "If that woman comes to bother you again next time, you can tell her that we are already married, and you can even show her your marriage certificate. This should make her give up completely." Because of this, Jiangnan gave such an answer. Your wife? Impossible, Anan, how could you get married?" After hearing this, Lin Chiner's face was full of disbelief. "Nothing is impossible, Lin Chiner. Do you know how my wife and I met?" Jiangnan smiled and continued talking. "It was my birthday. After seeing the photo of you and Chen Ping'an holding hands, I got angry and drank a lot of wine. After that, I met my wife. She was unconscious and I was also drunk. Without realizing it, we have caused things to happen, both those that should and should not happen. And not long ago, I found out that she was pregnant with my baby, so we got married. My marriage life is very happy now. My wife and I have many common topics and hobbies, and she loves me very much." Jiangnan was talking to himself, while Lin Chiner beside him had already burst into tears. Chapter 24: The Jealous Wife. Lin Chiner, who had come to ask for reconciliation with Jiangnan, couldn't help but let out a roar after hearing what Jiangnan said. "That's enough. I don't want to hear it anymore." The two words marriage and baby were lingering in her mind at this moment, like two steel nails that could pierce her heart at any time. When things developed to this point, Lin Chiner knew that there was no future between her and Jiangnan. So after roaring, he left without looking back. It's finally over. Looking at Lin Chiner's gradually receding back, Jiangnan breathed a sigh of relief. Because at this moment, he knew that the other party would not bother him again in the future. After completely coming to terms with a relationship, Jiangnan felt very relaxed. He walked into the live broadcast studio with brisk steps and whistling. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the second round of the Star of Tomorrow competition kicked off as scheduled. Netizens from all over the country flocked into the live broadcast room. In just 1 minute, more than 3 million viewers were already glued to the screen. The host Xia Baineng walked onto the stage with the microphone in hand under the attention of the crowd. "Good evening, everyone in front of the screen. I am Xia Baineng. I am very happy to meet you all across the screen on such a beautiful autumn evening. Tonight is the second game of our Rising Star, a theme-designated game. The rules of the competition will surely be familiar to viewers who have watched the first 6 seasons. A theme is assigned and the contestants perform songs that fit the theme one by one.
Finally, 16 contestants finished their performances and the audience in the live broadcast room voted. The 4 players ranked 13th to 16th were eliminated, and the top 12 advanced. If the 2 players ranked 12th and 13th have the same number of votes, an additional 1v1 PK match will be held. So, on the stage, Xiaobineng skillfully introduced the rules of the competition and the sponsors' advertising slogans. Amid the introductions, the top 16 contestants walked onto the stage one by one. The first contestant to go on stage was Jiangnan, who was wearing a light gray Mao suit. At first glance, he looked very plain today, wearing retro clothes, no makeup on his face, and his messy hair was not particularly well groomed. But the whole person looks very handsome and energetic. The first contestant we saw was Jiangnan. In the last episode, he successfully advanced to the top 16 with an original song, The First Dream. And The First Dream is also the song with the highest listening rate among all the contestants' performances in the last episode. It even reached the second place on the Penguin Music Chart's new songs list. I hope Jiangnan can bring us more excellent songs tonight. After the host finished the introduction, Jiangnan was already standing in the center of the stage. He looked at the live camera and waved his hand. At this moment, Ning Wanxue was sitting in the living room of the villa, watching the live broadcast of Star of Tomorrow. When she saw Jiangnan appear, a smile appeared on her face unconsciously. Immediately afterwards, the remaining 15 contestants all came on stage under the introduction of Xiaobineng. Dear audience friends, our top 16 contestants have all arrived. Next, we will begin the drawing of lots to determine the performance order. We will draw lots one by one based on the popularity of the songs performed by the contestants in the previous episode. While the host was speaking, a hostess came to Jiangnan carrying a tray with 16 cards on it. He glanced at the cards in the tray and pulled out the 8th card. It seemed like a casual move, but it wasn't. When Jiangnan showed the number 16 on the card, it also meant that he would be the finale performance tonight. Although it is a live broadcast, the overall framework of the program must also follow the script. The most popular contestant will naturally be left for the finale performance. When the top 16 contestants drew their order of appearance, they returned to the contestant seats. Xiaobineng on the stage continued speaking with the microphone. The order of competitions has been drawn. Before the exciting performance begins, we would like to invite the 4 mentors to the stage. Immediately afterwards, Wu Tianhua, Li Xingjie, Yang Mi and Lu Yefei took the stage one by one and began a brief interaction with the audience in the live broadcast room. During this process, Lu Yefei's gaze was mostly on Jiangnan in the contestant seat. In order to create topics, the program team would occasionally point the camera at the 2 of them. Deliberately created an ambiguous atmosphere. In the live broadcast room, under the guidance of the program team, Lu Yefei's fans clicked the barrage to express their emotions. Netizen Feibo, come to the bowl quickly, Feibo is so beautiful, I don't want to see that Jiangnan. Netizen S expired smile, let us eliminate that Jiangnan tonight, he is just a scumbag who is only interested in gaining popularity. Netizen Internet Orphan, although our Feifei has clarified, why is she still so angry when she sees that bastard? Among Lu Yefei's fans, the vast majority of them were very malicious towards Jiangnan at this time. In the eyes of this group of people, their idol is a little queen who is dominating the entertainment industry. She is famous and beautiful, and her singing and creative skills are the best among her peers. In contrast, Jiangnan is just an ordinary person, with nothing good except that he looks handsome. Moreover, in the eyes of these fans, a hot search after the last show was just Jiangnan trying to take advantage of the popularity of his own idol. Jiangnan, who was sitting in the contestant seat, was watching the first show of the night and was unaware of the hostile comments towards him on the public screen of the live broadcast room. Even if I see it, I won't be angry. After all, the thought processes of these fans are not something that normal people can understand. For the sake of their idols, they can feel at ease spending their parents' hard-earned money to help their idols get on the charts. For the sake of her idol, she can wear her first wedding dress to a concert and transform herself into a dream girl. They may even watch a TV series over and over again day and night for 2 or 3 days in a row, only watching 5 minutes of each episode, more seriously than studying or working, just to contribute viewing data to their idol. Some extreme ones even threaten to commit self-harm just to shake hands with their idol. Everyone is a unique individual with his or her own thoughts. The forest is big and there are all kinds of birds. So in Jiangnan's eyes, the behavior of these brainless fans is incomprehensible, and as long as their online nonsense does not cause any impact on themselves, there is no need to care about it. In the live broadcast studio, Jiangnan watched the contestants in front of him perform one after another carefully. In the villa, Ning Wanqiu looked at the TV screen. After the program crew maliciously switched the camera, the extremely ambiguous scene between Jiangnan and Lu Yefei appeared, and she felt a little sad in her heart. This feeling had never appeared in her previous 40 years of life. She didn't understand why she was like this. It's clear that she and that little man are just contractually married. It's clear that the two of them only spent about 10 days together. It is obvious that they are not on the same level in terms of age or class. Obviously. Chapter 25: The Nameless Person. On the live broadcast stage of Tomorrow's Star, the contestants took turns to perform. Soon, the 15th song was finished. After the four mentors commented on the 15th song, Jiangnan, the finale, stepped onto the stage. At this moment, the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room has reached 5.2 million. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a piano slowly rose on the stage. Jiangnan stood next to the piano with a microphone in his hand and bowed deeply to the camera. Start by introducing the song you are about to perform. Good evening, friends, I'm Jiangnan. The song I am going to sing next is called The Nameless Person. The theme of this episode is ordinary people, so I wrote this song and wanted to dedicate it to all the upright yet ordinary people in the world. In addition, this song is also the promotional song I wrote for Station A's promotional video, See. I hope everyone likes it. After a brief introduction, Jiangnan sat down in front of the piano. The lights on the stage began to go out, leaving only a weak beam of light shining on him. Then Jiangnan danced with his hands and the sound of the piano rang out. He began to sing the lyrics in an extremely simple, low, soft, slow voice without any skill. I am the nameless person on this road. I have no news, no comments. You have to give your all to get an ordinary script. It's all a tortuous journey, just to make a living. I am a person who left the small town. It is the person who has eaten with tears and laughter. He is a person who travels and a person who supports the family. It's the city background silence. The melody of the song is very flat and bland. But the lyrics depict the lives of ordinary people in a light-hearted way. I just want to touch it with my own hands, every moment I bend over. Are the wet footprints left behind worth it? If you feel the same way, then we are friends on the same journey. To all the ordinary people who are upright and upright. Nameless person, I offer you a glass of wine. Respect your silence and every roar. I respect you for bending over and walking up the mountain to higher places. Keep the sky above your head and live your life diligently. After singing the first chorus, Jiangnan lowered his head and played the accompaniment seriously. At this moment, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to playing this song. At this moment, in many corners of Dragon Country, ordinary people one after another were moved by this song. In a rental house in an urban village, a woman was leaning against the head of the bed, watching the live broadcast with tears streaming down her face. She thought about how she had traveled all over the country over the years, spending little time with her elders and children in order to make a living. How many times have I wanted to go back and reunite with my family? However, being born is easy, but living is not. The helplessness of the lower class people means that they are destined to not be able to do what they want. In a small fourth-tier city, a man who had just got off work sat in a shushy snack restaurant, watching the live broadcast of The Star of Tomorrow, tears glistening in his eyes. Every word of the lyrics sung by Jiangnan touched his heart. He thought back to his past. He studied hard when he was young, worked hard after entering society, and tried his best, but now he is just a background board in this city. On a street not far from the live broadcast studio, a delivery boy sat on his electric scooter, his eyes red as he listened to the singing of Jiangnan folk songs. In order to make a living and support his family, he left his hometown and worked hard. This kind of work allows him to come into contact with countless people every day. But in the eyes of those people, he was just a nameless person. On the stage, the piano accompaniment played the beginning of the second verse. Jiangnan raised his head and continued singing. You come from a village in the south, from rough hands. You stood in the gap between the buildings, but you did not retreat. I come from the spring in the north, from looking back at every step. Behind is the farewell intersection, warming every sunset. When winter comes to my hometown, after the train arrives at the station, the wind of my childhood blows again. Recalling simple joys, on familiar streets. Someone will call out your name with all the tenderness. Oh nameless person, the car is coming, if you are too worried, don't look back. Oh nameless person, the car has started, carry your dream forward. After the song was finished, the number of hits on the public screen of the live broadcast room reached an astonishing number. It far surpassed the song The First Dream performed by Jungnan in the last episode. It even surpassed the highest consecutive hits record held by Liu Yefei on the Tomorrow Star program.
His song The Nameless Person currently has a hit count of 1.76 million. This is an extremely astonishing number, which also means that this song has touched countless ordinary people who are watching the live broadcast in front of the screen. At the same time, such a combo number is higher than the total number of good combos of the songs sung by the top 15 contestants combined. At this moment, the barrage of comments on the public screen of the live broadcast room went crazy.
Netizen Daudu's father, what a great song! Even a 40-year-old middle-aged man like me cried while singing it. Netizen Yunjia Anan, she sang out the voice of ordinary people like us, I want to give birth to a baby boy Jiangnan for you. An ordinary day of a netizen, Mr. Jiangnan is a talented person, but I am uneducated. At this moment, I can only use the word fuck to describe my excitement. Netizen Wanqiu, come on, Xiao Jiang. In the villa, Ning Wanqiu couldn't help but click a comment after watching Jiangnan's performance. Although she had never experienced the hardships that ordinary people had to endure in their struggle for a living, this seemingly simple song made her feel the difficulty that people at the bottom of society had to face in order to survive. This is the charm of songs. A good song can resonate with the public. After Jiangnan finished his performance, he stood up and bowed deeply to the live camera again. Afterwards, the four mentors sitting in the mentor seats began to comment on his performance. The first person to comment was Liu Yefei.
Great Jiangnan, this song, The Nameless Man, is a masterpiece of realism in my opinion.
It perfectly and accurately records the lives of ordinary people, so straightforward and real.
In addition, this song is a top-notch work in our Dragon Country's music library in terms of lyrics, music, singing, and arrangement. I don't have much to say about this song, because with my ability, I can't create a song of such high quality and depth.
Finally, I want to say, Jiangnan, can you write a song for me?
After listening to Liu Yefei's comments, Jiangnan quickly replied with a thank you.
Then he continued, Teacher Xiaofei, you are too kind. Your talent is obvious to all. If you don't mind, I can write a song for you. Really?
Then we have a deal, don't go back on your word.
Liu Yefei was very happy to hear that Jiangnan agreed to help her write a song.
Seeing this, Yang Mi quickly interrupted.
Jiangnan, the two songs you wrote in these 2 episodes are amazing. Can you help me write a song too? The host on the stage saw Yang Mi took over the topic and said, is Teacher Yang also going to join the music industry? No, I was just joking, haha. Yang Mi smiled and brought the conversation back to the point.
I think this song Nameless Man is more touching than the previous 15 songs, and it's also the song that fits the theme of tonight the most.
Chapter 26, Fight If You Don't Agree. After Yang Mi and Liu Yefei finished their comments, Wu Tianhua was next.
As a singer-songwriter, he gave a very high evaluation of the song Jiangnan tonight.
I often see people online saying that each generation in our Dragon language music industry is getting worse than the previous one. But Jiangnan's performance tonight is enough to prove that our Longyu music has successors.
In my opinion, the lyrics, music and arrangement of this song Unknown Person are all perfect.
To borrow Xiaofei's words just now, this is a top-notch work, without any flaws.
Finally, I want to say, come on Jiangnan, the future of our Dragon music scene depends on you young people. After Wu Tianhua finished his comments, Jiangnan happily said thank you. After all, the other party's creative ability is obvious to all, and it is naturally a happy thing to be recognized by such a senior.
However, Li Xingzhe's next comment dealt Jiangnan a heavy blow. This song, Nameless Person, is very well written. Jiangnan, I agree with your writing skills. But in terms of singing, you are just at a passing level, just like in the last issue.
The lyrics, music, arrangement, and singing of a song complement each other. I think if someone with better singing skills were to sing this song, they might be able to bring it to a new level. So my suggestion is that you should improve your singing skills while improving your creative level.
Only in this way can you go further on your musical journey.
Hearing such comments, Jiangnan frowned unconsciously. He knew that Li Xingjie was famous in the Longyu music scene for his singing skills, so he was very picky about his singing skills. However, not every song requires singing skills to polish it. Looking back at the comments on the last episode in tonight's competition, the opponent both times belittled himself by saying that his singing skills were not good enough. This made Jiangnan unable to hold back, so he picked up the microphone and refuted.
Thank you Teacher Li for your comments. I really didn't use any techniques in my performance of this song tonight. But not all songs need to be sung with technique.
As a singer, when singing any song, the primary goal is not to show off your skills, but to make the song infect more people. Just like the song I sang tonight, if I abandon the simple and plain singing style and instead pile up techniques, the song will only seem greasy in the end. I know that your singing skills, Teacher Lee, are recognized as top-notch in the Longyear music scene, but you seem to have forgotten the original intention of singing.
Blindly focusing on techniques is an act of forgetting one's roots. Good singing skills are essentially about serving the song. What do you think, Mr. Lee? Jungnan thinks quickly and speaks calmly, but the meaning behind his words is extremely sarcastic.
Although the other party is a superstar singer, he is also very popular in China.
And he is currently just an amateur player.
But this does not mean that he should tolerate the other party's bullying behavior towards him. He could tolerate this kind of self-righteousness and condescending comments once, but he would never tolerate it a second time. Hearing Jiang Nan's retort, Li Xingjie was a little stunned for a moment.
He never imagined that an amateur contestant would have the courage to speak to him like this.
I wanted to retort immediately, but my mind was blank and I couldn't form any reasonable words to refute him.
But how could he tolerate being treated like this by an ordinary person in front of millions of viewers?
Seeing that things had suddenly developed to such a point, the host on the stage picked up the microphone and was about to mediate, but was stopped by the director through the headset. This kind of scene has never appeared in the past 6 seasons of the show. It is so topical that a newcomer who has not yet debuted dares to speak like this to a world-famous superstar singer in front of millions of people. With the topic becoming a hot topic, the program will naturally become more popular. At this moment, a picture has appeared in the director's mind. On the hot searches on major platforms tonight, there will definitely be similar entries about amateur contestants and mentors bickering with each other. It was for this reason that the director stopped the host from mediating. Li Xingjie, who was sitting in the mentor seat, had a dark expression on his face. He stared at Jiang Nan with resentment, paused for a moment, then suddenly stood up and said in a voice that was almost a roar, "You rely on your little talent to be so arrogant and intolerant of others' criticism and correction. This kind of conceited behavior is doomed to prevent you from going far in the future. I can totally accept positive criticism of Jiang Nan, but Mr. Lee, you repeatedly use your singing skills to belittle my performance in order to praise your so-called skills.
I cannot agree with this." Jiang Nan responded without any hesitation. Not only was he eloquent, but every word he said made sense. "Okay, fine. In that case, let's wait and see. This show is either you or me."
Li Xingjie, who deeply realized that he was not as good at speaking as his opponent, knew that he could not win the argument, so he threw the microphone angrily and left. Jiang Nan on the stage didn't care too much about the words "this show is either you or me."
The meaning of the words was very clear.
It was a naked threat to make him leave the stage. One is a superstar-level mentor, and the other is just an amateur contestant.
If one really wants to leave the show, it can only be the latter. Jiang Nan doesn't care about leaving the stage of tomorrow's star. He is a decisive and straightforward person by nature.
And the strange old man who taught him boxing and martial arts when he was a child often said to him, "If you don't agree, just fight." It is precisely because of this that he openly criticized Li Xingjie.
His original intention in participating in tomorrow's star was to make a quick debut through this program.
If he withdraws from the competition, Jiang Nan is confident that he can become famous by releasing songs online with his own abilities, but the process will just take a little longer. After Li Xingjie left, the host Xia Baining picked up the microphone and, as the director instructed, talked about the next steps of the program as if nothing had happened.
Dear audience members, let's continue with the show. All 16 contestants have now finished their performances. Next, 16 voting buttons will appear on the screen, 4 horizontally and 4 vertically. The button lasts for 1 minute, and you can vote for the contestant you think performed the best tonight.
At the same time, we have invited the other 15 contestants who have already performed to come on stage and wait for the voting results to be announced with everyone. After Xia Baining finished speaking, the other 15 contestants who had finished their performances came on stage one after another.
After these people came on stage, all their attention was focused on Jiang Nan.
Some contestants had mocking eyes, as if they were saying, "This idiot dares to challenge the mentor, he must be out of his mind." Some contestants had surprise in their eyes, as if saying, "This guy is so brave, who gave him the courage?" Some contestants had a look of relief in their eyes, as if saying, "That's great, once this guy leaves, we have one less strong competitor."
Chapter 27 Successful, Seeing.
On the stage, Jiang Nan faced the gazes of other contestants and waited for the voting results with a calm expression. Soon, the host who got the result announced it directly.
Dear audience, I have the voting results for the 16 contestants tonight.
The first place winner was Jiang Nan, with 1.967 million votes. The second place contestant was Kai Cohen, with 181,000 votes. The third place contestant was Wang Erbua, with 126,000 votes.
Finished fourth. As the results were announced, Jiang Nan received more votes than the other 15 contestants combined.
He was not at all surprised to get such a number of votes. After all, his mind is filled with entertainment memories from another world. The entertainment industry in that world far exceeds that of the world they live in. So in Jiang Nan's eyes, the other contestants and he are in a different musical class. Just singing a song casually is enough to beat these half-baked contestants. After the voting results were announced, Jiang Nan went backstage to pack up and prepare to leave the live studio.
Just then, Liu Yefei sent him a message. Are you free? Let's go grab a late-night snack and chat.
Okay, go wait at the usual place.
I'll buy some midnight snacks and come find you. Jiang Nan replied with a message and left in a hurry.
An hour later, he packed some barbecue, bought some drinks, and walked into a park. After walking a short distance along a stone path, I saw Liu Yefei. At this time, Liu Yefei was wearing a pastoral-style floral dress and a loose denim jacket, leaning on a long wooden bench in the park. With short hair that reaches her neck and a beautiful face that exudes the vitality and energy that a young girl should have, at first glance, one can't help but want to admire her all the time. Liu Yefei's beauty is comparable to Ning Wanxiu's, but they have two different styles.
Liu Yefei has the petite and dependent style of a girl next door.
Ning Wanxiu is a noble, cold and mature queen.
You've been waiting for a long time, haven't you, Liu?
Jiang Nan, holding barbecue and beer, sat down at the other end of the long wooden chair.
No, I just arrived not long ago.
Liu Yefei smiled slightly, quickly opened the bag of barbecue, took out a skewer of barbecue, took a bite, and said while chewing, "You shouldn't have argued with Li Xingjie on the show just now."
"I've already been criticized. It doesn't matter. The worst that can happen is I can just withdraw from the competition."
Jiang Nan's tone was relaxed, and after he finished speaking, he picked up a skewer of barbecue and started eating.
"Classmate Jiang, your temper is still the same as before." Liu Yefei took another bite of meat and changed the subject. "If you withdraw from the competition, what are your plans? Let's take it one step at a time.
The internet is so developed now, if things don't work out, I'll just post some of my work online and build up some fame before I do anything else."
"Would you consider signing with my company?" "No rush." After chatting for a while, Jiang Nan unscrewed a bottle of drink and handed it to Liu Yefei, and asked, "Didn't you just say that you wanted me to help you write a song? Do you have any requirements?" "Require?" Liu Yefei thought for a moment and said, "I'm currently filming a martial arts movie, and the director wants me to sing the promotional song. Could you please help me write a martial arts themed song?" "No problem." Jiang Nan agreed without thinking. "Okay then, I'll wait."
Liu Yefei was interrupted by the ringing of her cell phone when she was halfway through her words. After taking a look, she sighed helplessly. "Sorry, Jiang, my flight to Sichuan City is at 12 o'clock tonight, so I have to leave now."
"Okay, go and do your thing. Then, goodbye." After saying goodbye briefly, Liu Yefei left in a hurry.
Jiang Nan continued to sit on the park bench eating barbecue and took out his cell phone to look at it. After opening the A Station app, he directly entered the word "see" in the search interface. What caught my eye was a video that was 3.5 minutes long, with 28.07 million views, 7 million likes, and 320,000 comments. Seeing such data, Jiang Nan smiled and quickly clicked on the video. Then, his voice sounded along with the video footage. After reading the content carefully, he was very satisfied with the video, so he clicked on the comments section to read it. Netizen Roseboy, this promotional video for Station A is clearly aimed at Station P, but seeing S portrayal of ordinary people far surpasses Ho Lang's. The latter tells the story of the descendants of a very small number of successful people, while the former focuses on the unknown masses. Therefore, the latter cannot represent the new generation of our dragon country. Ordinary people are the mainstream of the people. What we need to do is to allow things with real values to be discovered and seen. Netizen Wang Gongzi of Chao County, actually, when I first saw the short film, Ho Lang, I had an illusion that I was the only ordinary person in the entire dragon country. The various fancy comments in the short film made me think that I was from a family with a high per capita income in dragon country. Fortunately, the short film, Jian, made me see that it was indeed an illusion. Yes, I saw it.
After reading the 2 hot reviews and the follow-up comments that all expressed agreement and recognition, Jungnan knew that this promotional video was a success. As long as he carries out a marketing campaign to spread the popularity of C to the entire network, the result will be as he expected. Thinking of this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Ning Wanqiu sent him a message.
"Thank you, Xiao Jiang."
Jungnan knew that Ning Wanqiu was saying thank you for promoting the video, so he quickly replied, "You're welcome, Sister Chiu.
Congratulations. You're so far ahead in tonight's competition.
The song The Nameless Man is so well written and sung.
So, do you like this song, Sister Chiu?"
Of course I like it.
Thanks.
The two chatted briefly for a while, finished Jungnan's barbecue, and then drove back to the villa.
It was almost midnight when he got home. The house was dark and it was obvious that Ning Wanqiu had already fallen asleep. So he quietly returned to his room, washed up, lay down on the bed, and soon fell asleep.
The next morning, Jungnan did horse stance in the yard as usual.
Not long after, Ning Wanqiu came out of the house and the two went jogging together. But today was different from the previous few days. Ning Wanqiu just ran silently in front and deliberately kept some distance from Jungnan. This made Jungnan a little puzzled.
They had clearly sent messages to each other last night.
Could it be that they had done something to offend each other?
But then I thought again, I haven't done anything special from last night until now, and I have never offended the other party.
Could it be that Sister Chiu is having troubles at work?
Thinking this in his mind, Jungnan quickened his pace and caught up, wanting to start a conversation and ask the reason. But before he could open his mouth, Ning Wanqiu suddenly turned around and said something that made him look confused.
"I'm sorry, Xiao Jiang." Chapter 28, Star's Troubles. The sudden "I'm sorry" made Jungnan a little confused.
He looked at Ning Wanqiu carefully and found that she looked haggard and had big dark circles under her eyes.
It seemed that she did not sleep well last night. So he quickly asked, "What's wrong, Sister Chiu?" "Nothing, I just feel that I was a bit selfish. I didn't consider you when I signed the prenuptial agreement with you." "Prenuptial contract?" Hearing this, Jungnan's doubts grew even stronger. "Is there something wrong with the contract, Sister Chiu?" Ning Wanqiu forced a smile and asked, "Is Lu Yefei your girlfriend?"
In response to such a question, Jungnan quickly denied it. "No. She is not my girlfriend."
"Really?"
"But during the live broadcast yesterday, the way you two looked at each other was already tearful."
Ning Wanqiu's tone sounded relaxed when she said this, as if she was joking.
But she felt a dull pain in her heart.
Staring at each other? Drawing?
Hearing these two words, Jungnan thought for a moment and quickly waved his hand to explain.
"It's not what you think, Sister Chiu.
Lu and I are just friends, there's no girl in front of us. Last night I was watching other contestants' performances and didn't look at her, let alone pull her apart. This must be a misunderstanding caused by the program crew who maliciously switched the camera in order to create topics and stir up trouble. When I was in college, I formed a band with Lu and played music together for 2 years. If I really liked her, we would have been together a long time ago, and there would be no Lin Sheener involved later. In my heart, I have always just considered her a friend, and perhaps our friendship is deeper than just that of ordinary friends."
Jungnan didn't know why, but he blurted out the true relationship between him and Lu Yefei.
After hearing this, Ning Wanqiu's dull pain in her heart disappeared.
"Are you two really just friends?"
"Well, rather than saying we're friends, we're more like brothers.
Lu has a carefree personality, like a boy. I've always treated him as a buddy."
"Ha, such a beautiful girl, and you say you treat her as a brother."
Ning Wanqiu chuckled.
The faint sadness that had lingered in my heart all night disappeared at this moment. As a woman, she is sensitive and suspicious by nature, just like most women in the world. Now, she doesn't dare to face her feelings for the little man beside her, so she doesn't know why she feels sad. Perhaps because she had never been in love before, Ning Wanqiu didn't know that the love seeds buried deep in her heart had begun to sprout. Hearing the laughter coming from beside him, Jungnan also started laughing.
"By the way, Sister Chiu, what's the problem with the contract you mentioned just now?" "Nothing. Isn't there a clause in the contract that allows you to live with me?"
"I thought since you already have a girlfriend, and you still want to live with me, wouldn't my behavior be like breaking up a couple, so?" Mandarin ducks seem to belong to the duck family, so in Sister Chiu's eyes, am I a wild duck?
"No, Xiaojiang, that's not what I meant,"
Ning Wanqiu hurriedly explained, but halfway through, she caught a glimpse of Jungnan beside her looking at her with a smirk on his face, and immediately realized that the other party was joking.
So he stopped explaining and ran forward. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Jongnan, who had just finished lunch, was practicing the piano in his room. Thinking of what he had promised last night to help Liu Yefei write a song, he took out a pen and paper and began to write down the lyrics and music. Relying on the rich entertainment memories in his mind, he wrote while playing the music, and in less than an hour, he wrote a song full of martial arts style.
Well, this one will do.
Looking at the martial arts song written on the paper, Jongnan nodded with satisfaction. Then he took out a tape recorder, played a simple accompaniment on the piano, sang the song he had just written, and started recording a demo. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he took a photo of the lyrics and music written on paper with his mobile phone and sent it to Liu Yefei. By the way, I also sent over the demo songs that I had already recorded.
10 minutes later, Liu Yefei's message came back.
Oh my god, John, what have you been through in the past 3 years? Jongnan replied with several question marks after seeing the message. When you were in college, you were very low-key.
I thought you were weak in writing. But now it seems that you are really impressive. So, are you satisfied with this song, Liu?
I'm very satisfied. The lyrics and music are great, and it has the kind of elegant martial arts style I was looking for. As long as you are satisfied, I have something else to do, so I won't talk about it for now. After chatting with Liu Yefei for a while, he went into the kitchen, took a basket, and went to buy ingredients for dinner as usual.
This kind of ordinary life now makes Jongnan feel satisfied and at ease.
Being able to cook dinner for Ning Wanqiu every day and run with her in the early morning made him feel at home. Although this kind of life can only last for a year at most, after the contract expires, everything will eventually return to nothingness. But no matter how long it takes, he wants to cherish the limited time. Arriving at the entrance of the vegetable market, Jongnan, as usual, picked up his vegetable basket and prepared to go in. But before he could take a step inside, a woman in her 30s stopped him.
Are you, Jongnan?
I am, big sister, do you know me?
Yes, my husband and I both like the 2 songs you sang.
They were very nice.
The woman smiled widely and took out her phone as she spoke. Can I take a photo with you? Jongnan knew that he had met a fan.
He never expected that after only participating in 2 episodes of the show, passers-by would recognize him. This is enough to prove that Road to Tomorrow is indeed very capable of creating stars.
Okay.
Jongnan nodded in response, and just when he thought he could get away by taking a photo with the other party, a group of people suddenly surrounded him. These people are all coming to the vegetable market to buy vegetables.
That person must be Jongnan from The Rising Star. That's him. He's much more handsome in person than on TV.
Wow, I didn't expect to meet a celebrity even when buying groceries. Hearing the whispers of people around him, Jongnan felt a headache at this moment. After quickly taking a photo with the woman, he ignored the shouts of others and rushed into the vegetable market with his long legs. He had never experienced the feeling of being watched and talked about by strangers before, and he couldn't adapt to it for a while. Fortunately, I have been buying vegetables in this market for a while, so I am familiar with the place.
Start buying ingredients quickly.
However, while buying vegetables, many vegetable stall owners and passers-by recognized him. In just one day, he went from being an unknown person in society to a real star. This also means that from now on, Jongnan will no longer be able to come here to buy vegetables peacefully like before.
This is the trouble of celebrities. Chapter 29 Mother-in-Law's Pattern.
For Jongnan, being recognized while buying vegetables at the market is just the beginning. In the next few days, his peaceful life was broken bit by bit. When I went out for a run with Ning Wanqiu in the morning, people would pull me aside and ask for photos. When he went to perform at night, there were more and more customers in the bar, and some crazy people would rush onto the stage and try to hug him forcibly. Even when buying small items at a convenience store, passers-by can recognize me.
When life opens a window for you, it will also close a window for you. This sudden fame and immense wealth did not come out of thin air.
The song The First Dream performed in the first episode of Tomorrow's Star served as a prelude.
The second episode, The Nameless Person, became an instant hit on the internet. After the song was released on the Penguin Music app, it has been ranked first on the new song list and the hot song list.
In addition to ranking first on 2 music charts, the song Seeing Which He Dubbed was strongly promoted by Station A. The video has currently received over 900 million views on the entire network. Although Jongnan only does the dubbing, the video is interspersed with scenes of his passionate speeches from time to time. Therefore, with the dual blessing of Nameless Person and Seeing, the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2 has been achieved. After the second live broadcast of Tomorrow's Star ended, Jiangnan became the talk of the town and his popularity directly reached the top of the entire network. The heat lasted for 3 days before it began to slowly subside. Because he has 2 good works, although his popularity has faded, people still remember his name Jiangnan because of his works.
Time flies and 5 days have passed.
That morning, Jiangnan went to the sanatorium and took Gufang home. After the previous few times of getting along, the uncle and son-in-law got along very harmoniously.
Gufang is satisfied with her son-in-law in every way.
He is considerate and caring towards his daughter, a great cook, a beautiful singer, handsome and good-looking, and filial.
There is absolutely nothing wrong with him.
Jiangnan also respected and loved his nominal mother-in-law very much. Because Gufang's family is different from that of his ex-girlfriend Lin Shiner, she has no intention of looking down on him.
Although the two of them are of different generations, there is no generation gap between them. They chat about all kinds of things and have endless topics to talk about.
Xiaonan, save that garlic for me to peel.
Okay, Mom.
At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiangnan was busy at the stove, and Gufang was helping by picking vegetables and peeling garlic. At 6:30 in the afternoon, the two of them, who had prepared dinner, chatted in the living room, waiting for Ning Wanqiu to get off work. This kind of genuine family warmth slowly evoked the long-lost family affection in Jiangnan's heart. Although the marriage with Ning Wanqiu was just a contractual relationship.
But now Jiangnan has unknowingly treated Gufang and her daughter as his relatives.
After the uncle-in-law and son-in-law had a conversation in the hall, Ning Wanqiu pushed open the door and walked in.
Mom, husband, what are you two talking about?
Seeing that her mother and Jiangnan were chatting happily, Ning Wanqiu couldn't help but ask a question.
Nothing to talk about.
Gufang looked at her daughter, and finally shifted her gaze to Ning Wanqiu's belly. She added, Xiaonan and I were just thinking about what to name my grandson after he's born.
Ah.
Hearing this, Ning Wanqiu was stunned for a moment, then said awkwardly, It's still early, Mom, it's only been over a month, and
It's only been a little over a month, but it won't hurt to think of a name in advance, don't you think, Xiaonan? Gufang interrupted her daughter and turned the topic to Jiangnan. Mom's right.
Jiangnan touched the back of his head and noticed the embarrassment on Ning Wanqiu's face, so he quickly interrupted, The meal is ready, honey, go wash your hands and let's eat.
Okay.
Under Jiangnan's cover, the embarrassing topic was easily revealed. The three of them sat in the dining room and had dinner. It was just a casual chat at first, but after a few words, Gufang brought the topic back to the child's name.
Xiaonan, I think if it's a boy, it's better to call him Jiang Feng.
If it's a girl, we should call him Jiang Chen.
Jiangnan is very satisfied with the two names he and his mother-in-law chose for their children.
I am not only satisfied with the name, but also with my mother-in-law's attitude. Although he could not decide on the child's name in the end, Gufang was able to let the child have the surname Jiang, which was enough to prove her magnanimity. The Ning family is wealthy and powerful, and from the surface, it seems that Jiangnan married into the Ning family. It is rare to have such a broad mind and vision to let a child take the son-in-law's surname. Seeing her son-in-law nod, Gufang quickly shifted her gaze to her daughter.
What do you think, Xiaoqiu? Okay, I'll listen to your mother. Ning Wanqiu's response was a bit perfunctory.
Whatever you call it, just follow my instructions. If you're not satisfied with these two names, we can discuss it.
Ning Wanqiu had never thought about naming the baby in her belly.
After all, it's only been over a month, and she's still hesitating whether to give birth to the baby.
Ning Wanqiu has been thinking a lot since she found out she was pregnant not long ago.
On the one hand, she wanted to abort the child. Because the child came so suddenly and she became pregnant without any idea about it, she was completely mentally prepared. On the other hand, she felt that at her age, if she had an abortion, it would be almost impossible for her to get pregnant again. Although the arrival of this child was confusing, from another perspective, isn't this a gift from God? What's more, having this child can fulfill his mother's dying wish. Therefore, in recent times, Ning Wanqiu has been struggling with whether to keep the baby in her belly. After spending some time with Jiangnan recently and seeing her mother's attitude towards the child, she gradually tilted the scales towards keeping the child.
Mom, I think these two names are good.
Ning Wanqiu changed her perfunctory attitude and said with a smile, Let's stick to the names you and my husband have chosen. When the baby is born, the boy will be named Jiang Feng and the girl will be named Jiang Chen.
Okay, then this is the name of my grandson.
After the child's name was decided, Gufang smiled happily. She knew very well that her body would not be able to survive until the birth of the child. So being able to give a name to a grandson whom I am destined never to meet is also a way to keep a memory of him. After dinner, because Gu Feng was at home, the three of them sat in the living room chatting and watching TV.
It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that Jiangnan took Ning Wanqiu's hand and walked into her room.
With the experience of living together last time, there was not much awkwardness when the two of them entered the room tonight.
After taking a shower, one of them lay on the bed and the other on the sofa.
They chatted for a while and then fell asleep. The next morning, Jiangnan practiced boxing in the yard as usual.
At 6 o'clock, Ning Wanqiu came out. However, she was different today. She was not wearing sportswear, but pajamas.
"Aren't you going for a run today, Sister Chiu?"
"Actually, pregnant women shouldn't do strenuous exercise, so I won't run anymore."
Ning Wanqiu smiled and said, "Go ahead. Don't bring breakfast back later. I'll make it for you at home."
"Good."
Looking at Jiangnan's receding figure, Ning Wanqiu reached out and touched her belly, then turned and went into the house. She thought about it for a long time last night and finally decided to give birth to the child.
Chapter 30: The Sponsor's Mother Speaks.
When Jiangnan came back from running, Ning Wanqiu had already prepared breakfast and was waiting for him in the living room with Gu Feng.
Breakfast was clear soup noodles with chopped green onions, fried eggs and vegetables.
There were also some egg pancakes filled with ham and chopped green onions, which looked tempting. After tasting the noodles and taking a bite of the pancake, Jiangnan kept praising its deliciousness. This was his first time eating food cooked by Ning Wanqiu, and it tasted really good. In addition to being delicious, he also felt a sense of happiness after eating it. After breakfast, Ning Wanqiu did not go to work, but went with Jiangnan to send Gu Feng back to the sanatorium. Then the two of them went to the maternity and child hospital for a pregnancy checkup. After various tests including ultrasound screening, serum screening, fetal structure screening, etc., the fetus in the belly was found to be normal.
It was already noon when the two left the hospital.
So we found a nearby restaurant and had lunch together. "Xiao Jiang, you are going to participate in the live broadcast of Tomorrow's Star today.
Do you have the confidence to win the championship in this show?"
While eating, the two started chatting.
Hearing the word champion, Jiangnan smiled and said, "I can't win it. Tonight is my last game."
"The last match?
Are you admitting defeat without even competing?"
Ning Wanqiu was stunned. In her eyes, her young husband had great musical attainments. Moreover, she had watched the first two episodes of the show, especially the second one, where the opponent won the first place with a 1v15 advantage.
With such a result, how could he be eliminated tonight?
"A few days ago, the program director told me that I should withdraw from the competition after participating in tonight's live broadcast."
"Withdraw?"
At this point, Ning Wanqiu suddenly thought of the scene in the previous live broadcast where Jiangnan and Li Xingjie were bickering with each other, so she asked, "Is it that Li Xingjie who was behind this?"
Jiangnan didn't respond, but just nodded calmly.
It doesn't really matter to him to withdraw from the competition. Even if he leaves the stage of Tomorrow's Star, with his abilities, it won't be too difficult for him to become famous. But the progress will be slower than participating in the most popular music variety show in the country.
Seeing that Jiangnan didn't say anything, Ning Wanqiu didn't continue the conversation on this topic.
After dinner, Jiangnan rushed to the live studio for rehearsal.
Tonight's competition is a knockout match, and there is no limit on the repertoire.
The program team will invite 6 singers who have already entered the entertainment industry and have a certain degree of fame to challenge the competition. The 12 contestants in the show will be divided into groups of 2 by drawing lots. At that time, 6 groups of contestants will compete with the singers who come to challenge them in a 2v1 competition system, and the winner will be determined by voting results. If the total number of votes of the 2 contestants in the same group exceeds half of the votes of the challenger singer, they will be the winner and can successfully advance to the next competition. If the combined votes of 2 contestants in the same group do not exceed half of the challenger's votes, they will be eliminated. Therefore, this challenge match is the most interesting and bloody match in the entire season. Even in the 3rd season, there was a tragic result where 5 out of 6 groups of contestants were eliminated.
However, after the challenge match, the next round will be the resurrection match.
Therefore, even if most of the contestants are eliminated in the challenge match, it will not affect the live broadcast rhythm of the subsequent programs. In the eyes of the program team, the more contestants are eliminated in the challenge match, the more exciting it will be.
For tonight's challenge match, Jiangnan didn't even think about winning or losing.
No matter what the result is, after the game, he will announce on the spot that he will withdraw from the subsequent recording. Because he signed a contract and confidentiality agreement before participating in the show, when the production team asked him to leave, he had no choice but to withdraw quietly. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when Jiang Nan rushed to the live broadcast studio of Tomorrow's Star, Ning Wanqiu was sitting in the living room of her home, picking up her mobile phone with a cold face.
After dialing a number, the person on the other end of the phone answered quickly. Mr. Ning.
Xiao Chen, contact the producers of Tomorrow's Star and tell them that if Jiang Nan withdraws from the competition, we will withdraw from this event and all future programs they produce.
Okay, Mr. Ning. One more thing. I don't want to see Li Xingjie again on tonight's show or any of the later shows. Also, don't let Jiang Nan know about this. Understood, I'll take care of it now.
After hanging up the phone, Ning Wanqiu's expression, which had been stern, eased a little. As the sponsor of the program team, she can keep or remove someone with just a few words. Even the superstars who are able to call the shots in the entertainment industry are no match for her, a business tycoon. At the same time, in a 5-star hotel not far from the live broadcast studio of Tomorrow's Star, Li Xingjie was wearing a bathrobe and sitting on the sofa in the presidential suite with a cigar in his hand. Next to him sat the star of Tomorrow director Wang Defa, who was wearing casual clothes. In addition to these two people, there were 2 young women lying on the big bed in the suite. Director Wang, didn't I make it very clear? I won't be participating in the show if those 13 guys are around. Li Xingjie took a big puff of his cigar and turned his gaze to the 2 women lying on the big bed, revealing a look full of greed. Xingjie, can you please be patient for a while for my sake? I've already informed Jiang Nan that he will withdraw after tonight's competition. As Wang Defa spoke, he hurried to the bedside, pulled up the 2 women and pushed them into Li Xingjie's arms, saying, "Just think of it as helping me. I'll remember this favor." You put me in a difficult position when you say that, Director Wang. I told that 13-year-old in front of millions of people that it was either him or me. If I were to share the stage with him tonight, where would I put my face? Li Xingjie, who was surrounded by women on both sides, glanced at Wang Defa and a cunning arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. How about this, you tell the audience tonight that I have something to do and will take a break from recording for 1 episode, and we'll be back next time. Wang Defa sighed and did not respond. He wanted to fight for it again, but then he thought, things have come to this point, with Li Xingjie's personality, he definitely can't persuade him, so this is the only way. After thinking for a while, he said in a somewhat discouraged tone, well, that's all I can do. However, before he could finish his words, his cell phone rang. After picking it up and taking a look, Wang Defa quickly walked aside and answered the call. Then, his facial expressions began to become colorful. At the same time, he kept making sounds of agreement such as yes, okay, and I understand. Not long after, Wang Defa hung up the phone, walked to the sofa and gave the 2 women a look. The 2 women immediately broke free from Li Xingjie's embrace and stood aside. What does this mean, Director Wang? Li Xingjie was a little annoyed when the soft jade in his arm suddenly pulled away, so he said with a hint of threat, if you can't bear to let that 13-year-old kid withdraw from the competition, just say so. At worst, I will quit this show. Okay, then you can quit. Wang Defa said this without thinking, and led the 2 women out of the suite in Li Xingjie's confused eyes. Chapter 31 The King of Heaven holds a hatred in his heart. Inside the presidential suite, Li Xingjie was stunned and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. He couldn't understand why Wang Defa, who had been begging him kindly at the beginning, suddenly changed his attitude and left after receiving a phone call. As a superstar in the Longyu entertainment industry, he has dominated the music scene for 10 years since he became famous at the age of 25. During this period, I have never been treated like this before. MD. Li Xingjie cursed angrily, grabbed the ashtray on the table and threw it heavily to the ground. The product was returned by the program team for no apparent reason, which made him very unwilling. After taking a few deep breaths and temporarily suppressing the anger in his heart, Li Xingjie called his agent and briefly told him what had just happened. About an hour later, his agent sent him a message asking him to check the Weibo post. So Li Xingjie quickly took out his mobile phone and opened the Weibo. The most searched term is #TomorrowStar, we have something to say. When he clicked on the entry, Li Xingjie saw the following content. To all the viewers of Tomorrow's Stars. Because teacher Li Xingjie has other matters that need to be dealt with urgently. We regret to announce here that we have terminated the contract with Mr. Li Xingjie. Teacher Li Xingjie will no longer appear in tonight's and future live broadcasts. In addition, we would like to announce that Mr. Minghua will join our Tomorrow's Star family as a mentor tonight. Thank you for your understanding and support. Fuck you. After reading the entry, Li Xingjie couldn't help but shout out national quintessence, and the image of Jiangnan began to emerge in his mind. It is obvious that the production team of Tomorrow's Star fired him in order to protect Jiangnan. But what puzzled him was that as a superstar singer in the dragon language area, wasn't he less important than an amateur contestant? Thinking of this, the unconvinced Li Xingjie quickly took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Wang Defa.
Director Wang, what the hell do you mean? Do you really want to embarrass me like this just for that 13-year-old kid? Not long after, Wang Defa's message came back. Calm down, Xingjie. I want to keep you, but our sponsor has said Jiangnan should stay. We have no choice but to do this.
Let's understand each other and have a chance to cooperate in the future.
What a fucking job, fuck.
Li Xingjie cursed angrily and threw his phone to the ground in anger. At this moment, a strong hatred for Jiangnan arose in my heart. An unknown amateur contestant first embarrassed him in front of millions of people. Now he has been kicked out of the recording by the program crew. This behavior is more painful than slapping him twice in the face.
Just wait, little brat, we're not done yet. Although he was angry, Li Xingjie had no way to deal with Jiangnan.
After all, the other party is just an amateur with no business, and he has capital backing him. Even though he is a popular superstar singer, he can only suppress this hatred in his heart temporarily. When Li Xingjie was gritting his teeth in anger, Jiangnan, who was in the live broadcast studio of Tomorrow's Star, was called to the office by director Wang Defa.
Director Wang, are you here to discuss withdrawing from the competition?
Jiangnan, who didn't know that Ning Wanqiu was already making efforts behind the scenes, said this straight away when he walked into the office.
Sit in, Jiangnan. Wang Defa quickly asked Jiangnan to sit down and said politely, just pretend I never mentioned your withdrawal from the competition.
This.
Jiangnan hesitated for a moment. Director Wang, are you saying that I don't need to withdraw from the competition?
Yes.
Why?
The sudden change made Jiangnan feel a little confused.
Well.
Wang Defa quickly organized his words in his mind and began to explain. During the last live broadcast, after you and Li Xingjie had an argument, he came to me and asked me to kick you off the show. You also know that he is a superstar singer with a huge fan base. At first I thought, since there can't be two tigers in one mountain, I would have to let you down. However, after I sent you the message of withdrawing from the competition, I began to regret it. Although you are still an amateur, the two songs you created, The First Dream and The Nameless Person, have become popular on the entire internet. And the promotional video you dubbed for Station A last week was also extremely popular.
In addition, you are a very popular person.
In the first episode, Teacher Xiaofei hugged you, and in the second episode, you had a quarrel with Li Xingjie, which attracted a lot of attention to the show. Therefore, in the past few days, our program team held a careful meeting to study the issue of whether you should stay or leave. We feel that with your creative ability and your rich topicality, the benefits of keeping you will definitely be greater than that of Li Xingjie. Moreover, the original intention of our program is to discover rising stars in the music industry. In my eyes, you are a shining rising star.
So in the end, we unanimously decided to terminate the contract with Li Xingjie and keep you. Wang Defa's explanation is very reasonable and does not have many loopholes. But Jiangnan knew very well that this was definitely an excuse.
If you really want to keep him, you would not have given him a notice of withdrawal so early.
Today's sudden change is definitely due to someone putting pressure on the program team.
As for the person who put the pressure on him, Jiangnan guessed without even thinking that it was Ning Wanqiu.
As a business tycoon, his company is also the title sponsor of this program.
He has every right to keep him and the power to drive Li Xingjie away.
Okay, thank you, Director Wang. Having guessed the result, Jiangnan thanked him and left the office.
However, he had only taken a few steps when he ran into Chen Pingan head-on. The two should have been strangers, but because of Lin Qiner, Chen Pingan's eyes were full of hostility when he looked at Jiangnan.
Jiangnan is also hostile to Chen Pingan.
Although he had already built a grave for Lin Qiner in his heart, the culprit was the person in front of him. After a few sharp glances, Chen Pingan spoke first, saying in a mocking tone, "You're quite good at jumping around, Jiangnan."
He.
Jiangnan Mia smiled and said, "You are a little more capable than me, otherwise you wouldn't have picked up my old shoes to play with."
You. Chen Pingan was speechless for a moment.
After a moment of hesitation, he pretended to be relaxed and replied, "Just wait.
I will choose you tonight. You will be in trouble then." Jiangnan didn't take these provocative words seriously at all.
He shrugged and said, "See you tonight then." I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of surprises you, a scumbag, can bring me.
Leaving this sentence, Jungnan left without looking back. Chapter 32 My Wife's Embarrassment.
After exchanging a few words with Chen Ping'an in the corridor, Jungnan returned to the dressing room. As soon as he pushed the door open and walked in, the 11 contestants inside all cast their eyes on him. The looks these people gave him at this moment were filled with complicated emotions. Because of the hot search entry on Weibo about Li Xingjie's contract termination, they felt that Jungnan was a difficult person to deal with. An amateur contestant actually kicked out a singer mentor who was a superstar in the music industry. At the same time, the looks these contestants cast towards Jungnan were more or less mixed with a hint of flattery. After all, tonight's competition is a challenge match, and the opponent is a mature singer who has already achieved success in the music industry. Although these amateur players also have impressive abilities. But today's challenge match is not only about strength, but more importantly about fame. Only when you are more famous can you get more votes and eventually win the competition. Among the current top 12 contestants, only Jungnan's fame can compete with those already famous singers. So the other 11 players are now thinking that if they can be drawn into the same group with Jungnan, they will have a chance to compete tonight. Time flies and soon it is 8 o'clock in the evening. As soon as the live broadcast room of the Rising Star started, audiences from all over the world flocked in. The number of people online in the live broadcast room tonight reached more than 6 million in just 1 minute. Among these audiences, some are fans of the 6 singers who are participating in the challenge competition tonight. Under the gaze of 6 million people, host Sha Baining walked onto the stage. Good evening, dear audience friends in front of the screen.
I am Sha Baining. It's a pleasure to meet you all on such a wonderful evening.
Tonight is the 3rd knockout match of our 7th season of Tomorrow's Star. So soon, 6 heavyweight singers in the music industry will descend on the stage to perform for everyone. At the same time, the 12 contestants in our show will also use all their skills tonight to bring you an audio-visual feast that will set this autumn on fire.
But before that, I have one announcement to make. Teacher Li Xingjie, who participated in the recording of 2 episodes of the program, withdrew from the subsequent recording due to personal reasons. But we are honored to invite the talented singer and evergreen in the music industry, Mr. Minghua, to join our Tomorrow's Star family. Without further ado, according to the tradition of the first 6 seasons of the show, before the challenge competition begins, the 4 mentors will be invited to the stage to give their first performance on this stage. First, we would like to invite Mr. Wu Tianhua to perform a song specially composed for this stage, The Wind is Coming. Under Sha Baining's introduction, Wu Tianhua walked onto the stage and began his performance. Immediately afterwards, Minghua and Yang Mi sang a duet love song together. After the 2 songs were sung, the number of people watching the live broadcast online had reached more than 8 million. On the public screen, fans were enthusiastically cheering for their idols and contributing barrages of comments. At this moment, Lu Yefei, with thin steel wire hanging on her body, slowly descended from above the stage. Today she had her hair extended and tied into a high ponytail with a red ribbon. He was wearing a bright red, traditional style, tight-fitting long gown and a pair of long cloth boots of the same color. Coupled with her pretty and beautiful face, she looks like a heroine who walked out of the world of martial arts. Her slender hands held a folding fan, which she gently waved in front of her, making her look both cool and elegant. Seeing this scene, Lu Yefei's fans in the live broadcast room went crazy. Netizen Starry Sky Fairy, oh I'm going to die, Feibao, I want to get pregnant with a baby for you. Netizen Leixiao Xiaganzi, my wife is showing off, please forgive me. Netizen Superman, I am not chasing stars, but prolonging my life, Feibao, moi. Netizens rolled their faces on the keyboard, all mankind should not miss you today, come on Feibao. On the stage, Lu Yefei glanced at the live camera, swung the folding fan in her hand, and took the microphone handed to her by the staff. Hello everyone, I am Lu Yefei. I'm so happy to perform for you on this stage tonight. This is a song with a strong martial arts style, and it is also the promotional song for the movie Sword Dance in Jianghu starring me, which will be released in theaters soon. The song is called Bu Wei Xia and it was written for me by Jiang Nan, a contestant of our Tomorrow's Star. I hope everyone likes it. After Lu Yefei finished her introduction, the accompaniment began. With an extremely elegant prelude, she took the microphone and started singing. Don't let the sunset glow on your clothes, the afterglow sends me to lead an old horse. As I passed by, the houses in the smoky village looked just like the flowers flying in my hometown. After getting drunk on the wind and drinking tea, I found a tavern at the corner of an ordinary alley. I have picked flowers from the south of the Yangtze River,
and my love for the spring breeze and the red candles is as romantic as my love for the world. I am lucky to meet 7 or 8 close friends in this world, who invite me to play the jar and get drunk on the clouds and mist. I have flown to the north of the river to feed my horse. I am as ruthless as I am to the west wind and the yellow sand. I will cut the peach blossoms with my sword. It is difficult to meet each other in this world. Thank you for the green mountains that have made my hair turn white. Thank you for the generosity of frost and snow that have given me a scar between my eyebrows. A song full of martial arts style was perfectly performed by Liu Yefei's clear and bright voice. The barrage in the live broadcast room went crazy again. This time, it was not just Liu Yefei's fans, many passers-by also cheered crazily for this song. Among them, a large part of the barrage is praising Jiangnan. Netizen he do Jiangnan Hanyo 13, the songs he has composed so far are truly masterpieces. Netizen who stays at home at university, this Jiangnan area is really cool and a treasure, bird lovers, bird lovers. The netizen is your Qianbao, my brother Nan is so awesome, give me a heart. In the contestant seats, Jiangnan, who was waiting in the backstage, listened to the performance and nodded with satisfaction. In his opinion, Liu Yefei has interpreted this song to the fullest. Even as the creator, he could only perform this song on par with the other party. The performances of the 3 mentors ended, and the number of real-time online viewers in the live broadcast room had reached 10 million. The host Xia Baineng returned to the stage again and invited the top 12 contestants to the stage. The staff immediately brought the cards for drawing lots and forming teams to the stage. After a simple draw, Jiangnan and a contestant named Xia Qing were drawn into the same team. Hello Jiangnan, it's a pleasure to be your teammate. Xia Qing is about 160 centimeters tall and has a sweet and lovely appearance. When she drew the same card number as Jiangnan, her heart was filled with joy. In Xia Qing's mind, Jiangnan is simply a big devil. Although he is still an amateur contestant now, the 3 songs he has created so far are all excellent. Therefore, being able to be in the same group with such a big devil means that she has a high probability of winning easily tonight. Hello, let's work together later to advance. Jiangnan looked at Xia Qing and gave her a kind smile. Chapter 33 Jiangnan vs Chen Pingan. After the 12 contestants were divided into groups, they returned to their seats. Afterwards, Xia Baineng invited the 6 singers who came to challenge him tonight to the stage. Among the 6 people, except Chen Pingan, the other 5 are 3 men and 2 women. Although their status in the entertainment industry has not yet reached the level of superstars, they each have considerable traffic and have widely sung representative works on hand. Among them, Chen Pingan is the weakest in singing, but the most popular one. Although his main job is singing, he has not made any achievements in the music industry. Instead, it was through the popularity he accumulated from the gay drama The Untamed that he starred in before. In terms of singing, his best song is also the theme song for that gay drama. Everyone, I have 6 cards here, corresponding to our 6 teams of players. You can draw your opponents for tonight from them. After Xia Baineng finished speaking, he took the 6 cards in his hand and walked straight towards the 6 singers who came to challenge him. He was the first to hand the cards to Chen Pingan. Since he had already informed the program team in advance, Chen Pingan directly drew the second card. There is a 6 written on the card. Jiangnan and Xia Jing's group is exactly 6 groups. Therefore, an inevitable contest was officially put on the table at this moment. Chen Pingan held the number 6 card and looked at Jiangnan in the contestant seat, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. In his eyes, although Jiangnan made some splashes in the first 2 episodes, he had too few works after all, so it was impossible for him to have any die-hard fans. But he is different. He has become very successful in the entertainment industry thanks to Gay Order. The number of fans on Weibo is about to exceed 10 million. Even if they are not as good as the other party in singing and songwriting, this competition is not just about singing, the more important point is popularity. He was confident that with his huge number of fans, he could easily crush Jiangnan. Oh no! Our group was picked by the most popular Chen Pingan. In the contestant seat, Xia Jing felt a little worried when she saw that Chen Pingan had drawn card number 6. Don't worry. Jiangnan next to him looked calm and composed. He knew about the PK with Chen Pingan when they ran into each other in the afternoon, and he was not worried at all. He is very confident about tonight's game, and this is the one he is most eager to win so far. Combining the data from the previous 6 seasons of the challenge matches and his own performance in the first 2 episodes of the show, it was no pressure for him to win today's game. After all, the true essence of this program is still a music variety show, and he does not have as huge a fan base as Chen Pingan. But as long as the music is strong enough and the work can move passers-by, not to mention winning the challenge match, it is possible that the team may even surpass the opponent in terms of data. Hey, but Chen Pingan is very popular. Xia Qing had different ideas. After all, she was just an ordinary contestant. Even though she has now relied on Jiang Nan as a pillar of support, in her opinion, the opponents she encounters are even more powerful than this pillar of support.
Jiang Nan smiled non-committally and didn't respond.
Soon, tonight's knockout match officially began. The number of people online in the live broadcast room also reached a terrifying 11 million at this moment.
This is a level of popularity that has never been reached in the previous 6 seasons.
There are many reasons, but the most important one is that the 3 sponsors of this season's program are very powerful and have fully promoted it. The first person to take the stage was a singer who had already released 5 albums, had 3 finished songs, and had over 7 million fans on Weibo. After his performance, he directly received 2.06 million votes. Next, 2 contestants from each team took the stage one by one and performed a song each. The 2 candidates received 230,000 and 350,000 votes respectively. The total number of their scores was less than half of the number of singers who challenged the host, so they failed to advance and were eliminated directly. At the very beginning, they were given a warning by the challenge singer. Among the 10 contestants who had not yet participated in the competition, except Jiang Nan, their faces looked as pale as eggplants hit by frost. In the eyes of these 9 people, the singer who challenged the host was too terrifying. At this moment, they were all in fear of being timid before the battle even started. After the host on the stage announced the elimination of the first team, the second challenger singer walked onto the stage, followed by the 2 contestants from the second group. Time passed quietly as one song after another was performed, and the performances of the first 5 groups came to an end.
In the end, all 10 contestants in the top 5 groups were eliminated.
The barrage in the live broadcast room was also extremely lively at this moment. Netizen Orange Jam, oh no, there is not a single one who can fight, they are a bunch of trash.
Netizen Kingshwazu Nicho asks, will the whole team be wiped out tonight? Will the contestants be reshuffled in the next round through a resurrection match?
Netizen Deng Jun S18 Fishing Hooks, a strong opponent, a weak self, this unfair competition system is not fair at all.
I don't know who came up with it, but I like to watch it. Netizen Kingshwig Xianjin, it can be seen that these contestants have tried their best, but unfortunately the challenger singers are too strong. Netizen I am the queen, there is only one group left, come on Jiang Nan, I believe you can win. Whether Jiang Nan can win is still unknown.
However, the more than 12 million viewers waiting in front of the screen at this time are full of anticipation for the finale performance of the last group tonight. Because the last group not only includes the most popular singer among the challengers Chen Pingan. There is also the most popular ace contestant among the contestants Jiang Nan.
Jiang Nan vs Chen Pingan. This is the most worth watching PK tonight.
At this moment, Ning Wanqiu was leaning against the head of the bed, watching the live broadcast with an iPad in her hand, a hint of worry on her face. She really wants Jiang Nan to win the challenge match tonight.
But Chen Pingan has too many fans.
On the other hand, although Jiang Nan has 2 well-known works, he has not made his debut after all. For a moment, in the live broadcast room barrage, Chen Pingan's fans announced the result of the game in advance with a crushing momentum. But it is difficult to determine whether such a result is true or false, it is just the fans' opinion. At the same time, Lin Qiner, like Ning Wanqiu, was leaning against the head of the bed, watching the live broadcast of Star of Tomorrow on her mobile phone. When the camera moved to Jiang Nan in the contestant seat, her originally dim eyes suddenly brightened up. The relationship between the two of them is now broken up and they have let go of each other. Even the night before yesterday, Lin Qiner agreed to Chen Pingan's pursuit and became a boyfriend and girlfriend. But when she saw Jiang Nan, she still felt an inexplicable emotion in her heart.
Jiang Nan, you scumbag, I hate you. After staring at Jiang Nan on the screen for a few seconds, Lin Qiner's face showed resentment.
Soon, the camera moved to the host standing on the stage.
Dear audience, there's only one match left tonight.
Next, let's welcome Prince of Melancholy Chen Pingan.
Chapter 34 Sorry for holding you back.
Following the host's introduction, Chen Pingan slowly walked onto the stage. Because the role he played in The Untamed was a Yandere prince, he was nicknamed the Melancholy Prince. I'm Chen Pingan, good evening to all the friends who are watching the live broadcast. The song I will be singing tonight is Power and Intrigue. If you like it, please remember to vote for me. The voting for the challenge match is different from the previous 2 matches.
It is real-time voting.
That is, after the performance begins, voting buttons will appear on the screen and will continue until the end of the performance. Chen Ping'an gave a brief introduction, and as the accompaniment sounded on the stage, he took the microphone and started singing. This song is the theme song of the gay drama he starred in before. The song as a whole is not difficult, but the lyrics are well written and the melody is very catchy. In addition, with the momentum of the popularity of gay dramas, the number of online listeners of Power and Intrigue has reached a terrifying number. After finishing the song, Chen Ping'an calmly said thank you to the live camera. Immediately afterwards, a number of 4.125 million appeared on the screen behind the stage. 4.125 million, my god! The host Xia Baining exclaimed when he saw Chen Ping'an's number of votes. Dear audience friends, this moment is a moment worth recording. The number of votes was 4.125 million. From the first season of Tomorrow's Star to now, the number of votes in any scene of the competition has never exceeded 4 million. On this occasion of record-breaking voting numbers, we would like to thank the Prince of Melancholy for his wonderful performance. After Xia Baining finished speaking, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room exploded. Netizen Wufu Chen Ping'an, brother is so awesome, he actually broke the record. Netizen Ping'an's little fangirl, I am crying to death. After tonight, my brother will definitely ascend to the throne of Dragon Entertainment. Netizens only love Ping'an, he is worthy of being my fan. Who wouldn't like such an excellent person? Netizen Chen Ping'an's wife, woohoo, my man is awesome, ha ha ha. In the barrage, fans spared no effort to praise their idols. However, they overlooked one point. Although the number of votes broke the record, it was not the result of Chen Ping'an's efforts alone. Because at this time in the live broadcast room, the number of online viewers has reached 13.29 million. Such a huge number of people also broke the record since the launch of Star of Tomorrow. According to the voting ratio, Chen Ping'an's votes are about 3-1. In the past 6 seasons of the show, there have been many performances with a voting ratio of 3-1. There were even a few stages where the ratio reached 2-1. Therefore, the so-called record that Chen Ping'an broke was actually not that good. The biggest contributors to this record are actually the 3 sponsors. Thanks to their unremitting efforts, the program was able to spend a lot of money on publicity across the entire network, thus attracting viewers to break the upper limit of the number of live viewers. 4.12 million, it's all over, I'm definitely going to lose tonight. Only Xia Chang and Jiang Nan were left in the contestant seats. The former stared blankly at the numbers displayed on the big screen behind the stage, with a look of despair on his face. On the other hand, Jiang Nan looked calm and composed. It was as if a record-breaking number of votes did not put any pressure on him. The staff of the program noticed the expression on his face, so they cut the camera directly to take a close-up shot of his face. The audience in front of the screen saw Jiang Nan's calm expression and began to express their opinions. Netizen Meng Chichi, oh my god, this guy is so brave, yet he is so calm. Netizen Shi Nyonyo and Mei Nyonyo, this guy knows he can't beat my brother, so is he just lying down? Netizen Red High Heels, brother Nan is in a good mood, and I don't know what song he will sing next. Netizen Pinky Uncle, come on, Jiang Nan, I'm rooting for you. Following the discussion among netizens, Xia Cheng took the lead and walked onto the stage to start performing. Although she is petite, her loud and clear voice attracted the attention of a large number of viewers in the live broadcast room as soon as she opened her mouth. Xia Cheng, who grew up on the grassland, has a voice that is different from other contestants. However, after singing only a short part of the song, his voice broke due to excessive pressure and tension. Then he started to sing all the way to the end. After singing, tears came to Xia Cheng's eyes. Her original intention of going on stage was to perform well, but the first 5 groups of contestants were all eliminated, and coupled with Chen Ping'an's record-breaking number of votes, this invisible pressure directly caused her mentality to collapse. A song full of car accidents ended, and Xia Cheng only received 70,000 votes. Such a number is not even a fraction of Chen Ping'an's. Wow! I'm sorry Jiang Nan, I'm holding you back. When Xia Cheng, with tears in her eyes, walked off the stage dejectedly, she met Jiang Nan who was about to go on stage to perform. It doesn't matter. It's just a competition. Don't take winning or losing so seriously. You have to learn to enjoy this stage. Jiang Nan stopped and comforted Xia Cheng, then walked briskly to the center of the stage. At this moment, the eyes of more than 13 million people inside and outside the live broadcast room were all focused on him. Jiang Nan is all white today. He was wearing a pair of small white shoes and a well-tailored white suit, which matched his handsome face. The stage lights shone on him.
At first glance, the whole person seems to be glowing.
Originally, Ning Wanxiu, who was watching the live broadcast, was still worried about Jiangnan. But now seeing him standing on the stage, his face is filled with confidence and composure.
The worry in my heart disappeared inexplicably.
Ning Wanxiu highly agrees with Jiangnan's achievements in music. She likes both the piano piece and the two songs performed in the first 2 episodes very much. Especially The Nameless Person, she has listened to it repeatedly several times before going to bed every day in the past week.
In addition, at the beginning of the show, the song written by Jiangnan Gang Lu Yefei also caught Ning Wanxiu's attention.
Come on, Xiao Jiang, you are the best. After the worry in her heart disappeared, Ning Wanxiu posted a comment on the screen. At this time, Lin Qiner, who was also holding a mobile phone, also sent a barrage.
You're doomed to fail today, scumbag.
Maybe it was because Jiangnan had spoiled her for 3 years, but she was suddenly dumped. This made Lin Qiner feel hatred towards Jiangnan. Seeing that Chen Ping'an's number of votes broke the record, she felt inexplicably happy. There was a sense of pleasure in revenge, even though the person being avenged was not herself. In Lin Qiner's room downstairs, Lin Jian was also watching the live broadcast on his mobile phone. He had never looked at Jiangnan with any respect, and in his first battle in the Star of Tomorrow, he was eliminated by the opponent. So he stared at the person on the screen with eyes full of hatred. At the same time, his fingers moved rapidly, sending out slanderous comments.
Rubbish. A gigolo. You bastard.
Sword type.
Chapter 35, Nothing to Do Today, Listen to Music in the Brothel. Behind the screen, more than 13 million people have different views on Gangnam. On the screen, Jiangnan looked directly at the camera and gave a faint smile. Hello everyone, I'm Jiangnan. The next song to be performed is still an original song. This song is called Qiling, a song in the style of opera. Currently, there is no song of this type in the music library of our Longhua music scene.
The inspiration for composing songs in this style came from an elder of mine who loves opera.
Recently she told me that my voice is very suitable for singing opera. But it may be a little late for me to learn opera at this age. So I thought about trying to combine pop music and opera.
After I finished recording the demo, I listened to it and it sounded pretty good, so I brought it to the stage tonight. I want to dedicate this song to that elder and to all the viewers watching the live broadcast in front of the screen. At the same time, I also want to use this song to give a thumbs up to the opera that has been popular in our dragon country for more than 3,000 years.
With the development of the times, opera now seems a little lonely on the entertainment stage.
But once upon a time, it was our country's most shining business card and a treasure book that recorded the culture of generations. It brings joy and smiles to countless people. So in the end, I would like to dedicate this song to opera.
I have nothing to do today, so I invite everyone to listen to music.
The opening remarks before Gangnam's performance were a bit too much, but the vast majority of the audience watching in front of the screen did not object. Then, with a deep bow from him, the lights on the stage suddenly came on. A group of people in costumes walked onto the stage. The costumes of this group of people include Qingyi, Huadan, Wudun, Dayamadan.
There are almost all kinds of opera costumes.
I don't know where love comes from, but it's everlasting.
Jiangnan took the microphone and started the song with authentic kunku opera voice. He has never studied opera specifically.
But when I was a child in the countryside, I often watched operas, and my mother also liked to listen to them, so we usually played them on the radio at home. I learned a little bit by observing and listening. After singing a line of opera lyrics, the accompaniment sounded, and the dancers in costumes on the stage surrounded him and began to perform.
Jiangnan sang the main song as the accompaniment progressed.
When the play begins, the sleeves rise and fall, singing about sorrow and joy, separation and reunion. It has nothing to do with me.
The fan opens and closes, the gongs and drums sound and then fall silent, and a cup of tea is still warm outside Jinghu Lake.
I am used to putting all my joy, anger, sorrow and happiness into my makeup. No matter how old the words are, my bones and ashes are all me. In troubled times, I have to bear the flames of war burning the mountains and rivers. Although I am in a low position, I dare not forget my worries for the country, even if no one knows me. Opera tune. The people below the stage leave the old colors behind, while the people on the stage sing heartbreaking farewell songs. It is difficult to write the word love, and he must sing it with blood.
Who is the guest when the curtain rises and falls?
Jiangnan sang a beautiful, ethereal song full of love and hatred for family and country. The entertainment industry in this world is much behind that of the world called Earth in his mind. So a song like this seems very different in today's Longhua music scene.
But After the song Jungnan was sung, the comments were all positive. Netizen Mei Hua Nonying, no way, can the song be sung like this? Netizen Xiao Jojo's mother, as soon as the opera singing started, I felt like my whole body was electrified and numb.
Netizen There is a rainbow after the storm. After listening to the first verse and chorus, I always felt that the song was missing something, but before the second verse started, I knelt down and realized that the reason I had been listening to the song in the wrong posture. Netizens ran and stopped, brothers and sisters, switched to penguin music and listened to a song, Qiling. Netizen Ms. Longyin Zhao, this song perfectly blends opera singing and popular singing styles.
It doesn't sound awkward at all. The kunku opera singing at the opening and the opera singing in the chorus are very authentic.
If the full score is 10, and I have to rate this song, I would give it 11 points. The extra point is because it has developed a new style of music.
After Jungnan finished singing, the comments on the barrage began to jump at the fastest speed tonight.
On the big screen behind Jungnan, the number of votes for Qiling was also displayed.
7.369 million.
A terrifying number, a number that once again broke the record and far exceeded the previous one, a number that had a vote ratio greater than 2-1, and a number that marked the first time in the show's 7 seasons that a contestant's votes had surpassed the challengers.
No. Impossible, absolutely impossible. 7.36 million. How could he get such a high number of votes? I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Below the stage, Shin Pingon stared at the big screen, his eyes full of disbelief. How he hoped the voting numbers above were a mistake.
But the next second, the host Sha Bining's words shattered his thoughts.
Congratulations, let us congratulate Jungnan for once again breaking the record for votes on the Star of Tomorrow stage. As Sha Bining spoke, Lin Qiner and Lin Jian, the brother and sister who were watching the live broadcast in the Lin family villa, looked extremely ugly, as if they had eaten a fly. Like Shin Pingon, they were also filled with disbelief. Especially Lin Qiner, although she had been dating Jungnan for 3 years, she also knew that her ex-boyfriend had some talents.
But I never expected that the other party's musical talent would be so extraordinary.
Even though he had worked at the Lin group for 3 years and had little experience with music, he was able to create such excellent songs in a short period of time. On the other side of the Ning family, Ning Wanqiu, who was leaning against the head of the bed, smiled happily.
Her smile was not just because she was happy about Jangnan's victory.
Another reason was that she knew that the elder the other person was referring to was her mother. Because when we were chatting at home last night, Jungnan said that he would sing a song for Gufang in tonight's competition. The song incorporates my mother's favorite opera.
A nominal son-in-law can sing for his nominal mother-in-law on such an important stage. This is enough to prove that Jungnan treats the mother and daughter sincerely. Feeling happy, Ning Wanqiu couldn't help but open the green bubble and send a message to Jungnan.
Congratulations on winning tonight and thank you for the song dedicated to my mom, I love it.
No need to thank me, Sister Chiu. I'm still in the live studio right now. Let's talk later.
Jungnan, who was still on the stage, didn't want to reply to the message, but when he saw that it was sent by Ning Wanqiu, he couldn't help but reply.
After the last song was sung, the 4 mentors began to comment. The first person to speak was Wu Tianhua.
I don't think I'm qualified to comment on this song because I've never come across a song with the same style as Qiling. From the perspective of a creator, I have only 2 words to describe this song.
That's excellent.
Wu Tianhua's comments were simple and his tone was humble. As an old singer who has been active in the Longyu music scene for more than 20 years, the fact that he can give such an evaluation to a new contestant is enough to show his character.
Chapter 36, a song known to the world.
In response to Wu Tianhua's affirmation, Jungnan calmly said thank you. Then he bowed deeply to this veteran in the dragon language music scene. The other party's generous praise was enough to win his respect. After Wu Tianhua finished his comments, the new mentor Minghua continued his comments.
Jungnan, your performance tonight really opened my ears.
In fact, I have watched the first 2 episodes. Before coming here, my evaluation of you was the leader of the new generation of Longyu music scene. But after listening to the song Bui Xia that you wrote for Xiufei tonight, and now listening to your Qiling, I think I should take back my previous evaluation.
I think you will be a groundbreaking figure in our dragon language music scene.
Because in the first 2 episodes, you didn't show off your singing skills too much, which made me think that your weakest point in music was singing. But during your performance just now, whether it was the switching between your true and false voices, or your ability to easily reach a 5 in your vocal range as if eating, I was amazed. I believe that such a perfect song as Qiling will surely be known to people all over the world. So I hope you can delve deeper into music and bring our dragon language music scene to a higher level.
Minghua's evaluation was very high.
In his opinion, Jiangnan's performance deserved such an evaluation.
Thank you, Teacher Ming, for your affirmation. I will work harder. Jiangnan finished speaking and bowed deeply once again.
Then Yang Mi took over the conversation and gave Jiangnan a thumbs up.
My opinion is the same as Mr. Tianhua's. I am not qualified to comment on Jiangnan's performance.
From this moment on, I will become his fan, and a die-hard fan at that. Yang Mi's words successfully made most people inside and outside the screen laugh. No one would have thought that a movie queen who usually acts so high and mighty would actually say such words. Lu Yefei, who was sitting next to her, heard this and took over the conversation with a smile. In fact, as early as 3 years ago, I was a die-hard fan of Jiang.
Lu Yefei's gaze was fixed on Jiangnan, her eyes full of tenderness. First of all, I want to thank Jiangnan for writing the song Bu Wei Xia for me. I really like this song.
Secondly, I would like to say that in the field of music, Jiang will definitely become a legend in our Longyu music scene. Whether it is his amazing creative ability, the voice kissed by an angel, or his solid musical foundation. Finally, I would like to invite Jiangnan to be my guest at my concert.
Lu Yefei's last sentence was a bit presumptuous and seemed like advertising. However, Jiangnan didn't mind when he heard it.
After all, the relationship between the two is not that of ordinary friends. Just as he had said to Ning Wanqiu before, Lu Yefei is a good brother and buddy in Jiangnan's heart. Thank you, Teacher Xiaofei, for your evaluation. As for the concert guests, we are discussing it privately. After the 4 mentors finished their evaluation, Xiao Chang and Chen Pingan were invited to the stage by the host. At this moment, Xiao Qing's face was full of happiness. The sadness I felt just before stepping down was swept away, and my mood also underwent a huge change. After all, I thought I was going to be eliminated the moment before, but the next moment, some established results were directly overturned. She is now very glad to have a supporter like Jiangnan, otherwise she would definitely be eliminated and left the live broadcast studio crying.
In contrast, Chen Pingan's expression looked normal, neither sad nor happy.
But if you look closely, you can still see frustration and loss on his face. He didn't expect Jiangnan to be so strong. Without any fan base, he was thrown into the mud just with one song. The pride, elation and arrogance that he had felt when he broke the record with 4.12 million votes disappeared without a trace at this moment. In front of the screen, when Chen Pingan's fans saw him go on stage, they all felt sorry for their idol. Netizen Pingan is on the left and I am on the right. I feel sorry for my brother. Well, why did he meet such a perverted wife like Jiangnan?
Netizen Pan Zai Zai, come on, brother, don't be discouraged. Netizen 123321, Jiangnan is too strong.
Although Pingan has lost, it is still an honor. You will always be the brightest star in my heart. On the stage, Xiao Baining glanced at the defeated Chen Pingan and spoke, adding another blow to the latter's already broken heart.
Just like the stab inflicted on Lin Jian in the first episode.
I declare the last match of the knockout round over. Jiangnan and Xiao Qing from the 6th group won 7.43 million votes, defeating the challenger singer Chen Pingan who won 4.12 million votes. At the same time, this is the first time on the stage of our Star of Tomorrow that a contestant has received more votes than the challenger singer.
Let us congratulate Jiangnan and Xiao Qing for their successful advancement.
Finally, I would like to say goodbye to you all here for the 3rd episode. The next episode will feature a resurrection match, and we'll see you next Saturday. As Xiao Baining finished speaking, the 3rd live broadcast came to an end.
Xia Jing, who was not familiar with Jiangnan, took the initiative to find him after the show ended. Thank you, Jiangnan. Fine.
Backstage, Jiangnan, who was packing up, glanced at Xiao Cheng and said, "You have a great voice.
If there's a chance in the future, let's collaborate on a song." Jiangnan didn't just say this casually, but he really admired the other person's high and loud voice. Really? It's a deal then. Xiao Qing was very happy to hear Jiangnan's words.
After all, Jiangnan's 4 creations in the 3 episodes are obvious to all. No singer would refuse the opportunity to work with such a talented creative person, let alone Xiao Jing, who is just an amateur contestant.
Then can I add your contact information, Jiangnan? Okay. Jiangnan nodded, put a small packed bag on his shoulder, and said, "Why don't you just add me in the group?" Okay, bye then. Bye-bye.
After saying that, Jiangnan left the live broadcast studio. When he reached the parking lot and was about to get in the car, Lu Yefei suddenly rushed out.
At this time, Liu Yefei had changed into casual clothes and removed the wig she had worn during the previous performance. She had transformed from a cool and handsome heroine back into a pretty girl next door. Mr. Jiang, are you planning to leave now? You just said we wanted to talk privately. Well. The two smiled at each other, and then Liu Yefei opened the passenger door and got into the car. Classmate Jiang, do you remember the promise we made in college? What agreement? Zhang Nan also got in the car and sat down. We agreed to hold a concert together, so having you as my guest would be a dream come true. Okay, I promise. Zhang Nan smiled and nodded, recalling an afternoon 4 years ago when the two of them had indeed said such words in the music classroom at school. It's a happy decision. Having said that, Liu Yefei suddenly took out a check and handed it over. What is this for? Zhang Nan was a little confused when he saw the check. You can't write songs for me for free. This is the compensation our company gives you. Zhang Nan didn't want to accept it at first, but after refusing for a long time, he couldn't resist anymore and finally had to accept the check. Chapter 37, The Lingering Ghost. The check Liu Yefei gave was for 1 million Longmin RMB. Such a sum of money is a huge number for Zhang Nan at present. After the two chatted for a while in the car, Liu Yefei left because she had work and had to catch a flight in the evening. Zhang Nan took out his cell phone and sent a message to Ning Wanqiu. Are you asleep, Sister Qiu? Not yet. Want some late-night snack? Can I bring you some? Ning Wanqiu didn't have the habit of eating midnight snacks, so after seeing Zhang Nan's message, she simply typed no need. But just before sending, it paused. After thinking for a while, she deleted the two words no need and then typed OK and sent it. Ning Wanqiu herself couldn't explain this change clearly. But now she really wants to see Zhang Nan and have a conversation with him. So I followed my inner thoughts and changed the content I sent out. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Nan pushed open the door of the villa with a lunchbox. Ning Wanqiu, who should have been asleep, was sitting on the sofa in the hall playing with her cell phone. It was obvious that he was waiting for Zhang Nan because they had made an appointment before. I'm sorry, Sister Qiu, the restaurant where we took our food was a little slow in serving it, so I came back late. Fine. Ning Wanqiu smiled and shook her head, then followed Zhang Nan into the dining room. The midnight snack was very rich, including chicken soup, barbecue, and fruit plate. Because Ning Wanqiu had stomach problems and couldn't eat spicy food, the barbecue Zhang Nan bought was not spicy at all. Thank you, Xiao Jiang. Ning Wanqiu took a sip of chicken soup with a spoon and suddenly said thank you. What are you thanking me for, Sister Qiu? Zhang Nan, confused, raised his head in confusion. The song Qiling you wrote for my mother is very nice. I'm sure she will be very happy when she hears it tomorrow. Sister Qiu, don't thank me for such a small thing. While talking, Zhang Nan saw that Ning Wanqiu was just drinking soup, so he handed her a skewer of barbecued meat and said, actually, in my heart, you and Aunt Gu are my family, so I just wrote a song for my family. Ning Wanqiu nodded softly, feeling warm in her heart. The distance between hearts is gradually narrowed through big and small things. The words between the two of them were no longer as distant as they were at the beginning. By the way, Sister Qiu, I also want to thank you. Zhang Nan ate a skewer of barbecue and remembered what Wang Defa had said today asking him to stay on the show. Thank me for what? Ning Wanqiu looked confused, her tone was exactly the same as what Zhang Nan had just said, even her expression was very similar. That I can continue to stay in the rising star. So you already know everything. Ning Wanqiu picked up the barbecue and took a bite. As she chewed, she said, you just said that you treat my mother and me as family. In fact, in our eyes, you are also our family, so there is no need to thank you for doing this little thing for your family. Good. After hearing this, Zhang Nan felt warm in his heart. After having supper, the two went back to their rooms to sleep. The next day was the weekend. Ning Wanqiu did not go to work and went to the sanatorium with Zhang Nan in the morning. When Gu Fang saw her son-in-law, a happy smile appeared on her face. Xiao Nan, I listened to Qi Ling this morning. You wrote this song so well. You don't know. I just told the old ladies in the courtyard that this is a song my son-in-law wrote especially for me. They were so envious. As long as you like it. Not only do I like it, my older sisters also love it very much. They said. Seeing his mother-in-law talking about the songs she had written like they were her own treasures, Zhang Nan suddenly had an idea. So he said seriously, Mom, if you really like this type of song, after I finish the competition and sign with a company, I will write an opera-style album specifically for you. Really? When Gu Feng heard that her son-in-law wanted to help her write an album, she was deeply touched. She looked at Jiang Nan, then at Ning Wanqiu, and took her son-in-law and daughter's hands and placed them together. Xiaonan, I don't know how many lifetimes of blessing it must be for me to have a son-in-law like you, but you should focus on the things you like and not waste your energy trying to please me. Ning Wanqiu, who was standing by, heard this and echoed, yes, husband, just focus on making the music you like. Seeing the reactions of the mother and daughter, Jiang Nan knew that they said this because they didn't want to burden him. So he just nodded silently and swallowed back the words that were about to come out. But in my heart, I have already set the goal of releasing an opera-style album. After the third episode of Tomorrow's Star was broadcast, Jiang Nan lived a secluded life. His fame grew further because of a groundbreaking opera-style song Qi Ling and the song Bu Wei Xia he wrote for Liu Yefei. No matter where he goes, he has to wear a mask and wrap himself tightly, otherwise he will be recognized. Because of this, he hasn't even gone for a morning run recently. Every day, apart from going to the vegetable market to buy vegetables and taking a walk, I stay at home to practice piano, guitar, and drums and create. At the same time, at the request of fans, he changed his Weibo account to Jiang Nan and underwent real name authentication. In just 1 week, the number of followers of the account increased from 0 to 8.88 million. In addition, during this week, he also received many calls from record companies who wanted to discuss signing contracts with him. Perhaps because he has a choice, Jiang Nan has been struggling with which company to sign with in recent days. Just as he was struggling, he suddenly received a call from Lin Shiner with an unfamiliar number. How's life been lately, Jiang Nan? The moment he heard Lin Shiner's voice, Jiang Nan frowned unconsciously, his face full of disgust. No, why are you still haunting me, Lin Shiner? What are you talking about, scumbag? Do you think I called to pester you? On the phone, both of them spoke in an aggressive tone. Then why are you looking for me? We've broken up, don't you think it's inappropriate to contact each other like this? I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Just come to my house and pick up Doubao. Doubao is the name of an orange cat, also a stray cat. A year ago, Jiang Nan found this cat in the stairwell of the community. Because he had a cat at home when he was a child, he liked cats very much, so he adopted it and named it Doubao. Later, Lin Shiner, who also likes cats, saw a fat orange cat on Jiang Nan's mobile phone. So I asked for Doubao, saying, you are too busy at work and don't have time to take care of him, so send him to my place and let my nanny take care of him. Jiang Nan didn't think much about it at the time and agreed directly. Now that the two have broken up, it is reasonable for Lin Shiner to let him take the cat away. Okay, I'll be there now. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Nan went to pick up Doubao. Chapter 38 Car Accident. Before breaking up with Jiang Nan, Lin Shiner actually liked Doubao very much. But ever since I made up my mind to break up, I have felt hatred towards Jiang Nan. Even the cat that the other person had fostered at home no longer had the same love for it as before. In recent days, every time she got home from get off work, when Doubao came close to her, she felt disgusted. So I decided to return the cat to Jiang Nan, out of sight, out of mind. About an hour after the phone call, Jiang Nan arrived at the Lin family. Now, the two of them no longer have any attachment to each other. So without wasting any more time, Jiang Nan picked up the cat and left in a hurry. However, on the way home, when passing an intersection on an overpass, a dump truck hit his sports car head-on. Jiang Nan was knocked off the overpass along with his car and lost consciousness instantly. At the same time, in a CBD building in Tiannan City, Ning Wanqiu was sitting in an office, holding a pen and signing documents. The entire office building is very dilapidated, and Ning Wanqiu's office layout is also very simple. The companies that have offices in this building are all small companies with a market value of less than 100 million yuan. But at this moment, in Ning Wanqiu's simple office, there stood two bigwigs who were well known in the business community of Longhua. One is Qian Jingguan, CEO of Station A, and the other is Jin Feng, CEO of Mingfang Electronics. Xiao Qian, don't be too aggressive on Station A right now. Our top priority right now is to keep the P Station users attracted by Kanjian. After signing a document, Ning Wanqiu glanced at Qian Jingguan, then her gaze shifted to Jin Feng. Xiao Jin, the Mi 14 model recently launched by Mi Mobile will have a certain impact on our upcoming release of the Zhongfeng X9, so your main task recently is to resolve that impact. As for the spokesperson, I will consider it and give you an answer. Li Xingjie is outright rejected. After hearing this, Qian Zhengguang and Jin Feng nodded repeatedly. In name, these two people are the CEOs of two giant companies.
But the real boss behind them is Ning Wanqiu, who is sitting in front of them. The main reason why Ning Wanqiu hid behind the scenes was related to her deceased father Ning Yueming. When Ning Yueming died, it was reported to the outside world that the cause was a car accident, but in fact there was another hidden story. So after Gu Feng took over the company, the first thing he did was to switch from being open to being covert, and he used a trick to escape. On the surface, the company's business was sold off and the company cashed out and left. He secretly reorganized the company and established Mingfang Electronics, becoming an invisible boss behind the scenes. After Ning Wanqiu took over the company, she hid behind the scenes like her mother. Even for Station A, which she founded, she was operating behind the scenes from beginning to end. Ning Wanqiu signed the document as she spoke, and soon she handed the signed document to Chen Zhengguang and Jin Feng.
Okay, you two go get busy. Okay, Mr. Ning, we'll be leaving first. The two men who took the documents responded respectfully and left the office.
After finishing the work at hand, Ning Wanqiu took out her cell phone and took a look, and found that it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Clicking on the green bubble, she couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. Usually at this time, Zhang Nan would send her a message, asking her what she wanted to eat in the evening. But today, I didn't receive any message from Zhang Nan.
Is he busy today?
While Ning Wanqiu was confused, just as she was about to send a message to Jiang Nan, her secretary who walked into the office with a cup of coffee in one hand and a document in the other.
Boss Ning, I've compiled the initial investigation results on Songfeng X9. Please take a look.
Good. Ning Wanqiu was about to send a message when she was interrupted by Hu Yu. She took the document and read it carefully. However, halfway through the document, the cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was Jiang Nan calling.
Without thinking, I pressed the answer button.
But a strange female voice came from the other end of the phone.
Hello, Mr. Jiang Nan was in a car accident and is now receiving emergency treatment at a hospital in our city. I see that you are the emergency contact on his phone. Could you please come to our hospital? Car accident?
Ning Wanqiu dropped the document in her hand to the ground when she suddenly heard such shocking news.
He quickly asked, How is he doing now? Mr. Jiang Nan has just been sent to the hospital.
His physical condition has not yet been fully examined.
He is currently in a coma due to excessive blood loss. Okay, I'll be there right now. After hanging up the phone, Ning Wanqiu couldn't help but shed tears.
She is a very strong person and has rarely shed tears since she was a child. But after hearing the news that Jiang Nan had been in a car accident, an inexplicable stream of tears welled up in my eyes. She rushed out of the office, ran to the garage as fast as she could, and rushed to the number 1 city hospital.
Nothing can happen to you, please don't let anything happen to you.
Along the way, Ning Wanqiu prayed silently in her heart. At the same time, scenes of my brief time with Jiang Nan began to emerge in my mind. The little man who prepares dinner at home every day and waits for her to come home from get off work to eat together. The little man who helped her write copy all night long without asking for anything in return. The little man who can make his mother happy and even write songs for her. The little man who followed me and chatted with me when I was running in the early morning. The little man who recorded piano music for her and brought her warmth and peace of mind. The little man whose face was blushing when he lay with her. Although the two of them didn't spend much time together, every moment they spent together is deeply engraved in their hearts. When Ning Wanqiu rushed to the hospital, she was extremely sad and her eyes were red. She strode to the front desk and asked about Jiang Nan's situation. It was finally learned that Jiang Nan was not in danger of life and had been transferred from the emergency room to the ward. After hearing this news, Ning Wanqiu's heart finally relaxed.
Thank you.
After saying thank you, Ning Wanqiu completed the hospitalization procedures, paid the hospital fees, and hurried to the ward.
When she opened the door, she saw Jiang Nan lying on the bed, still in a coma.
When she walked to the bedside and saw the pale little man with a bandage on his head, tears welled up in her eyes again. I knew clearly that the other person was no longer in danger of death, but I couldn't help but shed tears when I saw such a scene. At this moment, Jiang Nan, who was in a coma, woke up. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw Ning Wanqiu with tears in her eyes.
Chiu, Sister Chiu, what's wrong with you?
Looking at the beautiful woman with a sad face, Jiang Nan opened his mouth and asked in an extremely weak voice. When he tried to prop himself up, he found that his left hand was in a cast. My right shoulder felt like it had been hit by a heavy object. It hurt so much that I couldn't exert much strength. Only then did he remember that he had been in a car accident before he fell into a coma.
Chapter 39: How to Express Love.
Seeing Jiangnan wake up, Ning Wanqiu hurriedly wiped the tears from her face.
Don't move.
The doctor said your left hand and left leg are both broken.
Lie down and rest. I'll call a doctor to check you out.
After saying this, Ning Wanqiu left in a hurry, feeling somewhat embarrassed.
Not long after, he returned to the ward with a female doctor in a white coat. The female doctor performed some simple examinations on Jiangnan, asked about his physical condition, and then began to speak. Mr. Jiang is now in good health. Due to the excessive blood loss, he may be a little weak in the next few days.
As for the injuries to his left hand and left leg, they will heal after a while and will not leave him disabled.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Wang.
Ning Wanqiu glanced at the name tag on the doctor's chest and thanked him gratefully.
You are welcome.
The female doctor named Wan looked at Ning Wanqiu, then at Jiangnan, and said before leaving, "Come on, Jiangnan, you have to get better soon.
I am your fan."
Okay, thank you. Jiangnan breathed a sigh of relief knowing that there was nothing serious wrong with him, and then turned his gaze to Ning Wanqiu. Noticing the other person's red eyes, I recalled the person who cried silently by the bed when I woke up. He moved his mouth and said, "I'm sorry, Sister Chiu, for making you worry."
Tell me you're sorry. As she spoke, Ning Wanqiu unscrewed a bottle of water and asked, "Are you thirsty? Would you like some water?"
Yeah.
Jiangnan nodded and stretched out his right hand with difficulty to take the water bottle. Let me feed you. Didn't Dr. Wang just tell you that your right shoulder bone is slightly fractured? It's best not to move around for the next 2 days.
Ning Wanqiu brought the bottle of water to Jiangnan's mouth with a look of heartache in her eyes. Just then, 2 police officers knocked on the door of the ward. They came here to tell Jiangnan, the victim, the reason for his car accident. The cause was that the driver of the dump truck was emotionally hurt and in a bad mood. He drank a lot of alcohol with his friends.
Later, when I was driving home, I happened to meet Jiangnan at a fork in the road.
The accident happened because the driver was driving under the influence and failed to brake in time. After the accident, the dump truck driver discovered that the car he hit was one that he could never afford to pay for in his lifetime. Coupled with the emotional hurt, he was unable to get over it and committed suicide. So the current situation is that the dump truck driver was killed in the accident, and his elderly parents are unable to pay compensation.
The sports car that Ning Wanqiu gave to Jiangnan was not driven often and he did not buy car damage insurance.
Therefore, the victim has to bear the loss of the sports car and the medical expenses for hospitalization by himself. The 2 police officers explained the reason and left. Jiangnan, lying on the hospital bed, had a droopy face, full of depression. An 8-figure sports car was gone just like that, and the car wasn't even his own.
Who wouldn't be depressed?
Fortunately, although the sports car was destroyed, no one was seriously injured. Besides, Jiangnan is not the kind of person who likes to dwell on trivial matters, so he soon came to his senses. A sudden car accident caused more than just a car to be lost in his life. He was hospitalized for more than a month, so he couldn't appear on the Star of Tomorrow program and had to withdraw from the competition regretfully. But during the time Jiangnan was in the hospital, his relationship with Ning Wanqiu became closer and closer. It was so close that the love that had sprouted in his heart had already grown branches and leaves. Before the car accident, he was not sure how he felt about Ning Wanqiu. Therefore, I have been PUAing myself, and what I do for others is simply an act of repayment. But after the car accident, during the time he spent in the hospital, he was certain that his feelings for Ning Wanqiu were love. Perhaps it was because the love was still very weak before, so he was not sure. But during the more than 1 month of getting along, Ning Wanqiu came to the hospital to accompany him every day. I cooked soup and meals for him in different ways. During the first week of hospitalization, not only did he stay in the hospital every night to keep Jiangnan company, he even fed him 1 bite at a time. Later, Jiangnan's health condition improved a little, and Ning Wanqiu would stay with him in the hospital until 12 o'clock every day before going home. They would watch movies together, watch TV series together, listen to music together, and chat about everything under the sun. In such companionship and communication, the faint love in my heart gradually grows stronger. At this point, Jiangnan can no longer PUA himself. He did fall in love with Ning Wanqiu. But he still didn't dare to express his love to Ning Wanqiu. Because I am afraid that once I open my mouth and get rejected by the other party, this love that has not yet begun will die. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Jiangnan leaned against the head of the bed, staring blankly at the night outside the window. After being stunned for a while, he picked up his phone and opened the most famous love forum in Longwa, and posted a request for help. The title of the post is, "What would you do if you encountered such a thing?" The poster's account name, "A Little Bit of Noble Spirit." The post reads as follows. I found that I fell in love with someone, but I didn't know what she felt, so I didn't dare to confess. She is very nice to me, buys me a lot of things, and helps me silently behind the scenes. I was recently hospitalized for over a month due to illness. She came to accompany me every day and took great care of me. I feel that she loves me, but it's just a feeling and I'm not sure. Because I saved her once before, and she is so nice to me now, I feel like I am repaying her kindness. So I am very confused. Brothers and sisters, please help me and tell me what to do now. After posting, John Nan stared at the screen of his mobile phone, waiting for enthusiastic netizens to come and answer his questions. In many aspects of life, he is very opinionated. But when it comes to love, I have no idea at all. Ever since he confirmed his love for Ning Wanqiu, he has been struggling with whether to confess his feelings. The moment you decide to confess your feelings, you overturn it in the next moment, and then overturn the previous idea again in the next moment. This happened over and over again, and he had no appetite for food or tea in recent days. After learning about this love forum today, he thought about it for a long time. Since I can't make up my mind, I might as well ask online and see if netizens can give me some good suggestions. Hence this post. After the post was published, it received the first comment very quickly. John Nan clicked it and sneered in his heart. Netizen Fuyo Sihai commented, "Are you writing a novel here? The hero saves the heroine, then they meet, and the hero falls in love with the heroine. This is so bloody." After reading the comments, John Nan was about to respond. But after thinking about it, I felt there was no point in getting angry with a stranger, so I gave up the idea. A minute later, a second comment appeared below the post. Netizen Wanqiu, if the poster really falls in love with the girl you are talking about, he should be brave enough to confess his feelings. You don't even have the courage to be rejected, so how can you start talking? When Jiang Nan saw the second comment, his eyes widened. Chapter 40 Fate, Wonderful. Is that you, Sister Cho? Lying on the hospital bed, Jiang Nan held his cell phone tightly, staring at the username of the netizen who posted the second comment under the post for a long time. Finally, I took a deep breath and posted a follow-up comment. Netizen Dian Hayaranki, if my confession is rejected and she never talks to me again, do you still think I should confess to her? After Jiang Nan posted his follow-up comment, I waited for nearly 5 minutes before receiving a reply. Netizen Wanqiu, if that is the case, I'm sorry, my answer just now was too hasty. You should listen to the opinions of other netizens. Netizen Yidian Hayaranki, no need to apologize, thank you for your reply. I would like to ask, have you experienced something similar to me? After reading the reply, Jiang Nan quickly posted another comment. Netizen Wanqiu, yes, actually the girl you are talking about is quite similar to me. Netizen Yidian Hayaranki, really? Then how do you feel about him? Netizen Wanqiu, I should love him, but our situation should be different from yours. Netizen Yidian Hayaranki, what is the difference? Netizen Wanqiu, there is a big age gap between him and me, and he probably doesn't like me, so it is impossible for me and him to be together. Netizen Yidian Hayaranki, can you tell me the story between you and him? Netizen Wanqiu, okay, let us talk about it later when we have time. I'll make some soup and send it to him now. When the comment was sent here, Jiang Nan was completely stunned. He stared at the last comment for nearly a minute and then sent another message. Netizen Yidian Hayaranki, may I ask, what kind of soup did you make for him? However, after sending this message, it seemed like a stone fell into the sea. Jiang Nan stared at the screen for more than 10 minutes, but did not receive a reply. Just when he was about to exit the forum, a reply message suddenly popped up at the bottom of his phone. Netizen Wanqiu, pork ribs and pork belly soup. I don't want to chat with you anymore. I'm going to bring him the soup. After reading the reply, the knot that had been tangled in Jiang Nan's heart for several days loosened. At this moment, he was surprised and happy. Whether it was from the netizen Wanqiu's online name, the age difference she mentioned in her reply, the fact that she looked a lot like me, the pork ribs and pork belly soup, and the time the soup was delivered, Jiang Nan could be sure that the other person was Ning Wanqiu. So, is this fate? The internet is so vast, and we actually found each other just like that. As the old saying goes, fate is beyond words. Guided by fate, Jiang Nan not only met Ning Wanqiu through the forum, but also knew what she was thinking. At this moment, his eyes narrowed into slits due to smiling, and his heart was full of sweetness. Such happiness was more refreshing than summer ice cream. It was almost 8 o'clock when Ning Wanxiu walked into the ward carrying a large bag of food and tableware. "What's so happy?" Seeing Jiang Nan sitting on the hospital bed with a silly smile on his face, Ning Wanxiu couldn't help but reveal a beautiful smile on her face. Today, Ning Wanxiu was wearing a loose lavender dress, with her black hair tied up in a bun on top of her head. With her noble, cool and flawless face, she was simply beautiful beyond words. Since she is in the 3rd month of pregnancy, her belly is now a little bulging. Ning Wanxiu walked to the bedside, stood up the dining table on the bed, and then placed the tableware and food she brought on it. "You must be hungry. Come and eat." "Good." Jiang Nan responded, but did not rush to confess his feelings. Instead, he took the chopsticks handed to him by Ning Wanxiu, and the two of them happily ate dinner together. Half an hour later, the two people who had finished dinner were one sitting at the head of the bed and the other was clearing the dishes. "Sister Chiu, the soup you make is really delicious." "Is it delicious? What kind of soup would you like to have tomorrow?" Ning Wanxiu put the cutlery into the bag, glanced back at Jiang Nan, and said with a faint smile, "Is it already 8:30? Crazy Blast should be updated." "Well, let me open it and take a look." Crazy Boom is a TV series that has been very popular on the internet recently. At this time every night, the two of them will watch the show together after dinner. After opening the station app and taking a look, Jiang Nan quickly said, "Today's 2 episodes have been updated. I'll go wash my hands and come back." Ning Wanxiu put the bag of tableware on the bedside table, washed her hands, and then sat down by the bed to watch the drama with Jiang Nan. On weekdays, Jiang Nan always watched this drama very seriously, but today he was not interested at all. Thinking of what Ning Wanxiu had said on the love forum just now, "I think I love him," he felt an inexplicable urge. Two people love each other, but neither of them is willing to face their love. If there were no forum, I don't know how long this love would have been buried in the long river of time. Or in other words, buried in the soil forever, never seeing the light. Thinking of this, Jiang Nan felt both excited and nervous. I was excited because I knew what Ning Wanxiu was thinking, so as long as I took the first step, everything would fall into place. He was nervous because he had never confessed his feelings to anyone before and didn't know how to say it. In his previous relationship with Lin Sheener, it was she who took the initiative to confess her love to him. What should I do? How should I start? Should I just say, "Sister Chiu, I love you"? No, that would be too abrupt. Jiang Nan was torn between his conscience and his desires at this moment. Ning Wanxiu, who was watching the drama nearby, stared at the screen very seriously. When she saw a plot point, she couldn't help but ask, "These people in Mang Village are really greedy." It's no wonder Gao Qishan wanted to take action against them. Sometimes bad guys are forced into being step by step. After Ning Wanxiu finished speaking, she saw that Jiang Nan, who usually would chat with her, didn't respond for a long time, so she turned her head and looked at him. She noticed that he was staring at her, so she said, "What's wrong, Xiao Jiang?" "Ah, no. Nothing." Their eyes met, and Jiang Nan instantly felt awkward. His mind raced, and he quickly replied, "I'm a little anxious. I need to go to the bathroom first." Ning Wanxiu nodded and quickly paused the TV series that was playing. Then he helped Jiang Nan off the bed. After more than a month of recuperation, Jiang Nan's injured arm has fully recovered, and his left leg is almost healed, but he can't walk too fast. After getting out of bed, he slowly walked towards the bathroom, looking back every few steps, his heart still struggling with his conscience. Just as Jiang Nan was about to reach the toilet door, he suddenly stumbled and fell down. When he fell, he instinctively reached out to the wall beside him. During this process, the hand touched the light switch in the ward. With a whoosh, the originally bright ward fell into darkness in an instant. Ning Wanxiu, who was standing beside the bed, saw Jiang Nan fall and rushed over in the dark. She grabbed him with precision and helped him up. "How are you? Are you okay?" Ning Wanxiu's voice was very gentle, and when it fell into Jiang Nan's ears, it completely tore open the seal of the impulse in his heart. Chapter 41 Love Can Conquer Mountains and Seas. The seal was lifted, and Jiang Nan's heart began to beat wildly and uncontrollably. He sniffed the subtle fragrance emanating from Ning Wanxiu's body from close range and felt the other person's hand supporting him. All the worries and pressures in my mind disappeared without a trace at this moment. He simply stretched out his hands and hugged the person he loved tightly in the darkness. "Ah, Xiao Jiang, what are you doing?" Ning Wanqiu, who was suddenly hugged, screamed and struggled to push Jiangnan away. But Jiangnan held her tightly, not giving her any chance to struggle. I like you, Sister Qiu, and I want to be with you. I don't know when I started to fall in love with you, but I'm sure I like you, and I want to be with you forever. Perhaps because he was too nervous, or perhaps because it was his first confession, Jiangnan spoke very quickly and a little incoherently, without any logic at all, but the meaning of his words was very clear.
Ning Wanqiu, who was struggling, froze on the spot when she heard Jiangnan's confession.
At this moment, her brain didn't react at all, but her body honestly accepted this most direct confession and hug.
Perhaps it's because we are in the dark and we don't care about many things.
After being hugged tightly for nearly half a minute, Ning Wanqiu came to her senses and felt Jiangnan's panicked heartbeat and his trembling body.
We can't possibly be together, Xiao Jiang. After all, I'm so much older than you.
Ning Wanqiu still let Jiangnan hug her tightly, but the words she said were a rejection.
Sister Qiu, I understand your concerns, but the age difference is not a problem for me at all. Aunt Gu had expressed similar concerns to me before.
She was worried that our relationship would not be able to withstand the test of time.
You will grow old and eventually lose your beauty. But is the relationship between husband and wife really maintained solely by appearance?
I told Aunt Gu at the time that for any couple, after they have been together for a period of time, their beautiful appearance will be diluted by time. To truly maintain a good relationship between husband and wife, you need to rely on mutual understanding, tolerance, and the feelings that are slowly built up through common habits.
After spending these few months together, I am sure that you and I have a lot in common.
These points are enough to enable us to live the rest of our lives in harmony and happiness.
So, Sister Qiu, my love for you is not a joke, nor is it a spur-of-the-moment feeling.
It is the truest reflection of my heart, after careful consideration. Jiangnan, who was no longer so nervous, stopped talking incoherently like before and expressed his feelings in an orderly manner. When Ning Wanqiu heard these words, her heart trembled. Some of the concerns I had in my mind before began to collapse at this moment. She pulled her hand away and hugged Jiangnan tightly, asking the last bit of doubt in her heart.
We've known each other for such a short time, are you sure you really love me?
I'm sure I love you.
Jiangnan's answer was firm and without any hesitation. Before, you asked me if I believed in fate, and I said I did. The fact that you can ask such a question means that you also believe it.
Fate not only brought us together 4 years ago, but also cleverly brought us together again 3 months ago. I used to not believe in things like love at first sight or love at first sight. But today, I clearly realized that the reason I didn't believe it before was simply because I hadn't met the right person.
Having said that, Ning Wanqiu has completely understood Jiangnan's heart.
She loosened her arms around Jiangnan, stood on tiptoe, raised her head, and kissed him on the lips in the dark.
An open relationship officially began at this moment.
The passionate kiss lasted for a long time until both of them felt difficulty breathing and broke off the deep kiss.
Wanqiu, from this moment on, I want to be your true husband.
Jiangnan, who didn't get an answer, spoke again. Ning Wanqiu did not respond, but buried her head in his shoulder.
Wife, you love me too, right? After repeated questioning, Ning Wanqiu finally gave in and responded.
I love you too, but the time we've been together is too short, and I'm so much older than you, so I've never dared to expect anything from this love. I know we're both just not good at expressing ourselves. We're both thinking about each other and don't want to cause trouble to each other.
When things developed to this point, Jiangnan's tension subsided. He lowered his head and kissed Ning Wanqiu actively. That night, the two opened their hearts to each other, and some things that were supposed to happen happened naturally.
The next day, when Jiangnan woke up, he opened his eyes and saw his wife lying in his arms. He kissed his wife lightly on the forehead, waking up the sleeping Ning Wanqiu.
Wake up, wife. Ning Wanqiu responded lazily, snuggled into Jiangnan's arms, and said in an almost coquettish tone, I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep a little longer.
Go to sleep. Jiangnan gently patted his wife's back with his hand and touched her forehead with his lips. The two of them didn't go to bed until almost 3 o'clock last night, so Ning Wanqiu was very sleepy now.
However, after Jiangnan woke up, he was not too sleepy, perhaps because the excitement of his successful confession had not completely subsided. He silently looked at the sleeping beauty who was so close to him, and felt that everything that had happened from last night until now seemed less real. He originally thought that to have this relationship, he would have to go through a very long and tortuous road before he could finally reap the fruits of love at the end. But the fact is, as soon as he embarked on the road of love, he saw the fruits on the roadside. This is love that goes both ways. Love can conquer mountains and seas. Aren't you sleepy, husband? Ning Wanqiu had planned to sleep for a while, but she felt that Jiang Nan was not asleep, so she opened her eyes and looked at him. What are you thinking about? I'm not thinking about anything. Go to sleep, my dear. Jiang Nan was very happy at this moment. With his lovely wife in his arms, he felt like he owned the whole world. What time is it? 7 o'clock soon. Picking up his phone and checking the time, Jiang Nan kissed his wife on the forehead again. It's still early, sleep a little longer. No need to sleep. I'll wash up and buy you something to eat. Ning Wanqiu, who was still a little sleepy, thought that Jiang Nan might be hungry, and she still had work to do today, so she got up and got out of bed. Half an hour later, the couple was having breakfast. The doctor on duty knocked on the door and came in. After doing some routine examinations, he said, Mr. Jiang is now ready to be discharged from the hospital. After he goes back, he will be able to walk like a normal person in 10 days at most. So after breakfast, Ning Wanqiu completed the discharge procedures for Jiang Nan. Chapter 42 Lu Yefei's Thoughts. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Nan, who had stayed in the hospital for more than a month, finally returned home. He curled up on the sofa in the living room, pursed his lips and savored the kiss Ning Wanqiu had left on his lips when she left just now, feeling very happy. He hadn't felt this kind of happiness for a long time. The last time I felt happy was on my birthday 7 years ago. That was the last birthday his mother spent with him before she passed away. The only difference is that 7 years ago, the sense of happiness was family affection, while now the sense of happiness is love mixed with family affection. After staying on the sofa for a while, Jiang Nan made a decision in his heart. So he picked up his phone and dialed a phone number with the note Zheng Tianchang. Zheng Tianchang is the vice president of an entertainment company that contacted him not long ago. The company is called Yinlang Entertainment and is quite well known in the industry. However, this entertainment company can only be ranked outside the top 5 among the companies that Jiang Nan received signing invitations from. The reason why he contacted Zheng Tianchang was mainly because Yinlang Entertainment's headquarters was in Tianan City, and the better companies ahead were in other cities. After the call was made, it took nearly half a minute for the call to be connected. Who is it? Hello, Mr. Zhang, I'm Jiang Nan, do you remember me? Jiang Nan, of course I remember. You contacted me. I want to sign you, Yinlang Entertainment. Really? Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Zheng Tianchang couldn't believe it for a moment. After all, Jiang Nan's fame in the Longya music scene has been pushed to a very high level. Even though he hasn't debuted yet, hasn't released an album, and has only participated in 3 episodes of the Star of Tomorrow program. However, the 3 songs performed in the 3 episodes, plus the one he composed for Lu Yefei, are all excellent works. So far, some of the 4 songs have been released for more than a month, and some have been released for 2 months, but they are still firmly in the top 10 of the hot song list of the music charts. Not only that, even though he hasn't made his debut yet, the number of his Weibo followers has already exceeded 10 million. Such a promising newcomer will definitely not be missed by the top companies. So what puzzled Zheng Tianchang was why Jiang Nan took the initiative to contact him to discuss signing a contract. I signed with your company mainly because my family is in Tianan City, and I don't want to be too far away from them. Hearing the other party's doubts, Jiang Nan gave a direct explanation. I see. Tell me what conditions you have and we can discuss it. I haven't thought about it yet, and it's hard to explain over the phone. How about we talk in person in a couple of days? Alright, that's a deal. I'll wait for your call, Jiang Nan. Okay, goodbye, President Zhang. After finishing the call with Zheng Tianchang, Jiang Nan used his mobile phone to kill time. When I open the Weibo, I see more than 9,999 private messages. I clicked in and took a look, and all the messages were carrying greetings from fans. The news of his car accident was exposed on the internet, so fans would come to his blog and leave messages every day. Looking at the heartwarming private messages from people he didn't know, Jiang Nan edited a Weibo post. Thank you all for your concern. I have been discharged from the hospital today and have recovered well. So next, I will sign with a company and release an album as soon as possible to repay everyone. After posting a Weibo post, Jiang Nan opened Penguin Music and read the comments under his songs. As he watched, he felt sleepy. He yawned and fell asleep on the sofa. He didn't know how much time had passed before the ringing of his cell phone brought him back to reality from his dream. I pressed the answer button in a daze, and the voice of Wang Defa, the director of Star of Tomorrow, came from the other end of the phone. Are you discharged from the hospital, Jiang Nan? Yes, Director Wang, what's going on? Look, tomorrow night is the final championship match for the Star of Tomorrow. I'd like to invite you to return as a special guest and perform a show. Okay. Jungnan agreed without thinking. Although he had withdrawn from the competition due to a car accident, he was able to return to the stage as a guest, which can be considered a complete success. Moreover, the popularity of the championship night is bound to be very high. If he performs a song, he can not only increase his popularity for free, but the program team can also use him as a gimmick for publicity. No one would refuse such a win-win situation. It's a deal then, Jungnan. I'll have the publicity team announce your return tomorrow night. No problem. After finishing the call with Wang Defa, Jungnan was about to take a nap when Liu Yefei called again.
Student Jiang, I just saw on Weibo that you were discharged from the hospital.
How's your recovery? It's no big deal. My left leg just needs a few days to recover, so walking is a bit difficult for now. That's good.
Liu Yefei on the other end of the phone paused, then said, I'm going back to Tiannan today.
Send me your location and I'll come to see you.
Because of the deep friendship he had with Liu Yefei in college, Jungnan didn't think much about it and directly sent the location of the villa to the other party.
About an hour later, Liu Yefei arrived at the gate of the villa area. Jungnan rushed over with a crutch and brought her back home.
I can't believe you're so rich, Mr. Jiang.
When she walked into the villa, Liu Yefei's face was full of surprise. In her opinion, the place where Jungnan lives is the most upscale villa area in the entire Tiannan city. A villa here is currently worth at least 300 million yuan. You mean this house?
Inviting Liu Yefei to sit down in the living room, Jungnan did not rush to explain. Instead, he made her a cup of coffee and said, This villa belongs to my wife.
I can't afford it. You're married? Liu Yefei tightened her grip on the coffee and quickly asked, Didn't you say before that you broke up with Lin Shiner? Yeah, my wife is not Lin Shiner.
Jungnan smiled and spoke casually.
But he didn't notice that there was a flash of loneliness in Liu Yefei's eyes. In his eyes, Liu Yefei is his best friend, good brother, and close buddy. However, in Liu Yefei's eyes, she never regarded Jungnan as a good sister or a good friend.
It didn't take long for her to find herself falling in love with Jungnan since they met in college. At that time, Jungnan was fully focused on studying, and Liu Yefei didn't want to fall in love too early. So I have always kept my love for Jungnan deep in my heart. But later, Lin Shiner suddenly appeared and snatched Jungnan away from under her nose.
At that time, Liu Yefei was angry and regretful.
Unfortunately, Jungnan at that time often posted updates related to Lin Shiner on his moments to show off his love.
Knowing that the relationship was irreversible, Liu Yefei finally decided to forget the unrequited love.
So he signed with a record company and devoted himself to his career. But Jungnan will always be a regret in her heart.
Chapter 43 It's over again.
2 months ago, Liu Yefei accepted the mentor notice of Star of Tomorrow and met Jungnan again on the show. She once thought that perhaps God had opened his eyes and given her a chance to make up for her regrets. Especially after hearing the news of his breakup with Lin Shiner from Jungnan, Liu Yefei became more convinced that the previous unresolved relationship would eventually turn into a happy marriage. However, it seemed like God was playing a joke on her. A fire ignited in her heart one moment, and a rainstorm came the next moment to extinguish the fire.
This made Liu Yefei very unwilling.
She had given up on Jungnan once before, and this time she didn't intend to give up so easily.
Mr. Jiang, how did you and your wife meet? Although she was unwilling, Liu Yefei didn't show any expression on her face. She inquired about Ning Wanqiu like a normal person.
We've known each other for a long time.
Jungnan took a sip of coffee, looked at a corner of the room, and spoke with eyes full of reminiscence. Remember the song you posted online during your sophomore year?
At that time you asked me to help you write lyrics, so I went to the park to find inspiration.
My wife happened to be drowning, so I rescued her and brought her ashore. After that, we lost contact.
Until 3 months ago, Lin Shiner hooked up with his white moonlight behind my back.
When I found out, I was very depressed and drank some wine.
Later, I ran into my wife by chance and saved her again, and we got together. After briefly explaining what happened between him and Ning Wanqiu, Jungnan withdrew his gaze and glanced at Liu Yefei.
He laughed and said, Don't you think what happened between me and my wife is outrageous? It's like a novel.
Liu Yefei smiled bitterly and nodded. She didn't expect that there was such a deep connection between Jungnan and Ning Wanqiu.
So, Jiang, do you love your wife?
Of course,
I am actually.
Just as Jiang Nan was speaking, Ning Wanqiu pushed open the door carrying a bag of vegetables and interrupted him. "You're back, wife." The moment he saw his wife, Jiang Nan quickly stood up and limped over to greet her, saying as he walked, "We have guests coming to our house today." Ning Wanqiu smiled and nodded, looking at Lu Yefei who had just stood up.
And Lu Yefei also shifted her gaze to Ning Wanqiu.
After looking at each other for a few seconds, Lu Yefei was the first to say hello.
"Hello, Miss Lu."
Both of them spoke in a very polite tone. After Ning Wanqiu finished greeting, she added, "You look even better in person than on the screen."
"Thanks." Hearing Ning Wanqiu's praise, Lu Yefei also praised, "Sister, you are so beautiful too." The compliments from both were genuine and not polite.
In Ning Wanqiu's eyes, Lu Yefei is young, energetic, and very beautiful. If one had to give an adjective to describe such a girl, it would only be stunningly beautiful. In Lu Yefei's eyes, Ning Wanqiu exudes the unique charm of a mature woman and a noble and cold temperament. She is also extremely beautiful, better than all the female stars in the current entertainment industry. Even as a woman, she couldn't help but want to take a few more glances at Ning Wanqiu after seeing her.
"Husband, you continue chatting with Miss Lu. I'll go cook for you." Ning Wanqiu looked at Jiang Nan and carried the dishes into the kitchen. "Don't bother me, sister. I just saw that classmate Jiang was discharged from the hospital, so I came to see him." Lu Yefei quickly waved her hand and prepared to leave.
At this moment, she was feeling very depressed. Originally, before she saw Ning Wanqiu, she was thinking about competing with the other party.
But now I don't have that thought anymore.
Whether in appearance or financial resources, Lu Yefei felt that she was no match for Ning Wanqiu. What's more, the other party can cook, which is enough to turn her, who can only cook instant noodles, into pieces in seconds.
The situation now is the same as it was 3 years ago. She and Jiang Nan's relationship ended before it even started.
"No, Mr. Lu, since you're here, you must finish your meal before leaving. My wife's cooking skills are very good."
"Yes, Miss Lu, please stay and have a quick meal."
The couple spoke at the same time in perfect tacit understanding, trying to persuade the couple to stay.
"Next time.
I have an announcement to make later, so I can't stay long." Lu Yefei, who was determined to leave, lied and walked straight out of the house. Finally, he drove away with Jiang Nan and Ning Wanqiu watching him. "I'll go cook."
"Let me do it, honey. You've been tired all day, take a break." After seeing Lu Yefei off, the couple returned to the house.
Jiang Nan went to the kitchen to busy himself, and Ning Wanqiu didn't say much and went straight back to the room.
An hour later, the two sat in the living room eating dinner.
Ning Wanqiu lowered her head and ate silently, as if she had something on her mind.
"What's wrong, honey? Did you encounter any troubles at work?" "Fine."
"Oh." After dinner, Ning Wanqiu hardly spoke a word. It was Jiang Nan who took the initiative to find topics throughout the whole process. This was very different from the atmosphere when the two of them ate together in the past. Jiang Nan knew that his wife must be hiding something from him. After washing the dishes and cleaning the kitchen, he walked into the living room. Ning Wanqiu did not stay in the living room as usual, but went back to her room.
So Jiang Nan went up the stairs to the second floor and knocked on his wife's door.
At this time, Ning Wanqiu had just finished taking a shower and was sitting in front of the window in a daze wearing a dark red lace nightgown.
She didn't even look back until her husband entered the room and walked to the window. "What happened, wife?"
Looking at his wife closely, Jiang Nan found that her brows were furrowed and there seemed to be a hint of sadness in her eyes. So he just hugged Ning Wanqiu tightly.
"Wanqiu, didn't we agree last night that we must not keep things to ourselves? We are husband and wife, there is nothing we can't talk about openly."
Only then did Ning Wanqiu turn her head to look at Jiang Nan, and stretched out her hands to place them on his handsome cheeks.
"I'm a little worried."
"What are you worried about?"
"I'm worried that one day you'll leave me." Hearing his wife's concern, Jiang Nan instantly understood what she meant. Ning Wanqiu's behavior must be related to Lu Yefei's visit to her home today.
On second thought, he is now a married man, and being alone with a female friend is indeed inconsiderate. At the beginning, Jiang Nan only considered himself. He thought that the relationship between him and Lu Yefei was just a simple relationship between friends, but he completely ignored his wife's thoughts.
The nature of most women is sentimental.
When he was alone with Lu Yefei, in his wife's eyes, it was just an ambiguous relationship with the opposite sex that was difficult to cut off. Thinking back to the past, his wife had specifically asked him about the relationship between him and Lu Yefei. At that time, the couple only had a superficial contractual relationship, so he didn't think much about it. But looking back now, and considering what happened today, Jiangnan deeply realized his mistake.
I'm sorry, honey. I was wrong.
After figuring things out, Jiangnan held Ning Wanqiu's arms even tighter. Chapter 44. I wish to win the heart of one person and stay with him till old age.
Jiangnan has a very positive view on love. Once you truly fall in love with someone, that person will become your everything. He is not the kind of philandering stud.
His heart is very small, so small that it can only accommodate one person. Holding his wife tightly in his arms, Jiangnan spoke seriously, enunciating each word.
I didn't consider my wife enough.
I originally thought that Lu and I were just good brothers, good buddies, but I overlooked that she was a woman.
I also overlooked your thoughts as my wife. Seeing what you thought when we were alone together, can you forgive me?
After hearing her husband's explanation, Ning Wanqiu felt relieved.
She stroked Jiangnan's handsome cheek and gave her answer with a deep kiss.
Until they were almost suffocating, they reluctantly separated and looked at each other closely. Hubby, your classmate Lu is so beautiful, young, and energetic.
Are you really not attracted to her?
After untying the knot in her heart, Ning Wanqiu made a joke.
No, never. Jiangnan responded without hesitation, my Wanqiu is more beautiful. In my eyes, no other woman in the world can compare to you. But I think your classmate Lu is a better match for you. I don't want you to feel it, I want me to feel it.
Jiangnan's words were very domineering and overbearing, but then his tone softened and he continued in a very gentle tone, my heart is very small, I wish to win the heart of one person and stay with him until we grow old together. I am also a husband, I wish to win the heart of one person and stay with him till we grow old together. Ning Wanqiu was completely unable to resist her young husband's deep affection. Jiangnan's few words made her completely immersed in it and unable to extricate herself. The two of them had a passionate and affectionate relationship last night, and tonight they just let things take their course and cuddled together again. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Jiangnan, who had been tossing and turning for most of the night, finally opened his eyes from a sweet dream. When I woke up, Ning Wanqiu had already gone to work. When he went downstairs, he saw his wife had prepared breakfast in the dining room. With a successful love life and a career that is about to get on track, Jiangnan now feels that he is the happiest person in the world. After breakfast, he went back to his room and practiced the piano for a while. It was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon when he leaned on a crutch, put on a mask, and rushed to the live broadcast studio of Star of Tomorrow.
If he hadn't had the accident, he wouldn't have retired. Then on tonight's championship night, Jiangnan will be the biggest winner.
But things have already happened, and now he does not regret it. On the contrary, he is a little glad that the car accident happened. Otherwise, the relationship with Ning Wanqiu would not have developed to this point. If you were to exchange the title of champion of the most popular music variety show in the country for a wife, many people might choose the former, but Jiangnan would choose the latter without hesitation. He is the kind of pure love warrior who dares to charge for love, and he is very love-brained.
In the eyes of many people, perhaps such a man is like a fool. But
when a person meets the other half he or she truly loves, the rationality he or she thought he or she could maintain will be shattered. Many ideas will also change accordingly.
In this world, many things are not absolute.
Anyone can be a pure love warrior and have a love brain, but the prerequisite is to meet the right person.
At 8 o'clock in the evening, the live broadcast of the Tomorrow Star Championship night officially kicked off. Less than 3 minutes after the show started, more than 9 million viewers had already flocked to it.
On the public screen, the rapidly jumping barrage of comments is dazzling.
Among them, many barrages are related to Jiangnan.
Netizen Big Apple, because Jiangnan withdrew from the competition, I had given up on this show, but knowing that he would be returning tonight, I came back again, hee.
Netizen Lay see, oh yeah, I can see brother Nanis' new stage again today, looking forward to it. Netizens gave birth to a baby for Jiangnan, hee, here comes my little baby Nan. Netizen Wuming Lao Lu, looking forward to your performance in Jiangnan tonight.
At this time, Jiangnan was sitting in a separate dressing room backstage, talking on the phone with Ning Wanqiu. After the two of them confirmed their relationship the day before yesterday, he realized what true love is. When he was with Lin Xiner before, he was also sincere to her. But no matter how they got along back then, it was never as strong as his feeling about love now. In Jiangnan now, if I don't see Ning Wanqiu for a few hours, I will feel inexplicably worried. They will be like a clingy person and can't help but send messages to the other person to ask what the other person is doing.
Jiang Nan in his previous relationship would never be like this.
At that time, he couldn't see Lin Chiner for the whole day. Although he missed her, the longing was very faint. I will never let him become a clingy person like he is now.
Wait, are you the finale, husband?
Yes, I originally wanted to perform the opening act, but the director said that if I did the opening act, the live broadcast room would lose a lot of attention.
Yeah, so when will you finish your performance? Going by the schedule, it'll be almost 10:30. I'll pick you up then.
The couple chatted for a long time until Jiang Nan's phone rang with a low battery tone, and he hung up the phone reluctantly. Afterwards, he sat in the dressing room until almost 10:20, when a staff member knocked on the door and walked in.
Brother Nan, it's your turn to perform soon.
The staff member was a young boy who had just graduated and looked to be about 22 or 23 years old.
Since I am a fan of Jiang Nan, my eyes are full of admiration when I see him.
Okay. Jiang Nan responded with a smile, then walked to the bottom of the stage with his crutches and waited.
At this time on the stage, the host Xia Baining was introducing the program.
Friends, the champion and runner-up of our Rising Star Season 7 will be announced soon. But before we reveal the results, let us invite Jiang Nan, the contestant who withdrew due to illness, to return and sing a song for us. After Xia Baining finished speaking, Jiang Nan walked onto the stage with a cane and a big smile on his face.
Good evening, friends in front of the screen. I am Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan looked directly at the camera and began his pre-performance introduction in a very calm tone.
I'm very happy to be able to participate in the last live broadcast of Tomorrow's Star before being discharged from the hospital. Today I saw many netizens saying that it was a pity that I withdrew from the competition.
But life is like this, it is impossible for everything to be perfect. This stage has given me a lot.
From the first episode of the show to the last episode tonight, I am still standing here, and that is enough.
Next, I will bring you one of my original songs, Boy.
I want to dedicate this song to all my friends on and off the screen, as well as myself. Perhaps at this moment you are worried about your studies, career, love, and family. But I hope that after listening to this song, you can temporarily put down the burden on your shoulders and look back at your past self.
What dreams did you have back then? What wishes did you make? What vows did you swear? Looking back on the road you've come, are you still the same young man you once were? After Jiang Nan finished his introduction, the accompaniment sounded on the stage.
Chapter 45, The Madness of the Times, the King of Music. In his last performance of The Star of Tomorrow, Jiang Nan chose a very simple stage. There were no dancers and no musical instruments. There was only one wooden high stool on the entire stage. He was wearing a pair of casual shoes, jeans, a t-shirt and a mid-length windbreaker, and was sitting on a high stool singing with a microphone in his hand.
Change your life and make yourself happy. Give up your obsession and the weather will become nice. Every time I walk through it, it is a gain. What are you waiting for? Make the right choice. Let the past be the past. Never mind whether it was a joke or a lie. The road is under your feet, it is actually not complicated, just remember that you are you. The stage is simple, the lyrics are simple, and Jiang Nan's singing is simple too.
But after the song was sung, it had already touched countless people who were watching the live broadcast through the screen.
On the barrage, netizens expressed their opinions after listening to Youth through the barrage.
Netizen Li Jiaoshu, I am still the same boy as before, except that I have a little less hair. Netizens encountered beauty. In the past, computers were very thick and I was thin, now computers are very thin and I am thick, alas.
I can't go back.
Netizen I eat cherry tomatoes. After wandering for half your life, I hope you will still be a young man when you return.
Netizen Factory Screw King, I am no longer the boy who used to use paper. Now I am a hot dog head.
Netizen Daydream Flying, when he was young, he peed 5 meters high in the wind, and now he lowers his head and wets his trouser legs.
Netizens' comments were all kinds of weird.
In the parking lot outside the live broadcast studio, Ning Wanqiu sat in the car, staring at the comments and laughing. She was also very happy to see that her husband's work was so popular. Just when Ning Wanqiu was about to post a comment, Jiang Nan sent her a message.
I'm done with my show, wife, where are you? I'll wait for you in the parking lot.
Ning Wanqiu replied to the message, and less than 3 minutes later, she saw Jiang Nanju walking towards the parking lot with a cane. So she quickly opened the car door and went to meet him. As soon as they met, she couldn't help but give her little husband a tight hug. At the same time, she said in a somewhat spoiled tone, I miss you, husband.
I missed you too, honey. Jiangnan's lips touched his wife's forehead lightly. Go home.
The couple held hands and got into the car and went home together.
This season of Gangnam and Tomorrow's Star has come to an end after the final performance tonight.
Although he didn't even get a ranking in the end, thanks to tonight's young man, his fame once again exploded on the internet.
At 12 o'clock in the evening, the song was released on Penguin Music.
In less than an hour, it topped the new song chart and ranked 9th on the Hot Song chart. So far, 4 songs by Jiangnan have appeared on the Hot Song list of Longway's most popular music app.
This is a new record.
There has never been a singer in the Longyu music scene who has 4 songs on the Hot Song chart at the same time. After returning home, Jiangnan entangled with Ning Wanqiu in the living room for a long time.
Finally, I returned to my room alone, feeling a little lost. The reason was simple: the past 2 days had been too crazy, and for the sake of the baby in her belly, Ning Wanqiu suggested sleeping in separate rooms. After taking a shower, Jiangnan lay down on the bed and prepared to go to sleep. But after tossing and turning for a long time, I still couldn't fall asleep.
I simply sat at the head of the bed, took out my cell phone and made time. He opened the Penguin app and directly found the song Boy that he sang tonight. Less than 2 hours after the song was released on the app, there were already over 30,000 comments.
Jiangnan couldn't help but feel flattered to see so many comments at such a time.
When I opened the comment section, I saw a very long comment. The person who posted the comment was a very popular music critic in Longwa.
Netizen music critics were delighted. Wow, this Jiangnan boy is simply amazing. Today's song, Youth, is in no way inferior to the 4 songs he created before.
A 23-year-old young man has composed 5 songs, each of which is a masterpiece. Such a person's future musical achievements are limitless. Here, I don't want to comment on how well this song is written, because the excellence of the song is obvious to all. I just want to comment on Jiangnan, a person who has a high probability of leading a musical era.
His creative ability is definitely T1 level in the current Dragon language music scene.
His singing skills are enough to prove his T1 status through the song Qiling. His singing quotient is not excessively showy, but he sings in a way that best suits the mood of the song, and he is a well-deserved T1. As for his musical instruments, I have only seen him perform piano and guitar, and his level is definitely professional. Lu Yefei also said before that he can also play arrow, flute, drums and other instruments, so in terms of musical instrument playing, he should also be at the T1 level. Looking at the entire music scene, there has never been anyone who can reach T1 level in all 4 abilities.
We don't know if there will be one in the future. Currently, there is only Jiangnan.
With such terrifying musical talent, I can only describe him in 8 words. The madman of the times, the king of music. Come on, Jiangnan, take my blessings and head towards the music throne that belongs to you.
After reading the music critic's long review, Jiangnan couldn't help but smile.
He didn't expect that just by singing a few songs casually, he not only gained tens of millions of fans, but also received such high praise from a well-known music critic. After swiping the screen for a long time, Jiangnan felt sleepy. He yawned and lay down to sleep. When I woke up the next day, I saw Ning Wanqiu sitting beside the bed. Wife. The first thing he saw was the love of his heart.
Jiangnan stood up and hugged his wife in his arms.
Stop making trouble, get up and have breakfast, I still have to go to the company later. Ning Wanqiu said no, but her hands uncontrollably hugged her little husband.
Isn't today the weekend? Do you still have to go to work?
Well, the company has a new product coming to market next month, so we'll be a little busy lately. Wife, there is something I don't know whether I should say or not.
What?
Hearing this question, Ning Wanqiu loosened her arms and looked at Jiangnan. You can't make enough money, my dear. You're already so rich, can you please stop working so hard? Besides, our baby is over 3 months old now.
Isn't it time for you to stop working and stay home to take good care of the baby?
I've been working so hard these years, not to make money, but... Ning Wanqiu paused, then continued, this is a long story. I'll tell you in detail later when I have time.
I have to go to work. Oh well. Hurry up and get up.
After dinner, go to the nursing home to see our mother.
You don't know how worried she was during your hospitalization.
Well, I was thinking of going with you to see Mom today, but you have something else to do, so I have to go alone.
The couple chatted briefly and then Ning Wanqiu went to work. Chapter 46 Contracting Company.
After breakfast, Jiangnan packed up and went into the garage with a pair of car keys. His leg injury had recovered well and he felt able to drive today, so he planned to drive himself to the nursing home. There were many cars in the garage. In addition to the one that Ning Wanqiu drove to work and the sports car that was damaged in Jiang Nan's previous car accident, there were 5 other cars parked inside.
However, Ning Wanqiu is very low-key.
The car she often drives and the several cars in her garage are all very cheap cars. For Jiang Nan, a car was just a means of transportation, so he just picked one at random and rushed to the sanatorium.
Jiang Nan hadn't seen Gu Feng for more than a month.
When he saw his mother-in-law again, he found that her complexion was much worse than before, and a lot of her hair had fallen out.
Conan.
When Gu Feng saw Jiang Nan, her expression was very excited and 2 lines of tears flowed from her eyes. She is satisfied with her son-in-law in every way. After hearing from her daughter that her son-in-law had been in a car accident, she was so anxious that she couldn't sleep well for several days. Perhaps because he would not live long, Gu Feng valued this late-coming son-in-law very much in her heart. She held Jiang Nan's hand tightly and asked lovingly, "Xiao Qiu said your arms and legs were injured.
How are you recovering?" "I'm fine, Mom.
Sorry for worrying you." Feeling his mother-in-law's concern for him, Jiang Nan quickly reached out and gently wiped away the tears on her face. Afterwards, the two found a quiet and pleasant place in the sanatorium and chatted. Jiang Nan originally planned to stay with his mother-in-law until the evening, and then have dinner with his wife after get off work before going back. But Gu Feng still had to undergo chemotherapy in the afternoon, and Zhang Tiancheng called him at noon to discuss signing the contract. So after lunch, Jiang Nan left the sanatorium.
The office building of Yinlang Entertainment is located in a CBD building in the center of Tiannan City.
The entire building has more than 60 floors, of which Yinlang Entertainment has reserved 2 floors, 50-51.
Jiang Nan and Zhang Tiancheng had agreed to talk in each other's offices, so after entering the building, he took the elevator directly to the 50th floor.
When he arrived at the floor and the elevator door opened, he saw Zhang Tiancheng waiting outside. Zhang Tiancheng looks to be in his early 30s.
He is wearing a black suit and has a flat head.
He looks very capable.
"Hello, Mr. Zhang." Jiang Nan took off the mask on his face and was the first to say hello.
The two had met once before backstage at the Star of Tomorrow, so they recognized each other at first sight.
"Hello Jiang Nan, come in, please come in."
As they spoke, the two of them walked into the company one after the other. When passing by the office area, some people who were working in the office noticed Jiang Nan and began to whisper to each other.
"Look, it's Jiang Nan.
I heard from Mr. Zhang the day before yesterday that he's going to sign with our company. I'll be able to see him more often in the future.
He's much more handsome in real life than on TV.
If he really signs with our company, I'll be so happy." The people in the office area were whispering quietly, but they could still be heard clearly. Zhang Tiancheng, who was leading the way, glanced back at Jiang Nan and said with a smile, "Look at Jiang Nan.
Once you join our Yinlang Entertainment, those people will go crazy."
Ha ha.
Jiang Nan just smiled and didn't respond.
However, seeing how fond the staff were of him gave him a very good first impression of the company. After entering the office, a young girl in her early 20s immediately walked in with 2 cups of coffee. When she handed the coffee to Jiang Nan, the girl introduced herself with a smile. "Hello Jiang Nan, my name is Zheng Mengmeng, I really like your songs."
"Thank you." Jiang Nan took the coffee and said, "If you can join Yinlang Entertainment, please take care of me in the future."
Aha! As a fan, Zheng Mengmeng was delighted to find that her idol was very approachable and had no airs at all. Just as she was about to say something, Zhang Tiancheng interrupted her.
"Go out first, sister. Jiang Nan and I have something to talk about."
Hearing this, Zheng Mengmeng glanced at Zhang Tiancheng with resentment, and then left reluctantly. Then Zhang Tiancheng handed a contract to Jiang Nan.
"This is the contract I've prepared.
Take a look at it, Jiang Nan.
If you feel there's anything wrong with it, you can bring it up and we can discuss and revise it."
"Good."
Jiang Nan took the contract and read it carefully.
After all, it was his first debut, and he didn't know whether the terms listed in the contract were reasonable or not. However, he was generally acceptable to the terms. So I contacted a lawyer friend and sent the contract to him for him to look over.
Soon I got the answer of no problem.
However, he felt that one of the clauses in the contract, regarding the signing time, was inappropriate.
The content is roughly that Yinlang Entertainment spent 80 million renminbi to sign him for 8 years.
During this period, all his entertainment copyrights, including but not limited to music, film and television, dubbing, variety shows, concerts, commercial performances, and commercial activities were fully handed over to the company. This is equivalent to a contract of selling oneself, and it lasts for 8 years. Thinking of this, Jiangnan frowned and handed the contract back to Zheng Tiancheng. Mr. Zhang, I'm quite satisfied with this contract overall. Your willingness to spend 80 million to sign someone like me, who's still unknown, is enough to prove your company's sincerity.
Jiangnan politely offered some nice words, then changed the subject. However, this contract is too long. It's 8 years long. I cannot accept this. How long do you think is appropriate? As the vice president of an entertainment company, Zheng Tiancheng can see unlimited potential in Jiangnan. So naturally, he hoped that the time it took to sign Jiangnan into the company would be as long as possible. I think 3 years is the right amount. Jiangnan picked up his coffee and took a sip. As for the signing bonus, I can make some concessions. 25 million for 3 years. I think this is a sign of respect for both your company and myself. How do you say that? Although I have some fame now, no one can predict what my future career will be like. If my career picks up in 3 years and your company still wants to sign me, then I can renew the contract. Mr. Zhang, please consider it. If you can accept this request, please feel free to contact me. I won't bother you anymore. Having said that, Jiangnan stood up and prepared to leave. However, before he reached the door, he was stopped by Zheng Tiancheng. Xing Jiangnan, 3 years is fine. I'll have someone revise the terms and sign the contract today, how about that? Zheng Tiancheng is determined to sign Jiangnan, so he doesn't want to waste any time. There are 2 reasons for this. The first is that he really saw unlimited potential in Jiangnan. He believed that as long as he signed the contract and cooperated with his operations, Jiangnan would become a big star in the Longwei entertainment circle within a year. By then, the status of Yinlang Entertainment in the circle would surely be greatly improved. Secondly, although he is the vice president, he is just an employee. To stand in such a high position, he must make some corresponding achievements in order to maintain this position. Chapter 47: Giving my wife household money. After Zheng Tiancheng agreed to the 3-year contract request, he quickly had someone prepare a new contract. That afternoon, Jiangnan was signed to Yinlang Entertainment. He also used the company's account on Weibo to officially announce the news of signing with Jiangnan. Jiangnan, an artist of the company, also posted a news about the signing on Weibo. It was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon when he walked out of the company's CBD building. As soon as I got in the car, I received a message from Ning Wanqiu. Honey, how did the contract discussion go? Will you be home for dinner today? I've signed the contract, it went smoothly, I'm going home now. After sending the message, Jiangnan drove home. The entertainment company is not too far from home, but it is the evening rush hour after get off work, so the traffic is a bit congested. It took him more than an hour to get home. As soon as I entered the house, I smelled a fragrance coming from the dining room, and saw Ning Wanqiu walking out of the kitchen carrying a plate of food. I'm home, wife. The meal is ready, so hurry up and wash your hands and have dinner. The couple smiled at each other. Jiangnan hurriedly ran to wash his hands, then sat down with Ning Wanqiu to eat dinner. As our relationship became closer, during the meal, you picked up food for me and I served soup to you, and we acted very affectionate. Honey, I went to the nursing home to see our mom this morning. Her condition is getting worse. What do you think about us taking her home to live with us? While eating, Jiangnan thought of how his mother-in-law looked when he saw her in the morning, and a look of sadness unconsciously appeared on his face. I tell my mom about this every day, but she, When Ning Wanqiu mentioned Gu Feng, her heart tightened and tears flowed from her eyes. As a daughter, she also wanted her mother to live at home and spend her last moments with her. But Gu Feng was afraid of being a burden to her daughter, so she insisted on living in a nursing home. It's okay, honey. Mom doesn't want to go home, so we can go spend more time with her. Actually, there's nothing wrong with living in a nursing home. At least the medical care is much better than at home. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Jiangnan quickly stood up and walked to his wife's side, reaching out his hand and gently wiping away the tears from her face. Okay, husband, let's eat. I'm fine. Feeling her husband's concern for herself and her mother, Ning Wanqiu's sadness subsided a little. The couple continued to eat dinner. Jiangnan returned to his seat and took a few bites of rice. He saw that his wife was still in a low mood. So he quickly took out a check from his pocket and handed it to Ning Wanqiu. What is this for, husband? Ning Wanqiu was a little surprised when she saw the check her husband handed her, with the number on it still being 25 million. Nothing. The money a husband earns should naturally be spent on his wife. Jiangnan drank a sip of soup and looked at his wife calmly. I don't want it. You can keep it for yourself. Ning Wanxiu pushed the check in front of her husband again. Keep it, honey. Even though this little money is nothing to you, as a husband, I have to give you money for household expenses. Also, your sports car was destroyed by me before, so part of this money is to compensate for that car. You said you are my husband, so my car is yours. What are you talking about compensation? Well, since I'm your husband, will you accept the household expenses? Having said that, Ning Wanxiu looked at the check that her husband pushed over to her again and finally put it away. She was very happy at this moment. Although the money given by Jiangnan was just a small amount in her eyes, his kindness made her truly feel the happiness of being a wife. Ning Wanxiu knew very well that with her husband's current ability, such a sum of money was almost all of his wealth. How could she not be happy for a man who could give all his wealth to her? After dinner, the two of them stayed together for a long time and finally went back to their rooms to sleep. The next morning, Jiangnan received a call from Zheng Tianchang, asking him to go to the company. The main purpose was to introduce him to other senior executives of Yinlang Entertainment and to hold a meeting to plan his future career development. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Jiangnan rushed to the CBD building where the company was located. When he walked into the elevator, he saw Chen Pinggan standing inside and the floor he pressed the 51st floor. Obviously, Chen Pinggan is also an artist of Yinlang Entertainment, and Jiangnan did not know about this in advance. Although they didn't have much in common, Lin Chiner in the previous challenge match on Tomorrow's Star had already created a deep grudge between the two. It's true that enemies meet on a narrow road in Jiangnan. Originally, Chen Pinggan was the only one in the elevator. He looked coldly at Jiangnan who walked in, with a somewhat amused expression on his face. He. Jiangnan smiled contemptuously and didn't respond. The two of them took the elevator to the 50th floor in silence, and Jiangnan walked out first. Looking at Jiangnan's back, Chen Pinggan said viciously in a voice only he could hear as the elevator door was about to close, "Just wait for me, there will be a day for you to cry." Soon, the elevator stopped at the 51st floor again. As soon as the door opened, Chen Pinggan hurried into the company and went straight to the president's office. Pushing open the office door, a woman who looked to be in her 40s was sitting at the desk reading documents. She looked somewhat similar to Chen Pinggan. Why are you so impulsive in everything you do? You're already 24 years old, can't you be more calm? The woman glanced at Chen Pinggan. Although there was some displeasure in her words, her eyes were full of love. The woman's name is Ruan Ping, the president of Yinlang Entertainment and also Chen Pinggan's mother. Oh, Mom, why do you always make a fuss about these little details? I'll pay attention to them next time. Chen Pinggan walked over to Ruan Ping, pulled her hand, and said, "Have you heard about the Zhongfeng X9? What happened to Zhongfeng X9? Ruan Ping put down the documents in her hand and turned to look at her son. Last night at a drinking party, I heard from a senior that Zhongfeng X9 originally wanted to invite Li Xingjie to be the spokesperson, but for some reason, they suddenly withdrew him. Now it seems that they are looking for a new spokesperson. Is that true?" When Ruan Ping heard Chen Pinggan's words, a light flashed in her eyes. Because the Zhangfeng series of mobile phones are very well known in Longhua. Not only are they high-end and classy, but they are also affordable. Every time a new model is released in this series, it will be sought after by the public and is hard to come by. Therefore, being the spokesperson for this phone can greatly improve both fame and status. If the artists under their company can win such endorsements, it will definitely bring huge commercial benefits to the company. But on second thought, Ruan Ping felt that the endorsement issue seemed unlikely to fall upon the artists under her own company. After all, the Zhongfeng series of mobile phones is so well known that even if they want to hire a spokesperson, it must be a superstar-level artist. Among all the artists of Yinlang Entertainment, Chen Pinggan is the most famous one. To be precise, it was Gangnam who just signed the contract yesterday. However, Chen Pinggan's current status is far from reaching the level of a superstar. Chapter 48. My wife's subordinate wants to cheat on her. Ruan Ping has some ideas about the spokesperson for Zhongfeng X9, and they are very big. Unfortunately, it's just an idea. She knew that none of the current artists in her company had the ability to take on such a high-priced endorsement. Speak up, Mom, what do you think of the spokesperson for the Zhongfeng X9? Seeing that his mother didn't speak for a long time, Chen Pinggan shook her arm again, like a child who was acting coquettishly. You're dreaming. Ruan Ping naturally understood what Chen Pinggan meant. Don't even think about it, Pinggan. You can't even become a product spokesperson of that level right now. Mom, do you look down on your son so much?
Chen Ping'an's face turned serious, and he pretended to be angry and walked to the sofa chair beside him and sat down.
Seeing her son angry, Wan Ping softened her tone and said soothingly, Ping'an, do you think such a big brand would hire a spokesperson so casually? Although you have some fame, you are still far from the level that a spokesperson for Zongfeng should be. Of course I know that. Noticing his mother's tone softening, Chen Ping'an quickly moved to the desk and said, But Mom, have you ever thought about this? With the current size of Zongfeng Mobile, they don't have too many requirements for spokespersons, because they don't lack reputation at all.
Yeah. Ruan Ping felt that there was some truth to it, but she just nodded without saying anything else and continued to wait for the next words.
I met a senior executive of Mingfan Electronics at a dinner party before.
She was in charge of the Zongfeng mobile phone business. Last night, at a drinking party hosted by a senior member of the circle, I ran into that senior executive again. While chatting with her, I specifically asked about the spokesperson matter. She said they don't really have any high requirements for spokespersons. When I heard that, I thought maybe I had a chance, so I started talking to her about this matter in detail. Finally, she promised me that if I agreed to a few things, she would give me the role of spokesperson for the Zongfeng X9. Seeing that her son's words were well reasoned, Ruan Ping's thoughts that had just dissipated in her mind came back to her again.
What does she want? She has two conditions.
Chen Ping'an paused, and without keeping anyone in suspense, he started talking directly.
First, no endorsement fee will be charged, and she will be given a 5 million yuan introduction fee.
Secondly, she's been obsessed with this guy named Jiangnan who just signed up with our company yesterday, and she wants me to arrange for Jiangnan to play with her. After hearing what her son said, Ruan Ping's face remained calm. She has been in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years, and many things are no longer surprising to her. In her eyes, no matter how famous a star is, it is only a glory in front of the public. Behind the scenes, he is just a plaything of those business tycoons. However, Ruan Ping did not rush to respond to the two requests raised by Chen Ping'an. Instead, he secretly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. After thinking for a while, she finally agreed to Chen Ping'an's request. In order for her son to have a higher status in the entertainment industry and for the company to have a higher position in the industry, Ruan Ping felt that based on these 2 points alone, there was nothing wrong with letting Jiangnan accompany the big boss of Mingfan Electronics.
She didn't care even if Jiangnan would break up with the company because of this incident.
As long as these two things can be accomplished, spending some money and losing an artist is a very worthwhile deal. What's more, it is clearly written in the contract that if Jiangnan really wants to break with the company, there will be two paths waiting for him.
The first one is to pay a penalty of 100 million Longminren and leave.
The second option is to continue staying in the company, but will be completely frozen out during the contract period. Ruan Ping believed that a smart person would never do such a stupid thing as breaking up with the company. After all, doing so would mean that his career in the next 3 years would be completely ruined. Ping'an, please contact the boss at Mingfan Electronics to confirm whether she can really give you the endorsement of the Zongfeng X9. If she can confirm, then Mom will do as you wish.
Really? I'll contact you right now.
Seeing Ruan Ping relax, Chen Ping'an quickly took out his cell phone and made a call. Soon, the call was connected and a woman's voice came from the other end.
Is something wrong, Xiao Chen? Excuse me, Sister May. I came to you to talk about what we talked about last night. Can you agree to the two conditions I proposed?
Sure, Sister May, I'll arrange it for you in the next few days.
Okay, then it's a deal. As long as you make the arrangements, you will be the spokesperson.
Well, thank you, Sister May.
Chen Ping'an turned on the hands-free mode.
After hanging up the phone, he looked at Ruan Ping with a smug look on his face. Look, Mom, getting that endorsement is not as difficult as you think.
Okay, in that case, go to the finance department later and get some money. Give the referral fee to that boss first. As for Jiangnan's matter, I'll discuss it with General Zhang and give you a reply. Zheng Tiancheng is nothing. Do you need to discuss this with him?
You can't say that. Ping'an CEO Zhang has made a lot of efforts to help Yingling Entertainment grow to its current size. He was the one who signed Jiangnan, so I definitely need to discuss these matters with him.
Okay, then you go ahead and do your work.
I have an announcement later at noon, so I'll go do my work first.
Chen Ping'an left this sentence and left the office.
Ruan Ping continued to read the document she had not finished reading. However, before I could even glance at it, my cell phone rang. She took a look and found that it was Zheng Tiancheng calling, so she answered the call.
Mr. Ruan, everyone is in the conference room. When will you come over? Don't worry about this, Tan Cheng. Disband the people first and come to my office. But
In a conference room on the 50th floor, Zhang Tianchang, who was holding the phone, wanted to say something, but then he thought, since the boss had spoken, he could only obey. He looked at the people from the planning department, publicity department, copywriting department, and finance department gathered in the conference room, and finally stopped his gaze on Jiang Nan. In a low voice, he said, Jiang Nan, Mr. Wan said that he needs to discuss your debut plan, so we will hold this meeting a few days later. Upon hearing this, everyone stood up and left without saying anything.
Jiang Nan just nodded and prepared to leave. But when he was about to reach the door, he stopped again, turned around and asked, by the way, Mr. Zhang, is Qin Pingan also from our company?
Zhang Tianchang paused. He is signed with our company, and he is Mr. Ruan's son.
So that's how it is.
Hearing such an answer, Jiang Nan frowned unconsciously. I just ran into Chen Pingan in the elevator, and now my debut plan has been stopped.
This matter must be related to the other party. Jiang Nan felt a little regretful at this time.
If he knew that Qin Pingan was the young master of Yinlang Entertainment, he would never sign with this company. After all, the grudge between the two was very deep, and the other party will inevitably make things difficult for him in the future.
Chapter 49, Old Grass Eats Young Cow? After the scheduled meeting was cancelled, Jiang Nan returned home feeling a little disappointed.
It was almost noon when Ning Wanqiu called.
Have you eaten yet, husband? I'm just about to go eat. How about you, wife?
Me too.
What did the company you signed with say? Are they planning to release an album for you?
Not yet. My debut plan meeting this morning was cancelled because my boss had something urgent to do, so we might have to postpone it for a while. Jiang Nan didn't want to worry Ning Wanqiu, so he didn't explicitly say that the meeting was cancelled, but just made up a random excuse.
The couple then chatted for a while and then hung up the phone.
In the afternoon, he felt more and more that something was wrong, so he sent a message to Zhang Tianchang.
Mr. Zhang, is the cancellation of this morning's meeting related to Qin Pingan?
No, don't think too much about it, Jiang Nan. After reading your debut plan, Mr. Wan felt it was a bit hasty and asked the planning department to revise it.
Oh, is that so? Then I won't bother you anymore.
Seeing that Zhang Tianchang spoke without leaking a single word, Jiang Nan knew that he would not be able to find out anything. But the whole thing was obviously not as the other party said.
Now we can only take one step at a time. Jiang Nan felt a little helpless, but didn't think about it any further.
At this point, everything can only be left to nature. After all, he is still just a newcomer and has no capital to fight against the company. Moreover, since Yinlang Entertainment spent 25 million to sign him, it is impossible for them to keep ignoring him like this. After the debut plan was cancelled, 2 days passed in a flash. Life in Jiangnan has been very leisurely these past 2 days. In the morning, after having breakfast with my wife at home, I will practice my musical instrument. In the afternoon, I put on a mask and a hat, went to the vegetable market, bought some vegetables, went home to cook dinner and waited for Ning Wanqiu to get off work. It wasn't until the third day, when he had just returned home from the vegetable market, that he received a call from Zhang Tianchang. Jiangnan, make time tonight and come to the drinking party organized by the company.
Drinking party? But I can't drink much, so there's no need for me to go. If you can't hold your liquor well, just drink less. You're a grown man, so what are you afraid of? Hearing that Jiangnan seemed reluctant, Zhang Tiancheng joked and said, don't think too much. This drinking party was arranged by President Ruan.
It's mainly to entertain a business tycoon and help Chen Pingan get an endorsement. So all the other artists in the company in Tiannan will be there.
Which business tycoon is so prestigious?
I heard from Mr. Ruan that Wu Mei is in charge of the mobile phone business at Mingfan Electronics.
Oh, that's fine.
Jiangnan originally wanted to refuse, but after thinking carefully, he realized that he had signed a contract with the company after all, and there seemed to be no harm in attending such a drinking party. What's more, it's a party organized by the boss, so it would be a bit ungrateful not to participate. After hanging up the phone, I took the vegetables I bought into the kitchen and started cooking dinner. Around 6 o'clock, he brought the prepared food into the dining room, took out his cell phone and called Ning Wanqiu.
What's wrong, husband? I'll be right back. It's okay, honey.
The company organized a drinking party tonight and asked me to attend, so I called you.
I've already prepared dinner, so you can eat it when you get back. What kind of drinking party?
I heard that they were entertaining a senior executive from Mingfan Electronics.
Mingfan Electronics? Ning Wanqiu became interested when she heard this and asked, "Do you know who that senior executive is? Why are we entertaining her?" The senior executive's name is Wu Mei. I think they invited her because of an endorsement. I'm not sure about the details. Oh. Ning Wanqiu never told her husband that she was the boss behind Mingfan Electronics. After hearing the news, he just smiled and replied, "Okay, you can't drink much, so try not to drink when the time comes. If you drink, tell me and I will pick you up." I understand. I'll hang up with my wife, pack up and get ready to go out. After reporting the drinking party to Ning Wanqiu, Jiang Nan went back to his room, changed his clothes, and drove to the location Zhang Tiancheng sent him. The location is the only 6-star hotel in Tiannan City Four Seasons Hotel. Jiang Nan is no stranger to this hotel. Although he had never been here before, it was here on his birthday more than 3 months ago that his friend took a photo of Lin Qiner and Chen Ping'an holding hands. After parking the car, Jiang Nan went to the box number sent by Zhang Tiancheng. When he pushed open the door of the box, he saw 4 people inside. Except for Zhang Tiancheng, the other 3 people are artists signed by Yinlang Entertainment, and they are all male artists. Except for Zhang Tiancheng, Jiang Nan and the other 3 met for the first time. "Here we go, Jiang Nan. Come in quickly." Seeing Jiang Nan pushing the door open, Zhang Tiancheng quickly stood up and waved at him. "Let me introduce you, they are all contracted artists of our company." "Good." Jiang Nan responded with a smile and began to greet the other 3 people in the box. The 3 male artists are not small-time celebrities in the entertainment industry, and they all have some fame. Although Jiang Nan has just entered the entertainment industry, his status is much higher than these 3 people because of several good works he has created. Influenced by their admiration for the strong, the 3 male artists were also very polite to Jiang Nan. After a few people chatted for a while, the door of the box was pushed open again. This time, 3 people came in. In addition to Chen Ping'an and Ruan Ping and her son, there was also a middle-aged woman who looked about the same age as Ruan Ping. The middle-aged woman was not tall, but she had a good figure, slightly curly short hair and gentle and pleasant facial features. She looked like a beauty. Moreover, her eyes were bright and her expression was sharp, and her whole temperament seemed to carry the pressure of a superior. Even though he had never seen this beautiful woman, Jiang Nan guessed that she must be Wu Mei. After Chen Ping'an and Ruan Ping surrounded Wu Mei on both sides and brought her into the box, Zhang Tiancheng and the other 3 male artists surrounded her and greeted her. Jiang Nan thought about it and walked up. "Hello, Mr. Ruan." He was the first to say hello to Ruan Ping. Even though he had never met her before, there was a lot of information and news about this strong woman on the internet, and he had read some of them more or less, so he naturally knew her. "Hello Jiang Nan, we're glad you can join us at Yinlang Entertainment." Ruan Ping carefully looked at Jiang Nan for a few seconds, then shifted her gaze to Wu Mei and introduced her. "This is Mr. Wu from Mingfan Electronics." "Hello Mr. Wu, I'm Jiang Nan." At Ruan Ping's introduction, Jiang Nan greeted with a smile. "Don't call me Mr. Wu. My name is Wu Mei. You can call me Sister Mei or Sister." Wu Mei looked at Jiang Nan who was walking towards her, her eyes fixed on him, and at the same time raised one hand for a handshake. Chapter 50 My husband is in trouble. Out of politeness, Jiang Nan smiled and shook hands with Wu Mei. Just then, the hotel staff knocked on the door of the private room and asked if the food could be served. Ruan Ping nodded in response, and then everyone in the box sat down around the dining table and started chatting. Since today's main purpose was to entertain Wu Mei, everyone's attention was focused on her. Not long after, the waiter brought dishes to the table. Chen Ping'an also took out the good wine he brought, and a reception dinner began. Jiang Nan rarely attends such drinking parties and is a little uncomfortable with it. So when the dishes were served, he would just eat silently, and would only speak up when a topic was brought up to him. In this episode, Chen Ping'an did not deliberately pick a fight with Jiang Nan. The 2 of them ignored each other as if they didn't know each other. After more than an hour of eating, the others were still chatting animatedly, with no sign of leaving. Only Jiang Nan was very puzzled. Why are these people so good at chatting? Just as he was secretly thinking about how to extricate himself from this drinking party, Ruan Ping, who was a little tipsy, came to him with 2 glasses of red wine. "Jiang Nan, I'm glad you can join our company. Come, let me toast you." "I dare not." Seeing the glass of wine handed over by Ruan Ping, Jiang Nan wanted to refuse, but then he thought that the boss was toasting him and it was just a glass of red wine, so he took the glass. "I should toast to Mr. Ruan with this glass of wine." Jiang Nan clinked his wine glass with Ruan Ping and drank the small glass of wine directly.
Seeing this, Wu Mei, who was standing by, hurried over with a glass of wine.
Jiang Nan, come have a drink with me.
No, I can't drink much, Mr. Wu.
I can't drink anymore. While Jiang Nan was speaking, Wan Ping had already taken the bottle and poured Jiang Nan another glass of wine. Just have a drink with Mr. Wu. It's just a little bit of red wine. It's no big deal.
As she said that, Wan Ping handed the wine glass to Jiang Nan again.
Things had come to this point, and Jiang Nan took the wine glass.
The alcohol content of red wine is not high, so he can still drink 2 glasses.
Come on, Mr. Wu, I'll toast you a glass. No, didn't I just tell you to just call me Sister May? Then Sister May, let's have a drink. Haha don't.
Wu Mei clinked her wine glass with Jiang Nan's, and they both drank it in one gulp. After 2 drinks, Jiang Nan was about to tell the excuse he had just thought of and get ready to leave. Zheng Tianchang, who was already drunk and shaking his head, came over with another glass of wine.
Jiang Nan, I'll toast you too. I really can't drink anymore, Mr. Zhang. People toasted one after another.
Jiang Nan knew he couldn't drink anymore, so he simply picked up the tea he had just drunk and said, I'll toast you with tea instead of wine, Mr. Zhang. You are such a jerk. Zheng Tianchang muttered something, and finally clinked his wine glass against Jiang Nan's teacup, then drank the wine in the glass in one breath. Immediately afterwards, the 3 male artists signed by Elang Entertainment came over one after another with drinks in hand. After drinking 3 more cups of tea, Jiang Nan thought it was time to leave. But just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt dizzy, his eyes went black, and he collapsed in the dining chair and passed out. When he woke up again, he found himself lying in a very unfamiliar room. I wanted to get up, but found that my body was extremely tired, as if it was filled with lead, and I couldn't muster any strength. Moreover, his consciousness was very fuzzy, and thoughts of love between men and women kept flashing through his mind. This caused his body to react, and his entire body became red and hot. He also vaguely heard the sound of running water in the room, as if someone was taking a shower.
I was drugged? The last bit of clarity in Jiang Nan's mind gave him this idea.
He struggled to raise his lead-filled hand and took the cell phone out of his pocket. He wanted to call for help, but his physical weakness and blurred consciousness prevented him from even bringing his phone to his face.
Broken.
Just as the last trace of clarity was about to disappear, Jiang Nan suddenly remembered that he was chatting with his wife when he turned off the screen. So now, as long as you unlock the screen with your fingerprint, the screen will definitely be the chat interface with Ning Wanqiu. So he quickly used his finger to feel for the unlock position and opened the phone. Relying on the muscle memory of his fingers, he typed the simple word 95 foot in the chat box and pressed the send button. After doing all this, he no longer had the energy to confirm whether the message had been sent. Soon, the last bit of clarity in Jiang Nan's mind completely disappeared. At this moment, Wu Mei, with no fat on her belly, long legs and a thin waist, and a greedy smile on her face, appeared in Jiang Nan's blurred eyes.
Dear brother Nan, am I beautiful?
Wu Mei swayed her graceful body and walked slowly to the bed. Beautiful, you are so beautiful, my wife. Jiang Nan, whose thoughts were completely blurred, stared blankly at Wu Mei, but what appeared in his eyes was Ning Wanqiu's beautiful face.
Although Wu Mei is somewhat pretty, she is still a level below Ning Wanqiu. You're so handsome too, husband.
Looking at Jiang Nan's handsome face, Wu Mei curled her lips and leaned forward. At the same time, Ning Wanqiu was sitting in the living room of the villa, sending messages on her mobile phone. The screen shows the chat interface with Jiang Nan, which contains a message that the other party has just sent.
The content is 2 numbers 95 foot. Ning Wanqiu, who didn't react for a moment, replied with some confusion. What's 95, honey? Did you send it to the wrong number?
However, after sending the message, I waited for a minute but did not receive a reply from Jiang Nan. At this point, Ning Wanqiu suddenly thought of the homophone 95 and saved me.
My husband is in trouble?
Thinking of this, Ning Wanqiu's heart tightened, and her originally calm expression instantly turned cold. She quickly dialed Jiang Nan's cell phone number to confirm whether her husband was really in trouble. But after the call was made, no one answered. For a moment, Ning Wanqiu panicked and anxious tears appeared in her eyes. She never thought about what could happen if her husband just went to a banquet. And Jiang Nan didn't tell me the location of the banquet. Now that she knows that her husband is in trouble, what can she do? Should I call the police? No, we don't know what happened yet. If I call the police, some things may not be resolved later. For a moment, Ning Wanqiu's mind was full of thoughts. Suddenly, the name Wu Mei jumped out of my mind.
As soon as she thought of this name, she called Jin Feng, the CEO of Mingfan Electronics, as quickly as possible. "Hey, Mr. Ning, is there something urgent going on so late?" The call was connected quickly, and Jin Feng's tone on the other end was full of respect. "Contact your subordinate Wu Mei right now and ask her what happened in Jiangnan. I want to know the result immediately." Ning Wanqiu said this briefly and domineeringly, then hung up the phone. Chapter 51, Honest and Simple Little Husband. In the suite on the top floor of the Four Seasons Hotel, Wu Mei was lying on Jiangnan with all her might, ready to do something good. However, at the critical moment, an untimely phone call came to her cell phone. Wu Mei, who was in high spirits, originally didn't intend to pay any attention to it. But out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the person calling was his boss. So he quickly rolled off Jiangnan, walked to the window and answered the phone. "Good evening, Mr. Jin, what can I do for you?" "Old Wu, is there someone named Jiangnan around you right now?" Jin Feng got straight to the point. After waiting for a while, seeing Wu Mei didn't respond, he said, "Speak up, Old Wu." No. "No, Mr. Jin, who is the Jiangnan you are talking about?" Wu Mei's tone was very panicked at this time. She didn't understand why her boss knew that Jiangnan was with her. "Don't play dumb, Old Wu. You'd better tell me the truth, or else go to the HR department and get your resignation form tomorrow when you get to work." When Jin Feng heard Wu Mei's hesitant tone, he knew that Jiangnan must be with her. When Wu Mei heard the words resignation form, she panicked instantly. It took her 10 years to slowly climb from the bottom to her current position. "I have put in a lot of hard work and sweat during this period, and I will never give up my current position easily. Yes, Jiangnan is by my side." "Very good, take good care of him now, I'll contact you later." Jin Feng on the other end of the phone hung up after he finished speaking. Wu Mei put down her phone blankly and looked at Jiangnan lying on the bed. She had been thinking about him day and night recently and she no longer had the interest she had just now. Soon, Jin Feng sent another message, asking about her current location, and then there was no further news. About half an hour later, there was a hurried knock on the door of the suite. Wu Mei opened the door trembling with fear and saw Ning Wanqiu standing at the door. She didn't know that the woman outside the door was the big boss behind Mingfan Electronics. However, the moment she saw Ning Wanqiu, she no longer had the aura of a superior. Instead, she asked weakly, Who are you?" Ning Wanqiu didn't say anything, but pushed Wu Mei aside and walked into the suite. When he saw Jiangnan lying on the bed with a dazed look on his face, he couldn't help but frown, and a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. What happened to him? Ning Wanqiu turned her head and stared at Wu Mei coldly. He took some hallucinogenic drugs. It's nothing serious. He'll be fine after the effects wear off." Wu Mei's response was timid. She really wanted to say something tough in front of Ning Wanqiu. But the other party was able to find this place, obviously because of the location provided by Jin Feng. This is enough to prove that the identity of the woman in front of him is not simple. Therefore, Wu Mei could only be obedient from beginning to end, not daring to show any arrogance. "Pa." After getting the answer, Ning Wanqiu slapped Wu Mei without saying a word. "Have you ever thought about the consequences of touching my man?" I'm sorry, I didn't know, and this isn't my fault. It was Ruan Ping, the boss of Elang Entertainment, who knew I was interested in Jiangnan, and that's why she set me up. Get out of my sight immediately." Ning Wanqiu roared angrily, which frightened Wu Mei so much that she trembled. The latter did not refute and walked out of the suite with her head down like a clown. Immediately afterwards, Ning Wanqiu walked to the bedside, reached out and gently stroked Jiangnan's hot face, and softly called out husband. "Wanqiu, my wife." Jiangnan, in a daze, responded in a tone that Ning Wanqiu had never heard before. Hearing her young husband's call, Ning Wanqiu, who had originally had a stern face, relaxed a little. Then she left the room and went to the front desk to open a new room. She also called the housekeeping staff to carry her husband into the new room. The next morning, when Jiangnan woke up, he found himself lying naked on a strange big bed. And judging from his physical condition, something that shouldn't have happened to him last night must have happened. When Jiangnan thought of this, he felt as if his brain was about to explode. Damn it, how am I going to explain this to my wife? Jiangnan now regrets why he agreed to Zheng Tiancheng's invitation to the drinking party. He still had some impression of what happened last night. He remembered that after fainting in the box, he seemed to wake up in this strange room, and he vaguely saw Wu Mei.
So he now suspected that something that shouldn't have happened had happened between him and Wu Mei last night. The thought of this made him retch. After vomiting in the bathroom for half an hour, Jiangnan finally recovered and walked to the bed to put on his clothes. He took out his cell phone and wanted to call Ning Wanqiu. But after hesitating for a long time, he finally did not press the dial button. Instead, he clicked on the green bubble and sent a message to the other party. "I'm sorry, wife." Ning Wanqiu replied quickly, with only 3 simple question marks. "Last night, I was drugged and had sex with someone else." I'm sorry. What is this that you're talking about, husband?" Ning Wanqiu, who was sitting in the office, felt warm in her heart when she saw the message sent by Jiangnan. After doing something wrong, the husband did not choose to hide it, but thought of himself first and took the initiative to admit his mistake. She thought she had made the right choice by choosing this honest and simple little man. However, Ning Wanqiu did not say it clearly, but teased her young husband instead.
"It's that thing between men and women."
Jiangnan, who was kept in the dark, felt helpless, but when things developed to this point, he knew he had to admit his mistake.
"I'm sorry, honey. I really didn't expect things to turn out like this."
"If I had known this would happen, I would never have attended this banquet."
"So, you're saying you betrayed me?"
When Ning Wanqiu saw the message sent by Jiangnan, the smile on her face became even more intense.
"Blame me, I'm sorry, honey. I never thought of betraying you. Can you forgive me?" "No, since you betrayed me, let's get a divorce."
No divorce.
"We've finally been together, and I don't want to be separated from you."
"What I did last night was wrong."
"You can do whatever you want, but you can't divorce me."
In the hotel suite, Jiangnan's heart sank when he saw the word divorce. He was now full of frustration, staring at the screen, wanting to see how Ning Wanqiu would respond next. But after waiting for a long time, I saw that the other party did not reply to the message.
I thought my wife must be angry.
So he moved his fingers, quickly edited the messages, and sent them one after another.
"Don't be angry, wife. I'm sorry, it's all my fault.
Even if it wasn't my intention, it still happened.
I'm sorry. Please forgive me this time, Wanqiu. I promise I will never let this happen again. For the sake of my baby and my mother, can you give me a chance? Don't divorce me, baby."
"I'll obey you in everything from now on." At this time, Jiangnan was like a possessed person, sending messages non-stop.
Because he couldn't lose Ning Wanqiu and didn't want to lose the woman he truly loved in his heart. This is the first time I've written this kind of sweet urban story.
My skills are limited, so I'd appreciate your criticism and corrections.
I'd also like to thank my friends who read it every day. I'm grateful for your support. Love you, love you. Chapter 52, Starting Your Own Company.
In the office, Ning Wanqiu finished reading a document, picked up her mobile phone and found 53 unread messages. And they were all sent by my little husband. She knew Jiangnan's love for her, and at first she just wanted to tease him. So she quickly opened the chat interface with her husband and replied to the message.
"Husband, can you please not be so impatient when encountering things in the future? I'm sorry, honey. I've always been pretty calm when it comes to things. It's you who makes me become like this." "Really? Then go smell the pillows and quilt on the bed and see if you can smell anything?" "Okay, I'll go right away." Jiangnan, who had turned into a dog licker, sent dozens of messages in a row. When he saw such a message from his wife, he didn't have time to think about it. He climbed onto the bed and sniffed the pillow and quilt. Immediately, a faint fragrance entered his nose, and he was very familiar with this fragrance. Because this smell is the body odor that belongs exclusively to his wife. Only then did Jiangnan realize that the person who was with him last night was his wife, not Wu Mei. "Honey, you're such a mean person. You and I were together last night, why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me worry to death. I just wanted to see you anxious doghead." "Well." Jiangnan was speechless for a moment, but the haze that had just shrouded his heart disappeared without a trace at this moment. "By the way, honey, how did you find me last night?" "I know Mr. Jean from Mingfang Electronics. Yesterday you said the person your company was hosting was Wu Mei. After seeing the message you sent, I made some inquiries and found you. So that's how it is." Jiangnan didn't think much about this reasonable explanation. However, he overlooked one point. The two words Mingfang and Mingfang Electronics implied the names of his deceased father-in-law Ning Yuanming and mother-in-law Gu Feng. After figuring out what happened last night, Jiangnan called Zheng Tiancheng. Hey Jiangnan, are you sober?
Zheng Tiancheng's tone on the other end of the phone sounded as if nothing had happened.
Don't pretend, Mr. Zhang. You should give me an explanation, right?
When Jiang Nan thought of what happened last night, his tone became unfriendly.
What explanation? It's not Jiangnan. Why don't I understand what you're saying? Don't understand? You drugged my drink last night and sent me to Wu Mei's room. You say you don't know about this?
This. Zheng Tiancheng was a little confused when he heard this.
After a while, he asked, you said you were drugged last night? Although I can't drink much, 2 glasses of red wine can't make me drunk. I really don't know about this.
The wine you drank was brought by Mr. Wan.
This might be.
Having said that, Zheng Tiancheng probably understood the twists and turns involved.
After all, he has been in the entertainment industry for so many years, so he naturally understands many things.
It is very normal in the circle for a boss to give his artists to business tycoons in order to help his son get better resources.
I'm sorry, Jiangnan. I really don't know anything about this. Don't worry.
I'll go find Ms. Wan and ask her to give you an explanation.
No need for that. Regardless of whether you know about this, Mr. Zhang, it has already happened. Besides, I can't do anything to you. Forget it.
As he was talking, Jiang Nan suddenly figured it out. He could only let this matter go for the time being.
But it doesn't mean that this matter will be over. When he has the ability, he will definitely take revenge double.
Okay, Jiang Nan, it's great that you think this way, but remember one thing, don't be too extreme about this matter. If you fall out with President Yuan, you will either pay a high penalty and leave the company, or be put on ice. You must be aware of the interests involved.
Jiang Nan didn't respond to Zheng Tiancheng's words, but hung up the phone.
He had also thought about the 2 points the other party mentioned, so he chose to endure it temporarily.
Be patient and you will have peace. Take a step back and the sky will be clear.
He is too weak now, and this is the only choice he can make. He suddenly felt that no matter how high he reached in the entertainment industry in the future, in the eyes of those business tycoons, he would always be just a commodity, a plaything. Having never stepped into the entertainment industry before, he simply thought that after entering the industry, he would find a company and concentrate on making music. But now that he has really entered the circle, he realized that people like him who have no background are destined to have no peaceful and happy place. Unless you start your own company and be your own boss.
After leaving the Four Seasons Hotel, Jiang Nan returned home feeling a little depressed. As soon as he entered the room, Ning Wanqiu followed.
Wife, why are you back so early today?
There's nothing to do with the company today, so I came back.
Seeing the somewhat depressed expression on her husband's face, Ning Wanqiu snuggled into his arms like a little bird.
What's wrong? Are you still angry about me teasing you before? I'm sorry, husband. I was wrong.
No, don't think too much about it, my wife.
How could I be angry with you? Seeing his wife in his arms, Jiang Nan's depression was instantly untied.
He smiled and said in a relaxed tone, it's just a company matter. I didn't expect the company I signed with would be so disgusting.
Yeah, would you like to consider terminating the contract? Terminate the contract? Hearing these 2 words, Jiang Nan was stunned.
He had thought about this idea, but when he thought about the 100 million yuan termination fee in the contract, he backed off.
So he quickly shook his head and said, I never thought about it.
My signing bonus is only 25 million, but if I terminate the contract, I have to pay 100 million.
It's a big loss to lose 75 million for nothing. And even if I terminate the contract and sign with another company, it may not be better than the current company. Really? Then, husband, have you ever thought about opening your own entertainment company?
Ning Wanqiu rubbed her husband's arms and reached out to gently stroke his handsome face. I've thought about starting my own entertainment company, but it's not that easy. Jiang Nan had indeed thought about this, but it was not easy to open an entertainment company in this world. First, you have to spend 50 million to get an entertainment license from the Ministry of Culture and Entertainment.
Only after obtaining a license can a company be started.
Only singers and actors in the company can sell their works online for a fee. For example, if you want to publish paid works on video and music platforms such as Penguin Music and NetCloud Music, you must sign a contract with an entertainment company, otherwise individuals can only publish free works on them. So the 50 million license fee alone temporarily shattered his idea of starting a company.
Why is it difficult? It just costs some money, doesn't it?
Ning Wanxiu said something disapproving, then hooked her arms around her husband's neck, propped herself up, and kissed him directly. After a while, she ended her kiss with Jiang Nan and said seriously, "Husband, how much money do you need for your termination fee and starting a company?" Ah. Jiang Nan, who had just finished a deep kiss, was a little surprised to hear such words. Chapter 53 My wife's power is unbelievable. Jiang Nan had never thought carefully about terminating the contract and starting a company. But the two items on the surface cost a total of 150 million long renminbi. Moreover, after opening the company, even if he didn't hire anyone, he would at least set up a recording studio for himself, buy some recording equipment, and various musical instruments for composing music. A rough calculation shows that it will cost several million more. After mentally estimating this number, Jiang Nan glanced at his wife and saw that she was staring at him seriously, waiting for a response. So he sighed softly and said, "It's going to be a lot, about 160 million. Oh. Ning Wanxiu just said oh casually, and then snuggled into her husband's arms again. "It's not much. I'll give you the money tomorrow. Go and cancel the contract, and then start preparing your own company." You give it to me? We're not your wife, can you just give me so much money like that? Since Jiang Nan didn't know that his wife was the behind-the-scenes boss of two large companies, Station A and Mingfan Electronics, he was very surprised to hear his wife's calm words. After all, such a sum of money is an extremely huge amount in Jiang Nan's eyes today. Because I believe in my husband. The music you make is so great. If you release 1 or 2 good albums, you can almost make back all the money, right? Yeah. Jiang Nan nodded in response. He is still very confident that he can make back the money through music. Because he had no money before, his idea was to sign a contract with a company first, save some money, and then start his own company. Now that things had come to this, he was no longer shy and looked at his wife seriously. "Wife, since you trust me, please lend me 160 million. I'll pay you back after I start the company and make money from releasing records." "What nonsense are you talking about, you idiot? My money is your money, isn't it? What's the point of a couple talking about whether to pay it back? Besides, it doesn't matter if I lose this little money. I still have some assets." Ning Wanxiu reached out and pinched her husband's nose again. When she was about to say something else, she suddenly felt nauseous, so she quickly got up and ran to the bathroom. "What's wrong, honey? Are you feeling unwell? I'll take you to the hospital." Seeing this, Jiang Nan followed directly, his face full of nervousness. "Why go to the hospital? I'm fine. It's just normal morning sickness." Glancing at her husband, Ning Wanxiu said in a coquettish tone, "Honey, I want to eat something sour today. How about I make you cabbage with vinegar, beef and sour soup, and sweet and sour fish later?" "Well, now that you mention it, I feel a little hungry." "Then you stay home and rest, my dear. I'll go buy groceries and come back to cook for you." After Jiang Nan helped his wife sit back on the sofa in the living room, he ran into the kitchen, picked up the vegetable basket, put on a mask and a hat, and went out to buy vegetables. After her husband left, Ning Wanxiu took out her cell phone and called Jean Feng. "Boss Ning, is there no room for improvement in Wu Mei's situation?" Jean Feng, who answered the phone, directly pleaded for Wu Mei. "Do you want to keep her, Xiao Jin?" Ning Wanxiu's words were cold. "No, I just think Wu Mei is quite capable. She told me everything in detail today. It's not a big deal, and the little star named Jiang Nan wasn't hurt, so." "Do you think so?" Ning Wanxiu didn't refute immediately, but changed the subject and said, "Let me ask you 2 questions first. After you listen to them, consider whether you want to help Wu Mei plead for this favor." "Okay, Mr. Ning, go ahead. First question, do you think Wu Mei has abilities, but are her abilities unique and irreplaceable?" That's not the case. There are several people in the company who can replace her." Second question, do you know what the relationship is between Jiang Nan and me?" "I don't know. Could it be a relative of yours, Mr. Ning?" Jean Feng had recently seen Jiang Nan on the internet. In his impression, he is just a little star who sings well and looks pretty handsome. However, Ning Wanxiu's next words shocked him. "Jiang Nan is my husband." This. Jean Feng was stunned for a moment after getting the answer, then quickly said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Ning, I don't know about this." "Now that you know, do you still want to plead for Wu Mei?" No, I have to fire her today. Even Jesus can't keep her here. I'm also going to spread the word that she won't be able to make a single move in this industry in the future. Jean Foam now regretted very much that he had pleaded for Wu Mei. Originally, he simply felt that Wu Mei had some ability, so he wanted to help the company retain a talent. But now that he knew the relationship between Jiang Nan and Ning Wanqiu, he gave up the idea. If he offended his boss because of this matter, then he, the high-ranking CEO of the group, would also be laid off today. Also, from now on, all Mingfang Electronics business activities and endorsements will not use artists from Yinlang Entertainment. Also, please inform your partners and ask them to avoid using artists from Yinlang Entertainment if possible. Received, President Ning. By the way, has the spokesperson for Tsongfeng X9 been decided yet? Not yet. The mobile phone department has held several meetings recently regarding the spokesperson, but nothing has been finalized. How about this? Tell the mobile phone department that there's no need to waste time discussing the spokesperson. Just use my husband. Okay, Mr. Ning, I'll say hello over there right away. Ning Wanqiu hung up the phone and sent a message to Qian Jingjiang, the CEO of Station A, which roughly meant that Station A would soft ban all works of Yinlang Entertainment on the station and all its artists. After sending the message, she yawned and lay down on the sofa tiredly. Having been in the business world for more than a decade, Ning Wanqiu has always been very low-key, but that doesn't mean she is afraid of things. For those who want to hurt Jiang Nan, it is almost the same as hurting her, so whether it is Wu Mei or Yinlang Entertainment, she will retaliate. Perhaps because she didn't sleep well last night, Ning Wanqiu fell asleep not long after lying down on the sofa. When Jiang Nan came back from buying groceries, he saw his wife curled up on the sofa and sleeping soundly. He didn't disturb her, but quietly went back to the room, took out a blanket, covered his wife with it, and then went into the kitchen to busy himself. It was almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon and Jiang Nan in the kitchen had finished his work. When I brought the food into the living room, Ning Wanqiu woke up slowly on the sofa. Husband. Seeing her husband wearing an apron and bringing dishes to the dining room, Ning Wanqiu, who had just woken up, called out coquettishly and then clung to Jiang Nan like a clingy bun. This is in stark contrast to the coldness and dominance he usually displays in front of other people. Eat, baby. Jiang Nan kissed his wife lightly on the forehead, then took her hand and walked into the dining room. Chapter 54. My money is not that easy to take. The next morning, Jiang Nan was writing music very seriously in his room. Suddenly, a text message alert sounded on the phone. After clicking on the message and reading its content, he was completely stunned. Sender, Longhua Bank. Message content: Dear Longhang customer, your account was credited with 200 million yuan at 8:38 on October 23, 2024, and the current balance is 200,980,000. Jiang Nan stared at the screen and counted the zeros on the text message. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. 200 million yuan is definitely an astronomical figure for him at the moment. He had clearly agreed with Ning Wanqiu yesterday that it would only cost 160 million to terminate the contract and start a company. But now his wife actually transferred 200 million yuan directly to him. So Jiang Nan quickly sent a message to Ning Wanqiu. Wife, why did you transfer so much money to me? Take the flowers, honey. If it's not enough, tell me. Didn't I tell you yesterday that I still have some money? Feel free to spend it. Don't feel bad even if you lose all the money starting the company. Jiang Nan was deeply moved when he saw the content of the message sent by his wife. With a wife like this, what else could a husband ask for? After the money arrived, Jiang Nan packed up at home and went directly to the bank to write a check for 100 million yuan and another for 50 million yuan. Then I rushed to Yinlang Entertainment. Now that he has money, terminating the contract is inevitable for him. He felt pained when he thought about losing 75 million just because of signing a contract. But now that things have come to this, he can only admit defeat. But this matter will definitely not be over. He had already secretly made a plan in his mind yesterday. A plan to push Yinlang Entertainment into a desperate situation and liquidate it into bankruptcy. My liquidated damages aren't that easy to collect. Standing in front of the towering CBD building, Jiang Nan put his hands in his pockets, looked up at the roof, and then entered the building. He got on the elevator with ease, and soon, he appeared in the office on the 50th floor of Yinlang Entertainment. Come on Jiang Nan, I was looking for you. Zheng Tianchang, who was busy in the office, saw Jiang Nan and quickly walked over to him. Come to my office and sit for a while. I'll finish the things I have on hand, and then we can talk about your album release. Then we'll talk about it later. Jiang Nan responded and went straight into Zheng Tianchang's office. After sitting inside for nearly 10 minutes, Zheng Tianchang, who had finished his work, pushed the door open and walked in.
Jiangnan, I've already finalized the album release with President Ruan.
We'll have a meeting this afternoon, and we can officially start recording tomorrow.
Zhang Tiancheng had a very happy smile on his face when he spoke.
Zhang Tiancheng is very optimistic about Jiang Nan's music, so he is now eager to help him release an album. With the 4 high-quality songs that Jiang Nan had previously performed on The Star of Tomorrow, he believed that even if he casually put together 6 songs to form an album, he would definitely be able to get a perfect report card in the music industry. As long as the album sells well, in the next 3 years, not only will he be able to secure his position as vice president, but the company's status in the industry will also be elevated, allowing him to earn more dividends. So Zhang Tiancheng felt happy when he thought of this.
However, Jiang Nan's next words directly dispelled all his fantasies. My album doesn't need to be released, Mr. Zhang. I'm here today to terminate my contract with Yinlang Entertainment.
Jiang Nan's words were spoken calmly, but to Zhang Tiancheng's ears, they were like a heavy hammer, smashing the fantasy in the latter's heart into pieces.
Don't be impulsive, Jiang Nan. Impulsiveness is the devil. Look, you just signed with our company a few days ago and you're terminating your contract. Isn't the termination fee wasted?
Why do you say this?
If there is anything, let's sit down and talk it out.
There's nothing much to say, Mr. Zhang.
I've finalized today's appointment. As for the termination fee, I'll take it.
Jiang Nan felt depressed at the thought of having to pay 75 million yuan in compensation, but in order to terminate the contract, he had no choice but to accept it.
Hey, you.
Zhang Tiancheng tried his best to persuade her to stay.
After a quick thought, he said, I can't decide on the termination of the contract. Wait a moment, I'll go get Mr. Ruan to talk to you.
Leaving this message, Zhang Tiancheng rushed out of the office and hurried to the 51st floor of the building. At this time, Ruan Ping was sitting in the office reading documents when the door was suddenly pushed open. Then he saw Zhang Tiancheng with a look of anxiety on his face.
Amaji, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong?
In Ruan Ping's impression, Zhang Tiancheng has always been very steady and she has never seen such an expression on his face.
Mr. Ruan, Jiang Nan is here to terminate the contract.
Zhang Tiancheng rushed in and directly stated his purpose.
He wants to terminate the contract? Ruan Ping frowned.
She didn't expect that what happened the night before would make Jiang Nan make such a decision.
Yes, Mr. Ruan, we have to find a way to keep him here. If he wants to terminate the contract, then let him do it. Just follow the normal procedures. Isn't it good for the company to take his 75 million yuan termination fee for free? Ruan Ping's response was very indifferent.
No, you can't think like that, Mr. Ruan. With Jiang Nan's ability, as long as he stays, the revenue he will bring to the company in the next 3 years will be far more than this amount of money.
Do you think so highly of him, Tiancheng?
It's not that I'm optimistic about him, but the facts are before us. The 4 original songs he wrote on Tomorrow's Star and the song he wrote for Liu Yefei have already explained everything, and... Zhang Tiancheng paused, then continued, furthermore, ever since he officially announced his signing with Yinlang Entertainment, the company's stock price has increased by 1/3 in the past few days. Ruan Ping heard this and thought about it carefully, and it was indeed true.
Let's go, Mr. Ruan, and persuade Jiang Nan.
Having said that, Ruan Ping put down the documents in her hand and went to the 50th floor with Zhang Tiancheng.
Soon, the two saw Jiang Nan sitting in the office waiting. Jiang Nan, I heard you want to terminate the contract?
As soon as Ruan Ping walked into the office, she said this in a tone of superiority.
It's not a want to, it's a must.
Jiang Nan sneered and answered straightforwardly. If it's because of what happened the night before, I advise you not to do this.
Don't you feel bad about the 75 million yuan termination fee?
Ruan Ping's tone was still high and mighty, but after she finished speaking, she noticed that Zhang Tiancheng was winking at her frantically, so she softened her tone a little. You can stay.
I won't let you attend such drinking parties in the future.
There's no future. The contract is finalized today, and you took my 75 million, but you'll have to pay a price.
Jiang Nan had already made up his mind, so he didn't bother to talk nonsense. Do you want to terminate this contract through normal procedures, or should we go to court?
You. Seeing that Jiang Nan had made up his mind and what he said was very unpleasant, Ruan Ping didn't bother to talk nonsense anymore.
You're so ungrateful, Tiancheng. Just terminate his contract and get 75 million for free. Don't miss it.
After saying that, Ruan Ping walked away angrily with big strides.
Chapter 55 If she doesn't tea leave, I won't tea abandon.
Now that the boss had spoken, Zhang Tianchang had no excuse to keep him. In the end, I had no choice but to terminate the contract reluctantly.
At 10 o'clock in the morning, when Jiang Nan left the building where Yinlang Entertainment was located, he felt relaxed all over.
Although he had just signed the termination contract and suffered a loss of 75 million, as he said before, after taking this money, he would start preparing to make Yinlang Entertainment pay the price. After entering the parking lot and getting into the car, Jiang Nan did not rush home. He first went to the Tiannan City Cultural and Entertainment Bureau, and then went to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau.
Finally, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I got a business license for an entertainment company.
In less than a day, the contract was terminated and the certificate from the entertainment company was obtained.
Jiang Nan was very happy and couldn't wait to share this joy with Ning Wanqiu.
So he quickly took out his cell phone and sent a message to his wife.
"What are you doing, honey? I miss you." Almost at the same time the message was sent, Ning Wanqiu also sent a message to Jiang Nan. "Did you cancel your contract today, husband? Did you miss me? The contract has been terminated. I'll send you something to look at."
After editing a message, Jiang Nan walked into the car, put the entertainment company's business license in place, took a photo and sent it over. In the office, Ning Wanqiu, who was taking a sip of coffee, spat out the coffee in her mouth when she saw the photo sent by her husband.
"Because the name of the entertainment company founded by Jiang Nan is Nanqiu Entertainment. Why did you choose such a weird company name? It sounds terrible."
Ning Wanqiu said it unpleasantly, but she was very happy in her heart. The fact that she could give the company such a name was enough to prove how high her status was in her husband's mind.
"Isn't it nice? I think it's pretty good."
Jiang Nan smiled innocently and sent another message. "Wife, when you get off work, go straight to the nursing home. I want to go see our mother today."
"Okay, see you later.
I'll finish my work as soon as possible and come over."
Oh, honey, there's one thing I forgot.
Today, Mr. Jin from Mingfang Electronics told me that he wants you to be the spokesperson for the Zhongfeng X9 phone.
What do you think? Zhongfeng X9?
Jiang Nan was a little confused when he saw this message.
Because the Zhongfeng series of mobile phones is the brand with the best reputation and best sales among domestic mobile phones in Longhua. Even if we look at the world, it ranks among the top 3 in the mobile phone industry.
The spokespersons for this brand of mobile phones in the past were all the top superstars in the country. Although Jiang Nan has gained some fame through a few songs, he is still far from being a superstar. Thinking of this, Jiang Nan quickly replied a message.
"Honey, why did they ask me to be their spokesperson?"
"Because I have a lot of business dealings with Mr. Jin from Mingfang Electronics. We had dinner together a few days ago and he said he wanted to find a spokesperson. I recommended you to him, so they held an internal meeting and felt that you were a good fit for their mobile phone brand image and suitable to be the spokesperson."
"If that's the case, then I'll take the role."
"Okay, I'll give your contact information to Mr. Jin later, and his staff will contact you when the time comes."
After agreeing to the endorsement, Jiang Nan felt even happier.
After all, being the spokesperson for such a national brand is a win-win for him.
After chatting, he drove to the nursing home.
At the same time, in Ruan Ping's office at Yinlang Entertainment, a cloud of gloom shrouded her. Ruan Ping sat in the office chair with a cold face and a sullen look on her face. On the side, Zhang Tianchang looked at her silently with an extremely ugly expression. The reason why the two of them acted like this was because 2 major events happened in the company today. The first thing was that after Jiang Nan terminated his contract in the morning, he directly deleted the previous signing blog post on Weibo, and also issued a statement of termination of the contract with Yinlang Entertainment. Just a few hours after the termination announcement was made, the company's stock price, which had risen in the previous few days, fell again. The second thing is that from this morning until now, many artists in the company have received termination notices from advertisers. At the same time, many commercial performances that had been agreed upon in advance were also cancelled.
In addition, many film and television works invested by Yinlang Entertainment were removed from the A Station, the largest video platform in China, for no reason today.
The stock price fell, and the company's business was damaged, so one can imagine how Ruan Ping and Zhang Tianchang felt at the moment.
"Boss Ruan, did we offend that big boss, and is he behind our backs?" That should be the case.
Otherwise, it's impossible for so many things to happen today.
Who do you think will be offended? We haven't offended anyone recently, could it be? Who?
Having said this, Zhang Tianchang paused before saying, "Jiang Nan."
Impossible. How can a little star like him,
who hasn't even made his debut yet, have such great power?
Mr. Won, maybe. Didn't you see him come to terminate the contract today? He paid 100 million yuan in termination fee without hesitation. He must have hooked up with that big boss.
Hearing this, Wan Ping suddenly felt overwhelmed. If what happened in the company today is really related to Jiangnan, then this matter will be difficult to handle. Just as Wan Ping and Zhang Tiancheng were discussing how to solve the company's sudden difficulties, Jiangnan had already driven into the sanatorium. When he saw his mother-in-law again, his heart was in a knot. After just 3 days of not seeing each other, Gufang's health condition was getting worse and worse. His dry and wrinkled skin clung to his body, his hair, which had almost fallen out, was now completely shaved off, and his thin face and eyes showed no life at all.
Mom! Walking to Gufang's wheelchair, Jiangnan squatted down and held the other's skinny hands tightly. Xiaonan, didn't you just sign a contract with a new company recently?
If you have something to do, just go and take care of your own business.
Don't run to the sanatorium every few days just for me.
There was a hint of blame in Gufang's tone, but the look in her eyes as she looked at her son-in-law was full of love. The company I signed with a few days ago had different ideas from mine, so I terminated the contract today.
I plan to start my own entertainment company. Start your own company? Sure. Gufang took out a hand and gently stroked Jiangnan's face. Working in someone else's company is always dependent on others.
Only when you start your own company and become your own boss can you have a bright future.
Yes, Mom, look, this is the business license for the entertainment company I just got. As he spoke, Jiangnan handed the business license to his mother-in-law.
When Gufang saw the words Nanqiu Entertainment, she was a little dazed for a moment. This reminded her of her original intention in naming the company Mingfang Electronics when she founded it. After being stunned for a long while, he came to his senses and held Jiangnan's hand with his skinny hands. Xiaonan, Mom doesn't have much time left, so I'll leave Xiaoqiu in your care from now on. I can see that you love her very much, so please try to be more tolerant of her. She has a bit of a strong personality and is completely focused on her work, so you need to be more considerate of her. In fact, Xiaoqiu has also had a hard life. Over the years, she has been. Gufang paused halfway through her words and suddenly changed the subject. Mom hopes that you two can live the rest of your lives in harmony and happiness.
Yes, Mom.
I often tell Wanqiu that we must have looked back thousands of times in our previous lives to meet in this life. So in this life, if she doesn't abandon me, I won't leave her.
Well.
Gufang nodded with comfort, and a faint light appeared in her originally dim eyes.
Chapter 56: A Man's Responsibility.
The uncle and son-in-law chatted for a while, and Ning Wanqiu, who had just gotten off work, also came to the nursing home.
The family of 3 stayed together until after 8 o'clock in the evening. Gufang fell asleep because she was too weak, and the couple went home. As soon as she stepped into the house, Ning Wanqiu threw herself into Jiangnan's arms and burst into tears. She felt sad to see her mother's health deteriorating day by day. Before this, she didn't dare to show the sadness in her heart to others. She only cried secretly in her bed when it was late at night and everyone was asleep. But now with Jiangnan, she can express her inner depression without any hesitation. Jiangnan heard his wife crying, but did not say anything to comfort her. Because he believes that when people are sad, the best way to vent is to have a good cry. Crying makes you feel better. So he carried Ning Wanqiu back to the room like a princess.
Then he leaned back against the head of the bed and gently patted his wife's back in his arms. After a long time, Ning Wanqiu's sobbing gradually stopped. She raised her head to look at her husband, then looked at his clothes wet with tears on his chest, and buried her head back in her husband's arms somewhat embarrassedly.
Do you feel better, wife?
Jiangnan hugged his wife's hand tightly and asked softly.
Ning Wanqiu hummed softly, and after a pause, she spoke. Hubby, do you think I'm fragile? And troublesome? What nonsense!
If a wife's grief for her mother is seen as a sign of weakness and trouble by her husband, then that husband is not worthy of being called a man. Jiangnan's lips gently touched his wife's forehead. Wife, my arms may not be so broad or warm, but they will always be your safe haven.
Wow!
The little man's sincere and simple love words moved Ning Wanqiu so much that the tears that had just stopped flowed again.
Thank you, my husband, thank you for appearing in my life, thank you for bringing warmth to my life. No, honey, I'm the one who should thank you. I want to thank you for appearing in my life and letting me experience what happiness is.
When their love reached its peak, the couple hugged each other tightly.
Everything will fall into place.
After obtaining the business license for the entertainment company, Jiangnan began to devote himself to his career the next day. Early in the morning, he got up, made breakfast, and kissed his sleeping wife. After the couple finished breakfast, Ning Wanqiu went to the company, and Jiangnan sat in the living room, using his mobile phone to check nearby houses.
He originally wanted to rent an office building and set up a recording studio. But after looking at the properties for a while, I somehow typed the word recording studio on the listing website. It turns out there are actually a few recording studios for sale in the same city. So I contacted the one closest to my home, made an appointment with them, and went there directly. Half an hour later, according to the location, Jiangnan found the recording studio located in an office building. The boss was a young man about his age, and he recognized Jiangnan at a glance. "Why are you here, Jiangnan?" "Oh my. I really like some of your works." "Haha, hello." After meeting, the boss, who was a fan, was very polite to Jiangnan. I took him into the recording studio and introduced the equipment inside in great detail, as if he were familiar with all his treasures. The recording equipment is very complete, with high-end partition walls, mixing consoles, audio cards, computers, various microphones, monitoring speakers, etc., all of which are high-end and were purchased only last year. Since the boss had to go home to take care of the business, he had to give up his music dream with tears. The two chatted for a while, and finally Jiangnan spent 1.2 million to buy all the equipment in the recording studio. The boss also transferred the rental contract to Jiangnan. This recording studio is equipped with a small office area outside and a small office. The monthly rent is exactly 10,000 yuan, which is not expensive for Jiangnan today. By the time we took over the recording studio, it was already noon. After Jiangnan bought a fast food meal on the street to fill his stomach, he went to a musical instrument store to buy some musical instruments in the afternoon. After shopping for a whole afternoon, he bought a cart full of various small musical instruments. There are traditional Longwei instruments such as flute, guzheng, arrow, pipa, suona, etc. There are also Western bass, cello, violin, drum set, etc. It was already past 7 in the evening when he rushed home after delivering the purchased instruments to the recording studio. At this time, Ning Wanqiu had already prepared dinner and was waiting for him in the living room. "How's the studio preparation going, husband?"
"It's ready. I'll have the piano and guitar at home moved over tomorrow, and then we can start recording." After not seeing each other for a day, Jiangnan hugged his wife and wanted to get closer to her.
"Let's go eat first."
After giving her husband a light kiss on the cheek, Ning Wanqiu took Jiangnan's hand and walked into the dining room.
Everything was ready.
The next morning, Jiangnan found a moving company and transported the piano from home to the recording studio. After that, he started recording his first album. He did everything by himself, from writing lyrics, composing music, arranging, writing harmony, mastering, recording and mixing. Therefore, it took 2.5 days to record the first song. The name of the song is Nan Ke, which is also a song in the style of opera. The reason for making such a song is mainly because the previous song Qiling has received very good reviews online, and Gu Feng likes songs of this style very much. He had also secretly made up his mind to make an opera-style album for his mother-in-law. Therefore, all 10 songs in the first album of Jiangnan are in the style of opera. Make an album with a unified style that can leave a strong mark in the current dragon language music scene. As soon as he finished recording the song, he sent it to Ning Wanqiu and Gu Feng for them to listen to. Soon, I received feedback from my wife and mother-in-law. "Ning Wanqiu, this song is very nice, my husband is the best." "Gu Feng, okay, Xiaonan, it's very nice. Mom likes this song very much. It's not worse than the previous one." With the approval of his wife and mother-in-law, Jiangnan was full of energy. I opened Weibo and uploaded the recorded audio of Nan Ke, along with the following blog post. Recently, many friends have sent me private messages asking me when I can release an album. So today I'm here to tell you that the album has entered the recording stage. It will be officially released on the 20th of next month. I have recorded a song today and I will post it here for everyone to try. By the way, I'd like to give you a preview in advance. All 10 songs in this album are opera-style songs with a unified style. If you are interested, we will see you on the 20th of next month. After the blog post was published, just as Jiangnan was preparing to record the next song, a strange phone call came to his cell phone. At first, he thought the call was a wrong number and did not answer. But the strange number kept calling. After ringing 7 or 8 times, Jiangnan answered the call impatiently.
"Hello, are you Mr. Jiangnan?"
As soon as the call was connected, a gentle female voice came from the other end of the line.
Who are you? Hello, Mr. Jiangnan, I'm Chen Li from the publicity department of Mingfan Electronics. We have an endorsement deal we'd like to discuss with you. Chapter 57. Let us meet at the summit. When Jiangnan heard the word endorsement, he remembered what Ning Wanqiu said a few days ago.
I was so busy recording songs these past 2 days that I forgot about this matter for a while.
Endorsement? Is it that Songfeng X9? Yes, Mr. Jiangnan, when are you free? Can we arrange a time to meet?
Chen Li on the other end of the phone knew that Jiangnan was the spokesperson appointed by the group's CEO Jean Feng, and she herself was very fond of Jiangnan's songs, so she spoke in a very polite tone.
I'm always free. Miss Chen, tell me the time and place, and I can come find you. Then let's do it today, Mr. Jiangnan. Where are you now? I'll come find you. Okay, I'll send you a location. After a brief chat, Jiangnan sent the location of the recording studio. About an hour later, Chen Li came over with the contract.
The two chatted for a while, and Jiangnan looked at the contract carefully and was shocked again.
Because the contract is signed for 3 years. In the next 3 years, all new mobile phones in the Songfeng series will be endorsed by Jiangnan.
Moreover, his endorsement fee for 3 years was as much as 30 million. Such a remuneration is already on par with the remuneration of the top kings and queens in the Dragon language Dragon altar today. So after carefully confirming the terms of the contract, Jiangnan signed the contract without hesitation.
Thank you, Miss Chen.
In the office area outside the recording studio, Jiangnan bought some tables and chairs for reception. After he signed the document, he handed it to Chen Li and thanked her.
You are welcome.
Chen Li looked at Jiangnan's handsome face closely and said, By the way, Mr. Jiangnan, the Zhongfeng X9 mobile phone will be released next month.
The company needs to find a spokesperson to shoot a promotional advertisement before the release.
So we will finalize the director and copywriter in the next few days, and you will be asked to take time out to shoot the promotional ad.
No problem, you can contact me anytime. Okay then, I won't bother you anymore.
After sending Chen Li away, Jiangnan went back into the recording studio and devoted himself to the recording work. Since he was responsible for all aspects of the album, the recording process was very tedious.
There are 18 kinds of musical instruments. He would select the one that matched the song, play it over and over again, and then mix it into the accompaniment. You also have to sing the chorus again and integrate it into the arrangement along with the accompaniment. Therefore, the most important work of writing lyrics and composing music for a song has now become the simplest thing in Jiangnan's view. I was recording alone in the studio until 6 o'clock in the evening when Ning Wanqiu called. It's already 6 o'clock, husband, why aren't you back yet? Ah, it's so late. Because he was so immersed in the conversation, Jiangnan didn't realize it was already so late. Honey, I'm going home now.
He had originally planned to cook dinner for his wife today, but he forgot about it because he was so busy.
When we got home, the food was already on the table. Sorry, honey. I was so engrossed in recording the song today that I forgot the time. So now that you have a job, you've forgotten about your wife? Ning Wanqiu pretended to be angry and glared at Jiangnan.
No, my baby Wanqiu will always be the most important in my heart.
Jiangnan quickly walked to his wife and hugged her tightly. I'm sorry, honey, it's my fault. I was just kidding you, but you took it seriously. From now on, just focus on your own things and don't worry about me.
Ning Wanqiu smiled, raised her head and kissed her husband on the cheek. Dinner is ready, let's go eat. After saying that, the young couple went into the dining room together. After dinner, Jiangnan carried his wife into the room on the first floor where he used to live. Since Ning Wanqiu was almost 4 months pregnant and her belly was getting bigger and bigger, the couple exchanged rooms. After entering the room, Jiangnan wanted to take advantage of the situation to make love with his wife, but was rejected by her. Considering the Xiaojiang still in his belly, he didn't think much about it.
He went back to his room, took a shower and lay down. Since I wasn't sleepy at the moment, I just took out my cell phone to kill time. Originally, he wanted to go to Weibo to see what netizens thought of the song NK he posted today. But as soon as he opened the Weibo, he saw the #1 entry on the hot search list, and it was related to himself. Hashtag Li Xingjievs Jiangnan.
Seeing such a strange entry, Jiangnan was a little confused for a moment. As far as he knows, he has never met Li Xingjie since the recording of the second episode of Star of Tomorrow was completed.
When did netizens link the two of them together and even push it to the top of the trending searches? With doubts in his mind, Jiangnan clicked on the entry.
What caught my eye was an interview video of Lee Xingjie surrounded by a group of reporters.
Reporter, Brother Xingjie, why did you choose to release your album on November 20th?
Lee Xingjie, just post if you want to.
Why ask so many questions?
Reporter, Brother Xingjie, some people said that Jiangnan just announced today that he will release an album on November 20th, and you also announced that you will release a new album on the same day.
Is it because there was a gap between you two on the stage of Star of Tomorrow before, and you want to suppress him with the new album?
Lee Xingjie,
who is he? Who am I? Do you think he is worthy of my suppression?
Reporter, Jiangnan has been very popular online recently, and the songs he composed are of very high quality.
Brother Xingjie, do you feel any pressure about releasing an album on the same day as him?
Lee Xingjie, your joke is quite funny. In the Dragon language music scene, whether it's single album sales or total album sales, who has higher sales than me?
Why does that thing you mentioned put pressure on me?
Reporter, I heard that the production team of your new album, Xingjie, is very excellent, and they even invited top composers from Sakura and the United States to compose music for you.
Lee Xingjie, not bad, my album. The video ends here.
After Jiangnan finished reading it, a nameless anger rose in his heart.
He never took the initiative to provoke Lee Xingjie.
He had been arguing with the other party on the show before because the other party was too bullying, and what he said at the time was not just a rant, but was based on facts. But the other party is now taking the initiative to provoke him. Whether it is choosing to release an album on the same day as him to take advantage of the momentum to suppress him.
Still in the interview, he kept saying what is it and what the hell is it? This is nothing short of a blatant provocation, and it's happening in front of almost everyone who has access to the internet. Jiangnan did not tolerate such provocation and contempt at all. I immediately wrote a Weibo post and attached a picture of a Labrador retriever to it.
In my opinion, music is another pair of eyes for people. Through these eyes, people can see warmth, tolerance, the stars and the sea, and all things in the world. These eyes can heal hearts, soothe pain, bring joy, and evoke resonance. But today I saw a Labrador who had no respect for music and wanted to turn these eyes into a tool for fighting.
So good. See you at the summit on November 20th.
Then we'll see if the dog beating stick in my new album can tame the barking Labrador. The author shamelessly asks for a wave of 5-star praise. Thank you all readers.
Chapter 58 Listen to my husband. Jiangnan responded very strongly to the provocation and insults made by Lee Xingjie.
Even though the other party was a superstar singer, he was not at all timid. When it comes to music, he has enough confidence. Soon after the blog post was published, a large group of fans came in and posted their comments.
Netizen Black Triangle, oh my brother Nan is so strong.
Netizen Chunping No. 3 Middle School Zioyanzi, come on, brother Nan, the song, Nan K, you released today is so good, I believe your new album can beat Lee Xingjie. Netizen Hogo is here, fuck. There will be something exciting to watch on the 20th of next month.
Come on Jiangnan, I will stand by your side. Netizen Gigi Fujiji, that old bastard Lee Xingjie dared to bully my brother Nan.
If I could see that old bastard, I would kill him with a knife. Jiangnan felt very touched when reading the comments from fans. He picked out a few positive comments and replied to them, then clicked on the blog post where he had previously posted, difficult to reject.
After a quick glance, I saw nothing but positive reviews.
And the most popular review was left by Gao Xing, the music critic who had reviewed him once before on Penguin Music. Netizen music critics were delighted. I'll put on heavy makeup, the show will begin, I'll sing all the sorrows and joys on the stage alone, I'll be as graceful as a floating cloud in colorful clothes, and when the curtain falls my temples will be covered with frost.
This paragraph is too classic.
The beautiful opera voice and pleasant melody are matched with Jiangnan's perfect singing voice and moving accompaniment. This song should only exist in heaven, and it is rarely heard in the world. At this moment, when I make this comment, I just want to curse, fuck, it sounds so damn good. So for this song, I still stick to my previous 8-character evaluation of Jiangnan. The madman of the times, the king of music. Finally, I want to say one thing, Jiangnan, you write the lyrics, compose the music, arrange the music, mix the music, and do everything yourself.
Is it really necessary to be so ruthless? Can you leave some space for other musicians? Dog head.
After reading the happy comments, Jiangnan's mouth curved into an arc.
Then I replied to the comment, thank you sir for the wonderful comment.
After reading the comments for a while, Jiangnan felt sleepy and fell asleep soon after he lay down. With the support of his wife and encouragement from fans. In the next 4 days, he went out early and came back late every day, staying in the recording studio to record the album and successfully recorded 2 more songs. On the morning of the 5th day, Chenli sent a message to Jiangnan. The content is that the director of the commercial is in place and the promotional commercial can be shot tomorrow. He also sent over a document containing the advertising copy, asking him to take a look at it first to familiarize himself with the plot.
Jiangnan clicked on the copy and read it, and couldn't help but frown. Because the content of the advertisement is superficial.
The general plot is that the protagonist of the advertisement goes on an adventure in the mountains and uses the Zhongfeng X9 mobile phone to record the beautiful scenery in the mountains.
Later, he gets into danger.
Since there is no signal in the mountains, he is successfully rescued by using the wireless satellite function of the mobile phone. After seeing this advertising copy, Jiangnan originally thought of just following the script and filming it naturally. But a good copy popped up in my mind, a copy that could better reflect the selling points of the mobile phone. He thought about it carefully and sent a message to Chenli.
Ms. Chen, your advertising script is too superficial. I have a better copy here. Are you interested in taking a look?
Perhaps Jiangnan sent out such a message out of gratitude to Mingfang Electronics for boldly hiring him, a newcomer in the entertainment industry.
After a while, Chenli replied.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jiangnan, but this copy has already been finalized in our company meeting, so it shouldn't be changed.
I see. Never mind then. Why don't you contact our CEO, Mr. Jin?
As long as he agrees, this agreed-upon document can be overturned.
Okay, then Miss Chen, please give me Mr. Jin's contact information.
After the message was sent, Chenli quickly sent over her cell phone number.
Driven by gratitude, Jiangnan hit him directly.
Soon, Jin Feng's voice came from the other end of the phone.
Hello, who is this? Hello, Mr. Jin, I'm Jiangnan.
As soon as Jin Feng heard the name Jiangnan, he immediately perked up.
Hello Jiangnan, what can I do for you? Here's the thing, Mr. Jin. Miss Chenli from your company just sent me an ad copy. I took a closer look and feel that the plot is a bit too superficial. I have a better copy here and would like to share it with you for your reference. Oh, okay, send me the copy.
Jin Feng politely exchanged a few pleasantries with Jiangnan and then hung up the phone. Then he contacted Ning Wanqiu.
Mr. Ning, Mr. Jiangnan is not very satisfied with the advertising copy for the Zhongfeng X9.
He said he has a copy for us to consider.
What do you think about this matter? Does my husband need to write the copy?
When Ning Wanqiu heard the news, the copy of C that Jiangnan had written for Station A came to her mind. I immediately replied, Xiao Jin, I listen to my husband in everything.
I'll do whatever he wants. Okay, Mr. Ning, I understand.
Jin Feng hung up the phone and muttered to himself, beauty is like a knife scraping bones.
How could a woman as smart as President Ning obey the orders of a little star like this? I don't understand.
Because he was not familiar with Jiangnan, in Jin Feng's eyes, the former was just a handsome little male star with a little talent. However, not long after Jin Feng finished speaking, Jiangnan's copy was sent over. He read the content carefully and immediately had a big change in his opinion of Jiangnan.
Sure, this is much better than the previous copy.
Muttering to himself, Jin Feng quickly sent a message of thanks to Jiangnan. Then he sent the new copy to the propaganda department, asking them to replace the previous copy with Jiangnan's. Due to the change in the copy, the advertisement originally scheduled to be filmed the next day was delayed for another 2 days. In a blink of an eye, it was the day of the commercial shooting and he got up early. After making breakfast and eating it with his wife, he rushed to the set. Jiangnan had never had any filming experience before, so he was a little nervous when he rushed to the set. Many staff members had already arrived at the set at this time. After a quick look, he found that he didn't recognize any of them. After looking for a while, his eyes finally stopped on a middle-aged man sitting in front of a machine smoking a cigar.
Jiangnan was no stranger to the middle-aged man, because he was a very famous director in the entertainment industry, Su Tao. Although the two people do not know each other in real life, since the other party appeared at the scene, it was obvious that he was here to direct the advertisement for Zhongfeng X9.
So Jiangnan, the protagonist of the advertisement, walked over and said hello. Hello, Director Su. Su Tao, who was smoking a cigar, turned his head and saw that the person who greeted him was Jiangnan. He quickly stood up and extended a hand. Hello Jiangnan, I've heard of you a long time ago. Director Su, please take care of me during today's filming. Sure. The two shook hands, and Su Tao said, "The song Bu Wei Xia that you wrote for Zhang Yimou's martial arts movie was so touching.
When you have some free time, how about writing a song for my movie?" Chapter 59, Life and Death Will Always Be. Jiang Nan was very surprised by Su Tao's request to sing a song.
Because the other party is not only a top-tier director in the country. Looking around the world, he is also a very important figure in the director industry. Having such a person invite you to sing is equivalent to indirectly promoting his music to a deeper and wider audience.
"Okay, Director Su, if you don't mind my work being crude, I can write a song for your movie." "Really? That's a deal then." Su Tao was not being polite when he heard Jiang Nan's invitation to sing.
He heard Bu Wei Xia not long ago, and he heard a lot of martial arts flavor in the song.
Therefore, he was very impressed with Jiang Nan's creative level.
Today, he happened to have the opportunity to meet him on the set of Zhongfeng X9's advertisement and made this request.
"We agreed, Director Su. What style of song do you want?"
"I recently finished filming a martial arts movie and am currently in post-production. So before the movie is released, I'd like you to write a martial arts themed song for me."
"No problem." Jiang Nan answered straightforwardly. Su Tao nodded with satisfaction, then took out a cigar and handed it over. Jiang Nan, who usually smokes, didn't say anything polite.
After taking the cigar and lighting it, he sat down with Su Tao and talked about the upcoming filming. The advertising copy written by Jiang Nanxin is based on an agent and interspersed with 3 large scenes. The acting requirements are not too high, but the agent needs to show some boxing and kicking skills. Originally, Su Tao thought that Jiang Nan didn't know martial arts, so he specially invited several stunt doubles to help complete the filming. But after filming started, he was surprised to find that Jiang Nan's skills were very good, better than any martial arts star he had filmed before. The somersaults, punches, kicks and sprints are all very smooth, and the movements are very graceful and handsome, as if he was born to be an action actor.
The filming of the advertisement lasted from morning till around 9 o'clock in the evening.
Although there are only 3 scenes and the ad is limited to 3 minutes.
But Su Tao takes his work very seriously and carefully.
Even if it is just a commercial, he puts a lot of thought into shooting it.
"Thank you for your hard work today, Jiang Nan. I didn't expect you to be so skilled." At the end of the shooting, Su Tao handed another cigar to Jiang Nan. "Thank you for the compliment, Director Su.
I've been practicing martial arts since I was a kid, so I have some basic skills."
"So that's how it is." As he spoke, Su Tao suddenly sighed, "Why couldn't I meet you earlier?" This sudden sentence made Jiang Nan a little confused.
"If I had met you earlier, you would definitely be the leading actor in the martial arts movie I filmed earlier."
"Director Su, you really know how to joke." Jiang Nan smiled and said, "I've never studied acting. I'm a complete layman in acting. I wouldn't dare to act in a movie even if you asked me to."
Acting skills can be honed over time, and for a martial arts actor, the most important thing is physical form, followed by acting.
Just look at the physical movements you showed in the commercial today. If you're willing to pursue a career in the film industry, you'll definitely be a big name in the industry in the future.
Don't tease me, Director Su, Just as Jiang Nan was speaking, his cell phone rang. I took it out and took a look, and found that it was Ning Wanqiu calling.
"Sorry, my wife called to urge me to go home. We can talk next time." "Are you married?"
"Okay, remember to write a song for me."
"Okay, bye."
After saying that, Jiang Nan answered his wife's call and walked out of the studio.
"Honey, have you finished filming the commercial?" "Well, I just finished filming, and I'm going home now."
"Okay, drive carefully on the road."
After hanging up the phone, Jiang Nan drove back home.
Although Jiang Nan felt a little tired from today's commercial shoot, he thought it was quite interesting. Maybe it's the first time I've done this kind of filming, so it feels very fresh. In addition, Su Tao and the staff were very tolerant of him, so he felt very comfortable during the entire filming process. According to Jiang Nan's current plan, its main business is singing. But if you really want to get involved in the entertainment industry, it is very common to be able to act after being a good singer. As for whether he would act in a play for fun in the future, Jiang Nan is not opposed to it. However, he has not yet established a firm foothold in the music industry, so he will not consider it. When I got home, it was already past 10 o'clock. As soon as he opened the door, Jiang Nan saw his wife waiting for him in the living room. "Thank you for your hard work, husband." Ning Wanqiu gave him a big hug, then heated up the food and brought it into the dining room. While Jiang Nan was eating, his wife stood behind him and gently massaged his shoulders.
This feeling of family warmth instantly swept away his fatigue from the whole day. Wife, thank you for making me the happiest person in the world. After dinner, Jungnan carried his wife back to the room. The two of them were affectionate for a while, then he went back to his room, took a shower and went to bed. The next day, I rushed to the recording studio to record a new album. Everything is going on in an orderly manner, and the days are passing smoothly one by one. It seems that there is only 1 week left until November 20th to release the album. Jungnan has already recorded 9 songs. Just when he was about to start recording the last song of the album, he received bad news. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, there was a light drizzle in the sky. Jungnan, who had just finished lunch, stood in front of the window of the office building, holding a cigarette in his hand, staring at the rain outside the window in a daze. Suddenly, the phone rang. He picked up the phone and took a look, and found that it was his wife calling. Without thinking, he pressed the answer button. But as soon as the call was connected, Ning Wancho's crying voice was heard from the other end. "What's wrong, honey? What happened?" The moment he heard the crying, his heart inexplicably tightened, and he had a bad premonition. Soon, Ning Wancho's words in a tearful voice confirmed his premonition. "Hubby, mom is gone." "Ah." Jungnan responded dully, with sadness in his eyes. He had already predicted his mother-in-law's health condition. But now, hearing the news of Gu Fang's death, he still finds it hard to accept. Scenes of my interactions with my mother-in-law began to emerge in my mind. Although the relationship between the aunt-in-law and the son-in-law is very ordinary, Jungnan can always feel the love of an elder for a younger person from Gu Fang. "Where are you now, wife?" Jungnan came back to his senses after a while and his voice was a little choked. "I'm on my way to the nursing home." "Okay, here I come." After hanging up the phone, Jungnan rushed into the parking lot as fast as he could. Half an hour later, when he arrived at the nursing home, he saw Gu Fang lying on the hospital bed, dead, and Ning Wancho crying on her mother. Separation from life and death is an inevitable part of life. Jungnan walked silently to his wife's side, without saying a word to comfort her, but just gently patted her back. Chapter 60, Married as husband and wife, loving each other without doubt. It rained all night. Ning Wancho stayed by her mother's side and cried all night, while Jungnan stayed by his wife's side all night. Before her death, Gu Fang left a suicide note for the couple. The content is very short, and the words are full of relief. "Xiaoqiu, Xiaonan, Mom is leaving a little early to find the man who left me for 35 years. In life, no one can escape birth, old age, sickness, death, separation from loved ones, meeting with enemies, failure to obtain what one desires, and the burning of the 5 elements. I am very relieved that when I leave, I have no regrets or sadness in my heart. So after I leave, you two are not allowed to be sad. They are married and love each other deeply. Your journey has just begun. You must understand and tolerate each other for the rest of your lives. Hold your hand and grow old with you." The next day, Ning Wancho did not hold a funeral for her mother. Because her father Ning Yueming was the only son in the Ning family for 5 generations, there were no other relatives in the Ning family. Gu Fang had only one older sister in her family. She married abroad in her early years and has now passed away. In the morning, the couple sent Gu Fang's body to the crematorium. He was buried next to Ning Wancho's father's grave in the afternoon. "Dad, Mom, you two have been separated for decades, and today you are finally together again." In front of her parents' tombstone, Ning Wancho spoke calmly, but her face was full of tears. Jungnan, who was standing by, hugged his wife's shoulders tightly and wanted to say something, but finally swallowed it back. The couple stood in front of the tomb for several hours, until the night began to sweep across the earth, and Ning Wancho turned her head to look at Jungnan. "Hubby, my mom is gone. From now on, you are my only one." "Well, I will stay by your side for the rest of my life." Jungnan looked at his haggard wife with heartache and hugged her tightly in his arms. After his mother-in-law passed away, Jungnan thought his wife would be depressed for a long time. But Ning Wancho was only sad at home for 3 days, and everything returned to normal. On the morning of the 4th day, one of them went to the company and the other went to the recording studio, and they started their busy lives again. On the afternoon of November 19th, Jungnan finally recorded the last song in the album. Then he lit a cigarette and listened to the recorded song. The smoke clears and the song ends. The corners of his mouth curved into a satisfied arc. This album took almost a month to make, and all the hard work is finally paying off. Jungnan is not worried at all about the album sales. After all, he has 2 songs, Xiling and Nan Ke, which have already been released to pave the way, so he is very much looking forward to it now.
I look forward to seeing what heights the album will reach in the music scene after it is released. As for the previous quarrel with Li Xingjie on Weibo, he didn't take it to heart at all. A singer who has been in the industry for more than 10 years and has nothing to show for his singing skills is not worthy of being Jiang Nan's rival. Even if the other person is a superstar singer in the music industry, in his eyes, he is just a packaged vase. As long as your work is good enough, even if a superstar comes, it won't be of any use. After checking the master tapes of the 10 songs in the album, Jiang Nan opened the backends of Longgui's two current music apps, Penguin Music and NetCloud Music. Using Nanqiu Entertainment S company's serial number, I registered on two platforms. Afterwards, a personal account for singer Jiang Nan was created under the company's account. After completing the account registration and logging in, you can see the song publishing option at a glance. There are three options: releasing an album, releasing an EP, and releasing a single. There are 7 items to fill in the Jiang Nan Point Development album. 5 of them are required, namely, filling in the album name, filling in the album cover, filling in the song source, filling in the lyrics, and filling in the album price. There are 2 non-mandatory items, one is to fill in the MV, and the other is to fill in the song's separate cover. After a quick glance, Jiang Nan didn't rush to fill in the options. Instead, I opened the browser and found a picture. I simply used graphics software to adjust the size of the photo and wrote 8 big words on it: "I have nothing to do today, so I'll go to the brothel to listen to music." It's like an album cover. Currently, there is only Jiang Nan in the entire company, so the tasks that should have been done by the artist fell into his hands. The cover is crudely made, but for now it's all we have to make do with. After the album cover was completed, Jiang Nan uploaded it directly. Then I filled in the album title: "I have nothing to do today, so I'll listen to music in the brothel." As for the album's pricing, currently, the king-level singers in the Longyu music scene generally price their albums between 100 and 200 Longmen RMB. For songs of lower quality, the album price is between 50 and 100 renminbi. The albums of new singers usually cost 20 to 50 yuan. So Jiang Nan simply filled in 39.9 yuan for the album price. Finally, he uploaded the master tapes and lyrics of the 10 songs in the album to the 2 music platforms one by one. A scheduled release is also set, and the release time is 1 second on the 20th. After all the work before the album release was done, Jiang Nan took out his mobile phone, found a stand to mount it, and turned on the recording function. He walked in front of the camera and began to record a warm-up video before the album was released. "Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Nan. My first album will be released simultaneously on Penguin Music and NetCloud Music at 12 o'clock tonight. All 10 songs in the album are opera-style songs. If Qi Ling and Nan K are your favorites, then you must not miss this album. I put a lot of effort into this album. Whether it was writing the lyrics, composing the music, singing, arranging the music or recording, I did it all by myself. So I hope that this work, which is full of my sincerity, will be liked by everyone." I also want to talk about the original intention of making this album. My original idea for the first album was to create a work with a more diverse style. For example, you can mix and match martial arts style, dragon country style, hip-hop, Vow of Love songs, opera style, rock style, etc. to create an album. But an elder around me likes opera style songs very much, so I gave up the idea of diverse combinations and focused on making this album with a single style. It's a pity that no matter how hard I tried, I still couldn't make the album faster than the God of Death. Very helpless and regretful. This work ultimately lost an audience who wanted to hear it very much but could never hear it again. That's about it for the introduction of this album. I hope you like it. See you tonight. After recording the video, Jiang Nan did some simple editing and then directly opened Weibo to prepare to upload the video. But as soon as I opened the Weibo, I saw that the most searched term was related to myself. Hashtag Li Xingjie vs Jiang Nan hashtag. Seeing this entry, Jiang Nan clicked on it. The entry was written by an entertainment news account. At 12 o'clock tonight, the long silent Longyu music scene will usher in a good show. The true king of the music scene, Li Xingjie, will release his 12th album, Eternal King. Before the album was officially released, a lead song was released this morning. The name of the song is quite interesting, called "Le Say," which is a song jointly performed by Li Tianwang and hip-hop singer Daji. Some of you may not know that these 2 words are actually slang in the Cantonese-speaking areas in the south, meaning garbage. What's more interesting is that the lyrics of the song are very thought-provoking. The spearhead was directed at Wang Jiangnan, a newcomer in the music industry who released an album on the same day as Li Tianwang. The war broke out before the album was sold.
There is bound to be a bloody fight on the dragon language music scene tonight.
To know who will win in the end, please leave a message in the comment section.
Chapter 61 You are the stars, I am the bright moon.
The entry is obviously fueling the fire, and it is obvious that it was pushed up by the bloggers just to attract attention.
Jiangnan looked at the comments section and it was very lively.
His fans and Li Xingjie's fans were arguing fiercely with each other.
Although his current number of fans is far less than that of Li Xingjie, his fighting power is extremely strong, and the comment section is not one-sided. After looking for a while, Jiangnan left the comment area and found the first lead song Le Say released by Li Xingjie today. The song was pretty average, with a mediocre melody and arrangement, but the lyrics just made him laugh. The whole poem is an allusion to Jiangnan, and is full of sarcasm and slander. The Jiangnan described in the lyrics is an extremely disgusting young singer who participated in a talent show. Arrogant and conceited, looking down on others.
He transformed into a bird-like man to accompany a rich woman and maliciously suppressed his mentor. Because he had run out of ideas and could not write good works, he deliberately pretended to have a car accident and quit cyberpunk to gain sympathy. He has an extremely bad character and terminated the contract with the new company within less than 3 days. Moreover, he has no respect at all for his predecessors in the music industry, just like a maggot that is turned into a manure sprayer.
In addition, there is a line in the song that has a strong elusive meaning. Lu say, you are the jackdaw. Who gave you the courage to compete with the phoenix? I am the one you will always look up to.
The so-called jackdaw refers to Jiangnan, and the phoenix naturally refers to Li Xingjie.
Jackdaw is better than phoenix.
It was because of hearing this line of lyrics that Jiangnan laughed.
He didn't take Li Xingjie's suppression too seriously at first.
Jiangnan felt that the hatred between the two was not that great, and he always believed that as long as the quality of the album was good enough, gold would always shine.
But now it's different. A song like Le Say that blatantly mocks him is tantamount to slapping Jiangnan in the face in public.
I looked through the comments section under the song and the content was very interesting. The vast majority of people who are slandering him are Li Xingjie's fans and netizens who believe everything they hear.
Now, Jiangnan can't bear it anymore, and he doesn't intend to bear it anymore. He wanted to write a song right away to counterattack Li Xingjie.
But this kind of turn-based system of you singing and I singing and fighting each other from a distance doesn't seem to have much meaning. In the end, it does no good except making you feel more tired and spending more time in negative emotions. But this matter must be resolved. So after thinking about it, Jiangnan felt that the most direct method was, use a light sword and a fast horse to kill with one sword.
He opened his Weibo account and uploaded the promotional video for the album he had shot. He wrote another paragraph below.
Some people with wings have no skills, but they rely on packaging to get a reputation in the circle, and then they compare themselves to phoenixes?
Do you know that no matter how proud the phoenix is, it is still just a wild bird? What are you thinking? Comparing yourself to a wild bird? Are you trying to make people laugh to death? There is another thing that I didn't expect. When did wild birds learn to play the same dirty tricks as humans, such as intrigue, smearing and slandering others?
I don't deny your previous achievements in the music industry.
But
the reason I was able to achieve such results was because I had not met Jiangnan. From today on, as long as I, Jiangnan, am still in the dragon language music scene, you will become a star and look up at me, the bright moon. If you are unhappy, do you dare to make a bet with me? The meeting lasted for a week and we compared who had the highest album sales.
At that time, the loser will retire from the music industry. If you dare to accept this offer, I will respect you as a human being.
If you don't dare to accept the invitation, then you are just a wild bird with wings.
At Li Xingjie. After writing the blog post, Jiangnan also directly at Li Xingjie's Weibo account.
Although doing this may seem a bit naive, it is the most direct and satisfying solution. It also fits with Jiangnan's character, that is, if you don't agree, you will fight. No matter what kind of superstar you are still the highest sales record holder. As soon as the blog post was published, within a minute, Jiangnan's fans flocked to it.
Netizens are full of enthusiasm. Nangunyo 13, do wild birds dare to take on the challenge? At
Netizen Dekangzi, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't look down on the young and poor.
At Netizen Dalua Jinxian, there is a good show to watch. At
When Jiangnan finished posting the blog post, Li Xingjie was in a hotel room, discussing foreign languages with a young blonde model. Suddenly, the ringing of his cell phone interrupted him from his high mood.
Grass.
Li Xingjie cursed angrily, turned his head to look at the mobile phone thrown beside the bed, and found that it was his agent calling.
After thinking about it, I answered the call. What the hell is going on? Why do you have to call me at this time?
Brother Jie, Zhongfeng X9 officially announced its spokesperson today, and they also released a promotional video just now. When Li Xingjie heard the word spokesperson, the anger in his heart suddenly rose and his desire was completely gone. He was originally chosen to be the spokesperson for the national mobile phone Zhongfeng X9, but for some unknown reason, he was suddenly withdrawn. This incident made him angry for a long time.
No one would be willing to throw away a piece of fat meat that they have already got.
He glared at the young blonde model and angrily shouted, "Get lost." Then he took his phone into the bathroom.
Who is the official spokesperson? It's Jiangnan.
What?
How could that little coin bastard possibly get such a high-end endorsement?
Li Xingjie was incredulous when he heard the news. After being stunned for a while, he hung up the phone abruptly, picked up the mouthwash cup in the bathroom and threw it heavily on the ground.
Damn it, you dare to steal my endorsement? Just wait for me.
Li Xingjie sat on the toilet angrily, quickly opened the Weibo with his mobile phone, and typed in the words Zhongfeng X9 in the search interface.
Soon, the corresponding entry was displayed. The top entry is a 3-minute promotional video posted by the official account of Zhongfeng Mobile Phone. As soon as the video is opened, the first thing you see is a 2-second black screen. There are 8 big characters in the middle of the screen, Hidden Sword X9 Southbound Mission. There is also a line of small words below, Director Su Tao, starring spokesperson Jiang Nan. Then, the scene switched to a restaurant. Jiang Nan, wearing a leather jacket, sat at a dining table with a Zhongfeng X9 mobile phone in his hand. The advertisement began here.
In just 3 minutes of the advertising video, Jiang Nan transformed into an agent and gave a brilliant performance that was no less impressive than any other action star in the current Longyu entertainment industry. For those who want to know more about the advertising video of Zhongfeng X9, you can go to Juchang Mate X5, Fingxing Mission. After watching the commercial, Li Xingjie frowned and blurted out several Chinese quintessences on the spot. Because the commercial Mission South was so well made, it was so good that he had already put himself into the role played by Jiang Nan. If he plays the protagonist in the commercial, it will further enhance his status in the Longyu entertainment circle. At this moment, Li Xingjie's heart was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred.
Ah! Jiangnan, I have a sworn enemy relationship with you. Chapter 62 I want to return your termination fee.
Li Xingjie was already furious because his endorsement was snatched away. Now I find out that the person who snatched his endorsement was actually Jiangnan, and the commercial was shot so well. This directly ignited a raging fire of jealousy and hatred in Li Xingjie's already twisted psychology. Bird-shaped man, you were such a jerk, just wait for me. Li Xingjie finished watching the video and was about to quit the Weibo when he suddenly found an entry related to himself on the hot search list.
Hashtag Li Xingjie, do you dare to accept the 7-day appointment?
Hashtag. The moment he saw the entry, Li Xingjie clicked on it. After scanning the short blog post, I immediately knew the content of the blog post that Jiangnan had just posted. Okay, little bastard, very good. Li Xingjie, who was originally full of anger, smiled slightly after reading the blog post. Just like a baby doll with changing face. He now hates Jiangnan to the core and wants to find an opportunity to take revenge. Since the other party came to him, he naturally had to accept the invitation. After all, he has been in the Longyu music scene for more than 10 years. With his good voice, Li Xingjie has never had any rivals in the music scene over the years, and has never lost to anyone in terms of album sales. So when it comes to music, he didn't take Jiangnan seriously at all. So I opened the blog and started writing a blog post. Some people really don't know how high the sky is or how thick the earth is. I will fulfill your wish and let you know what kind of person you are. When an egg hits a stone, do you think the stone will break? After 7 days, I'm waiting for someone to post a post about quitting the circle, ha ha ha.
At Jiangnan.
Li Xingjie's blog post also directly at Jiangnan, so the two parties officially signed the bet on who would quit the circle based on album sales at this moment.
At the online gambling forum, the bet between Jiangnan and Li Xingjie caused a lot of controversy.
At the same time, in the office on the 51st floor of Yinlang Entertainment, Ruan Ping, who looked haggard, was holding a mobile phone and playing the commercial of Zhongfeng X9, Southbound Mission. Beside her, Zhang Tiancheng had a bitter face and his eyes were full of loss.
Tiancheng, how about we contact Jiangnan?
After watching the advertisement, Ruan Ping looked at Zhang Tiancheng, her tone full of helplessness. She was now deeply regretful, regretting why she had listened to Chen Ping'an's lies and plotted against Jiangnan, the cash cow. As a result, not only did he fail to get the advertising spokesperson, but he also offended Jiangnan. As a result, the workload and exposure of the artists under the company have been sharply reduced, and the performance of the entire company has dropped by 50% in nearly a month.
I've been waiting for you to say this, Mr. Ruan. We must contact him. If our company's performance continues to decline, I'm afraid that when the artist's contract expires, it won't be renewed. It will also be difficult to sign good newcomers. Zheng Tiancheng's tone was bitter and unwilling. We finally found an artist who could make the company prosperous, but he was forced to leave in less than 3 days.
Yeah, Tiancheng, tell me, how should we talk to him?
Ruan Ping, you are like a hands-off boss.
You started talking and then changed the subject. I think we should first return the 75 million yuan termination fee to him, and then talk to him and ask the big boss behind him to let our company go.
That's all we can do.
75 million is not a small amount, and Ruan Ping doesn't want to return it to Jiangnan for nothing. But if the money is not paid back, the company will suffer even greater losses if it continues like this. Therefore, I had no choice but to compromise and return the termination fee. Then I'll leave this matter to you, Tiancheng.
Okay, Mr. Ruan, I'll contact Jiangnan now.
Zheng Tiancheng glanced at the haggard Ruan Ping, a trace of heartache flashing in his eyes. Don't worry too much, everything will work out in the end. I will do my best to resolve this matter.
Thank you, Tiancheng.
You have helped me so much over the years.
I really. Don't say that. You know how I feel. For you, I can do anything.
After leaving behind a few words of flattery, Zheng Tiancheng returned to his office. Just when he took out his cell phone and was about to contact Jiangnan, he found that the other party had blocked his number. There was no other way but to go out and borrow a colleague's phone to make the call. As soon as he opened the office door, he bumped into Zhang Mengmeng, who was about to push the door open.
What's wrong, Meng Meng?
Noticing the anger on his sister's face, Zheng Tiancheng asked in confusion.
What can I do?
It's still that Chen Ping'an. I'm telling you, brother, I can't stay in this company for a moment. As she spoke, Zhang Mengmeng handed a resignation form to her brother.
No, what's wrong with Chen Ping'an?
I told you before, I don't want to be his agent, but you insisted on assigning me to that position.
That effeminate bastard has been showing off in front of me every day lately and even taking advantage of me. I really can't do this job anymore.
Hearing this, Zheng Tiancheng sighed helplessly. Speaking of which, Zhang Mengmeng has the right curves where they should be, and the right curves where they should be. Her graceful figure and perfect face make her a beauty.
Can't you just be patient, Meng Meng? I can't stand it at all. Seeing that sissy face makes me sick. Okay, my dear aunt, don't be angry.
I'll talk to Chen Ping'an tomorrow and arrange a separate agent for him.
How about you take care of Wang Junkai? That's more like it.
At this point, Zheng Tiancheng thought of something important, so he quickly said, by the way, Meng Meng, please lend me your phone.
Huh? Why do you want my phone? Borrow it to call Jiangnan. Jiangnan? Yes, he blocked my number, so I'm borrowing your phone.
When Zhang Mengmeng heard that the purpose of borrowing the phone was to call Jiangnan, she quickly took out her own phone.
As a fan of Jiangnan, I was naturally very happy to get my idol's mobile phone number.
After Zheng Tiancheng got the phone, he started calling. When the call came, Jiangnan was cooking dinner at home. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, he hung up without thinking. But soon the number called again, so he had to answer the call with a spatula in one hand and a phone in the other.
Hello, who is this? I'm Jiangnan, I'm Zheng Tiancheng.
Jiangnan frowned when he heard a familiar voice on the other end of the phone.
Boss Zhang, we probably have nothing more to talk about, so why are you looking for me? I'm sorry, Jiangnan.
On behalf of our President Ruan, I sincerely apologize to you.
Apologize? Some things can't be resolved with just an apology. Jiangnan sneered and was a little confused about Zheng Tiancheng's inexplicable call. Don't be angry, Jiangnan.
I know you're upset about the termination fee, so I contacted you to tell you that our President Ruan has agreed to return the 75 million to you.
Oh, really?
When Jiangnan heard Zheng Tiancheng say that he wanted to return the termination fee, he thought that this matter must not be that simple.
Chapter 63 The little man's mouth is full of tricks.
Jiangnan was furious when he thought about how Ruan Ping had plotted against him before, and the look on the other party's face when she took the termination fee. Now Zhang Tiancheng has come forward to ask for the return of 75 million yuan.
There must be something fishy going on here. Thinking of this, Zhang Nan said coldly, "Is there such a good thing in the world? Why don't I believe it?"
Okay, I won't beat around the bush anymore, Zhang Nan. Having said that, Zhang Tiancheng directly stated his purpose.
The termination fee will be fully refunded. You just need to ask the boss behind you to stop suppressing our company. Suppression? Hearing these two words, Zhang Nan was a little confused. Why was your company suppressed?
You. Zhang Tiancheng thought Zhang Nan was teasing him, but because he needed help from him, he gave him a brief account of what had happened at Yilang Entertainment in the past month. Finally, he added, "Zhang Nan, you are a great man and don't hold grudges against us.
This is all our fault. Can you please stop arguing with us? So your company was suppressed, so you wanted to refund my termination fee, right?" Ha ha. Zhang Nan laughed heartily and continued, "Do you remember what I said when I terminated the contract? My money is not that easy to take."
Zhang Nan, it was indeed Mr. Wan who was wrong in that incident.
How about we give you some compensation and write off the previous matter? You're only saying this now? It's too late. After rejecting Zhang Tiancheng outright, Zhang Nan said,
"Listen carefully, Mr. Zhang. First of all, I don't have any financial backers, nor do I seek financial backers to deliberately suppress your company. In fact, there is no way to reconcile this matter, and I will make you pay a heavy price for what you have done to me.
Finally, don't bother me anymore, let's just wait and see."
After saying that, Zhang Nan decisively hung up the phone. The next second, a soft body suddenly hugged him from behind. He turned his head and looked back, and saw that it was his wife Ning Wanqiu.
"Who are you calling, husband? Why are you still angry?" "No one, a nobody."
Seeing his wife, Zhang Nan turned around, hugged her in his arms and gave her a passionate kiss. At this moment, he was very happy. Because Yilang Entertainment was suppressed, if this matter was really related to him, then the so-called financial backer mentioned by Zhang Tiancheng could only be his wife Ning Wanqiu. Being silently taken care of by his wife behind him is enough to prove his status in her heart.
How can he not be happy?
The couple stayed in the kitchen for a while, and Ning Wanqiu suddenly pushed Zhang Nan away.
The food is messy, husband." "Ah."
Zhang Nan quickly turned around to look at the kuliomushu cooking in the pot, and sighed heavily with a bitter face, "Alas! Such a waste of good ingredients. It's all your fault." Ning Wanqiu scolded her husband in a gentle voice, and at the same time raised her fist and punched him lightly in the chest. "Focus on cooking, I'm hungry."
"Yes, darling."
In the kitchen, Zhang Nan was sweetly cooking dinner. In Yilang Entertainment Company, Zhang Tiancheng sat in the office with a bitter face, his mind full of thoughts. Just after Zhang Nan hung up the phone, he tried to call the other party a few more times, but all the numbers were blocked.
So the current situation is that the road to Zhang Nan is no longer feasible. "Brother, it's time to get off work, why don't you leave?"
Zhang Mengmeng saw her brother frowning, so she walked over and pulled his arm.
"Why did Zhang Nan leave our company? I just heard you say you would compensate him. What's going on? This matter, ah."
Zhang Tiancheng sighed and roughly explained the reasons why Zhang Nan left the company. Zhang Mengmeng, who was standing by, listened for a long while before she uttered, "It's time. If this continues, this company will eventually go bankrupt in Chen Ping'an's hands."
"Don't talk nonsense about Meng Meng.
In fact, Chen Ping'an is also working very hard.
He's trying his damnedest." Zhang Mengmeng retorted as if she had heard a huge joke. "That effeminate second-generation rich kid is called hardworking? He went to Korea to be a trainee for 5 years, and when he came back, his skills were so poor that he couldn't even sing or dance. Isn't the little fame we have now all thanks to Mr. Rowan's connections and resources? After a while, when his popularity dies down, he will just be a second or third tier, low-quality, unknown star. Brother, it's true that he works hard, but that sissy guy puts all his efforts on women. I heard that he seems to be dating Lin Sheener from the Lin Group recently. Such a scumbag, who has a girlfriend, but talks nonsense with his fans behind his girlfriend's back all day long, and when he sees me, he wants to take advantage of me. Just like the reincarnation of Tima's teddy bear, he can't live without women." After scolding Chen Ping'an in one breath, Zhang Mengmeng was still not satisfied, so she found another person to compare herself with and continued. "Look at my brother Zhang Nan, that's what hard work is. His background is not as good as that effeminate guy, but he has reached where he is today through his own efforts.
In terms of popularity, works, talent, and appearance, Chen Pinggan cannot compare to him in any way.
I really don't know what Mr. Wan was thinking.
Just for that useless son, he forced away a superstar who could change the entire company's landscape.
Sometimes I wonder, with your abilities, why do you want to stay at Yinlang Entertainment? You might as well go find a company with more promising prospects. Listening to his sisters chattering, Zheng Tianchang did not refute.
He just smiled bitterly and changed the subject.
Are you hungry, Meng Meng?
I recently discovered an Italian restaurant with good food. I'll take you there to try it.
Aha!
After talking for a long time, Zhang Meng Meng was indeed hungry. So the brother and sister left the company hand in hand. In the Ning family villa, after dinner, Jiangnan hugged Ning Wanqiu and snuggled on the sofa to watch a show. They have been busy with the new album for nearly a month, and the last few episodes of the drama Crazy that the couple had been following have also been updated. So the couple took advantage of this free time to watch it again.
This warm family life makes Jiangnan feel very happy. What a pity, husband. Officer Ren actually ended up with the most insignificant Xiaowu.
In the end, Meng Yu and Gao Qilan both became passers-by in his life.
There's nothing to regret.
When it comes to relationships, rational people don't necessarily need to look for someone who is dazzling. The other half they seek is someone who can match each other, accompany each other, and spend the rest of their lives together. Just like us, although our social status is not on the same level, our living habits can adapt to each other, and our interests and hobbies can match each other, so we are together again. Ning Wanqiu smiled sweetly when she heard Jiang Nan's words. She suddenly discovered that this little man of hers was very talkative and what he said was hard to refute.
Chapter 64, Encourage fans to be fun. It was not yet 10 o'clock when the couple finished watching the drama.
Ning Wanqiu, who was not sleepy, opened Station A with her iPad and found the Southbound Mission. At this point, the video has been played 65 million times, and the number of comments has reached a terrifying 410,000.
Such data is enough to prove that this advertisement was a hit.
Ning Wanqiu clicked on the video, and in the barrage area above the screen, barrages of comments began to pour out crazily.
I came first, way ahead.
Advertisements are all shot like this, who doesn't like to watch it?
My god, Jiang Nan is really handsome. Oh my god, is my brother Nan so good at fighting? The purple color of X9 is so beautiful. Ha, with this kind of commercial, are you planning to start at Songfeng Film Company?
After glancing at the comments on the video for a few seconds, Ning Wanqiu turned her head and looked at her husband who was hugging her. She smiled and said, "Honey, you shot this commercial so well.
I heard from President Jean that you wrote the copy."
Well, the original copy was about an adventure, which I thought was mediocre, so I offered some suggestions, and Mr. Jean eventually agreed to use my copy. As he spoke, Jiangnan reached out and gently stroked his wife's bulging belly. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, my wife.
Thank me for what? If you hadn't recommended me to Mr. Jean, I wouldn't have gotten such a high-end endorsement. At this point, Jiangnan suddenly remembered what Zheng Tianchang had said while making dinner, so he asked again, "By the way, honey, are you suppressing Yinlang Entertainment behind the scenes? You know everything?" Well, the phone call I received while cooking was from Zheng Tianchang. He told me to give up suppressing their company and return the termination fee to me.
No, it doesn't matter whether we take that little bit of money or not, I don't care, but for scheming against my husband, they must make their company pay the price. Jiangnan didn't respond, but just kissed his wife on her beautiful face, then hugged her back to the room. Considering the baby in her belly, Jiangnan chatted with his wife for a while and then returned to his room. After taking a shower, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. There is exactly 1 hour left until his new album is released. Because of the bet between him and Li Xingjie, Jiangnan is very much looking forward to his performance after the album is released. Of course, it wasn't just the bet that made him look forward to it. Another reason is that if this album sells well, then many things will develop one by one according to his wishes. With the popularity created on Weibo, and the added bonus of the commercial released for Songfeng X9, Jiangnan believes that its promotion will not be worse than Li Xingjie's. In addition, in terms of the musicality of the album, he is also very confident that the 10 songs in the new album can give a shot in the arm to the entire Longyu music scene. But it is still unknown how high the final sales volume will be. Currently, the best-selling album in the Dragon language music scene is the one released by Li Xingjie 3 years ago, with total sales of 7.6 million copies. These sales are the actual number of purchases by 7.6 million people. The entertainment industry in this world is strictly controlled, and accounts on music platforms must pass real name authentication before they can listen to songs. Moreover, each account can only purchase each album once to prevent ticket fraud, so there is no fraud. Although the sales of Li Xingjie's album are very high, Zhang Nan believes that 7.6 million will definitely not be the upper limit. This time, he will break this limit with his first album. While waiting, Zhang Nanjin took a look around the blog and found that the entry about him and Li Xingjie was still at the top of the hot search list. In the comments section below, the war of words between the two fans has entered a white-hot stage. The 476 million comments are enough to prove how crazy this war of words is. Zhang Nan felt inexplicably happy when he saw his fans fighting to protect him. But this was not the scene he wanted to see. So I opened my own blog and wrote a blog post. Why bother about the fleeting affairs of this world? It is better to lie down and have a meal. Come home, my dears, and do what we need to do. Don't waste your precious time on meaningless things. There is gossip all day long, but if you don't listen, it will disappear. Let those little black guys spray as much as they want. Even if they turn into dung beetles and spray out feces, what's the harm? It's just some empty talk. What harm can it cause? I won't lose half an ounce of meat, let alone $1. So let's change our perspective, be a funny person, and just think of those people as a bunch of bugs that can only spit shit at everyone. There is a function in Weibo where bloggers can add all those who follow them, so Zhang Nan circled all his fans. After posting the blog, he went for a walk around the square where the blog was held. I saw an entry about Liu Yamafe, #LiuYafeiTiannan concert #. After clicking on it, Zhang Nan found out that the other party was going to hold a concert at the Tiannan City Recreation Center on the 22nd. It lasts for 4 days, from the 22nd to the 25th. When he saw the content of the entry, he suddenly remembered that Liu Yafei had said before that she would invite him to be a guest at her concert. But now the show is about to start, and he hasn't contacted me. When Zhang Nan thought of this, he recalled that they had not been in contact since Liu Yafei came to visit him at home last time. At the same time, he also remembered that 3 years ago, when he confirmed his relationship with Lin Xiner, the other party seemed to have disappeared from his life. Doesn't she want to disturb my life? Even if there is only pure friendship between friends of the opposite sex, there will be more or less some strange views in the eyes of others. So Zhang Nan didn't care too much about the way Liu Yafei handled the relationship between them. The friendship between the two in college was indeed very deep, but now the love between him and Ning Wanxue was even more precious. So I took a look at the content of the entry and exited directly. After hanging out on Weibo for a while, it was already 12 o'clock before I knew it. Zhang Nan didn't rush to open the music app. Instead, he made a cup of coffee and opened Station A to watch some short videos to kill time. For example, videos about repairing donkey hooves, building wooden houses in the wilderness, Sangu cooking delicious food, repairing old items, etc. are the ones that boys like to watch. It wasn't until an hour later that Zhang Nan felt that the bullets had almost all flown away. Only then did he slowly open the Penguin Music app. The moment the screen opened, I saw the opening advertisement of Li Xingjie's new album. I clicked on it and found that the other party's album titled Eternal King had sold more than 530,000 copies in just 1 hour. Afterwards, Zhang Nan found his album, Nothing to Do Today, listening to music in the brothel. On the album interface, you can see the sales figure of over 380,000 copies at a glance. Within 1 hour of the release, Zhang Nan's album sales on Penguin Music alone were nearly 150,000 copies lower than Li Xingjie's. However, he didn't care too much. After all, Li Xingjie has been deeply involved in the music industry for more than 10 years and has a large enough fan base. Zhang Nan has just made his debut, so his success or failure at a certain moment is not enough to explain anything. After looking at the sales of Penguin Music, Zhang Nan went to NetCloud Music to check the data. Li Xingjie's sales volume was over 420,000 copies, while Zhang Nan's sales volume was 320,000 copies. The combined sales gap between the two is as much as 250,000 copies. Chapter 65 Professional music critics are happy. In just 1 hour on the two platforms, Zhang Nan's album sold 700,000 copies, which is almost the sales ceiling for a second-tier singer. For him, this momentum is very strong. After all, this is just the beginning. Although there is a gap of 250,000 copies between his album and Li Xingjie's, the other party's fans will basically come out in full force to buy the album today. So this gap should continue to widen today. However, in the next 6 days, the two of them competed for passers-by fans. For casual fans, when they pay to buy an album, they don't care whether you are a superstar or not, as long as the music sounds good and is of high quality. After glancing at the sales, Jungnan opened the album and began to check the comments of each song one by one. The first hit song of the album is the song Chiling, which she sang before on the stage of Tomorrow's Star. This is a pioneering work of a new style in the Longwa music library, and has received unanimous praise from the entire network. So Jungnan just glanced at the comments and clicked on the second song of the album, Nan K. This song was published on Weibo for a while because of its beautiful melody and unique opera style. It was quickly introduced to the public by Jangnan's fans. Although its current popularity is not as high as Chi Ling, which has appeared on the stage of Tomorrow's Star, it will definitely be a classic song that will be passed down for a long time in the future. The next 8 songs are all new songs that have never been released. They are Visiting the Window, Yushisai, Guanchan Wine, Silk Pulling Opera, Memories of Farewell to the Nine Gates, Wujia Slope, Chang'an Girl, and Huangmei Opera. Jungnan opened the comments sections of these songs one by one and checked them carefully. Netizen Panda Girl commented, "Genius. I doubt this guy Jungnan is human. How did he do it? He took on all the work on the entire album, and every song is a masterpiece. How could such a guy exist? Can anyone tell me if he's human?" Netizen Xiao Huayan, the 39.9 yuan is absolutely worth the money. Every song is good and there is not a single bad song. Since the beginning of the Longwa music scene, no album has been able to achieve such perfection. In addition, I particularly like the song Tan Shuang, which is really a great album. Netizens Datuzai and Zioyami, my classmate, is a die-hard fan of Jungnan. She forced me to buy an album for her idol to increase sales, so I bought it. I didn't have high hopes for this album, but after listening to it, my legs dropped to my knees uncontrollably. So from today on, I want to be a die-hard fan of Jungnan like my classmate. There are tons of individual reviews for each song on the album, and this is just one platform. After watching for nearly 2 hours, Jungnan yawned and quit reviewing the single. My eyes stayed on the first hot comment in the album comments section. This comment was a long review by Gao Xing, a music critic who had reviewed him several times. Netizen music critic Gao Xing, "I love you Jungnan, a grown man like me loves you, with the most crazy and appreciative love, don't get the wrong idea." Before I comment on the album, let me curse a little. Fuck, what the hell is in your head, Jungnan? Why are you so awesome? Fuck. Okay, now let me get back to the topic and review this album. I have already commented on the 2 songs, Chiling and Nan K, before, so I will not say more. Regarding Visiting the Window, it is a very sad song about childhood sweethearts falling in love with each other. Later, Juma separated from his childhood sweetheart in order to obtain an honor in the imperial examination. When they parted, they promised that he would come back to marry her when his name was on the list of successful candidates. However, time flies, and many years have passed, and the childhood sweetheart has not been able to wait for her childhood sweetheart to return. For the sake of her love, Qingmei went to Beijing to look for her lover and accidentally became the lead actor in a theater troupe. One day, the troupe received an invitation from the newly crowned top scholar to perform in his mansion. When his childhood sweetheart goes on stage to perform, he is surprised to find that the top scholar is actually his childhood sweetheart whom he has been searching for many years. The troupe's performance was to celebrate the #1 scholar's wedding night. So Qingmei sang on the stage about her longing for her childhood sweetheart. She sang about meeting an old friend in a foreign land, and every word and every step was filled with longing. The people in the audience, whose names were on the imperial examinations, did not recognize the old acquaintances on the stage. Whenever I think of this sentence, my eyes are filled with tears. The lyrics and music are good, and the overall arrangement of the song is just right. If a song scores out of 10, I would give it a perfect score without hesitation. Regarding Yushi Tan, it is a tragic song through and through. If you didn't study the records of Xiangyu in high school, you might not understand the meaning of the lyrics. At Gaixia, a song of separation and chaos echoed everywhere. With sorrow, I bid farewell to my lord, drank from my sword, and my blood froze into frost. This line alone, combined with the perfect Jungnan opera singing, is enough to make it a god. So I would still give this song full marks without hesitation. As for Guanshan wine, in addition to being full of the flavor of the rivers and lakes, it also has a sense of home and country thousands of miles away from the frontier. The sentence "I sprinkled the wine from the mountains and rivers, and it flowed into my throat for thousands of years. I also drank boiling snow with the wind and clouds." This beautiful Jianghu artistic conception instantly made me intoxicated. After listening to this song, I suddenly wanted to recite a poem. I have a pot of wine, enough to comfort me.
A life of ups and downs, drunkenness, and laughter.
I travel west with my sword in hand, keeping morality in my heart.
Don't talk about the scholar's spirit, a single horse guards Guangzhou.
Jiangnan's lyrics are very well written, to the point but not too tiding over, leaving plenty of room for imagination for us listeners. Therefore, I would also give this song a 10.
Next is the Silk Pulling Play. This is another sad song.
An old man who loves puppetry thinks that the loneliness in his life is caused by the puppet, so he burns the puppet. However, it was not until the puppet was burned that he suddenly realized that losing the puppet was the beginning of true loneliness. The wind and snow are faintly visible, the ends of autumn white hair, the lights are lush, and I wrinkle your brows. If you shed a tear, if I can accompany you as we grow old, even if I turn to ash in the mist, I will leave perfectly. This paragraph of lyrics has once again become a masterpiece, and as for the score of this song, it is naturally still full marks. I haven't listened to the remaining 4 songs in detail, so I won't comment on them yet. Overall, the quality of this album is definitely the highest among all the albums in the Dragon language music scene, without a doubt.
I was a little worried before, afraid that Jiangnan's album sales would lose to Li Xingjie and he would quit the circle.
After all, it takes many years for our Longyum music scene to produce a talent like him. If he really quits the circle, it will definitely be a loss for all listeners. But after listening to this album, there are only 2 words in my mind: it's stable. So, I think this album, I Have Nothing to Do Today, So I Listen to Music in the Brothel, will break the record of Longyum music scene. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to come dig up my grave and smash my handsome face dog head. After reading the happy comments, 2 words appeared in Jiangnan's mind: it's stable. Gao Xing holds a very high status in the music critic circle, and his professional comments on music have never been questioned. This means that happy comments almost represent the opinions of the vast majority of the audience. Jiangnan was confident that he could defeat Li Xingjie with album sales before, but that was just his objective idea. Now with Gao Xing's confirmation, it is a foregone conclusion that this album will surpass Li Xingjie's. Chapter 66, The King and Queen Call Together. I was flipping through album reviews and before I knew it, it was 4 in the morning. Jiangnan yawned loudly and fell asleep. At the same time, Li Xingjie was sitting in a private room in a bar, hugging a young model and smiling from ear to ear. His agent was sitting opposite him, checking album sales on his phone. Brother Jie, the total sales volume of our 2 platforms has reached 1.7 million.
Jiangnan's sales volume is only 1.15 million.
We have surpassed him by 550,000. Beautiful, damn, he dared to steal my endorsement and even spoke nonsense to me.
Now he should be punished, haha.
At this moment, Li Xingjie was completely immersed in the joy of victory. Looking at the beauty in his arms, a sense of evil surged up in him. The agent beside him noticed the expression on his face and tactfully left the box. Because he read the comments too late, when Jiangnan woke up the next day, it was already past 10 in the morning. He picked up his phone and took a look. There was a message from Ning Wanqiu.
Hubby, wake up and eat. I made breakfast for you.
Thank you, wife. Love you. After replying the message, Jiangnan washed up and ran to the dining room. On the table were the egg pancakes and white porridge that Ning Wanqiu had prepared for him, but they had gone cold because they had been left for too long.
But Jiangnan didn't mind.
He ate cold porridge and cold pancakes while chatting sweetly with his wife. After eating, he curled up on the sofa in the living room and opened the Penguin Music app on his mobile phone. He first checked the sales of Li Xingjie's album, which had reached 1.25 million copies. His own album had already sold 980,000 copies at this time, a full 270,000 copies short. Then I opened the online music cloud and saw that Li Xingjie's sales were 1.06 million copies, while Jiangnan's sales were 920,000 copies, a difference of 140,000 copies.
The current gap between the 2 platforms is 410,000 tickets.
As for the album sales on the first day, Jiangnan did not think about surpassing Li Xingjie. After all, the other party has been in the music industry for so many years and has accumulated a lot of fans. He is a newcomer, so no matter how good his album is, it will take some time to ferment.
After checking the sales, Jiangnan prepared to go to Weibo to see if there was any movement.
As soon as he opened the app, he saw a term on the hot search list. Hashtag the King and Queen all cheer for Jiangnan hashtag. After clicking on it and taking a look, he found that the 3 mentors of tomorrow's star Wu Tianhua, Yang Mi, and Lu Yefei were all on Weibo to promote their new albums. At the same time, the official Weibo account of the Tomorrow's Star program team also posted a blog post to promote his new album.
Seeing this, Jungnan felt warm in his heart. So I clicked on the official blog of Tomorrow Star and took a look at the blog post. Congratulations to Jungnan, the uncrowned king of the 7th season of our program, who officially released his first album, Nothing to Do Today, Listening to Music in the Brothel, today. This is an album full of sincerity, an album that takes music to the extreme, and an album that will leave a strong mark in the Dragon language music scene. I hope everyone can support Jungnan and Longyu music. The blog post is very short and official, but the meaning of the article is to elevate Jungnan to a very high position. After reading it, Jungnan did not leave a comment, but went directly to Wu Tianhua's Weibo. He saw this post in the other party's Weibo. I heard that Jungnan was going to release an album today, so as soon as I woke up at 5 in the morning, I opened the music store and bought one. I listened for 3 hours before I reluctantly pressed the pause button and opened the Weibo post. For no other reason than to simply recommend this album to everyone. It is so perfect, so exquisite, and so charming. I don't think I have enough words to express how great this album is. Looking back at the 60 years of Longyu music, its appearance is like a bright moon among the stars, and a unicorn among a group of slow horses. So I appeal to everyone here, for the future of our Longyu music scene, please support Jungnan and support. Today I have nothing to do, so I will listen to music in the brothel. Because he deserves support, I believe that he will produce more excellent works to give back to everyone in the future. When participating in the program, Jungnan admired Wu Tianhua very much. Now, after seeing the blog post posted by the other party, his admiration for him is even deeper. After all, the two had only met a few times and were not familiar with each other. The fact that such a veteran in the music industry was willing to humble himself to support him is enough to prove Wu Tianhua's attitude towards music. Jungnan silently said thank you in his heart, and then clicked on Yang Mi's Weibo. It's past 4 in the morning, I came up to chat, ha. I didn't have any filming today, so I stayed up so late just listening to music. So I want to share the song I just listened to with my dears. That is the new album, Nothing to Do Today, Listen to Music in the Brothel, released by Jungnan brother tonight. There are 10 songs, all of which are excellent, and none of them are bad. Previously on the show Star of Tomorrow, I said that I wanted to be a die-hard fan of Jungnan. After listening to his new album tonight, this belief has deepened. If you like listening to music, please don't miss my younger brother's new album. Come on, brother, you are the best. Yang Mi's blog post was not long, and at the end she attached a cover photo of the Jungnan album. Seeing this, Jungnan's mind flashed with the image of Yang Mi. In his eyes, Yang Mi and Wu Tianhua were the same, and they had only met a few times on the show. But the fact that he can publish such a blog post is enough to prove how great the charm of music is. After reading 3 blog posts in succession, Jungnan finally clicked on Lu Yefei's blog. Congratulations to my good friend Jungnan on releasing his new album. First of all, I want to wish him a big hit. There are only 2 words I can use to describe this album: outrageous. Why is it so outrageous? Because any of the 10 songs in the album, taken individually, is enough to become the supreme hit of the Dragon language music scene. Secondly, I would like to appeal to everyone, if you really like listening to music, please do not miss this album. Because it really is impeccable. Whether it is the lyrics, music or arrangement, they are all done to perfection. If you really want to find some faults in this album, there is only one thing: the album cover is too perfunctory. Finally, the first performance of my Infinite Possibilities World Tour will officially start on the 22nd of this month in my hometown of Tiannan City. The entire tour is expected to have 66 shows, so friends who didn't get tickets for the Tiannan show this time, please be patient. There are many more shows to come, so see you at the concert. After reading all 4 blog posts, Jungnan opened his own Weibo account. He circled the official Weibo account of Tomorrow Star, Wu Tianhua, Yang Mi, and Lu Yefei. Then I wrote a thank you message very carefully. Chapter 67 Queen Training Plan. In Jungnan's heart, Lu Yefei and others posted on Weibo to help him promote his new album, which is a very deep friendship. It is unworthy of a human being if you don't repay a favor. So he kept this friendship firmly in his heart. When Nanshio Entertainment becomes bigger and stronger in the future, I will definitely repay this kindness when I have the chance. It took Jungnan half an hour to finish writing the blog post and send it out. Afterwards, I searched for the title of my album on Weibo and read the corresponding blog post. While checking, he saw an entry about Xia Qing promoting her new album. As soon as he saw the entry, Xia Qing's image appeared in his mind. The other person is a petite lowly girl who looks sweet and cute.
At the same time, he also thought of the other person's good voice, which was completely inconsistent with his appearance, loud, high-pitched and ethereal.
This little sister is a good seedling.
Jiangnan muttered to himself and suddenly remembered that he seemed to have told Xia Cheng before that they wanted to cooperate if there was a chance, and they even added each other with green bubbles. So he quickly opened the green bubble and found the other person. Although the two added each other as friends, they never chatted. He stared at the empty chat interface for a while, then sent a message to Xia Cheng.
Hello, Xia Cheng, I'm Jiangnan. Hello, brother Nan.
Within 30 seconds after the message was sent, Xia Cheng replied.
Thank you for helping me promote my new album. You're welcome, brother Nan. Just don't mind that I have few fans.
Although Xia Cheng did not get a good ranking in this season's Star of Tomorrow, she still gained more than 100,000 fans on Weibo because of her natural good voice and sweet and cute looks. Of course, compared with Jiangnan's current 15 million fans, it is nearly 100 times less.
Are you signed to a company now? After chatting for a few words, Jiangnan got straight to the point.
No, there are a few companies that have been talking to me recently, but my own strength is not very good, so the conditions they offer are not very good, and I am not very willing to sign.
Oh, I see. After sending this message, Jiangnan thought for a moment and sent another message. Are you still in Tiannan?
No, I went back home after the competition.
Of those companies that approached you, could you please tell me what kind of contract the one that offered the best conditions was? Convenient.
Without thinking, Xia Cheng told Jiangnan the general contents of the best contract she had ever received. In her mind, when she first met Jiangnan on the show, she just thought he was a very handsome boy. But after competing in several episodes of the show, she was deeply attracted by the other party's talent. Until last night, after listening to Nothing to Do Today, listening to music in the brothel, I completely became a die-hard fan of Jiangnan. The best contract I received was an 8-year contract with a signing bonus of $4 million. After reading the news, Jiangnan thought of the 80 million 8-year contract that Elang Entertainment had signed with him.
Then he replied to Xia Cheng, do you think the contract signing time is too long, or the signing bonus is too little? The signing time doesn't matter, and the signing bonus is fine for me.
The main thing is that the company doesn't seem to have any good resources, and I'm worried that there will be no room for development after signing.
Well, you're right to think so. Knowing Xia Cheng's thoughts, Jiangnan asked 3 questions in a row. Do you want to become the queen of the dragon language music scene, admired by thousands of people? Do you want to be able to sing your songs so that everyone from the age of 99 to the age of just learning to walk can hum your songs? Do you want to leave a strong mark on the dragon language music scene?
After asking 3 questions in a row, Xia Cheng took a long time before replying with the word I want to.
If you want, I have a contract here. The signing bonus is 50 million, and the contract is for 20 years.
If you come to my company, I will help you write songs and help you reach the top of the music industry.
Ah, this.
Xia Cheng was stunned when she saw the message from Jiangnan. She never thought that someone as unknown as her would be willing to spend 50 million to sign her. However, she firmly believed that Jiangnan could make her famous.
Don't rush to answer me. Think about it carefully.
Jiangnan believed that the conditions he offered to Xia Cheng were the best he could offer at the moment. The reason why he spent so much money to sign Xia Cheng was mainly because he wanted to expand Nanqiu Entertainment. He is just one person in Nyobai after all. Therefore, it is necessary to sign some seed players into the company, slowly train them up, and finally launch a revenge plan against Elang Entertainment.
Jiangnan originally thought that Xia Cheng would consider it for a long time.
But less than 5 minutes after the conditions were put forward, Xia Cheng's message came back. I'll sign with Brother Nan, and I'm willing to work for your company. Okay, then let me discuss it with my wife, and once we've confirmed it, we can talk about the contract in person.
Yes, okay, Nan brother, I'll wait for your news.
Xia Cheng was very happy at this time. Jiangnan was willing to spend such a large sum of money to sign her, which meant that after she signed with the company, he would definitely promote her. When she thought of the other person's musical talent, she was full of hope for the future. Queen singer, admired by thousands, at the top of the music world.
This is an offer that any girl who has a dream about music cannot refuse.
For Jiangnan, who has memories of another world, it is not difficult for him to make someone famous. Of course, the prerequisite is that the person being praised has a certain foundation. For example, Xia Cheng looks sweet, cute, delicate, and soft.
Although she is not as good as 100-point beauties like Ning Wanqiu and Lu Yefei, she is definitely a 90-point beauty.
And he is born with a good voice, so to make such a person famous, you only need a few good works to promote him. After making up his mind to sign Xiaoqing, Zhang Nan opened a recruitment website in Longwood and posted a recruitment information on it. Due to business expansion, our company is looking for a celebrity agent with relevant work experience. Requirements: under 30 years old, female, able to take care of the artist's daily life, and serious and responsible about work. Salary: starting from 50K, no upper limit. The greater the ability, the higher the salary. If you are interested, please contact. As for an agent, Zhang Nan had actually wanted to hire one for a long time. However, he was the only one in the entire Nancho Entertainment before, so there was no rush to hire him. It's different now, the first album has been released. He could foresee that with the popularity of the album, there would definitely be many invitations and notices coming his way. In addition, if Xiaoqing can be signed into the company, there will naturally be a lot of things to deal with later. By then he will definitely not be able to handle it all by himself, so he must hire an agent. After sending the recruitment information, Zhang Nan looked at the time and it was already noon. Since he had breakfast too late, he wasn't hungry. After sending a few messages to his wife, he rushed to the recording studio. Chapter 68 My Little Man is Awesome. Zhang Nan had previously promised Su Tao that he would help him write a promotional song for a martial arts movie. Now that I have finished my first album, this song has been put on the agenda. Originally, he wanted to rest for a few days before working on this song. But this matter weighed on his mind, and he always felt like he was missing something, so he rushed straight to the recording studio and started creating. Zhang Nan was still busy thinking about making dinner for his wife today, and it was already past 6 o'clock in the evening. It wasn't until Ning Wanqiu called him that he realized he was stuck in work again. "Baby, are you home yet?" "Well, where are you going, husband?" "Nothing, just sitting around at home with nothing to do." I remembered that when we were filming that Songfeng X9 commercial, I promised director Su Tao that I would write a promotional song for the movie, so I came to the recording studio and have been busy ever since. Mom used to say I was a workaholic, but I think you're even more crazy about work than I am. Ning Wanqiu smiled and joked, then said, "Come back soon, husband. I have something to tell you." "What a coincidence, honey. I also have something to tell you." "Wait, I'll be back now." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Nan quickly packed up and rushed home eagerly. As soon as I opened the door, I saw my wife sitting on the sofa in the living room. So Zhang Nan hurried over, hugged Ning Wanqiu and kissed her on the face. "Wife, what do you want to tell me?" Ning Wanqiu didn't respond, but just took out a gift box and handed it over. "What is this?" Zhang Nan took the box with a puzzled look on his face. "Open it and see if you like it." "Good." Zhang Nan responded, opened the gift box, and saw a Lily's watch inside the box. Although he doesn't usually wear a watch, he knows that watches of this brand are very expensive. "Wife, why do you suddenly want to give me a watch?" After taking a closer look at the watch, Zhang Nan put it on his wrist. At first glance, it is indeed very beautiful. "Isn't your first album released today?" As a wife, I naturally have to give my husband a gift. Ning Wanqiu responded with a faint smile, then asked, "Do you like it, husband?" I like it very much." At this point, Zhang Nan touched the watch on his wrist very preciously, and then hugged his wife tightly. "I like anything my wife gives me." "You're getting more and more disgusting." Ning Wanqiu scolded tenderly, then gave her husband a passionate kiss in return. The couple stayed in the living room for a while, and Ning Wanqiu took out a mask and handed it to Zhang Nan. "Put it on, husband. I've booked a private room. Let's go out for dinner tonight to celebrate." "Aha!" Zhang Nan, immersed in happiness, nodded, picked up his wife in a princess hug, and then walked out of the house. Soon, the couple arrived at the restaurant Ning Wanqiu had booked in advance and had a happy dinner. During the meal, Zhang Nan talked to his wife about expanding the company. "Wife, I'm planning to sign an artist to join our Nancho Entertainment, and today I posted a job posting online to hire an agent." "Okay, husband, you can do whatever you want. But the person I want to sign is Xiaoqing, who was in the same group as me in the third round of Star of Tomorrow's challenge." "Do you think I should sign her?" "Xiaoqing?" Because Zhang Nan participated in the Star of Tomorrow competition, Ning Wanqiu watched every episode with Zhang Nan. She also had some impression of Xiaoqing. But at this point, Ning Wanqiu was very clear that her husband was asking for her opinion. He must be worried that after signing with Xiaoqing, he would be misunderstood. So she quickly said, "Husband, you don't need to discuss your decision with me.
I don't know much about the entertainment industry.
You're the boss lady, so signing any artist must be approved by you.
Well, then sign it. I remember that sister has a very good voice.
When Ning Wanqiu answered, a trace of guilt rose in her heart.
She suddenly remembered her inappropriate jealous look when Lu Yefei went to visit Jiangnan at home.
I said a little embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, husband, do you think I'm jealous?"
Ah.
Jiangnan was stunned at first when he heard his wife's abrupt words, and then he immediately understood what she meant.
No, don't think too much about my wife. I never thought so. Besides, you are jealous of me, doesn't that mean you care about me? I am so happy, hee hee. The words from Jiangnan are very warm.
When Ning Wanqiu saw the innocent smile on her husband's face, the guilt in her heart instantly disappeared.
Hubby, I now understand your love for me. So I don't want to be a jealous person.
In the future, you don't need to report to me when you want to sign any female artist to your company.
Just make your own decision.
And you and sister Lu Yefei, there is no need to cut off contact with her just for my sake.
After all, you have a deep friendship. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. The love between Jiangnan and Ning Wanqiu is very pure. Each of them has left a deep impression on the other.
So far, no matter what happens, the couple only needs a few simple words to clear up all misunderstandings. After dinner, Jiangnan saw that it was still early, so he decided to go to the movies with Ning Wanqiu.
When we arrived at the cinema, the martial arts movie starring Lu Yefei was still in theaters. So the couple bought tickets and went in to watch the movie.
Throughout the entire movie watching process, the couple was like a pair of conjoined twins, snuggling together tightly and never separating.
At the end of the movie, the song Bu Wei Xia written by Jiangnan Gang's Lu Yefei started playing.
Many people who were about to leave heard the singing and stayed. I have to say, this song written by Jiangnan is really the ceiling of martial arts style, and Fei Bao's singing is also very good.
That's right, did you buy the new album that Jiangnan released today? It's really amazing.
I haven't bought it yet, but I saw that the reviews online are very high.
I will buy a copy and listen to it when I get home.
In the row in front of Jiangnan and Ning Wanqiu, two young people were talking in low voices. When Jiangnan heard these words, the corners of his mouth under the mask unconsciously curled up.
Ning Wanqiu, who was standing by,
heard this and whispered in her husband's ear, "My little man is awesome." Hearing this, Jiangnan held his wife's hand tightly, wishing he could take off his mask immediately and respond with a deep kiss.
But now that I'm in the cinema, I have no choice but to give up. After watching the movie, it was a little late.
After the couple got home, they stayed together for a while and then went back to their rooms. After taking a shower, Jiangnan lay down on the bed and took out his cell phone. He first opened the Penguin Music app and looked at the sales of Li Xingjie and his own albums.
After seeing the results, I was stunned. Chapter 69: What to do if you can't get the love you want?
This morning, Li Xingjie's album sales on Penguin Music were still 1.25 million copies, and Jiangnan's sales were 980,000 copies. Only 12 hours later, Li Xingjie's sales reached 1.59 million copies. On the other hand, Gangnam has directly surpassed its competitors and its current sales volume has reached 1.66 million copies. Then he went to NetCloud Music to check, and the result was still overtaking, and the margin of overtaking was even greater. The sales volume of Li Xingjie above is 1.32 million copies, and that of Gangnam has become 1.55 million copies. So far, the total sales of Gangnam on the two platforms are 3.21 million, which is 300,000 more than Li Xingjie.
This is just the beginning, there are still 6 days to go. Jiangnan knew that the gap would continue to widen.
Although the bet lasts for 7 days, any discerning person can see that the result is already obvious by now. After seeing the results, Jiangnan smiled with satisfaction, recalling the sweet words his wife had just said in his ear. However, some are happy while others are sad. At this moment, Li Xingjie was standing in the living room of his large flat, smashing things crazily to vent his anger.
Fuck, why? He's just a little bastard, how can he sell better than me?
While cursing, Li Xingjie picked up a vase and threw it heavily to the floor. He felt aggrieved and unwilling to accept it. He was obviously a superstar who had been in the Longyu music scene for more than 10 years. In the past, when competing in album sales, I have never been inferior to anyone. But now, he was pinned to the ground and rubbed by a fledgling new singer.
What's even more infuriating is that there is a bet between him and Jiangnan.
If the album sales fail after 6 days, he will have to quit the music industry. Not only will the fame and glory accumulated over more than 10 years be wasted, but he will also become a laughingstock on the entire internet.
Ah. Jiangnan, you little bastard, you're so hateful. Li Xingjie couldn't accept it at all. He let out a mad roar of unwillingness, picked up a wooden stool and smashed it at the TV screen hanging on the wall of the living room. After decades of smooth sailing, who wouldn't be reconciled to suddenly suffering such a blow? Ring, ring, ring. Just then, the doorbell rang. Li Xingjie, who was furious, slammed the wooden stool to the ground and yelled, "Who the hell is this?" "It's my brother Jie." The person speaking outside the door was his agent, Han Ping. So Li Xingjie calmed down and opened the door. As soon as Wang Ping entered the house, he saw broken bottles and jars all over the floor and couldn't help but frown. "What do you want from me at this hour of night?" "It's nothing serious. The boss asked me to discuss the bet between you and Jiangnan." "Bet? He. Li Xingjie felt unhappy when he heard these two words. He sneered and leaned back on the sofa in the living room. He replied unwillingly, "What's there to discuss? The worst that can happen is that I'll just quit the industry if I lose." "Brother Jie, you think things are too simple." "What's so simple about this? The contract I signed with the company is a free contract. I can leave whenever I want. But if you quit, what will happen to those endorsements you've taken on? You'll have to pay liquidated damages for them. I just did a detailed calculation with my boss, and if you really quit, you'll have to pay a full 450 million yuan in liquidated damages." "What?" When he heard the huge number of 450 million, Li Xingjie's suppressed anger surged up again, and it was even more intense than before. "Damn Jiangnan, I'm not done with you. Now is not the time to be angry, brother Jie. We should think carefully about how to resolve the bet." "A bet? That was made in front of everyone on the internet. How else can it be resolved?" Li Xingjie is very regretful now, the kind of regret that makes his intestines turn green. He regretted making that agreement with Jiangnan. Now, he has become a laughingstock on the entire internet, and he also has to pay a huge penalty for breach of contract. If I had been calmer and more rational at that time, things would never have developed to this point. The boss wants you to post a notice on Weibo to cancel the bet. It doesn't have any legal effect anyway. If I do this, what will others say about me behind my back? Li Xingjie sighed helplessly and suddenly understood what Wang Ping meant. "Forget it, I'll just go and post a blog. I've already lost face, so losing face again is better than losing money." It was not until the last moment that the reckless man regretted his decision, but it was too late. A superstar of his generation fell here, and after this night, he became the laughingstock of countless people in Dragon Country. After seeing the album sales, Jiangnan thought of what his wife said to him in the restaurant tonight. Then he clicked on the green bubble and sent a message to Xia Qing. "Xia Qing, when you are free, come to Tiannan and we will discuss the contract." "Okay, Nan, I'll book a plane ticket tomorrow. See you the day after tomorrow." Xia Qing was listening to Jiangnan's songs on her phone. When she saw the message, she replied immediately. "Okay, see you the day after tomorrow. Good night, Nan." "Good night." After a brief chat with Xia Qing, Jiangnan opened Lu Yefei's green bubble and sent her a message of thanks. "Thank you for promoting my new album on Weibo today." At this time, Lu Yefei was leaning against the head of the bed, listening to Jiangnan's new song and recalling Jiangnan's appearance in her mind. Suddenly, the sound of a green bubble message interrupted her thoughts. I picked it up and took a look, and found that it was a message from Jiangnan. She wanted to reply immediately, but her fingers edited the message on the chat interface and deleted it all. Lu Yefei is very conflicted now. She has a deep love for Jiangnan in her heart and has never forgotten him since they met in college. Even during the first 3 years when they had lost contact, Lu Yefei devoted herself to her career. But every time when it's late at night and everyone is asleep, I can't help but think of Jiangnan. Just like now, I know that Jiangnan is married and lives a happy life. But when I am alone, I will unconsciously think of my beloved classmate Jiang. Lu Yefei now feels a little regretful about why she helped Jiangnan post that promotional blog on Weibo. If you hadn't sent it, you wouldn't be receiving this message now. If there is no intersection between the two of them, she will not want to fall in love with Fei Fei. You don't have a chance, Lu Yefei. Let go of your obsession and try to maintain that friendship, okay? Lu Yefei smiled bitterly and murmured. He stared at the chat interface with Jiangnan for a long time, finally took a deep breath, and replied with a message. I've always treated you as my best friend. Why are you thanking me? It's bad luck. Lu Yefei replied to the message in a casual tone,
with tears streaming down her eyes.
Chapter 70 My wife requests a song. Just as Jiangnan was getting ready to go to bed, Lu Yefei's message came back. He took a look and a happy smile appeared on his face. Okay, since I'm your bestie and you're my buddy, I'll take back my thanks.
After replying to a message, Jiangnan quickly sent another one.
By the way, Lu, I've been feeling really inspired lately and have written a song that's perfect for singing. Are you interested? Jiangnan wanted to repay Lu Yefei for helping him promote his new album.
After much thought, he decided that writing a song for her would be the most appropriate thing to do.
Really?
Lu Yefei wiped the tears from her face, and the pain in her heart eased a little in an instant. Although she knew very well that Jiangnan only wrote the song for her out of friendship. But that also proves that I still have a certain weight in the other person's heart.
It's true. I know you must be very busy recently.
When your concert is over, please take some time to come to my recording studio and I will help you record this song.
Well, that's settled, Jiang-san.
A word is a deal, doghead. Jiangnan smiled and sent another message. By the way, Lu, your concert tickets are so hard to get. I waited a long time to get a ticket but couldn't get one.
Can you give me two?
When the message was sent here, Lu Yefei suddenly remembered that Jiangnan had previously agreed to be a guest at her concert.
Okay, send me your address and I'll have the tickets delivered to you tomorrow. But I seem to remember you promised to be my guest at the concert. If you don't even contact me, how can I be your guest feeling wronged? Is it too late to invite you now?
Of course, as long as my good brother needs me, I'm available at any time.
Then, how about the day after tomorrow, the 22nd? You can be my first guest. Okay, whatever number you say is fine.
Perhaps she had temporarily let go of her worries, and as they chatted, Lu Yefei brought up an idea that had been put aside in her mind.
Jiangnan did not refuse and agreed to be a guest at the other party's concert.
The two talked about this matter for a long time. Finally, Jiangnan said good night and fell into a sweet dream. The next morning, he went to the recording studio again to continue recording the martial arts song Bright Moon Across the World that he had promised to Su Tao. We were busy until around 4 in the afternoon, and the whole song was finally recorded. So he directly sent the master tape of the song to Su Tao and sent him a message.
Director Su, do you think this song is satisfactory?
After sending the message, Jiangnan left the recording studio, rushed to the vegetable market to buy some vegetables, and then went home to cook. An ordinary, happy and fulfilling day passed by quietly. During dinner in the evening, he handed his wife the concert tickets that Lu Yefei had mailed to him.
Honey, how about we go to a concert together tomorrow night? Whose concert? My good friend Lu Yefei. I will go on stage and sing 3 songs. Okay. So what song do you want to hear me sing tomorrow?
Of the 3 songs I have, apart from the duet with Lu called Bu Wei Xia, the other 2 haven't been decided yet.
I want to hear.
Ning Wanqiu thought for a long while, and finally replied, hubby, all your songs are good. If I really have to choose 2, I want to listen to Nameless and Hard to Reject. Okay, I'll sing these 2 songs for my baby Wanqiu at the concert tomorrow.
Now Ning Wanqiu understands her husband's feelings and no longer feels jealous towards Lu Yefei. After dinner, the couple chatted for a while and then went back to their rooms to rest. Before going to bed, Jiangnan opened his mobile phone and checked his album sales again. At present, his total sales on Penguin Music and NetEase Music have reached 5.07 million copies. In contrast, Li Xingjie had exhausted the support of his fans on the first day, and the quality of his album was not high, so there were very few passers-by supporting him, and the total sales volume was only 3.8 million copies. Seeing such a result, Jiangnan knew very well that the bet was over. When he thought of Li Xingjie's previous expression and the song Let's Say, he clicked on the Weibo post and wanted to make a blog post to mock the other party. However, as soon as the software was opened, I gave up the idea. Because he saw such an entry on the hot search list. Hashtag Li Xingjie, I'm convinced hashtag. When you click on the entry, there is only a video inside. The scene in the video is the same as when Li Xingjie provoked Jiangnan. He was standing among a group of reporters and being interviewed. However, in today's video, Li Xingjie looked haggard, completely different from the one in the previous provocative video. Reporter, Brother Xingjie, does the bet you made with Jiangnan to quit the entertainment industry still stand? Li Xingjie, that was just a joke. As someone who loves music, I believe that no matter whether I lose or Jiangnan loses, neither of us can really quit the circle. Reporter, you used to look down on Jiangnan's music, but now his sales have surpassed yours. How do you feel? Li Xingjie, my feeling is that Jiangnan is very strong. I am impressed by its music. Reporter, what do you think of Jungnan's new album, Brother Xingjie?
Li Xingjie, I haven't listened to it yet, but the reviews online seem to be very good, so I would like to wish Jungnan's album a big hit and that he can reach a new peak in his music career in the future. The video is very short, and Li Xingjie in it no longer has his previous arrogance. After reading it, Jungnan chuckled and swiped into the comment section.
Netizen A, ha 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 ha.
Li Xingjie, this evil dog, is as embarrassed now as he was when he provoked my brother Nan. Netizen B, what a bullshit, one singing king per year, one Li Xingjie per century, he's nothing but trash in front of my brother Nan. Netizen C, I have liked you for 10 years, but as a man, your behavior of daring to do things but not taking responsibility is really disappointing.
Oh. I'm going to stop being a fan. Netizen D, Li Xingjie should get out of the entertainment industry.
Jungnan casually flipped through the comment section and found that it was filled with a constant stream of boos.
Judging from this situation, Li Xingjie's star career is completely ruined. So he gave up his intention to mock him.
After all, the other party was already a pitiful dog in trouble. If he posts a blog post now to criticize the person who has fallen on hard times, he will lose his composure.
Ultimately, it leaves the public with the impression that a villain has succeeded. After all, celebrities are different from ordinary people. They have to pay attention to public influence in many aspects and cannot be too willful and reckless.
After browsing the Weibo for a while, just when Jungnan was about to go to bed, Su Tao called. Jungnan, you're such a talented person. As soon as the call was connected, Su Tao's rough voice came over. This song, Bright Moon Over the World, is so well written.
You are really impressive. Ha ha.
I'm glad you're satisfied, Director Su. The song was praised by Su Tao, and Jungnan responded with a smile.
I'm very satisfied. I think it's better than the one you wrote for Liu Yefei before.